Jonathan Harke's diary. May 3rd, Bistritz. I departed from Munich at 8:35 p.m. on May 1st, arriving in Vienna early the following morning. Although I was scheduled to arrive at 6:46 a.m., the train was delayed by an hour. From my observations aboard the train, and while strolling through the streets, I found Budapest to be quite an appealing city. I refrained from venturing too far from the train station, as we were already behind schedule and needed to depart punctually. I sensed that we were transitioning from the west to the east. The Danube here is broad and deep, and the magnificent bridges spanning the river ushered us into a Turkish ambience. We left just in time. After dusk, we arrived at Klausenberg, where we spent the night at the Hotel relocated. My main meal, specifically dinner, consisted of a delightful chicken dish prepared with paprika, though it was rather thirst-inducing, note to self. Request the recipe from Mina. Upon inquiring with the waiter, I learned that this dish is known as spicy chicken, a regional specialty that I could find throughout the Carpathian Mountains. I discovered that having a rudimentary understanding of German proved quite beneficial indeed. Without it, I would have been at a loss. During my time in London, I had some leisure hours, during which I visited the British Museum and sought books and maps pertaining to Transylvania in the library. I felt strongly that prior knowledge of a country significantly aids in engaging with its nobility, that I discovered that the aforementioned region lies in the far eastern part of this country, precisely at the confluence of the provinces of Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, nestle, within the heart of the Carpathian Mountains. It is one of the most desolate and sparsely populated areas in Europe. Among the populace of Transylvania, there exist 4 distinct ethnic groups. To the south are the Saxons, alongside the descendants of the Dacians, known as the Vlachs, who coexist. With them to the west reside the Magyars, while the Skili people inhabit the east and north. The group I encountered was the latter, who proudly claimed descent from Attila and the Huns. This assertion may hold merit, for when the Magyars conquered this land in the 11th century, they found that the Huns had already established their presence here. All the superstitions I have ever read about seem to converge in the horseshoe-shaped region of the Carpathian Mountains, which appears to be the epicenter of imagination's whirlpool. If this is indeed the case, my sojourn may prove to be rather intriguing, note to self. I must inquire with the Count about everything pertaining to this place. Although my bed was sufficiently comfortable, my slumber was restless, plagued by a series of peculiar dreams. A dog barked incessantly beneath my window throughout the night, which may have contributed to my insomnia. It could also be attributed to the chili powder, as I had to consume all the water from the bottle and still felt parched. Just before dawn, I was roused by a persistent knocking at the door, leading me to suspect that I must have been snoring at the time. Eat out for breakfast, I indulged once more in spicy chicken accompanied by a type of porridge made from cornmeal, which they refer to as mamaliga, along with stuffed eggplant, a truly splendid dish they call imbricata. I found it imperative to consume my breakfast swiftly, as the train was scheduled to depart before 8 o'clock. To be precise, it was supposed to do so, yet after dashing to the station at 7:30, we were compelled to sit in the carriage for over an hour before the journey commenced. It seems that the further east we traverse, the less punctual the trains become. I cannot help but wonder what the situation is like in China. It felt as if we spent the entire day meandering through a nation replete with breathtaking landscapes. At times, we beheld quaint towns and castles that once graced the tattered missiles atop steep mountain peaks. At others, we raced alongside broad rivers and babbling brooks, there, cascading waters frolicking and eroding the rocks along the banks. Each station was bustling with a multitude of people, sometimes overwhelmingly so, and their attire varied immensely. Some resembled farmers who might have just emerged from their homes, or akin to those I observed while traversing France and Germany, clad in short jackets and self-tailored trousers, adorned with round hats. However, there were also individuals whose attire was remarkably elegant. The women appeared quite lovely, provided one maintained a respectful distance. In truth, their figures were rather ample. Their garments featured long white sleeves, with the majority cinched at the waist by broad belts adorned with an abundance of tassels, reminiscent of the skirts seen in ballet performances. Naturally, beneath these skirts, petticoats were present. The most peculiar individuals we encountered were the Slovaks, who appeared more uncouth than others. Adorned with cowboy hats, they donned loose, soiled trousers that had turned a pale shade of white, accompanied by white linen shirts cinched with hefty leather belts, nearly a foot in width, embellished with brass studs. Their high boots encased their legs, with pant legs tucked within, and they sported long, dark hair and thick, black beards. They possessed a distinct personality, yet did not seem particularly amiable. Were they to grace a stage, they would undoubtedly be cast as a band of marauders from the east. Nevertheless, others informed me that they bore no malice. They merely sought to project a sense of individuality. Upon our arrival in Bistritz, dusk had already fallen, revealing a captivatingly ancient locale. This place, situated on the border, serves as the gateway to the Borga Pass, which extends into Bukovina. The storms here are numerous, a characteristic that is all too evident. 50 years prior, a series of devastating fires ravaged Bistritz multiple times. In the early 17th century, the town endured a siege lasting 3 weeks, resulting in the tragic demise of 13,000 souls, victims not only of warfare, but also of famine. The disease. Count Dracula arranged for my stay at the Gold Coin Inn, a lodging steeped in antiquity, which delighted me immensely as I was eager to experience as much of the national character as possible. Evidently, someone was aware of my impending arrival. As I approached the entrance, I beheld an elderly woman, her countenance imbued with joy, dressed in a humble garb of a Pisanta white blouse and a long, double-sided apron, adorned with vibrant fabric, tightly wrapped around her form. As I drew nearer, she bowed and inquired, "Are you the gentleman from England?" "Indeed," I replied, "Jonathan Harker." She smiled warmly and gestured toward an elderly man in a white shirt who had followed her to the door. "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Rest well tonight, for at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, a carriage will depart for Bukovina, and a seat has been reserved for you. Y carriage will await you at the Borgo Pass, ready to bring you to my abode. I trust your journey from London has been delightful, and I am certain you will relish your stay in T.'s beautiful land of mine. Yours sincerely, Dracula." May 4th. He and his wife, the very woman who had just greeted me, exchanged fearful glances. He muttered that there was money included with the letter, and that was all he knew. When I inquired whether he was familiar with Count Dracula and could share any insights regarding his castle, he and his wife made the sign of the cross over their chests, professing their ignorance and refusing to elaborate further. The hour of departure was fast approaching, leaving me no time to seek further clarification from others. The entire situation was shrouded in mystery, which offered me no sense of comfort. Before my departure, the lady entered my room, her voice trembling with hysteria as she implored, "Must you really leave? Oh, young sir, must you truly go?" Her agitation was palpable, interspersing her German with fragments of a language I could not comprehend. After posing numerous inquiries, I managed to glean some understanding. When I informed her of my immediate need to depart for a significant business matter, she pressed on with honor. Their question, "Are you aware of what day it is today?" "Yes, I am aware, but do you know what day it is?" I confessed my confusion, prompting her to elaborate. "Today is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not realize that when the clock strikes midnight, all malevolent entities will awaken from their slumber? Do you understand where you are headed?" Her sorrow was profound, and I endeavored to console her, yet my efforts proved futile. Ultimately, she knelt before me, beseeching me not to leave, at least to postpone my journey for a day or two. The entire situation felt utterly absurd, rendering me uncomfortable. Regardless, I had pressing business to attend to, and I could not permit anything to impede it. I attempted to help her to her feet, solemnly expressing my gratitude while reiterating my obligation to depart. She rose, wiping her tears, and removed a crucifix from around her neck, offering it to me. I found myself at a loss, for as a clergyman from England, such an emblem represented, to some extent, a form of blind devotion. Nevertheless, to refuse such a kind-hearted woman, steeped in her emotional turmoil, felt exceedingly impolite. I surmised that she discerned the perplexity etched upon my visage, for she draped the cross around my neck and uttered, "In the name of your mother," before departing from the chamber. As I awaited the carriage, I completed this segment of my journal, noting that the carriage was conspicuously delayed, with the cross still adorning my neck. Whether it was the concern of this elderly woman, the myriad of ghostly traditions that permeated this place, or the presence of the cross itself, an unusual unrest stirred within me, contrasting with my usual tranquility. If this diary could reach Mina before I do, may it convey my farewell. The carriage has arrived. On the morning of May 5th, the dreary gloom enveloping the castle dissipated as the sun ascended beyond the distant horizon, which appeared uneven and undulating, leaving me to ponder whether there were trees or mounds of earth beyond my sight. The distance was indeed too great for me to ascertain. I was not inclined to sleep, as I preferred to awaken naturally. Thus, I found myself writing in my journal until fatigue gently overtook me. Numerous peculiar occurrences demanded documentation, and to prevent any reader of my diary from assuming that I had indulged excessively before departing from Bistritz, I meticulously recorded my meals. I consumed what is referred to as robber's steak, accompanied by a modest amount of smoked meat and onions, seasoned with red chili powder, skewered, and roasted over an open flame, simplicity akin to the fare of a London cat. The wine was a delightful Medoc, offering a marvelous tingle to the palate, a sensation that was far from unpleasant. I partook of only a few glasses. When I boarded the carriage, I noticed the driver was not seated in his usual place. Instead, he was engaged in conversation with the innkeeper's wife. They were evidently discussing me, glancing my way intermittently, while some individuals seated on benches outside approached to listen, their expressions predominantly tinged with pity. I discerned many words being repeated frequently, those enigmatic terms, as these individuals hailed from various countries. Thus, I discreetly retrieved my multilingual dictionary from my bag to decipher their meanings. I must admit, these words are hardly uplifting. Among them are Ordog, the demon, Pokol, hell, Tragoica, witch, Vrolok, and Volkoslak, two terms that convey the same essence, one in Slovak and the other in Serbian, both signifying werewolf or vampire. Note, I must inquire about these superstitions with the Count. As we set forth, the throng before the modest inn had swelled to a considerable size, with people fervently drawing crosses upon their chests and pointing at me with two fingers. I struggled to find a fellow traveler who could elucidate the meaning of these gestures. Initially reluctant to speak, he eventually shared that, upon learning of my British origins, these signs were a form of incantation or protection against the malevolent gaze. This revelation did little to comfort me, as I was about to embark on a journey to an unfamiliar land to meet a stranger. Yet, the warmth, compassion, and palpable sorrow emanating from each individual compelled me to feel a deep sense of empathy. I shall never forget the poignant scene that lingered in my mind as I departed. The sight of those kind-hearted souls in the inn's courtyard, gathered around the broad archway, tracing crosses upon their chests, framed by the dense oleander leaves, with clusters of vibrant orange plants growing in green pots at the heart of the courtyard. The coachman's linen trousers obscured the entirety of the driver's seat, a garment they referred to as halis, as he cracked the whip sharply against the four small horses trotting in unison, and thus, we finally set off. Look, in the presence of the Almighty. The devoted congregation diligently traced the sign of the cross upon their chests. As dusk descended, a palpable excitement began to envelop the passengers, who engaged fervently with the coachman, urging him to hasten our journey. He lashed the reins sharply against the horses' backs, vociferously commanding them to quicken their pace. In the dim light, I discerned a gray expanse ahead, resembling a fissure upon the mountainside. The enthusiasm among the passengers swelled. The carriage, bouncing upon its leather springs, resembled a fragile vessel amidst tumultuous waves. I resolved to endure the tumult. The road leveled, granting us the exhilarating sensation of flight. As the mountains seemed to converge upon us, we were nearing the Barogo Pass. Several passengers offered me gifts, their sincerity rendering refusal impossible. These presents, a delightful array of peculiarities, were imbued with genuine warmth, accompanied by heartfelt admonitions and blessings. I recalled the ominous gesture of the cross and the two-finger sign meant to ward off malevolent gazes that I witnessed outside the Bistritz Inn. As he spoke, the horses began to whinny, laboring for breath, raising their front hooves, prompting the coachman to tighten the reins. Abruptly, a four-horse carriage surged from behind, pulling alongside ours, eliciting startled gasps from the passengers who instinctively made the sign of the cross. Through the glow of our lanterns, I beheld several sleek, black horses, driven by a tall man with a lengthy brown beard, donning a large black hat that obscured his visage. As he turned towards us, I could see the glimmer in his eyes, slightly reddened by the illumination. He addressed the coachman, saying, "You have arrived quite early tonight, my friend." The stranger remarked, "I suppose this is the very reason you wish for him to journey to Bukovina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I am fully aware, and my horse is swift." He spoke with a smile, the light reflecting off his lips, which were crimson, revealing teeth sharper than ivory. One of my companions quietly quoted a line from Berg's Leno to another, "The dead run swiftly." The stranger evidently overheard, glancing up with a peculiar smile. The passenger hastily averted his gaze, crossing himself with two fingers on his chest. "Hand me the gentleman's luggage," the stranger commanded. Thus, my bag was swiftly passed to him and placed in his carriage. I then descended from the coach, his cart standing nearby. He extended his hand to assist me aboard. His grip was astonishingly strong, as if it were a vice. "It is quite cold this evening, sir. My master instructed me to take good care of you. There is a bottle of plum brandy beneath the seat, should you desire it." Soon, curiosity about the time stirred within me, prompting me to strike a match and glance at my watch. Only a few minutes remained until midnight. This revelation startled me, as the recent events had rendered me susceptible to the superstitions surrounding that hour. I anxiously awaited what was to come. When the first howl pierced the air, the horses began to anxiously lift their front hooves. Under the driver's soothing words, they settled somewhat, yet trembled as if they had narrowly escaped a horrific scene. Soon, a louder and sharper howl echoed from the distant mountains, a wolf's call that sent fear coursing through me, akin to that of the horses. I contemplated leaping from the carriage to flee, while they began to kick and thrash wildly. The driver exerted all his strength to keep them from bolting. After a few minutes, my ears gradually acclimated to the sound, and the horses calmed, prompting the driver to dismount and stand before them. Before long, we found ourselves enveloped by thickets that arched above the path like a grand archway, as if we were traversing a tunnel. Once again, the loathsome stones loomed on either side of us. Though seated within the carriage, I could hear the wind growing ever louder, howling through the crevices as the branches clashed against one another. The air continued to grow colder, yet fortunately, snow began to fall. Soon, we and everything around us were cloaked in a pristine white blanket. The wind still mingled with the mournful cries of dogs, and as we journeyed further, the sounds began to fade into the distance. The wolves' howls grew alarmingly closer, as if they were encircling us from all directions. I was consumed by dread, and the horses shared in my terror. Yet, the driver exhibited no sign of unease. He kept scanning the surroundings while I could see nothing but darkness. For the last time, the driver ventured farther than ever before, and upon his departure, the horses, gripped by fear, began to tremble more violently, gasping and neighing in distress. I am uncertain as to the cause, for the howling of wolves has entirely ceased. However, as the moon emerged from behind the dark clouds, illuminating a rugged peak blanketed with pine trees, I beheld a pack of wolves encircled in the moonlight, bearing their snow-white fangs and blood-red tongues. Their robust limbs and thick fur strikingly apparent. Their silence was 100-fold more terrifying than their howls. I was rendered powerless by fear. Only one who has experienced such dread firsthand can truly comprehend its horror. We continued our ascent, albeit with occasional rapid descents, but overall, we were ascending. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the driver was directing the carriage towards the courtyard of a dilapidated castle, from whose dark, towering windows no glimmer of light penetrated. And the battered battlements, silhouetted against the sky, appeared jagged and menacing. Chapter 2, Continued Diary of Jonathan Harker. May 5th. I must have dozed off. For had I been awake, I would have surely noticed our approach to this striking location. In the darkness, the courtyard appeared rather expansive, with several shadowy paths extending from beneath the large circular archway, giving it an illusion of greater size than reality. I had yet to see it in daylight. Upon the carriage coming to a halt, the driver alighted and extended his hand to assist me down. Once more, I felt his astonishing strength. His grip was akin to that of an iron vice, capable of crushing me at any moment. He retrieved my luggage and placed it upon the ground beside me. As I stood before a grand entrance, a weathered door studded with large iron nails, encased in a frame of massive stone blocks. In the dim light, I discerned that the stones had been meticulously carved, yet they bore the scars of time and the elements. The coachman leapt back onto the carriage, shaking the reins as it set forth, vanishing down one of the shadowy paths. Just as I reached this conclusion, I heard the sound of heavy footsteps behind the door, and through the crack, I glimpsed a light that grew increasingly bright. Then came the clinking sound of chains being unfastened and the latch being released. The key turned in the lock with a jarring noise, a testament to its long disuse, and the door swung inward. There stood a tall elder, his neatly groomed, long white beard contrasting starkly against his entirely black attire, devoid of any other hue. In his hand, he held an antiquated silver lamp, lacking a shade, which cast elongated, quivering shadows as the flame flickered in the draught of the open door. The old man courteously gestured for me to enter with his right hand, speaking in a fluent yet oddly inflected English. "Welcome to my home. Please, make yourself at ease. Do not stand on ceremony." He did not advance to greet me, but remained as still as a statue, as though the very act of welcoming me had petrified him. However, the moment I crossed the threshold, he stepped forward with fervor, grasping my hand firmly. His grip was so strong it made me want to recoil, especially when I sensed the chilling coldness of his touch, reminiscent of a corpse rather than that of a living being. He reiterated, "Welcome to my home. Please come in. Tread carefully. I hope you bring joy to this place." The strength of his handshake bore such a resemblance to that of the coachman that, having not seen the coachman's face, I momentarily questioned whether I was conversing with the same individual. To ascertain this, I tentatively inquired, "Are you Count Dracula?" The Count paused, set down my luggage, and closed the door. He then traversed the room and opened another door, leading into a diminutive octagonal chamber. The room was illuminated by a solitary lamp, seemingly devoid of windows. Upon crossing this room, he opened yet another door, gesturing for me to enter. It was indeed a source of comfort, for it revealed a spacious bedroom that was both bright and warm, complete with a fireplace that had recently been stoked, as the wood at the top had yet to ignite, the flames causing the grand chimney above to emit a muffled sound. After the Count brought my luggage inside, he exited, remarking as he closed the door, "After such a bumpy journey, you must refresh yourself and revitalize. I trust you will find everything you need." Once you are ready, please proceed to the outer room, where a prepared dinner awaits you. The brightness and warmth of the space, combined with the Countess' thoughtful hospitality, seemed to dispel all my doubts and fears. Once I regained my composure, I realized I was indeed somewhat hungry. After hastily refreshing myself, I made my way to the outer room. I discovered that dinner had already been laid out on the table. My host stood by the fireplace, leaning against the stone wall, gracefully gesturing toward the table as he said, "Please, take a seat and enjoy your meal. I trust you will forgive my absence at dinner. I have already dined and never partaken supper. I sincerely apologize. My chronic affliction of gout prevents me from visiting you. However, I am pleased to inform you that I have sent a capable individual to substitute for me. I have the utmost confidence in him. He is a young man, brimming with energy and talent, characterized by his loyalty, caution, and reticence, maturing progressively throughout his tenure with me. During his stay, he will accompany you and be at your service at all times." The Count stepped forward and lifted the cover from the dish, revealing a delectable roasted chicken before me. I partook in the roasted chicken, accompanied by some cheese and salad, and savored 2 glasses of aged Tokaji white wine. This constituted my dinner. Throughout my meal, the Count inquired about my travels, and I recounted my experiences to him in succession. By this time, I had concluded my dining. In accordance with my host's wishes, I seated myself in a chair by the hearth and began to smoke a cigar he had offered me, while he requested my understanding for his abstention from smoking. Now afforded the opportunity to observe him closely, I noted that his features were quite distinctive. His face was sharply defined, reminiscent of an eagle. He possessed a high, slender nose with deeply arched nostrils, a prominent forehead, and sparse hair near the temples, while the hair in other areas was quite thick. His eyebrows were bushy, nearly merging above his nose, and his hair was dense and curly. His mouth, as much as I could discern through his thick beard, appeared resolute and serious, with sharp, snow-white teeth protruding from his vividly red lips, which exhibited a remarkable vitality incongruent with his age. Additionally, his ears were pale and sharply pointed at the top. His chin was broad and powerful, and although his cheeks were gaunt, they exuded a sense of resoluteness. His entire visage was strikingly pale. As he rested his hand upon his knee, I took the opportunity to observe the back of his hand in the flickering firelight. It appeared fair and aesthetically pleasing. Yet, upon closer inspection, I discerned that his hands were rather coarse and robust, with short, thick fingers. Strangely, a fine layer of hair adorned his palms. His nails were elongated and meticulously sharpened. When the Count leaned closer to touch me, I could not suppress a shiver. The breath he exhaled carried an unpleasant odor, inciting an unmistakable sense of revulsion within me. "Listen, children of the night, how enchanting their melodies are." I surmised he had noticed the peculiar expression on my face, for he added, "Oh, sir, you denizens of the city cannot fathom the sentiments of a hunter." He then rose and remarked, "You must be weary. Your bedroom is prepared, and you may sleep as long as you wish tomorrow. I shall be away until the afternoon, so rest well and dream sweetly." He bowed courteously and opened the door to the octagonal room, through which I entered my chamber. I found myself engulfed in a sea of confusion, perplexed and fearful. My mind was plagued by strange thoughts, notions I dared not confess to my own heart. God help me, for the sake of my beloved ones. May 7th. Another early morning. Throughout the past 24 hours, I had been resting and indulging. I slept late, awakening of my own accord. Dressed and ready, I stepped into the room where I had previously dined, only to discover a breakfast that had long since cooled on the table, while the coffee in the pot upon the stove remained steaming. A card lay upon the table, inscribed with the words, "I must step out for a while. Do not wait for me." I relished a sumptuous meal. Upon finishing, I sought a bell to summon the servant, yet found none. Considering the ample evidence surrounding me that attested to the family's affluence, there were indeed peculiar aspects to the room. The tableware was crafted from gold, exquisitely made and undoubtedly costly. The curtains, chairs, and sofa adornments, along with the drapes on the bed, were fashioned from the most luxurious and beautiful fabrics, having surely required a considerable investment, for despite the passage of centuries, they remained in pristine condition. I had encountered similar textiles at Hampton Court, yet those had succumbed to wear and moths. Strangely, however, not a single room bore a mirror. Even my table lacked a dressing mirror, compelling me to retrieve my small mirror from my bag to groom and comb my hair. I had yet to encounter a servant, nor did I hear any sounds near the castle aside from the howling of wolves. After my meal, which I was uncertain whether to classify as breakfast or dinner, given that I had dined between 5 and 6 o'clock, I yearned for something to read, for I did not wish to leave the castle without the Earl's permission. Alas, the room offered no reading material, no books, newspapers, or even writing paper. Opening another door in the room, I stumbled upon a library. I attempted once more to open the door across the way, only to discover it was locked. In the library, I was delighted to find an abundance of English books, filling an entire shelf, along with bound magazines and newspapers. On the central table lay an array of English periodicals and publications, albeit none of them were recent. The variety of literature was extensive, encompassing history, geography, politics, economics, botany, geology, and law, all pertaining to England, its lifestyle, customs, and traditions. There were even reference works such as the London Directory, Red Book, Blue Book, Whitaker's Almanac, and Army and Navy Officers' Directory. Upon spotting the directory of legal practitioners, I felt a sudden joy for reasons unknown. While I was engrossed in reading, the door swung open, and the Earl entered. He greeted me sincerely and inquired whether I had rested well the previous night. He continued, expressing his contentment that I had found my way there, as he believed there was much to pique my interest. Placing his hand on the books, he remarked that these companions had been dear friends of his, providing him with immense pleasure since the inception of his desire to journey to London many years ago. Through them, I began to comprehend your magnificent England and fell in love with it. I yearned to stroll along the bustling streets of vibrant London, to immerse myself in the thrumming crowds, sharing in its life, its transformations, its demise, and all that has shaped it into what it is today. Alas, until now, I have been able to grasp your language solely through the pages of books. My friend, I hope you can understand my English. Indeed, my dear Count, I remarked, you possess a profound command of the English language. He bowed solemnly. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate your kind words. However, I fear I am merely at the beginning of my journey. While I am familiar with grammar and vocabulary, I struggle to arrange them cohesively. Truly, I replied, your eloquence is remarkable. You may explore any part of the castle, save for those areas that are locked. Naturally, those places would hold little allure for you. There is a reason for things to be as they are. If you could perceive the world through my eyes and contemplate matters with my mind, you might gain a deeper understanding. I assured him that I would endeavor to do so. He continued, we find ourselves in Transylvania, which is vastly different from England. Our customs diverge significantly from yours, and you may encounter many peculiarities here. Moreover, based on the experiences you have shared with me, you may already be aware of some of these oddities. The treasures are concealed, he stated, precisely in the vicinity you traversed last night. Of that there is no doubt. For centuries, this land has been a battleground for the Vlachs, Saxons, and Turks. Virtually every inch of soil has been stained with blood, whether from patriots or invaders. In those tumultuous times, Austrians and Hungarians launched rampant invasions, and patriots, regardless of age or gender, united to confront them. They awaited the invaders upon the stones above the passage, employing artful snow avalanches to obliterate their foes. Even if the invaders emerged victorious, they would find nothing, for all treasures lay buried within the earth. Yet now, I ponder, when people become aware of the existence of these treasures and learn how to unearth them, can they still remain concealed as before? The Count smiled, his lips curling back to reveal elongated, pointed canine teeth, and he replied, because those peasants are truly cowardly fools. These lights appear only for one night, yet on that night, no one dares to venture out. Even if someone were bold enough, they would not know what to do. The one who marks the spot where the blue light appears would not be able to locate it even in daylight. I swear. Even you would not be able to find those places again. You are correct. I conceded, I know no more than the dead. We then shifted the conversation. Come, he finally said, tell me about London and the house you purchased for me. Apologizing for my earlier negligence, I entered my room to retrieve the documents from my bag. As I organized the papers, I heard the sound of porcelain and silver clinking from the adjoining room. Upon entering, I found the table had been set, and the lights were aglow. Outside, darkness had descended. The lights in the study, which also served as the library, were illuminated, and I saw the Count seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book entitled A Guide to English. Upon my entrance, he promptly cleared the books and newspapers from the table. Together, we delved into various plans, contracts, and data pertaining to real estate. His interest in the matters at hand was palpable, as he inquired extensively about the location of the house and its surrounding environment. It was evident that he had conducted prior research regarding the neighborhood, for by the end of our discussion, he possessed knowledge that surpassed my own. When I remarked on this, he replied, however, my friend, isn't this precisely my responsibility? Once I arrive there, I shall be alone. My friend Hark Jonathan, no. I apologize for placing your surname first as per our custom. My friend Jonathan Hark will not be by my side to correct or assist me. He will likely be at his law office several miles away, perhaps engaged in legal matters with my other friend, Peter Hawkins. Thus, I must take it upon myself. I then recounted to him the entire process of acquiring the property located in Pavlet. After detailing all the pertinent information and having him sign the necessary documents, I prepared a letter to accompany these documents for Mr. Hawkins. He inquired how I had come across such a suitable house. I shared with him my diary entry from that time, which I shall transcribe here. In Pavlet, I stumbled upon a house that met all the requirements, marked by a weathered sign indicating its availability for sale. The property was encircled by towering walls, its structure ancient and constructed of large stones, having been neglected for many years. The imposing gate, fashioned from aged oak and iron, had succumbed to rust. The estate is known as Carlfax, characterized by its quadrilateral shape and proper orientation. It spans approximately 12 acres, enveloped by stone walls. The courtyard is adorned with numerous trees, casting shade in abundance. There lies a deep, dark pond, or rather a small lake, evidently fed by a spring, as the water flows crystal clear with considerable vigor. The house is substantial and of considerable antiquity, likely dating back to the medieval period. A portion of it is constructed from enormous stones, featuring only a few elevated windows secured by iron railings, resembling a segment of a castle. Nearby stands an ancient church. I am unable to enter, as I lack the key, yet I captured the essence of this house from various angles with my Kodak camera. The house has undergone expansions, though without a coherent design. I can only estimate its size from its exterior, which must be quite grand. There are few residences in the vicinity, save for a large house recently expanded into a private asylum, though it remains concealed from the courtyard's view. Upon finishing my reading, he remarked, expressing delight at the house's grandeur and age. Coming from an ancient lineage, the thought of residing in a new house would be utterly suffocating for me. A house cannot be made habitable in a mere day. After all, how could a few days compare to a century? I also take pleasure in the presence of the old church. We, the nobility of Transylvania, have no desire to mingle our remains with those of the common folk. What I seek is neither joy, nor indulgence, nor vitality. Those pursuits appeal only to the young and the hedonistic. I am no longer young. My heart has mourned for the departed for many years, rendering me oblivious to the essence of joy. Moreover, the walls of my castle have crumbled, casting shadows that loom heavily, while a chilling wind whistles through the battered battlements and windows. I find solace in the dark, yearning to retreat into solitude with my soul when the need arises. For reasons unknown, his words seemed discordant with his appearance. Or perhaps it was his visage that rendered his smile malevolent and somber. Count Dracula leapt up, exclaiming, "Why must it be morning again? My sincerest apologies for depriving you of a night's rest. You ought to describe my new abode, England, in a more tedious manner, lest I lose track of time." He bowed politely and swiftly departed. I entered my chamber, drew back the curtains, only to find naught of interest. My window overlooked the courtyard, revealing only a dull, pallid sky. Thus, I closed the curtains once more and chronicled the events of the day. May 8th. It is astonishing, nearly the most bizarre occurrence I have encountered, intensifying that inexplicable sense of foreboding I often feel when the Count draws near. At that moment, I noticed a wound oozing a trickle of blood, which began to drip down my chin. I set down my razor and turned partially to seek some ointment. When the Count beheld my face, a diabolical fury ignited in his eyes, and he suddenly clasped my throat. I evaded his grasp, and his hand brushed against the rosary adorned with a cross. This instantaneously altered his countenance. The anger that had briefly graced his features vanished so swiftly that I scarcely believed it had ever existed. "Be cautious," he advised, "and take care not to scrape yourself. In this country, it is far more perilous than you might imagine." He grasped the shaving mirror and continued, "It is this detestable object that has caused all the trouble. It is a superficial trinket that caters to human vanity, and one ought to steer clear of it." With that, he twisted open the window with his unsightly hand and hurled the mirror outside, where it shattered upon the stones in the courtyard. Without uttering another word, he departed. This day was particularly vexatious, for lacking a mirror rendered me unable to shave. I was left to gaze into my spectacles case or the base of my shaving jug, fortunately made of metal. Upon entering the dining room, I found breakfast laid out, yet the Earl was nowhere to be seen. Thus, I partook of the meal alone. Oddly enough, I had yet to witness the Earl consume food or drink. He must be a peculiar individual. After breakfast, I wandered through the castle. Descending the staircase, I stumbled upon a south-facing room. The view outside was breathtaking. From my vantage point, the scenery was exquisite. The castle perched high upon the edge of a cliff, so elevated that if a stone were to fall from the window, it would plummet 1,000 feet without striking anything. A vast sea of verdant treetops spread out before me, occasionally interrupted by a deep gorge. Several rivers, like silver threads, meandered through the forest, flowing within the depths of the canyon. However, I found little inclination to appreciate the landscape due to what I beheld next. Doors everywhere, all securely locked. Aside from the windows, there was not a single exit on the castle walls. This fortress felt like a true prison, and I, a mere inmate. Midnight approached the dawn, and we retired to rest. Note: this diary bears a resemblance to the haunting beginnings of 1001 Nights, as all matters must conclude before the break of day, much like the ghost of Hamlet's father. On May 12th, he first inquired whether it is permissible in England for an individual to engage 2 or more lawyers. I informed him that while it is indeed possible to have a plethora of solicitors at one's disposal, enlisting more than one to handle a single matter is ill-advised. For only one person can effectively manage the affairs at a given time. Switching lawyers would undoubtedly jeopardize his interests. He appeared to comprehend this fully. He then continued to ask if it would be operationally feasible to have one lawyer handle banking matters while another attended to shipping, in the event that the lawyer responsible for banking lived too far away. I prompted him for further clarification to avoid any misunderstandings, and he explained, I should provide an example. Your friend, who is also my acquaintance, Mr. Peter Hawkins, purchased a property for me beside the beautiful church in Exeter, far from London. Very well. Allow me to clarify, so as not to leave you perplexed as to why I sought a lawyer so distant from London rather than a local one. I believe that no local solicitor could fulfill my wishes entirely, as a London lawyer might have his own intentions or consider the interests of friends. Thus, I sought an agent from afar who would serve solely my interests. Now, let us suppose that I, a person with numerous matters to attend to, wish to ship goods. For instance, when considering Newcastle or Durham, Harwich or Dover, would it not be more convenient to seek an agent residing in these ports? However, he asserted his authority to command. Is that so? Very well, he replied, and proceeded to inquire about the manner of the commission, the necessary procedures, and all potential difficulties that could be anticipated and, thus, averted. I endeavored to elucidate all these matters to him as best I could. Indeed, he left me with the impression that he would undoubtedly find an exceptional lawyer, for there seemed to be no issue he had not contemplated or foreseen. For someone who had never set foot in that country and who evidently had little experience in business, his perceptiveness and intelligence were quite remarkable. Once all his inquiries had been satisfactorily addressed, and I had clarified every question through my own understanding or with the aid of available texts, he abruptly rose and asked, Since you penned your first letter to our friend Mr. Peter Hawkins, have you written to anyone else? Then let us commence writing now, my young friend, he continued, placing his hand heavily upon my shoulder. Write to our friend or anyone else you wish, and if you desire, mention that you will be here to accompany me for a month. Do you wish for me to stay that long? I inquired, as my heart sank at the sound of his words. I sincerely hope you will, and I will not accept a refusal. Your employer assures me that this individual will represent him, and all I require is someone to converse with. I shall not relinquish this right, shall I? As he spoke, he handed me 3 sheets of the finest foreign stationery and 3 envelopes. I examined them closely, then turned my gaze back to him, noting his calm smile and the sharp, canine-like teeth protruding from his vivid red lower lip. It became evident that he was cautioning me to be wary of the contents I inscribed, for he would peruse these letters. Thus, I resolved to compose only formal correspondence at present, while discreetly detailing my circumstances in letters to Mr. Hawkins and Mina, employing shorthand that the Count would surely find incomprehensible. Once I had completed my 2 letters, I sat quietly with a book, as the Count busily scribbled notes regarding the volumes upon the table. He then placed my 2 letters alongside his own, adjacent to his stationery. In that moment, as the door behind the Count clicked shut, I leaned slightly to glimpse the reverse side of his letter. I felt no guilt in doing so, for under such circumstances, I deemed it imperative to safeguard myself as best as I could. After a brief interval, I assured myself that every word I had penned was undeniably true. I ought not to fear sleeping in his absence. I placed the crucifix upon my bedside, believing that it would ward off dreams, and it should remain there. I observed the Count's head protruding from the window. Although I could not see his face, I recognized him through the movements of his neck, back, and arms. Regardless, I could not mistake those hands, which I had scrutinized on numerous occasions. At first, I found it intriguing, even somewhat amusing. For a person confined within walls could derive entertainment and laughter from the smallest of occurrences. However, that initial sense of curiosity soon morphed into sheer revulsion and terror as I witnessed him gradually emerging through the window, descending along the castle's walls, face downwards. His outstretched cloak resembled a pair of enormous wings, while below lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Initially, I could scarcely believe my eyes. I thought the moonlight had played tricks on me, conjuring illusions through shadows. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was undeniable. I beheld him gripping the edges of the stone slabs with his fingers and toes, the ancient limestone crumbling away, allowing him to navigate the protrusions of the wall with alarming speed, akin to a lizard scaling a surface. What manner of creature was this? What being concealed beneath the guise of humanity? I was enveloped in the dread of this ghastly place. I was utterly terrified, trapped without an escape. Fear surrounded me, rendering further contemplation impossible. On May 15th, the window lacked curtains, and the golden moonlight poured through the diamond-like panes, illuminating the colors with clarity while gently settling upon the layers of dust, concealing the marks of time and decay. In the brilliance of the moonlight, my lamp appeared nearly superfluous. Nevertheless, I welcomed its presence beside me, for this place exuded a dreadful solitude that chilled my heart and frayed my nerves. Yet, it was preferable to being confined within those other rooms, where I loathed the Count's uninvited presence. After attempting to regain control over my trepidation, a sense of tranquility enveloped me. I now find myself seated beside a modest oak table. In times past, a beautiful lady may have occupied this very spot, blushing as she meticulously penned her letter rife with misspellings, while I transcribed in shorthand all that had transpired since my last diary entry. It is the 19th century now, yet the echoes of bygone eras continue to resonate, their influence impervious to the so-called advancements of modernity, unless my perceptions deceive me. On the morning of May 16th, divine providence granted me clarity of mind, for I am presently under the dominion of reason. The assurances of safety and security have become relics of the past. I reside here, hoping fervently for but one thing, that I do not succumb to madness, or perhaps that I have not yet succumbed. If my mind still perceives the myriad of vile occurrences lurking in this wretched place, with the Count being the most terrifying of them all, it is only within his domain that I might find a semblance of safety, albeit contingent upon my acquiescence to his demands. Such a notion must surely be the product of insanity. Great God, merciful God, grant me serenity, for without it, I fear I shall descend into madness. I have begun to perceive certain matters that once troubled me in a new light. To this day, I have yet to fathom Shakespeare's intent when he had Hamlet exclaim, "My poison, quickly my poison, to take it is but right." Ah, now my thoughts are in disarray. This impulse must cease, and I find solace in the act of journaling. Meticulously recording my thoughts serves to soothe my troubled spirit. The enigmatic warning from the Count instilled a profound sense of dread within me. It was not merely the thought of it that frightened me, but rather the realization that he had ensnared me in his control, leaving me apprehensive about what further revelations he might utter. I found myself alone in the room, which had remained unchanged since my arrival. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, I could discern my footprints etched in the thick layer of dust covering the floor. In the beams of moonlight across from me stood 3 young women, their attire and demeanor unmistakably indicating their genteel status. Upon beholding them, I was struck by the certainty that I must be dreaming, for they cast no shadows upon the floor. As they approached, they regarded me for a moment before whispering amongst themselves. 2 of them possessed strikingly dark features, reminiscent of the Count, with prominent hooked noses and penetrating black eyes that, in contrast to the radiant moonlight, appeared almost crimson. The third was breathtakingly beautiful, with golden locks and cerulean eyes. I felt an inexplicable familiarity with her visage, associating it with some nightmarish specter from my dreams, yet I could not recall where I had encountered her before. All 3 exhibited dazzling white teeth that sparkled like pearls against the backdrop of their sinfully red lips. There was an unsettling aura about them, a mix of yearning and paralyzing fear. Within my heart, a wicked, burning desire stirred, yearning for those crimson lips to bestow upon me a kiss. It is perhaps unwise to inscribe this here, for should Mina ever come across it, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, such is the truth. They whispered to one another, And soon the trio erupted into laughter, a sound as melodious as silver bells, yet jarring, reminiscent not of human lips, but of a deft hand striking a glass, producing an unbearable, shrill, saccharine tone. The beautiful girl tossed her head flirtatiously while the other two urged her on. One exclaimed, "Go ahead, you first, and then we shall follow. It should be your initiation." The other chimed in, "He is both young and robust. We all stand to receive a kiss." I lay still, observing the unfolding scene beneath my lashes, wrestling with a delightful anticipation. The enchanting girl approached, bending down before me, and I felt her breath caressing my skin. It was an intoxicating sensation, as sweet as honey, resonating through my nerves like her voice, yet beneath that sweetness lingered a bitter edge, an aggressive bitterness akin to the scent of blood. I dared not open my eyes, yet I could distinctly perceive through my lashes. The girl knelt before me, crawling onto my lap with an air of satisfaction, deliberately flaunting her allure, both captivating and repelling. As she lowered her neck to lick me like a creature, I beheld her glistening, crimson lips and tongue, shimmering under the moonlight, framing her sharp, white teeth. Her head descended further, her lips brushing against mine, then my chin, pausing at my throat. There, she lingered, and I could hear the sound of her tongue stirring against her teeth and lips, feeling her warm breath against my neck. Then, the skin on my neck began to quiver, akin to the sensation one experiences when a teasing hand draws ever closer. I could feel her gentle, tremulous touch upon the unusually sensitive skin of my neck, as two sharp teeth grazed me and lingered. I blissfully closed my eyes, waiting, my heart racing. Yet, at that moment, another feeling surged through me, swift as lightning. I realized the Count had arrived, seemingly enveloped by a tempest of fury. My eyes instinctively flew open to behold his powerful hand gripping the slender neck of the beautiful woman, forcefully yanking her back. His blue eyes blazed with wrath, teeth clenched, his cheeks flushed with agitation. The detestable Count. I had never envisioned such a fury, even towards the devils of hell. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, as if the fires of hell were roaring behind him. His face was strikingly pale, the contours as rigid as elongated iron wire. The thick brows above his nose resembled a heated metal rod raised high. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he flung the woman aside and gestured to the other two, as if to ward them off. This movement was identical to that I had witnessed when driving away wolves. The Count then turned his gaze towards me, his focus sharp, and murmured, "No, I too can love. You can discern that from the past, can you not? Very well. I assure you, once I am finished with him, you may kiss him at your leisure. Now go. I must awaken him, for there is still work to be done." I was overwhelmed by terror and fainted, succumbing to unconsciousness. On May 18th, I descended the stairs, yearning to glimpse that room in daylight, for I must uncover the truth. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, I discovered the door was locked. The door, having been forcefully shut in the past, had suffered fractures in its wooden structure. I could see that the latch was unfastened, yet the door was secured from within. I feared this was not a mere dream. I must act upon this suspicion. On May 19th, he calculated a minute, then stated, "The first letter should be dated June 12th, the second June 19th, and the third June 29th. Now I am aware of the timeline of my existence. God, have mercy on me." On May 28th, I once had an opportunity to escape or send a message home. A group of Segedinians arrived at the castle, camping in the courtyard. They were gypsies, and I took note of them in my journal. They appeared quite distinct in this location, despite resembling the ordinary gypsies found elsewhere in the world. In Hungary and Transylvania, there are hundreds of thousands of gypsies, largely ungoverned by law. They have allied themselves with certain nobles, adopting noble surnames. They are fearless, devoid of faith, clinging to superstition, and converse solely in their own Romani language. I ought to write a letter home and endeavor to have it sent. I have already communicated with them through the window and have come to know them. They removed their hats in a gesture of respect towards me and made various signs, though my understanding of their gestures was no greater than my comprehension of their language. The Count then entered. He sat beside me, opening the two letters while speaking in the most tranquil tone. "The Segini people have given me these. Although I do not know their origin, I shall, of course, exercise caution. Behold, he must have already perused the letters. One was pinned by you, addressed to my friend Peter Hawkins. The other, as he unfolded the envelope and gazed upon the strange symbols, darkened his countenance, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. The second letter bore ill tidings, a blatant affront to friendship and hospitality. Since it was unsigned, it would not tarnish our bond. Calmly, He held the letters and envelopes to the flame until they were reduced to ashes. He then continued, "I shall certainly send the letter to Hawkins, as it is your writing. Your correspondence is inviolable to me. My friend, forgive me for inadvertently unsealing it. Might you wrap it again?" He handed me the letter, then bowed politely, presenting me with a pristine envelope. I merely altered the address and silently returned it to him. As he exited the room, I heard the soft click of the lock. A minute later, I approached to check, and the door was secured. After an hour or two, the Count quietly entered the room, rousing me from slumber on the sofa. He was exceedingly courteous and cheerful, observing my repose. He remarked, "My friend, you must be weary. Retire to bed. You deserve a good rest. I shall not engage you in conversation tonight, for I have many matters to attend to. I trust you will find sleep." I entered my chamber and laid upon my bed, strangely finding myself devoid of dreams. Despair possesses its own moments of tranquility. On the morning of May 31st, upon awakening, I contemplated retrieving some paper and envelopes from my bag to stow in my pocket, so that I might seize the opportunity to pen a letter. However, yet again, an unexpected shock befell me. Each sheet of paper had vanished, along with all my notes, memos, and documents pertaining to railways and travel. Indeed, everything that might prove useful had mysteriously disappeared. I sat down to ponder for a moment, and several thoughts emerged. I inspected my travel trunk and the wardrobe where I had stored my garments. The attire I had worn during my travels was nowhere to be found, nor were my coat and blanket. They had all vanished without a trace. This seemed to be the onset of a new, malevolent conspiracy. On June 17th, as I sat on the edge of my bed, grappling with my thoughts, I heard the crack of a whip, accompanied by the sound of hooves scraping and clattering upon the stone pathway of the courtyard. Elated, I rushed to the window and beheld two grand four-wheeled carts entering the yard, each drawn by 8 robust horses, with a Slovakian man seated at the front of each pair, adorned with wide-brimmed hats, secured with studded leather belts, clad in soiled sheepskin, and donning tall boots. They wielded long poles in their hands. I dashed to the front door, eager to descend and join them in the hall, believing the door might be open for their entrance. To my astonishment, I found the door locked from the outside. On June 24th, the Count departed from my presence early last night and subsequently locked himself away in his chamber. I summoned my courage and descended the winding staircase. Peering out through the southern window, I yearned to catch a glimpse of the Count, for something momentous was about to transpire. The Segedinians were scattered throughout the castle, engaged in various tasks. I was aware of this, as I could occasionally hear the muffled sounds of hoes and shovels in the distance. Whatever it was, it must signify the conclusion of some nefarious plot. I lingered by the window for less than half an hour when I noticed something materializing at the Count's window. I stepped back to observe carefully and was taken aback to see his entire figure emerge. To my astonishment, he was clad in the very garments I had worn upon my arrival, with that repugnant bag, a bag taken by those women, draped over his shoulder. Undoubtedly, he had pilfered my attire. This was yet another sinister conspiracy. He would lead others to believe they had seen me, thus creating the illusion of my presence in those towns and villages while dispatching letters in my name, all the while attributing his misdeeds to me. The thought ignited a profound fury within me. However, I possessed no voice here. I was a veritable prisoner, bereft of the rights and compensations that the law affords to offenders. The dust danced ever more vigorously as the moonlight appeared to quiver past me, plunging into the inky darkness behind. The dust coalesced, seemingly forming a fearsome specter. I was jolted awake, screaming as I fled from that place. Those ghostly figures gradually manifesting in the moonlight were the 3 spectral women I had once seen. I escaped, finding a semblance of safety in my room. Here, the moonlight was absent, replaced by a bright illumination. Hours passed, and I heard a sound emanating from the Count's chamber, a piercing cry that was swiftly stifled. Then came a profound and terrifying silence that sent shivers down my spine. My heart raced violently as I tested the door, only to find myself imprisoned, utterly powerless. I sank into despair, weeping uncontrollably. As I sat there, I heard a woman's anguished screams from the courtyard below. I rushed to the window and peered through the bars. There, amidst disheveled hair, stood a woman, her hand pressed against her chest as if she had just run a great distance. She leaned against the corner near the entrance, and when her gaze met mine through the window, she surged forward, her voice laced with menace. "Devil, return my child to me." She fell to her knees, raising her hands and crying out in heart-wrenching agony, echoing her earlier lament. Then, in a frenzy, she began to yank at her hair and pound her chest. Finally, she charged forward, Though I could not see her, the sound of her hand striking the door was unmistakable. From some elevated place, perhaps the tower, I heard the Count's harsh, metallic whisper. His call seemed to resonate with the distant howls of wolves. Moments later, they surged into the courtyard. As if a dam had burst, the woman fell silent, replaced by the wolves' short, sharp yips. Soon after, they licked their lips and departed one by one. I found myself unable to feel pity for her, for in comparison to her child, her fate seemed merciful. What was I to do? What could I possibly do? How might I escape from this dreadful night, this terrifying darkness, and this overwhelming fear? On June 25th, it is through the experience of night that one can truly appreciate the sweetness and beauty of morning for the spirit and the eyes. This morning, the sun hangs high in the sky, illuminating the passageway across from my window, where the sunlight graces the ground as if it were the dove from Noah's Ark. Casting its light upon me, my fears dissipate as if they were garments made of vapor, evaporating in the warm embrace of sunlight. As daylight bestows upon me the courage I so desperately seek, I must take decisive action. Last night, one letter bearing a later date was dispatched, marking the commencement of a series of life-altering events that would erase my presence from this world. No more dwelling on it. Action must be taken. I am perpetually tormented or threatened throughout the night, engulfed in danger and dread. I have yet to behold the Count by day. Does he slumber while others are awake, only to awaken when they succumb to sleep? If only I could access his chamber. Yet, there is no path to tread. The door is always locked, restricting my passage. Indeed, paths do exist, should one possess the audacity to traverse them. Why can he venture forth while I cannot? I have witnessed him scaling out of his window. Why should I not emulate him and ascend into his domain? Such an endeavor may be a desperate gamble, yet I find myself compelled to take even greater risks. I must embrace this peril. At worst, death awaits me, yet the demise of a man is not akin to that of a beast, for I still hold the promise of an afterlife. May God assist me in this undertaking. Farewell, Mina, should I falter. Farewell, my loyal friend and father. Farewell to all. And finally, dear Mina, the furniture bears a resemblance to that in the southern room, covered in a thick layer of dust. I began my search for the key, but it was not in the lock, nor could it be found anywhere else. The only thing I stumbled upon was a pile of coins nestled in the corner. A diverse assortment from Rome, Britain, Austria, Hungary, Athens, and Turkey. They were cloaked in dust, as if they had lain untouched for ages. Each coin dated back over 3 centuries. There were also chains and adornments, along with some jewelry, yet all appeared antiquated and faded. In one corner of the room stood a grand door, which I attempted to open. Since I could not locate the key to this room, or the door, I resolved to continue my search, lest my efforts prove futile. The door creaked open, revealing a stone corridor that spiraled steeply downwards into a circular staircase. I descended cautiously, for the darkness enveloped me, the only illumination emanating from the narrow slits in the heavy stone. At the bottom lay a shadowy passage, reminiscent of a tunnel, filled with a nauseating, deathly odor, the scent of long-buried earth. As I traversed the corridor, the stench grew increasingly potent. Eventually, I pushed open a half-ajar door and found myself standing in an abandoned old church, which had evidently been repurposed as a cemetery. The ceiling has been breached, with steps leading down to the basement on both sides. However, the floor has recently been excavated, and the earth has been placed into large wooden crates, evidently brought by the Slovaks. There was no one around, so I meticulously examined every nook and cranny to ensure nothing was overlooked. I even ventured into the dimly lit basement, despite the trepidation it instilled in me. In 2 of the chambers, I found nothing but fragments of old coffins and heaps of dust. Yet, in the 3rd, I stumbled upon a revelation. There were a total of 50 large boxes, and within one of them, atop a mound of freshly dug earth, lay the Count. He was neither dead nor asleep. I could not ascertain which it was, for his eyes were wide open, unmoving, yet devoid of the vacant stare associated with death, revealing a flicker of life beneath his pallid cheeks. His lips still a vivid crimson. However, there were no signs of movement, no pulse, no breath, and no heartbeat. On June 29th, I expressed skepticism regarding his words and resolved to test his sincerity. Sincerity. To associate this term with this devilish figure is a desecration of the word itself. I inquired why I could not leave that night. Because, dear sir, my carriage has duties to attend to this evening, but I am quite willing to walk. I wish to depart immediately. He smiled, a gentle yet sinister smile that revealed the deception lurking beneath his feigned kindness. And what of your luggage? He asked. The Count rose, speaking with warmth that felt profoundly genuine. I rubbed my eyes, for his affability appeared so authentic. He remarked, in your English tongue, there exists a phrase that closely aligns with my sentiment, for it embodies the principles that govern our noble conduct. Welcome the arrival of guests, and wish them a safe journey. Come with me, my dear young friend. You need not linger in my abode for another moment, should you not desire to, though I am saddened by your departure, particularly as it is so abrupt. Come now. He grasped the lamp firmly, leading me solemnly down the staircase and through the hall. Then, he abruptly halted and said, listen. A chorus of wolves' howls echoed, the sound seemingly swelling in intensity as he raised his arm, akin to a symphony responding to the conductor's baton. After a brief pause, he advanced solemnly to the door, unfastening the heavy latch and unbinding the chains before swinging the door open. To my astonishment, the door had not been locked. I cast a skeptical glance around, yet no key was in sight. As the door creaked open, the howling of the wolves grew louder and more furious. They bared their blood-stained maws, gnashing their teeth, extending sharp claws as they leaped forth, crossing the threshold into the room. I realized that resisting the Count at this juncture was utterly futile. With such a horde at his command, I was powerless to act. Yet, the door continued to open slowly, with only the Count standing in its frame. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that this might indeed be the moment and manner of my impending doom. I had been lured to the wolves, and by my own volition no less. The Earl's idea was diabolically wicked. Seizing my last opportunity, I cried out, shut the door. I should have waited until morning to depart. Then, I veiled my face with my hands, shielding my tearful eyes from despair. As I lay down in my chamber, I sensed whispers emanating from behind the door. I approached gently to listen. Unless my ears were deceiving me, I discerned the Earl's voice, followed by a deep, mirthful laughter. Enraged, I flung open the door to find those three loathsome women licking their lips. At the sight of me, they erupted into laughter and fled. June 30th. Perhaps these will be the final words I inscribe in this diary. I slept until the break of dawn, and upon awakening, I knelt upon the ground. I resolved that if death were to come, it would find me prepared. At last, I sensed a subtle shift in the air, signaling the arrival of morning. Then came the gentle crowing of roosters, and I felt a sense of safety envelop me. With a heart full of joy, I opened the door and rushed downstairs to the hall. I discovered the door was unlatched, and the chance to escape lay before me. Eagerly, with trembling hands, I unfastened the chains and pulled back the bolt. Yet the door remained immovable. Despair seized my heart. I tugged at the door repeatedly, shaking it until it creaked in its frame. I could see that it was secured. The Earl had locked it upon his departure. A fierce longing for the key consumed me, regardless of the peril it entailed. In that moment, I resolved to scale the wall once more and enter the Earl's chamber. He might take my life, but at this juncture, death seemed the preferable option. Without a moment's hesitation, I ascended the staircase and approached the eastern window, scaling the wall to enter the Count's chamber. The room was utterly devoid of occupants, precisely as I had hoped. I could not locate the key. The pile of gold coins remained in the corner. I ventured through the door in the corner, descended the winding staircase, and traversed the dim corridor to arrive at the old church. At this point, I was acutely aware of where to seek this fiend. The large chest was positioned as before, propped against the wall, yet its lid was ajar, with nails poised to be driven in. I understood that I must find the key upon him, so I lifted the lid and leaned it against the wall, only to be confronted by a sight that filled my heart with dread. The Count lay within, appearing significantly younger. His white hair and beard had transformed to a dark hue, his cheeks were plump, and a flush suffused beneath his pallid skin. His mouth was redder than ever, the scent of blood lingering upon his lips, trickling down from the corners of his mouth along his chin and neck. Even his deeply sunken, fiery eyes seemed to pulsate with life, the eyelids and bags beneath them swollen. This wretched creature appeared to be brimming with blood. He lay there like a wicked vampire, exhausted after indulging his appetite. Trembling, I bent down to touch him. Every nerve in my body resisted the contact, yet I had to find the key, for failure to do so would spell my doom. This impending night might very well see me become a feast for those three dreadful women. I searched his entire being, yet the key eluded me. Then, I paused to gaze at the Count. A trace of a mocking smile seemed to linger upon his swollen visage, driving me to madness. This was the individual I had aided in his journey to London, where amidst the throngs of humanity, perhaps he could satiate his bloodthirsty desires and conjure forth an unprecedented legion of half-man, half-demon creatures, preying upon the helpless. Such a thought consumed me with a terrible yearning to obliterate this infernal world. Lacking any lethal weaponry, I seized a worker's iron spade, blade facing downward, raising it high to bring it crashing down upon that loathsome face. Yet, as I did so, his head lifted, his gaze locking onto me, glinting with malice. The sight paralyzed me with fear. The spade turned in my grasp, grazing his face and carving a profound gash in the soil just above his forehead. The spade slipped from my hands, resting upon a crate. As I attempted to reclaim it, the protruding blade struck the edge of the lid, which then closed anew, obscuring my view of that dreadful creature. The last image I beheld was of a bloodied, swollen face, frozen in a grimace of hatred that he might carry with him to the very depths of hell. I pondered my next course of action. Yet my mind ignited in chaos, forcing me to endure the overwhelming tide of despair coursing through my being. At that moment, the distant sounds of cheerful gypsies grew ever closer, their singing accompanied by the heavy rolling of wheels and the crack of whips. The Segedinians and Slovaks, as the Count had mentioned, were arriving. After taking a final glance around and casting one last look at the box containing the sinister body, I hastily departed from that place and made my way to the Count's chamber, resolved to dash out at the moment the door opened. I strained my ears, listening intently as the sound of keys scraping against a massive lock echoed from below, followed by the creaking of the door being pushed open. There must be another entrance here, or someone possesses the key to one of the locked doors. Then came the clattering of footsteps, which ultimately faded into a distant corridor. I turned to rush back into the basement, where I might discover a new escape. However, a sudden gust of wind slammed the door to the staircase shut, sending dust swirling chaotically. I dashed forward, attempting to force it open, but it was too late. I found myself once again a prisoner, the web of death drawing ever closer. As I recorded my thoughts in the diary, footsteps resonated from the corridor below, accompanied by the heavy thud of some object being set down, undoubtedly those boxes and the earth they contained. Then came the sound of a hammer striking. The boxes were being nailed shut. I could hear the heavy footsteps once more, passing through the hall, followed by many languid strides. The door was shut, and the chains rattled ominously. Then the sound of keys scraping in the lock reached my ears. I heard the key being withdrawn, followed by the opening and closing of another door, accompanied by the creaking of the lock and latch. Listen, the sounds of wheels rolling across the courtyard and cobblestones emerged. The crack of a whip and the distant songs of the Segedinians faded into the horizon. Alone within the castle, I find myself surrounded by those dreadful women. How repugnant. Mina, too, is a woman, yet they share not a trace of commonality. They are fiends from the depths of hell. I ought not to remain here in solitude. I must endeavor to scale the walls, venturing farther than I have ever dared before. I should take with me some gold coins for future use. Perhaps I will uncover an escape from this accursed place. At the very least, may the grace of God surpass that of these demons. The cliffs loom high and steep. A man may find eternal rest at their base, as a man ought to. Farewell, everyone. Mina. Chapter 5 Letter from Miss Mina Murray to Miss Lucy Westenra, May 9th. Dearest Lucy, I beg your forgiveness for the delay in my correspondence. I have been utterly swamped with work. Being an assistant teacher is indeed quite arduous. I long for the day we can be together, to converse freely by the seaside and construct castles in the air. I have been studying diligently of late, striving to match Jonathan's scholarly pursuits, and I have also been fervently practicing shorthand. Once we are wed, I shall be able to assist Jonathan. If I can adeptly record his words in shorthand, I can later transcribe them on a typewriter. Moreover, I have been diligently honing my typing skills. He and I occasionally exchange letters in shorthand, and he uses it to maintain his travel journal. When I am with you, I should adopt this method for my own journal as well. I do not refer to a mere ledger of daily events, but rather to a diary in which I can inscribe my thoughts at any moment as whim. I do not expect others to find it intriguing. It is not intended for their amusement. Perhaps one day I shall share it with Jonathan. Should it contain anything worthy of sharing, yet it is essentially merely a notebook for practice. I shall endeavor to emulate those female journalists, conducting interviews and then articulating the conversations, striving to remember the discussions. I have heard that with a modicum of practice, one can retain all that transpires in a day or all that one hears. Yours affectionately, Mina Lucy Weston. S. Letter to Mina Murray, 17, Chatham Street. My dearest Mina, I must confess that your last correspondence was rather unfair. You truly are not one for writing letters. Since our parting, I have penned 2 letters to you, while yours was only your second. Furthermore, I have little to impart. There is nothing of interest to share. Tom has been in high spirits lately. We frequently visit the art gallery, take leisurely strolls in the park, and ride horses together. As for the tall man with curly hair, I believe he is the same individual I encountered last at the debating club in Eton. Clearly, some are weaving tales again. That would be Mr. Holmwood, who often pays me visits. He gets along splendidly with Mother, sharing many common interests. Recently, we encountered a particularly suitable gentleman for you, were it not for your engagement to Jonathan. He is a commendable man, handsome, affluent, and of noble lineage. A physician and exceedingly astute. Imagine, at merely 20 years of age, he possesses an expansive mental health facility of his own. Mr. Holmwood introduced him to me. He has visited us frequently since. I believe he is the most steadfast and composed individual I have ever encountered. His demeanor is remarkably serene, and I can only imagine how adept he must be in managing patients. He possesses a peculiar habit of gazing intently into others' faces, as if attempting to decipher their thoughts. He often regards me in this manner, though I fancifully assume he is grappling with a dilemma. I am aware of this through my own reflection. Have you ever attempted to read your own visage? I have, and I can assure you there is a certain art to it. Should you try? You will discover far more challenges than you might anticipate. He remarked that I have presented him with an intriguing psychological conundrum, and I concur. You also know that I harbor little enthusiasm for the latest fashionable dresses. They strike me as rather monotonous. This, too, is a colloquialism, but it matters not. For Arthur expresses this sentiment daily, and that encapsulates everything. Mina, since our childhood, we have shared all our secrets with one another. We have slept, dined, wept, and laughed together. Now, although I have previously stated this, I feel compelled to reiterate. Oh, Mina, can you fathom it? I love him. I blush when I write to him, even though I am aware he loves me in return. Yet, he has never voiced it. But, Mina, I love him. I love him. Lucy Wednesday. Additionally, I must confide that this is a secret. Good night. Lucy Weston to Mina Murray, May 24th. My dearest Mina, thank you, thank you. Thank you once more for your delightful letter. It is indeed delightful to share my thoughts with you and to receive your sympathy. My dear, when it rains, it pours. As the ancient proverb aptly illustrates, I shall soon turn 20 in September, and until today, no one has ever proposed to me, not once. Yet today, astonishingly, I received 3 proposals. Can you imagine? 3 individuals expressing their intentions in a single day. Is that not rather overwhelming? I feel an immense pity for the 2 unfortunate souls among them. Oh, Mina, I am so elated that I scarcely know how to react. 3 proposals. But for heaven's sake, do not disclose this to other girls, lest they develop extravagant notions, believing that if they do not receive at least 6 proposals on the very first day, they have been slighted and scorned. Some girls are indeed so vain. You and I, dear Mina, are both engaged and on the cusp of settling into our roles as married women, looking down upon such vanity. I shall certainly recount the details of those 3 proposals to you, but you must keep it a secret, dear, and tell no one. Except, of course, Jonathan. You will inform him, for if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly share it with Arthur. A woman ought to confide everything in her husband. My dear, do you not agree? I must strive for fairness. Men, like women, should endeavor to be just, particularly towards their wives. However, I fear that women do not uphold their duty to be perpetually fair as they ought to. Oh, Mina, I cannot help but weep. Please forgive me for dampening this letter with my tears. Being proposed to is a delightful experience, however. It is heart-wrenching to witness the anguish of someone you know loves you deeply as they walk away, fully aware that, regardless of their words at that moment, you have already departed from their life. My dear, I must pause now, for my heart is too heavy, even amidst my joy. Good night. Arthur has just left, and I find myself in a far better state than when I last paused, so I shall continue to recount my day to you. Well, darling, the second event occurred after lunch. He is a good man, an American from Texas, who appears so youthful and full of vigor that it is hard to believe he has traversed so many places and experienced numerous adventures. My heart goes out to poor Desdemona, who has endured countless sweet nothings, even when uttered by a man of color. I suppose we women are inherently timid. We believe a man will rescue us from our fears, which compels us to marry him. Now, I realize how, if I were a man, I might inspire a girl to fall in love with me. No, I cannot say for certain, as Mr. Quincy P. Morris shared tales of his life that Arthur never divulged, yet still. My dear, I may have been a tad too eager. Mr. Quincy P. Morris discovered me alone, as if men possess an uncanny ability to find a girl in solitude. No, he did not, for Arthur attempted to intervene twice. and I endeavored to assist him, thus I have nothing to feel ashamed about. I must first convey that Mr. Morris does not invariably resort to colloquialisms. In fact, he refrains from doing so in the presence of strangers, for he is genuinely well-educated and possesses an elegant demeanor. Nevertheless, he discerns my delight in hearing him utter American slang. Thus, whenever I am present and there are no others to be startled, he shares these amusing expressions. My dear, I suspect he may have concocted them, as they strikingly align with his character. Yet, this is the essence of slang. I find myself pondering whether I should engage in such vernacular. I am uncertain if Arthur would appreciate it, for he has never employed it in my hearing thus far. Mr. Morris sat beside me, appearing exuberant, yet I could perceive an underlying tension. He grasped my hand and, with heartfelt sincerity, proclaimed, Miss Lucy, I am aware that I am not yet worthy of your voluntary companionship, but I fear that by the time you encounter that person, your hair will be as white as snow. So why not marry me, and let us journey together? He appeared amiable and joyous, making it considerably easier to decline his proposal than that of the pitiable Dr. Seward. I responded as nonchalantly as possible, expressing my disinterest in marriage and my ongoing fondness for solitude. He then remarked that he had spoken too lightly, hoping I would forgive him should he have erred in this solemn endeavor. He seemed genuinely earnest as he uttered these words. Consequently, I could not suppress my exhilaration, marking the second such instance of the day. Then, my dear, before I could utter a word, he began to ardently profess his affection for me with the fervor of a tempest. He appears to be so sincere that I can no longer hold the belief that a man should always be humorous rather than genuine, for he is perpetually cheerful. I suspect he detected something on my face that hindered him, as he abruptly ceased speaking and, with a manly earnestness, conveyed the following words to me. Were I single, I would surely fall for him. He said, Lucy, you are an honest girl, I know this. If I did not believe that there resides within you a spirit of integrity, I would not be addressing you in this manner. Tell me, as one honest person to another, do you love someone else? If so, I shall no longer intrude upon your life. However, if you wish, I would be a loyal friend to you. Oh, my dear Mina, why are men endowed with such nobility, while we women seem so insignificant in comparison? Here I am, nearly mocking this magnanimous and genuine gentleman. I can hardly contain my tears, my dear. You may find this letter to be one steeped in sorrow. I am truly heartbroken. Why cannot a girl marry 3 men at once, or all those who hold affection for her, to circumvent such misfortunes? Yet, that notion is utterly absurd. I cannot voice it. What brings me solace is that, even while I weep, I maintain my gaze upon Mr. Morris's brave eyes and directly confess to him, yes, I do have someone I love, even though he is yet to declare his feelings for me. It is indeed correct for me to be so candid with him, for his countenance brightened once more as he extended his hands to grasp mine. However, I felt as though it was I who had placed my hand within his. He spoke earnestly, declaring, This is my brave girl. The lament of not having attained you in time is far more poignant than the pursuit of any other girl in the world. Do not weep, my dear girl. If this sorrow stems from me, I am resilient. I can endure it. If it is due to that fellow's failure to recognize his fortune, he had better awaken to this truth soon, or he shall face the consequences of my wrath. Little one, your honesty and courage have transformed me into your friend, a bond more precious than that of lovers, for love is inherently selfish. My dear, as I embark on my solitary journey to the heavens, will you not bestow upon me a kiss? It would fortify me against the encroaching darkness. You may, if you wish, for that fellow has yet to utter a word. This has captivated me, Mina, for he is both brave and tender-hearted, and noble towards his rival, is he not? His sincerity moved me, and I leaned closer to kiss him. Oh, why should such a man be rendered so sorrowful, especially when surrounded by numerous girls who admire him? I know that had I not fallen for another, I too would have been enamored by him. Alas, I have indeed given my heart to someone else. My dear, this turmoil stirs within me, and after confiding in you, I find myself unable to articulate my joy. Until my spirits lift, I shall refrain from sharing a third matter with you. Forever yours, Lucy. Additionally, regarding the third matter, I need not divulge it to you any further, do I? Everything is rather chaotic. From the moment he entered the room to when he enveloped me in his arms and kissed me, only a few minutes elapsed. I am immensely joyful, and I cannot fathom what I have done to merit such a gift. I can only strive in the future to demonstrate that I am not ungrateful to the divine for bestowing upon me such a lover, husband, and friend. Farewell. Dr. Seward's diary, recorded on a phonograph, May 25th. Today, I possess not a shred of appetite. I cannot eat nor sleep. Hence I have commenced this diary. Since my rejection yesterday, I have been plagued by a profound emptiness, as though nothing in this world holds any significance. Aware that the sole remedy lies in labor, I have redirected my focus toward my patients. I selected one patient worthy of thorough examination. His case is so extraordinary that I resolved to understand his afflictions to the best of my abilities. Today, I seem to be closer to the answer than I have ever been. I have posed more comprehensive inquiries than before, striving to become the master of his delusions. Yet, I now perceive my actions as somewhat cruel. It appears I am intent on keeping him in a state of madness, which is precisely what I endeavor to avoid with my other patients, as if evading the entrance to hell. Memo. Under what circumstances would I not shun hell? Even hell possesses its value. Should there be something concealed behind his nature, it is indeed worthwhile to pursue an accurate tracing of his essence. Thus, it would be prudent for me to commence this endeavor. R. M. Lundfeld, age 59, is sanguine, remarkably strong, pathologically sensitive, and beset by melancholy. I find myself unable to unravel the quandaries that plague his mind. I surmise that both his sanguine disposition and certain disruptive elements have contributed to the current predicament, rendering him a potentially perilous individual, as he risks losing his sense of self. For the selfish, caution serves as a protective armor, safeguarding against both adversaries and oneself. My perspective on this matter is that if the issue lies within personal desires, it should be counterbalanced by centrifugal forces against centripetal ones. When the dilemmas arise from obligations, motivations, and similar concerns, the centrifugal force is most potent, requiring a series of unforeseen events to restore equilibrium. Quincy P. Morris's letter to Hon Arthur Holmwood, May 25. Dear Arthur, we have shared tales of adventures around the campfires on the plains. We have tended to each other's wounds after attempting to land at Marquesas. We have raised our glasses in a toast to health on the shores of Titicaca. There are yet more adventures to recount, additional wounds to mend. And once more we shall toast to health. Why not allow these occurrences to unfold at my campfire gathering tomorrow night? I called upon you without hesitation, knowing that the lady is preoccupied with preparations for a banquet, while you remain unoccupied. Another old friend of ours from Korea, John Seward, will also be in attendance. Both of us yearn to shed tears into our wine glasses, and with heartfelt sincerity, we raise a toast to the health of the happiest person in this world, who has just triumphed in winning the most noble and deserving heart created by God. We assure you of our genuine welcome, extend our warmest greetings, and sincerely toast to your well-being. We both vow that should you indulge too much, we shall surely keep you overnight. Come now. Yours eternally, Quincy P. Morris. Telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Quincy P. Morris, May 26th. Count me in every time. I bring exciting news for both of you. Arthur Chapter 6, Mina Murray's Diary. July 24th. Whitby. At one point, a portion of the grave's brickwork extends into the sandy path. The churchyard features a pathway lined with benches. People come here, sitting on the benches all day, enjoying the gentle breeze and the stunning scenery. I ought to come here often to sit and work. In fact, I am currently journaling, my notebook resting on my lap, listening to the three elderly gentlemen beside me engage in conversation. They seem to do nothing all day but sit and chat. The harbor lies just below me, where a long granite wall stretches out into the sea, culminating in a prominent curve with a lighthouse at its center. The breakwater extends beyond it. Closer in, the breakwater curves in the opposite direction, also ending with a lighthouse. Between the two breakwaters, a narrow entrance leads to the harbor, which widens considerably thereafter. It is delightful at high tide, yet at low tide, the water becomes quite shallow. Only the Esco River flows between the sandy shores, strewn with stones. Just beyond the harbor lies a dark reef, rising about half a mile, extending directly from the southern lighthouse. At its extremity, a buoy with a bell swings in tempestuous weather, emitting a mournful sound into the wind. There exists a legend. When a ship goes astray, the bell tolls across the sea. I must inquire about this matter with the elder who has come from that direction. He is an intriguing old man, undoubtedly quite advanced in age, as his face is marred by numerous growths, contorted like tree bark. He informed me that he is nearly 100 years old, having served as a sailor in the Greenland fishing fleet during the Battle of Waterloo. Regrettably, he appears to be a skeptic. When I asked him about the bell and the woman from the cathedral, he brusquely replied, I do not wish to squander time discussing such matters, young lady. These tales have grown stale. I do not assert that they never existed, but they are not of my era. They are suitable for visitors and tourists, yet not for a kind young lady such as yourself. Those walkers from York and Leeds, feasting on herring and sipping tea, seeking to purchase trifles, believe in everything. I cannot fathom who would go to the trouble of sharing such fables with them. Even the newspapers are filled with foolish topics. On August 1st, Lucy and I arrived here a few hours ago, and we engaged in a most captivating conversation with my old friend, the elder we last encountered, along with two others who frequently accompany him. He is evidently the autocrat among them. I suspect he is indeed the most domineering of all. He acknowledges nothing and displays an unfriendly demeanor towards everyone. Should he find himself outmatched in debate, he resorts to intimidation, patiently awaiting their acquiescence to his views. Lucy, adorned in her exquisite white linen attire, appears utterly radiant. Since her arrival here, her complexion has remained splendid. I have observed that when the elderly settle beside us, they do not hesitate for a moment to take their seats next to her. She is exceedingly gracious to the elders, and I believe they have all fallen for her charms. Even my old friends have yielded, offering no rebuttals to her, which fills me with double delight. I attempted to steer the conversation towards legendary tales, yet he immediately digressed into a sermon. I must endeavor to remember his words and transcribe them here. Such utterances are mere nonsense. Locks, stocks, and barrels, they signify nothing but folly. These taboos are but a fleeting breeze, phantoms, patrons of the tavern, and sources of dread. They exist solely to deceive the foolish women. They are mere bubbles. They represent ominous omens, warnings contrived by clergymen, designed to compel individuals into actions they wish to avoid. The mere thought of them incites my anger. Why can they not be content with being printed in newspapers, articulated during sermons, but must also be inscribed upon gravestones? Just take a look around you. These gravestones stand proudly, yet they have lost their value solely due to the falsehoods inscribed upon them. Each stone bears the words "Here lies so-and-so" or "In memory of so-and-so," while in reality, more than half of these graves lie vacant, their remembrance hardly amounting to a mere pinch of snuff. Devoid of any sanctity, they are all fabrications, a myriad of deceit. On the day of reckoning, they shall don their burial garments, dragging their gravestones behind them as proof of their former virtue. I could discern from the self-satisfied expression on this old fellow's face, and the way he sought approval from his companions, that he was displaying a sense of pride. Thus, I prompted him to elaborate. "Oh, Mr. Swells, you cannot be serious. Surely not all these gravestones are erroneous?" "Humph. Perhaps only a scant few are accurate. The owners of those stones were indeed commendable individuals. Everything is a lie. Now look at you, a stranger, devoid of understanding." I nodded, sensing it best to acquiesce, despite my struggle to comprehend his dialect. I recognized that this all had some connection to the church. He nudged his companion with his elbow, and they burst into laughter. How could they not? "Look at that. Read it." "Yet," I countered, "you must be mistaken, for imagine on the day of judgment, all these unfortunate souls, or their spirits, arriving with their gravestones in tow. Do you believe that necessary? Perhaps to bring joy to their loved ones, I suppose. Make their loved ones happy, can you imagine?" He said with disdain. "When they discover the lies inscribed above, and everyone here is aware that they are falsehoods, how can that bring joy to their families?" He gestured towards a stone at our feet, which had been repurposed as a stepping stone, with a chair precariously placed on it near the edge of the cliff. "Read the lies on this stone," he urged. From my perspective, the letters appeared reversed, but Lucy was positioned directly in front of them. So she bent down to read. "In memory of George Kennan, who died on July 29, 1873, with hopes for a glorious resurrection, after falling from the cliffs of Kettering. This gravestone was erected by his grieving mother for her beloved son. He was her only child, and she was a widow. Truly, Mr. Swales, I find nothing amusing about this." She solemnly and somewhat sternly expressed her opinion. "You don't find it amusing? Huh. That is because you are unaware that this sorrowful mother was a shrew. She loathed her son, and he despised her in return. Thus, he chose to end his life, ensuring that his mother would not receive the insurance payout. With an antiquated shotgun meant to scare away crows, he took his own life. The gun failed to frighten away the crows, but rather attracted the flies. That is how he met his demise from the cliffs. As for the hopes of a glorious resurrection, I often heard him declare that he wished to descend into hell. For his mother was so pious that she would surely ascend to heaven, and he did not wish to rot in the same place as she. At least this gravestone," he remarked, tapping it gently with a small stick, "is merely a collection of lies, is it not? George used this gravestone as a means to counterbalance his melancholy, serving as proof of his triumph. Would this bring Gabriel any joy?" I found myself at a loss for words when Lucy shifted the topic. rising from her seat as she spoke. "Oh, why do you share these thoughts with us? This is my favorite spot. I do not wish to leave it. Yet here I find myself seated atop a suicide's grave." Lucy and I sat together for a moment, captivated by the exquisite scenery before us. Our hands entwined as she recounted tales of Arthur and their impending wedding. This stirred a sense of gloom within me, for it had been an entire month since I had received word from Jonathan. I had come here that very day, burdened by sorrow, longing for his letter. I fervently hoped that nothing ill had befallen him. The clock struck 9, and I observed the lights illuminating the town, casting their glow upon the orderly streets at times, and at others, upon the desolate paths. They meandered along the Esco River, vanishing into the curves of the canyon. My view on the left was obstructed by the roof of an old house beside the church. Sheep and lambs bleated on the land behind me, while the sound of a donkey's hooves echoed on the road below. The band on the embankment played a discordant waltz, and in the distance, the Salvation Army gathered in the back streets. The two bands were unable to hear one another, yet I found myself caught between their melodies. I wondered where Jonathan might be at this moment, whether he was thinking of me. How I wished for his presence here. The Diary of Dr. Seward, June 5th. The deeper I delve into the character of Renfield, the more intriguing his research becomes. He possesses certain traits that have developed significantly: selfishness, secrecy, and a sense of purpose. I aspire to attain a similar sense of purpose. It appears he has a definitive plan, yet its nature eludes me. His redeeming quality lies in his affection for animals. However, his peculiar predilections occasionally render him seemingly cruel to an unsettling degree. His pets are the most unusual varieties. Currently, he has taken up the pursuit of capturing flies, and he has amassed quite an impressive collection. I felt compelled to intervene. To my astonishment, he did not react with anger as I had anticipated. Instead, he approached the matter with a solemn demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Would you grant me 3 days? I shall tidy them up." Naturally, I acquiesced, yet I must keep a watchful eye on him. June 8th now. His spiders have become as troublesome as his flies. Today, I informed him that he must dispose of them. He appeared quite distressed by this notion, so I suggested that, at the very least, he should eliminate a portion of them. He readily agreed, and I granted him the same amount of time as before to accomplish this task. Whenever I am in his presence, I am overwhelmed with revulsion, particularly when an obnoxious green bottle fly, gorged on decaying matter, buzzes into the room. He captures it with exuberance, delightfully pinching it between his thumb and forefinger for a moment. Before I could fathom his next action, he placed it in his mouth and consumed it. I reproached him for this, yet he calmly retorted that flies are quite beneficial and contribute to health. They embody life, robust life, and provide him with vitality. He inspired a fundamental notion within me. I must observe how he disposes of his spiders. Clearly, his mind harbors profound issues, as he possesses a small notebook wherein he perpetually records various details. Pages upon pages are filled with an assortment of numbers, essentially grouping individual digits and subsequently aggregating them, reminiscent of the meticulous work of an auditor. On July 8th, I conceived a preliminary method for addressing his mental affliction. It shall soon take form, at which point the subconscious cerebral activity must yield to the conscious intellect. I distanced myself from this individual for several days to ascertain any changes. Everything remained as it was. He had distanced himself from some of his pets and acquired a new one. He captured a sparrow and tenderly nurtured it. His approach to taming was straightforward, as the spiders had diminished in number. Those that remained were well fed, for he continued to lure in flies using his own sustenance. On July 19th, we made progress. My friend now possesses an entire flock of sparrows, while his flies and spiders have nearly been eradicated. Upon my arrival, he rushed towards me, expressing his desire for an immense favor, a truly monumental request, speaking with a demeanor akin to a dog seeking approval. I inquired about the nature of his desires, to which he responded, his voice and actions imbued with unrestrained joy. A kitten, a lovely, tiny, healthy, playful kitten, with which I could engage in delightful play, teach, and nourish, time and again. I was utterly unprepared for such a request. I had observed his pet growing increasingly large and spirited, yet I had not realized that his charming little sparrows would vanish like flies or spiders. I suggested I would search for one, inquiring whether he was solely interested in a kitten and not a larger cat. He excitedly corrected himself. Yes, I want a large cat. I merely asked for a kitten out of fear that you might refuse to grant me a larger one. No one would deny me a kitten, would they? I shook my head, informing him that, regrettably, I could not procure one at present, but I would certainly look into it. His countenance fell, and I discerned a warning of danger as he suddenly cast a menacing sidelong glance at me, hinting at malice. This individual was a nascent psychopath. I considered testing him based on his recent demands to ascertain what might unfold, thus deepening my understanding. At 10 p.m., I visited him again and found him seated in a corner, meticulously contemplating. Upon my entrance, he immediately knelt before me, beseeching for a cat, claiming that this feline was his only salvation. I resolutely informed him that it was not permissible. Consequently, he silently retreated to his previous corner, gnawing on his fingertips. I resolved to return early the following morning to check on him. On July 20th, I visited Lundfeld early, before the attendance rounds. I observed him already awake, humming a cheerful tune. He was tossing the sugar he had saved into the window, evidently preparing to resume his fly-catching endeavors with great delight. By 11 a.m., the attendant informed me that Lundfeld had become exceedingly weak and had expelled a considerable amount of feathers. My immediate thought was that the doctor had suggested he had consumed his own birds, and in a raw state, no less. At 11 p.m., I administered a potent anesthetic to Lundfeld, sufficient to induce slumber, and then I confiscated his notebook. The notion that had been pervading my thoughts had finally matured and been validated. This murderous obsession of mine is of a rare kind. I ought to devise a new classification for it, dubbing it carnivorous mania. His intent appears to be to siphon as much life as possible, demonstrating a desire to accomplish this through accumulation. He utilizes numerous flies to feed spiders, then employs the spiders to nourish birds, and subsequently envisions a cat to consume these birds. What might be his next step? Completing this experiment is indeed worthwhile. It merely requires a strong motivation to see it through. People scoff at vivisection, yet look at the results he has now achieved. Why not strive for advancement in the most challenging and significant aspects of science, particularly in the realm of neuroscience? If I were to uncover the secrets of this mind, if I could grasp the answers to the delusions of this mentally ill individual, I would be able to cultivate my own branch of science, rendering the physiology of Burden Sanderson and the neuroscience of Ferrier utterly insignificant by comparison. All it takes is a fervent motivation. I must not dwell too much on this, lest I succumb to temptation. A profound motivation could prove decisive for me. Why should I not also possess a naturally exceptional intellect? How persuasive this individual is. The mentally ill always strive to pursue their endeavors. I wonder how many lives he equates a single person to, or perhaps merely one. He has meticulously settled the accounts and begun anew today. How many of us can initiate a fresh record each day of our lives? For me, yesterday seemed to mark the conclusion of my entire existence, coinciding with the dawn of my new hopes. Indeed, I have embarked upon a new record until the great recorder calculates my total, settles my accounts, and enumerates my gains and losses. Oh, Lucy, Lucy, I cannot harbor anger towards you, nor towards my friend, for his happiness is intertwined with yours. I can only await this fruitless endeavor. Work, work. If only I could possess a fervent motivation akin to that of my poor, deranged friend, a noble, selfless impetus to compel me to labor, then that would indeed be true happiness. Diary of Mina Murray, July 26th. And then there is Lucy. Although she is well, she has recently begun to relapse into her old habit of sleepwalking. Her mother has already informed me of this, and we have resolved to lock the door to our room each night. Mrs. Weston believes that sleepwalkers often wander upon rooftops or along the edges of cliffs, only to awaken suddenly and fall, their desperate cries echoing into the heavens. Poor soul, she naturally harbors great concern for Lucy, and she confided in me that her husband, Lucy's father, shares the same propensity. He would rise in the night, don his clothes, and venture out, should no one intervene. Lucy is to be wed in the autumn, and she has begun preparations for her wedding gown and how to adorn her room. I share her sentiments, as I too am to embark on a similar journey. However, Jonathan and I shall commence our life together simply, striving to ascend to paradise hand in hand. Mr. Holmwood, that is, Honorable Arthur Holmwood, the sole son of Lord Godalming, has been summoned here with utmost urgency due to his father's declining health. I sense that dear Lucy is counting the moments until his arrival. She wishes to escort him to the chair at the cliffside cemetery to behold the exquisite view of Whitby. I dare say it is this anticipation that has transformed her. Once he arrives, she will surely recover. On July 27th, there is still no word from Jonathan, and my worry for him has intensified. Though I cannot fathom why I should be troubled, yet I genuinely wish he would send a letter, even if it were but a brief line. Lucy's episodes of sleepwalking have increased, and each night I am roused by the sounds of her wandering within the house. Fortunately, the weather is quite warm, sparing her from catching a chill. However, the growing unease and persistent insomnia began to serve as harbingers of my escalating anxiety. Thankfully, Lucy's health has shown remarkable improvement. Mr. Holmwood unexpectedly announced that he would be delayed in visiting his gravely ill father. Lucy, though troubled by the postponement, remained unaffected in her demeanor. She appeared indifferent to trifles, her cheeks still radiating a rosy hue. Unlike the pallor she exhibited during her anemic days, I fervently pray that this vitality endures. August 3rd, another week has passed, yet there remains no word from Jonathan, not even from Mr. Hawkins. Oh, how I fervently wish he is not unwell. He ought to have written by now. I scrutinized his last correspondence, but for reasons unknown, it fails to bring me solace. The tone of the letter does not resonate with his usual style, yet the handwriting is undeniably his. There can be no doubt about that. Last week, Lucy did not awaken as frequently from her dreams. Yet she experienced a perplexing episode that I cannot fathom. Even in slumber, it seemed as though she were watching over me. She attempted to open the door, only to discover it locked, leading her to scour the room for the key. August 6th, 3 more days have elapsed without a single word from Jonathan. The suspense grows increasingly ominous. If only I knew where to send a letter or where to seek him, I might find some relief. Yet, since the arrival of his last missive, no one has received any tidings of Jonathan. I can only implore God to grant me a measure of patience. Lucy appears more animated than usual, yet the circumstances are far from favorable. Last night was particularly harrowing. The fisherman warned that a storm is imminent. I must remain vigilant, observing for any signs of changing weather. I was deeply moved by the transformation of this pitiable old man. As he sat beside me, he politely remarked, "I wish to share a few words with you, miss." I could discern his discomfort, so I gently took his crumpled hand in mine, encouraging him to speak at his own pace. My heart swelled with joy upon seeing the Coast Guard approaching, a small telescope tucked under his arm. He paused to converse with me, as he often did, yet his gaze remained fixed on a peculiar vessel. "I truly cannot comprehend it," he said, "from its appearance. It resembles a Russian ship. It is meandering in an odd manner, leaving us utterly perplexed about its intentions. It seems to have sensed the impending storm but is unable to decide whether to venture north or remain anchored here. Look over there. The ship is navigating in such a strange fashion. The crew changes direction with every gust of wind. By this time tomorrow, we shall have more information regarding it." Chapter 7, excerpted from the August 8th edition of the Daily Chronicle, pasted into Mina Murray's diary from a correspondent in Whitby. The area has just endured the most extraordinary and sudden storm in history, resulting in bizarre phenomena. The weather had been somewhat sultry, which is not unusual for August. Saturday evening was as calm as ever, with a multitude of holidaymakers having ventured out yesterday to explore the Mulgrove Forest, Robin Hood's Bay, Lugomil, Runswick, Staithes, and various attractions surrounding Whitby. The vessels, the Emma and the Scarborough, navigated along the coastline, departing from Whitby, where ships arriving were remarkably numerous. This day remained unusually serene until the evening when some habitual visitors from the church graveyard on the East Cliff, observing the waters flowing northward and eastward, alerted everyone to the sudden apparition of a mirage in the northwestern sky. Subsequently, a gentle breeze emanated from the southwest, characterized by a meager wind speed of 2 on the Beaufort scale. The on-duty maritime guard promptly reported that an elderly fisherman, who had been observing meteorological changes on the East Cliff for half a century, confidently predicted an impending storm. The sunset was breathtaking, with clouds ablaze in vibrant hues, drawing many to the cliffs to admire the picturesque scene from the churchyard. Before the sun descended, it sharply traversed the sky over the dark expanse of Kettleness to the west, below which swirled clouds painted in a myriad of sunset shades: purple, pink, green, violet, and every variant of gold, interspersed with clusters of pure black, their diverse shapes outlined in striking relief. Artists seized the moment, undoubtedly sketching the prelude to a significant tempest, destined to adorn the walls of the Royal Academy in May of the following year. Numerous captains ordered their vessels, whether referred to as large cobbles or mules, terms they used for different classes of ships, to remain in the harbor until the storm passed. The fierce winds subsided completely by evening, and by midnight, the atmosphere became oppressively calm and sultry, later punctuated by thunder, the intensity of which proved overwhelming for many of a sensitive disposition. The lights upon the sea are scarce. Even those vessels that typically navigate close to the shore have ventured far from the coast, rendering the sighting of fishing boats exceedingly rare. The only visible entity is a foreign brigantine, its sails fully unfurled, seemingly charting a course westward. The captain's audacity and ignorance have become the subject of fervent discussion, as signals are sent urging him to reduce sail in anticipation of impending peril. As night approaches, the sails sway gently, and the vessel rocks slowly amidst the undulating waves, resembling a painting of a ship leisurely adrift on the ocean. Just before 10 o'clock, the oppressive silence envelopes the air, to the extent that the bleating of a sheep on land and the barking of a dog in the town can be distinctly heard. The band upon the embankment plays lively French melodies, striking a dissonant note within nature's tranquil embrace. After midnight, an eerie sound emanates from the sea, as the atmospheric currents carry an odd, faint, and muffled rumble. Without warning, a tempest descends. Its ferocity is astonishing, an event so overwhelming that comprehension eludes even in hindsight. The entire world is shaken to its core. The waves rise in furious crescendos, each one towering above the last, transforming the previously placid waters into a monstrous entity roaring with an insatiable hunger. The frothy white waves crash violently against the shore, battering the cliffs. Some spray surges over the seawall, sweeping the lantern rooms of the lighthouses flanking the Whitby harbor with a frothy deluge. The wind howls like thunder, its might so immense that even the strongest of men struggle to maintain their footing or cling to iron posts. It is imperative to evacuate a multitude of onlookers from the embankment. Otherwise, the death toll that night would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. Compounding the difficulties and perils of the moment was a shroud of sea mist drifting ominously towards the land. The damp, white fog swept through in a terrifying manner, exuding a chill that felt as though lost souls from the ocean, with their cold, clammy hands, were reaching out to touch their still-living companions, who trembled in the gusts of the sea breeze. As the mist gradually dissipated, the distant sea became visible under the flashes of lightning, which arrived in rapid succession, followed closely by the resounding peals of thunder. The entire expanse of sky above seemed to tremble under the tumultuous footsteps of the storm. This vividly depicted scene was both magnificent and compelling. The sea surged to heights akin to mountains, each wave flinging forth a cascade of white foam into the heavens, as if the storm grasped these frothy remnants and hurled them skyward. Everywhere, fishing boats with torn sails scurried desperately in search of refuge before the next gust of wind struck. The storm's white wings occasionally shook the seabirds aloft. At the summit of the eastern cliff, a new searchlight had been installed, ready for trials, though it had yet to see use. The official in charge activated it, and during a lull in the wind, its beam floated across the sea along with the mist. Its purpose was fulfilled once or twice, guiding a fishing boat safely into the harbor, allowing it to evade danger under the light's watchful glow. Whenever a vessel safely enters the harbor, the crowd on the shore erupts into a chorus of jubilant cheers, a sound that seems to slice through the winds and waves in an instant, only to be whisked away by the gusts shortly thereafter. Soon after, the searchlight reveals a distant two-masted schooner, its sails fully unfurled. Evidently the same ship that had caught attention earlier in the evening. By this time, the wind had shifted to the east, and the onlookers atop the cliffs trembled, realizing the vessel was now in grave peril. Between it and the harbor lay a vast expanse of treacherous submerged reefs, where many fine ships had met their doom. And with the current wind speed, the likelihood of locating the harbor entrance appeared bleak. As the tide approached its zenith, the waves remained formidable, even revealing the shallows along the shore within the troughs. The two-masted vessel, with all sails set, surged forward at full speed, as the adage goes. It must find a place to anchor, for this was no infernal domain. Then, a thick fog descended, more intense than ever before. A dense shroud of moisture enveloped everything, leaving only sound for the spectators: the roar of the tempest, the rumbling thunder, and the cacophony of monstrous waves crashing all around. The searchlight's beam fixated on the harbor entrance, cutting through the fog. There, the onlookers braced themselves for a breathtaking spectacle, holding their breath in anticipation. All were left in astonishment as they realized that the ship had miraculously found its way into the harbor, navigating without a soul at the helm, unless it were guided by the hand of the deceased. Regardless, everything transpired so abruptly that there was hardly any time to document it all. The brigantine did not dock, but rather traversed the harbor, eventually coming to rest upon the beach, which had been eroded by countless waves and storms at the southeastern corner of the embankment, extending towards the eastern cliff. This embankment is referred to by the locals as the Tides Mountain Embankment. When the vessel grounded upon the sand, there was a significant impact. Every mast, rope, and shroud was taut, and a portion of the top hammer shattered. However, the most peculiar occurrence was that at the very moment the ship made contact with the shore, a large dog leaped onto the deck, seemingly startled by the impact, and bolted forward, leaping from the bow onto the beach. It raced directly towards the steep cliff, where the church graveyard precariously hung along the path leading to the eastern embankment. Some tilted gravestones had actually extended over the supporting cliff, vanishing into the darkness, which became even more pronounced against the backdrop of the searchlight. At that moment, there was no one on the Tides Mountain embankment, as those residing nearby were either asleep or had ventured out to higher ground. Consequently, the Coast Guard stationed on the eastern side of the harbor promptly rushed towards the embankment, becoming the first to board the vessel. The personnel in charge of the searchlight, upon observing nothing at the harbor's entrance, directed the beam towards the ship and secured it in place. The Coast Guard officer dashed towards the stern, and as he bent down to inspect the ship's wheel, he suddenly recoiled, as if startled by something. This seemed to pique the curiosity of onlookers, many of whom hurried over. The road from the western cliff, traversing the Dello Bridge to the Tides Mountain embankment, was in excellent condition. Your correspondent is an exceptionally skilled runner, thus leading the crowd ahead. Upon my arrival, I observed a considerable gathering on the embankment, where the Coast Guard and police were prohibiting access to the vessel. Thanks to the benevolence of the boat rental owner, I was permitted to board the deck, becoming one of the few witnesses to the sailor who had tragically perished after colliding with the wheel. The circumstances were meticulously documented, and Dr. J. F. Caffin, aged 33 from the East Illyrian Hospital, promptly arrived on the scene. Following his examination, he declared that the individual had been deceased for at least 2 days. In his pocket, there was a bottle sealed with a cork, containing a small note, later confirmed to be a fragment of the maritime logbook. The Coast Guard asserted that the individual must have tied his own hands, securing the knot with his teeth. The Coast Guard was the first to board the vessel, a fact that later mitigated certain disputes in the maritime court, as the Coast Guard was ineligible to claim salvage rewards, which are the prerogative of the first civilian to board a ship in distress. However, the lawyers engaged in lengthy discourse, with a young law student vociferously declaring that the owner's rights had been entirely forfeited, his property unlawfully retained, thereby violating the laws of permanent dominion, as the helm, if not evidence, symbolized the entrusted property, now grasped in the lifeless hand of the deceased. It goes without saying that the deceased helmsman had been removed from the post he steadfastly upheld until his last breath, now resting in the morgue awaiting autopsy. His unwavering beliefs as noble as those of the young Casabianca. The tempest had subsided, its force diminishing. The crowd dispersed, and the skies over the Yorkshire moors began to take on a crimson hue. I shall promptly provide you with further details regarding the miraculous arrival of the unmanned vessel in the harbor amidst the storm. On August 9th, the follow-up concerning this remarkable ship, which managed to dock during the tempest, proved to be almost more shocking than the event itself. It was discovered that this two-masted ship was a Russian vessel named Dmitri, which had set sail from Varna. Its hold was predominantly filled with fine sand as ballast, with only a small portion comprising cargo, large wooden crates filled with soil. These goods had been entrusted to a local solicitor, Mr. S. F. Billington, based at 7 Crescent Street, who boarded the ship this morning to formally take possession of the entrusted cargo. The Russian consul also officially took charge of the vessel in accordance with the charter agreement, settling all port fees. Due to the presence of a dog, some individuals felt a sense of trepidation, fearing it might pose a threat, as it was evidently a fierce beast. This morning, a large dog, a hybrid mastiff belonging to a coal merchant near Tideswell, was found lifeless on the road opposite its owner's yard. It had evidently fought valiantly, as its throat had been torn open, and its abdomen appeared to have been slashed by a sharp claw. Subsequently, thanks to the kindness of the Trade Commission inspectors, I was permitted to examine the nautical log of the Dmitri, which had been meticulously kept over the past 3 days. However, it contained no remarkable entries aside from the fact of the seaman's disappearance. However, the most intriguing matter pertains to the note contained within the bottle, which was presented during the interrogation today. The maritime log of the Dmitri, detailing the voyage from Varna to Whitby, was inscribed on July 18th. The events unfolded in such an unusual manner that I must now meticulously document them until the conclusion of our journey. On July 6th, we completed the loading of our cargo, consisting of fine sand and crates of soil. We set sail at noon, propelled by a gentle easterly breeze, the air invigorating. The entire crew comprised 5 sailors, 2 first mates, a cook, and myself, the captain. On July 11th, we entered the Bosphorus Strait at dawn, where Turkish customs officials boarded the vessel. All was in order, and we continued our journey at 4 p.m. On July 12th, we traversed the Dardanelles, where more customs officials arrived, accompanied by the flagship of the Guard fleet. Their inspection was thorough yet swift, as they seemed eager for us to depart. By dusk, we entered the Aegean Sea. On July 13th, we passed Cape Montauban, and the crew exhibited signs of discontent. They appeared frightened but were reluctant to voice their concerns. By July 14th, I grew somewhat apprehensive about the crew's demeanor. The personnel remained consistent, all of whom had previously sailed with me. The first mate was baffled by the situation, as the crew merely indicated that something was amiss, drawing a cross upon their chests. The first mate became irate with one of the men, resulting in a physical altercation. Shortly thereafter, a heated argument ensued, yet tranquility was soon restored. On July 16th and July 17th, that is to say, yesterday, a crew member named Oglin approached my cabin in a state of terror, confessing that he felt the presence of a mysterious figure aboard the ship. He stated that he observed a figure concealed behind the deckhouse. During a tempest, he spotted a tall, slender man, who bore no resemblance to any crew member, ascending from the hatchway and striding along the deck before vanishing. He cautiously trailed behind, yet upon reaching the bow, he found no one, and all the hatches were securely shut. A profound sense of panic enveloped him, and I feared this dread would proliferate. To dispel it, I resolved to conduct a thorough inspection of the vessel from bow to stern today. July 22nd, the past 3 days have witnessed abysmal weather, with all hands engaged in labor, leaving no room for fear. It seems the crew has nearly forgotten their trepidations. The first mate has regained his spirits, commending everyone for their diligence amid the inclement conditions. We traversed the Strait of Gibraltar without incident. July 24th, this ship appears to be cursed, as we have already lost 1 crew member. Upon entering the Bay of Biscay, the weather turned severe, and last night another sailor went missing. Much like the previous case, he completed his watch and was never seen again. Panic has ensued, prompting requests for paired watches, as the crew fears solitude. The first mate expressed his frustration, concerned about potential troubles, suspecting that the crew might resort to drastic measures. July 28th, the past 4 days have felt like an inferno, ensnared in a colossal maelstrom accompanied by a tempest. No one has rested. Exhaustion hangs heavily upon us. We are at a loss regarding the watch schedule, as no suitable personnel are available. The second mate volunteered to take the helm and stand watch, allowing the rest of the crew a few hours of much-needed sleep. The wind has diminished. Although the sea remains perilous, it feels slightly less menacing as the ship has stabilized somewhat. On July 29th, yet another tragedy unfolded. Tonight, I was assigned solitary duty due to the crew's overwhelming fatigue, unable to endure the strain of 2 individuals. When the morning watch commenced, the deck was devoid of 1 more crew member besides the helmsman. A loud call summoned everyone to the deck. After a comprehensive search, that individual remained unaccounted for. With the second mate now missing, panic ensued among the crew. The first mate and I concurred that from this point forward, we must arm ourselves to uncover the cause of these misfortunes. On July 30th, last night brought a glimmer of hope as we neared England. The weather was splendid, and we unfurled all the sails. Exhausted, I succumbed to a deep slumber. The first mate roused me, revealing that both the watchman and the helmsman had vanished, leaving only the first mate and me to navigate the vessel. August 1st arrived with a dense fog that persisted for 2 days, obscuring all sight of other ships. We hoped to signal for assistance in the English Channel or find refuge somewhere. With no energy left to sustain the sails, we must hasten before the impending storm. The sails could not be lowered any further, for there was a risk they might not rise again. It felt as though we were being driven toward a dreadful fate. The first mate now appeared more despondent than any other crew member, his once resilient demeanor seemingly at odds with his own spirit. The crew, however, shed their fear, resolutely and patiently laboring, prepared to confront an even graver situation. They were Russians, and he was Romanian. On August 2nd, at midnight, scarcely having slept for a few moments, I was jolted awake by a shout, seemingly from outside my cabin. The fog rendered everything invisible. I dashed onto the deck, racing towards the first mate. He recounted hearing shouts and the sound of footsteps, yet he did not see anyone on duty. Another soul has vanished. Oh God, deliver us. The first mate asserted that we must be traversing the Strait of Dover at the moment the fog lifted. He glimpsed North Foreland just as he heard that crew member's call. If that is indeed the case, we are now in the North Sea. And only God can guide us through this mist that seems to perpetually accompany us, while it appears that divine mercy has forsaken us. On August 3rd at midnight, I went to relieve the helmsman. Upon my arrival, I found no one present. The winds were calm, and we were not veering off course. I dared not abandon my post. Thus I summoned the first mate. After a few moments, he emerged on deck clad in his flannel attire, his eyes wide and hollow. The weight of the events etched onto his countenance. He approached me and, with a hoarse voice, declared, "He is here. Now I understand. Last night, during my watch, I saw him. Tall and gaunt, pale as a specter, he stood at the bow, gazing outwards. I followed him stealthily, brandishing a knife. And when the blade pierced his body, it felt as though I was slicing through the very air. While speaking, I thrust the knife violently into the void." He continued, "But he is there. I shall find him. He is in the hold, perhaps within one of those crates. I will dismantle them one by one. You take the helm." His face bore a warning expression, and he pressed a finger to his lips to silence me. Suddenly, a tumultuous gust of wind swept through, rendering me unable to abandon the wheel. I once again witnessed him ascend to the deck, a toolbox and lamp in hand, as he descended through the forward hatch. He had succumbed to madness, persistently uttering nonsensical words, and I found myself powerless to intervene. He would not damage those crates. Their invoices bore the designation of clay. Thus, prying them open was of little consequence. I remained at the helm, diligently recording the log. I could only place my faith in the Almighty and await the dispersal of the fog. Should I find myself unable to navigate the vessel into the harbor amidst the wind, I would furl the sails, anchor the ship, and signal for rescue. The end is drawing near. I heard commotion from the hold, just as I hoped the first mate would emerge with composure and rectify the situation. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the hatch, causing my blood to nearly freeze. The first mate emerged onto the deck, as if struck by a bullet, frantic and disoriented. His eyes darting about, his face contorted in terror. "Help me! Save me!" he cried, surveying the surrounding fog. His fear morphed into despair as he addressed me. Word by word, "You had best come with me, Captain, or it will be too late." He is right there. In that moment, the secret was unveiled to me. The sea would assist me in escaping him. It was the sole avenue of salvation. Before I could utter a word or step forward to seize him, he leapt over the railing and plunged into the depths of the ocean. I believe I now grasped the secret as well. This madman had driven my crew away, one by one, and now he had joined them. God, have mercy on me. How shall I explain these events upon reaching the harbor? If I reach the harbor, is that even a possibility? On August 4th, the fog lingered, and the rays of the setting sun could not penetrate its shroud. The only reason I knew the sun was setting was that I am a sailor. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious. I dared not descend from the deck, nor could I abandon the helm. Thus I remained there throughout the night. In the darkness, I beheld him. Oh God, forgive me. It was right for the first mate to leap into the sea. It would be preferable to perish like a man, to die as a sailor in the azure waters. A fate no one would contest. Yet, as captain, I cannot forsake my ship. I must confront this adversary, this demon. When my strength wanes, I will bind my hands to the wheel, securing them to an object he would not dare to touch. Whether in fair winds or foul, I shall preserve my soul and uphold the honor of my captaincy. My vitality is dwindling, and night gradually descends. Should he reappear, I may have little time left to resist. If the ship were to meet its demise, perhaps this bottle would be discovered, and the finder would comprehend. If not, then all will know I remain steadfast in my faith. O God, Holy Mother Mary, and all saints, assist this wretched, ignorant soul striving to fulfill his duty. There has been no word of the great dog, and the atmosphere in the town is solemn and grave. Given the current public sentiment, I believe the captain has been embraced by the town. Tomorrow, we shall witness the funeral and bring closure to this maritime mystery. Mina Murray's diary, August 8th. Lucy has not rested throughout the night, nor have I. Sleep eludes us. The storm was fearsome, emitting a tremendous roar through the chimney, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. As the wind howled past, it resembled distant gunfire. Strangely, Lucy remained unawakened, though she rose twice, donning her clothes. Fortunately, I awoke just in time on both occasions to assist her in removing her garments and guiding her back to bed without rousing her. This peculiar behavior struck me as somnambulism, for once her desires were thwarted by some physical force, any intention she may have harbored dissipated, leaving her almost entirely submissive to her habitual routines. In the morning, we both ventured to the harbor to ascertain whether any events had transpired during the night. The surroundings were nearly deserted, and despite the sun's brilliant glow and the air's crisp freshness, the terrifying waves appeared to be black, their frothy crests resembling snow as they surged into the harbor entrance, akin to a savage pushing through a crowd. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a surge of happiness. Thankfully, Jonathan had not been at sea the previous night, but rather on land. Yet, heavens, was he truly on land or at sea? Where could he be? What was his condition? My concern for him grew increasingly intense. If only I knew what actions to take, I would do anything. On August 10th, the funeral of that unfortunate captain was the most poignant event of the day. It seemed as though every vessel was present. As the coffin bearing the captain's remains was carried from the banks of the Tay to the churchyard, Lucy and I arrived together, taking our usual seats early to await the procession of boats as they navigated upstream towards the elevated bridge. Our vantage point was excellent, allowing us to witness nearly the entire course of the procession. The unfortunate individual was interred beside our seats, and we stood witness to the entire proceedings. Poor Lucy appeared distressed, restlessly shifting from one position to another, leading me to ponder whether her dreams of the previous night had imparted some foreboding revelation. She exhibited peculiar behavior regarding one matter. She acknowledged her unease was not without cause, although she remained unaware of what that cause might be. Furthermore, there was another reason for her disquiet. The pitiable Mr. Swales, discovered lifeless in our vicinity this morning, with a grievous injury to his neck. According to the physician, he seemingly fell from his seat due to some fright, as his countenance bore a look of terror that reportedly sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Poor old man. Lucy, with her gentle and sensitive nature, possesses an acute perception of emotional currents. Just moments ago, she was troubled by a trivial matter that eluded my notice. Despite my own fondness for animals, a visitor to the vessel, accompanied by his dog, always maintained a serene demeanor. I had never witnessed him display anger, nor had I heard his dog bark. However, on this occasion, as he sat beside us, his dog refused to stay close, instead standing several yards away and barking incessantly. Initially, the owner called to it in a gentle tone, which gradually escalated to severity, culminating in a fit of anger. Yet, the dog remained obstinate, neither approaching its master nor ceasing its cacophony. It appeared furious, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light, its fur bristling, much like a cat poised for battle, with its tail erect. At last, the individual became enraged, leaping up to kick the dog, seizing it by the scruff of its neck and dragging it, half pulling, half dragging, onto the gravestone affixed to the chair. The moment this pitiful creature made contact with the gravestone, it began to tremble. It did not attempt to flee. Instead, it curled up and shook, engulfed in a pitiable state of fear. I endeavored to soothe it, yet my efforts proved fruitless. That same evening, at 11 o'clock, Lucy was indeed exhausted, and we planned to retire to bed as swiftly as possible. However, the young clergyman entered, and Mrs. Weston insisted that he stay for dinner. Both Lucy and I opposed this. I recognized that this would be a formidable battle for me, yet I remained resolute. I contemplated that one day, bishops should convene to deliberate the development of a new cadre of clergymen who would steadfastly decline dinner invitations, regardless of the fervent persuasion employed. Furthermore, they ought to possess the discernment to recognize when young women are weary. Lucy had succumbed to slumber, her breathing gentle. She appeared more radiant than usual, exuding an extraordinary beauty. If Mr. Holmwood were to encounter her in the drawing-room, he would undoubtedly be enamored. I wonder what he would articulate were he to see her here. Perhaps one day, some new female authors will have an epiphany, positing that men and women ought to be permitted to observe one another in slumber before proposals and acceptances. Yet, I surmise that the new woman of the future will not condescend to accept such a notion. She would propose herself, and with great success. Such an approach would provide solace. I find myself particularly elated this evening, for my dear Lucy appears to be much improved. I am confident that she has weathered the storm, and we have both emerged from the torment of our nightmares. I would be much happier, as long as I know about Jonathan, God bless him. On August 11th, I find myself once more writing in my diary. Sleep eludes me, so I shall put pen to paper instead. My heart races with excitement. rendering slumber impossible. We have embarked upon an adventure, one fraught with distressing experiences. As soon as I closed the diary, sleep overtook me suddenly. I awoke, sitting upright, enveloped by a profound sense of dread and emptiness. The room was shrouded in darkness, preventing me from seeing Lucy's bed. I approached her space, only to discover it was empty. Striking a match, I realized she was not within the house. The door was closed but not locked, for I had not secured it. I hesitated to awaken her mother, as she had been gravely ill lately. So I hastily donned my clothes, preparing to venture out in search of her. Just as I was about to step outside, I remembered the clothing she had worn. Perhaps it might provide me with some clues regarding her whereabouts. If she was donned in her nightgown, it meant she remained indoors. If she wore a dress, it indicated she had ventured out. Both the nightgown and the dress lay in their rightful places. Thank heavens, I reassured myself, she would not have strayed far, as she was merely clad in her night attire. I dashed down the stairs, searching the parlor. She was not there. I scoured the other rooms of the house, an unprecedented wave of terror washing over me. Upon reaching the hallway, I discovered the door ajar. It was not wide open, but the latch was unfastened. The inhabitants of our home always took care to secure the door each night, thus my fear grew that Lucy must have ventured out. There was no time to contemplate the potential consequences. An inexplicable and overwhelming fear cast a shadow over everything. Grabbing a large shawl, I rushed outside. As I stood upon Crescent Street, the chime of the clock struck 1, and the street lay deserted. I raced along North Trestle, yet failed to glimpse the white figure I yearned to see. At the edge of the western cliff, I crossed the harbor and gazed towards the eastern precipice, uncertain whether I was filled with hope or dread at the thought of seeing Lucy seated in our cherished chair. Above, a luminous full moon hung amidst thick, dark clouds, casting fleeting patterns of light and shadow upon the ground as they drifted. For a moment, all was obscured as the shadows of the clouds veiled St. Mary's Church and its surroundings. As the clouds shifted, the ruins of the church came into view, gradually clarified by a bright beam of light that sliced through the darkness. Regardless of my anticipations, the scene was not disappointing. There, upon our favored seat, silver moonlight illuminated a reclining figure, starkly white. The clouds moved too swiftly. Before I could fully discern, they swiftly cloaked the radiance once more. Yet, it seemed I caught a glimpse of something dark, crouched behind the glowing white figure. What was it, human or beast? I could not tell. As I approached the summit, the seat and the white figure became discernible, now within proximity sufficient for recognition. Undoubtedly, there was something long and dark, poised over the reclining white figure. I cried out, "Lucy! Lucy!" The entity lifted its head, revealing a pale face and a pair of glowing red eyes from where I stood. As I bent down to observe her, I discovered she was still slumbering. Her lips were parted, and her breaths were no longer the gentle whispers of usual repose, but rather long, labored gasps, as if each inhalation was a struggle to fill her lungs with air. When I drew closer, she instinctively raised her hand in her sleep to pull the collar of her nightgown closer, as though she sensed a chill. I draped a shawl over her, fastening it snugly around her neck, mindful that she lay exposed and vulnerable to the night's cold. I hesitated to rouse her immediately. Instead, in order to free my hands to support her, I pinned a brooch to the shawl. However, in my flustered state, I may have inadvertently pinched or pricked her. For soon after, as her breathing grew tranquil once more, she placed her hand upon her throat and emitted a soft groan. Once I had carefully wrapped her up, I slipped my shoes onto her feet and began to gently awaken her. A wave of anxiety washed over me concerning Lucy, not only for her health, fearing she might catch a chill from her scant attire, but also for her reputation, as rumors could easily spiral out of control. We entered the house, cleansing our feet, and offered a prayer of gratitude together before I ensconced her in the warmth of the blankets. Before drifting off to sleep, she implored me, almost begging, that I keep this episode of her somnambulism a secret, even from her mother. I hesitated initially, unable to promise. Yet considering her mother's health and how such knowledge might distress her, as well as the inevitable distortions that would arise should the tale be disclosed, I resolved that discretion was the wisest course. I hoped fervently that I had chosen rightly. I secured the door, fastening the key to my wrist, hoping to remain undisturbed. Lucy slumbered peacefully as the dawn light ascended high across the sea. On that very day, at noon, everything appeared normal. Lucy continued to sleep until I roused her, scarcely shifting in her repose. The adventures of the previous night seemed to have left her unscathed. Rather, they appeared to have rejuvenated her. For this morning, she looked better than she had in weeks. I felt remorse for having inadvertently harmed her with the safety pin, and it must have been quite severe, as the skin on her throat was punctured. I must have pricked a particularly tender area, as evidenced by 2 small red dots resembling pinpricks, accompanied by a drop of blood on the strap of her nightgown. When I expressed my apologies and concern, she laughed heartily and embraced me, assuring me that she barely felt a thing. Thankfully, it should not leave a scar, as the marks were too diminutive. On the evening of August 12th, and into the 13th and 14th, I refrained from waking her, instead tucking her in warmly. I verified that the door was securely locked and the windows fastened tightly. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, yet her complexion was paler than before. However, there was a distorted, weary expression in her eyes that troubled me. I feared she was preoccupied with some matter, hoping I might uncover what it was. On August 15th, she arose later than usual. Lucy seemed fatigued and listless. Even after I was awakened, she continued to doze. During breakfast, we were met with an unexpected surprise. Arthur's father has significantly improved in health, and there is hope for the wedding to take place soon. Lucy is enveloped in serene joy. Her mother is delighted, yet quickly succumbs to sorrow. After a while, she confided in me the reason for her melancholy. Lucy will no longer be her sole child, and though this brings her profound sadness, there is also joy in the prospect of someone to protect her beloved daughter. Poor lady. She revealed to me that she has received her death sentence, a truth she has withheld from Lucy and requested I keep secret. Her doctor informed her that, at most, she has only a few months left, as her heart grows increasingly frail. At any moment, even now, a sudden shock could prove fatal. It was indeed wise not to disclose to her the terrifying night when Lucy was found in a trance. August 17th. I have not written in my diary for 2 days. My spirit feels too heavy to compose my thoughts. A pall of gloom seems to gradually envelop our happiness. Jonathan remains absent, and Lucy appears to grow ever weaker, while her mother's time dwindles. I cannot comprehend Lucy's pallor. She eats well, sleeps soundly, and breathes in the fresh air, yet the rosy hue in her cheeks fades with each passing moment. And daily she becomes more frail and listless. At night, I hear her labored breathing, as if she is starved for oxygen. I always wear the key to our room on my wrist, yet Lucy, upon awakening, often roams the room, sitting by the open window. Last night, when I awoke, I found her body leaning out of the window. I attempted to rouse her, but she remained unresponsive. She fainted, and when she regained consciousness, she felt as weak as water, struggling and painfully gasping for breath while quietly weeping. When I inquired how she came to be seated by the window, she merely shook her head and turned away. A letter from Samuel F. Billington of Whitwhite Solicitors to Mr. Carter of Peterson Company, London, dated August 17th. Dear Sir, enclosed, please find the invoice for goods shipped by the Northern Railway Company. The items will be delivered to Cafark, near Pavrift, and are expected to arrive at King's Cross Station shortly. The house is currently vacant, and I have included the keys, all of which are labeled. Yours faithfully, Samuel F. Billington. A letter from Mr. Carter of Peterson Company to Mr. Billington of Whitwhite, dated August 21st. Dear Sir, I acknowledge receipt of your esteemed letter and return a check for £1, representing the balance due, as indicated in the enclosed receipt. The goods have been delivered accurately as instructed, and the keys have been packed in the parcel placed in the main hall. Yours sincerely, Mina Murray's Diary, August 18th. Today, I find great joy in sitting on a bench in the churchyard, penning my thoughts. Lucy is in excellent spirits. She slept soundly throughout the night without disturbing me even once. Playfully tapping her boot heels against the stone, she remarked, "My poor little feet made hardly a sound. I dare say Mr. Seward has told me this is because I did not wish to wake George." Given her eagerness to converse and her playful demeanor, I inquired whether she had dreamt that night. Then, she burst into a hearty laugh. All of this seemed utterly incredible to me. I held my breath as I listened to her speak. Disliking the notion of her fixating on this topic, we gracefully transitioned to another subject, and Lucy returned to her former self. Upon arriving home, the refreshing breeze invigorated her spirit, and her pale cheeks truly took on a healthier hue. Her mother was overjoyed to see her, and we spent a delightful evening together. August 19th, a letter from Sister Agatha, at St. Joseph's Hospital in Budapest to Miss Wilhelmina Murray, August 12th. Dear Madam, believe me, I sympathize with you and send my blessings, Sister Agatha. Please ensure he is well cared for. He has won hearts with his kindness and gentleness. He is recovering, and within a few weeks, he shall be fully healed. However, for safety's sake, please take good care of him. I pray to God and St. Joseph's Hospital that both of you will enjoy many, many years of happiness. Dr. Seward's diary, August 19th. Last night, Renfield exhibited a sudden and peculiar change. Around 8 o'clock, he became agitated and began to sniff about like a dog. The attendant was astonished by his behavior, aware of my interest in him, and encouraged him to speak. Typically, he shows great respect towards the attendants, sometimes even to a subservient degree, but last night, the attendant reported that he became exceedingly arrogant and rude, unwilling to deign to converse with him. All he would say was, "I do not wish to speak with you. You no longer matter. The master is coming soon." The attendant believes he has succumbed to a fervent religious zeal. Should this be the case, we must remain vigilant. For an individual possessing both a penchant for violence and religious fanaticism could prove perilous. The amalgamation of these traits is indeed alarming. At 9 o'clock, I personally went to observe him. His demeanor towards me mirrored that of the attendant. In his haughty self-perception, I seemed indistinguishable from the attendant. This appears akin to a malady of religious fervor, as he will soon regard himself as a deity. The trivial distinctions between individuals are inconsequential to God. How could a madman betray himself? The true God safeguards with care, lest a sparrow fall. However, the God fashioned by human vanity cannot discern between an eagle and a sparrow. Alas, if only humanity knew. For half an hour or longer, Lundfeld became increasingly agitated. I did not feign my gaze upon him, yet I kept him under close scrutiny. Suddenly, a change flickered in his eyes. A phenomenon we often observe when a mental patient is struck by a sudden thought, accompanied by erratic movements of his head and back. Familiar to the attendants of such institutions, he fell into an unusual silence, sitting in the corner of the bed, staring vacantly into the air. I intended to ascertain whether his indifference was genuine or a mere pretense, and to steer the conversation towards his pets, a subject that would most likely pique his interest. "What?" I inquired. "You wouldn't tell me you no longer care for spiders, would you?" Spiders are currently his fixation. With his notebook filled with rows of numbers, he stubbornly refused to elucidate his words, remaining resolutely seated on his bed. I had been by his side throughout. Tonight, weariness enveloped me, and a melancholic shadow loomed over my spirit. My thoughts involuntarily drifted to Lucy, pondering how profoundly different circumstances might unfold. If slumber eluded me, I would resort to sedatives, the modern deity of dreams. Yet, I must exercise caution. Addiction lurks in the shadows. No, tonight I shall abstain. My reflections on Lucy must remain untainted. I cannot conflate these two realms and bring dishonor upon her. Should the need arise, I shall forego sleep this evening. After a while, I felt a surge of satisfaction in my resolution, and even greater joy in my adherence to it. It was nearly 2 o'clock when the night watchman approached to inform me that Lundfeld had escaped. I donned my clothes and hurried downstairs. It was perilous to allow my patient to roam freely. His dangerous thoughts could manifest upon unsuspecting strangers. The guard believed it more prudent to search for him at his likely destination than to pursue him directly, as he might lose his way upon fleeing through the main entrance. His imposing stature rendered it impossible for him to exit through a window. I, being slender, managed to slip out with his assistance, for we were scarcely a few feet above the ground, landing without injury. The guard informed me that the patient had fled to the left in a straight line, prompting me to run as swiftly as I could. As I traversed the greenbelt, I beheld a white figure scaling the high wall that separated our courtyard from the grounds of an abandoned house. He appeared to be conversing with someone. However, I dared not draw too near to overhear their discourse, fearing that my approach might startle him, prompting a hasty retreat once more. Chasing a group of lost bees pales in comparison to pursuing a naked lunatic, should he be resolute in his escape. Nevertheless, mere minutes later, I observed that he had grown oblivious to his surroundings, allowing me to take the risk of approaching him. My companions had already scaled the wall, encircling him. I heard him utter, "I have come here to act upon your command, my master. I am your servant, and you shall reward me for my loyalty. I have admired you from afar for so long. Now that you are here, I await your orders. When you distribute your rewards, you will not overlook me, will you, my master?" Regardless, he is a selfish old beggar. Even if he perceives himself as sincere, he is preoccupied with thoughts of bread and fish. His madness has forged a terrifying amalgamation. As we closed in on him, he fought back like a tiger. He possessed an extraordinary strength, resembling a beast more than a human. I have never witnessed such fury from a madman, and I hope never to again. Fortunately, we recognized his power and peril in time. With such ferocity and resolve, he would have committed brutal acts before being confined. At the very least, he is safe now. Lundfeld cannot extricate himself from the constricting straitjacket that binds him, tethered to the walls of a soft-walled chamber. His screams are occasionally terrifying. Yet the ensuing silence is even more daunting, for each of his movements may herald an imminent attack. Just a moment ago, he articulated coherent words for the first time. "I should be patient, my master. He is coming, coming, coming." In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. I was so exhilarated that sleep eluded me. However, this diary has provided me solace, and I believe I shall find rest this night. Chapter 9, A Letter from Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra, Budapest. August 24th, my dearest Lucy. I know you are eager to learn what has transpired since our parting at Whitby train station. My dear, I arrived safely in Hull, boarded a vessel bound for Hamburg, and then took the train. The details of my journey seem to have faded from memory, save for the knowledge that I was en route to Jonathan. For I must care for him, and therefore it is imperative that I acquire ample rest. She is a gentle and kind soul. The next day, upon seeing my distress, she broached the subject of my poor dear's ramblings and remarked, "I can only tell you this much, my dear. He has done nothing wrong. You, as his future wife, have no cause for concern. He has not forgotten his obligations to you. His fears are rooted in some profoundly terrifying matters, beyond the comprehension of any mortal. I suspect this good man fears I might harbor jealousy. Could it be that my poor beloved has fallen for another? Jealous of Jonathan. Yet, my dear, let me confide in you quietly that when I discovered the source of his troubles was not another woman, I felt a flicker of relief. I now sit beside him, where I can behold his face in slumber. He has awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he requests his outer garment, seeking to retrieve something from its pocket. I inquired with Sister Agatha, who kindly brought forth all his belongings. Among them, I spotted his notebook and was about to ask him to let me peruse it, as I believed it might yield clues to certain inquiries. However, I surmised he must have discerned my unspoken wish, for he beckoned me to the window, expressing a desire for solitude. She informed me that arrangements had been made for the clergyman from the English church to come. In less than an hour, we shall be wed, or following Jonathan's awakening. The nuns are exceedingly kind. Oh, God, I shall forever cherish their memory, along with the significant and sweet responsibilities that rest upon my shoulders. I must now share the details of my wedding with you. When the clergyman and the nuns left me alone with my husband, oh, Lucy, this is the first instance I pen the word husband. I retrieved the notebook from beneath his pillow, wrapped it in white paper, and secured it with a pure blue ribbon from around my neck, sealing it with beeswax. Using my wedding ring as a stamp, I then kissed it and presented it to my husband, informing him that I would keep it thus, as a tangible symbol of our unwavering faith in one another throughout our lives, vowing never to open it except for noble reasons or obligations. Then, he placed my hand within his. Oh, Lucy, it was the first time he held his wife's hand, and he proclaimed it to be the most precious thing in the world. If necessary, he would relive the past to attain it all. My poor beloved referenced a fragment of the past, yet he could not fully grasp the passage of time. I should not be surprised, initially. He had not only confused the months, but even the years. My dear, what more can I say? I can only express that I am the happiest woman alive, possessing nothing to offer him but myself, my life, and my trust, all of which will accompany my love and responsibilities throughout my existence. My beloved, he kissed me, enveloping me in his frail embrace, akin to a solemn vow exchanged between us. Dear Lucy, do you know why I share this with you? It is not merely because it is extraordinarily sweet for me, but also because you have been, and will always remain, invaluable to me. It is my greatest honor to be your friend and guide as you transition from school into the journey of life. I wish for you to see the path that responsibility has led me down, through the eyes of a profoundly contented wife, so that you may also find enduring happiness in your own marital life, just as I do now. Almighty Lord, may your life be eternally bathed in sunshine, devoid of tempest or forgetfulness of duty, and free from suspicion. I cannot wish for you to be without pain, for that is unattainable, but I sincerely hope you can remain as blissful as I am at this moment. Farewell, my dear. I must promptly dispatch this letter, and perhaps I shall soon compose another to you. I must pause now, for Jonathan has awakened. I must attend to my husband. Forever yours, Mina Harker. Letter from Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker, Whitby. August 30th, my dearest Mina. Lucy, moreover, Mother has asked me to convey her regards to you. She appears to be much improved, poor dear mother. Additionally, we are to be wed on September 28th. Dr. Seward's diary, August 20th. The case of Renfield has grown increasingly intriguing. Thus far, he has remained quite subdued, now entering a period of fervent rest. Following the assault, he was in a state of violent agitation for the first week. On the very night the moon ascended, he fell silent, incessantly murmuring to himself, "Now I can wait. Now I can wait." It is remarkably strange that the patient seems to approach their distrust with a sense of humor, for as he drew near to me, casting furtive glances at them, he whispered softly, "They believe I would harm you. Can you imagine me harming you? A bunch of fools, for reasons unknown." The realization of being distinguished from others, even through the eyes of a distressed lunatic, brings me a sense of comfort. Of course, I do not believe his assertions, rather. I perceive that our shared connection in some regard has drawn us, as it were, together in that moment. Perhaps it is because he seeks something extraordinary from me, rendering my well-being essential. I shall certainly uncover the reason in due course. This evening, he ceased to speak, and even the prospect of a kitten or a cat of considerable size failed to entice him. He merely stated, "I have no interest in cats. I have more pressing matters to ponder, and I am capable of waiting. I can wait." After a while, I departed from his presence. The attendant informed me that he remained tranquil until dawn, but thereafter he began to exhibit signs of agitation, culminating in a sudden outburst that left him utterly exhausted, even to the point of fainting. What a disconcerting notion. Tonight, we ought to engage him in a bit of play. Previously, unbeknownst to us, he had escaped. Tonight, with our assistance, he shall attempt to flee once more. We shall afford him an opportunity, and then let our team be prepared to pursue him, should the need arise. August 23rd. Shortly thereafter, another night of adventures unfolded. Lundfeld cleverly awaited the attendant's entrance to the room for a routine inspection. Then, he darted past the attendant and bolted down the corridor. I instructed the attendant to pursue him. Once again, he entered the yard of that forsaken house. We found him in the same spot, rapping on the door of the old church. Upon seeing me, he became inexplicably enraged. Had the attendant not seized him in time, I might have met a dire fate. When we finally captured him, a peculiar occurrence transpired. He suddenly exerted tremendous strength, only to become remarkably calm moments later. Instinctively, I glanced around, but found nothing amiss. Then, I followed the patient's gaze towards the moonlit sky, yet I beheld nothing but a colossal bat, its wings flapping silently like a specter as it soared westward. Typically, bats flutter about in circles, but this one appeared to move forward with purpose, as if it were aware of its destination and harbored its own intentions. Diary of Lucy Westenra, Shillingham, August 24th to 25th. It was another dreadful night. My mother seems to disapprove of my suggestions. Her health appears to be failing, and undoubtedly, she fears causing me distress. I endeavored to remain awake, managing to do so for a brief period. However, when the clock struck midnight, I roused from a doze, indicating that I must have succumbed to slumber. A scratching or tapping sound emerged from the window, yet I paid it no mind, as I could recall nothing else. I presumed I must have drifted off again. I experienced further nightmares, longing to remember them. This morning, I felt exceedingly weak. My face was as pale as a ghost, and my throat throbbed painfully. Surely, there must be something amiss with my lungs, as it seems I cannot draw in sufficient air. I ought to muster some cheer before Arthur's arrival, otherwise, I know he will be saddened upon seeing me. Letter from Arthur to Dr. Seward, Elbermar Hotel, August 31st. My dear John, I wish to ask a favor of you. Lucy is unwell. While she does not suffer from any specific ailment, her condition appears dire, deteriorating with each passing day. I inquired of her if there were any underlying reasons, yet I dared not question her mother. To disturb that unfortunate lady regarding her daughter's matters, given her current health condition, would be tantamount to hastening her demise. Lady Weston confided in me that her days are numbered due to heart disease. Although poor Lucy remains blissfully unaware, I am certain that something is tormenting the mind of my dear one. The mere thought of her nearly drives me to the brink of madness. Seeing her is indeed a profound shock. I conveyed to her that I ought to arrange for you to visit her. Though she initially opposed this notion, I understood her reasons, dear friend, yet she ultimately acquiesced. This task shall be a painful one for you, I know, dear friend, but it is for her sake. I cannot hesitate in this matter, nor should you. Please come to Hillingham for lunch tomorrow at 2 o'clock. To avoid arousing Lady Weston's suspicions, Lucy will have the opportunity to spend some time alone with you after lunch. I am filled with anxiety, and once you have seen her, I wish to speak with you privately as soon as possible. Do not fail me. Arthur telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Seward. September 1st, I have been summoned to see my father, who is gravely ill. I am currently sending this telegram. Please write to me in detail tonight. If necessary, send a telegram. Letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood. September 2nd, my dear old friend. Regarding Miss Weston's health, I am eager to inform you that, in my opinion, she exhibits no functional disorders or ailments of which I am aware. However, I am quite dissatisfied with her mental state. She was utterly transformed since the last time I encountered her. Of course, one must endure this in silence. I did not conduct a thorough examination of her, as you might have hoped. Our extraordinary friendship has woven certain complexities, obstacles that neither medical expertise nor societal norms can surmount. It is best that I convey to you precisely what transpired, allowing you to draw your own conclusions to some extent. Subsequently, I shall recount the measures I undertook and offer suggestions on how to proceed. I observed that Miss Weston appeared distinctly elated. Her mother was present, and within moments, it became evident that she was exerting every effort to mislead her mother, shielding her from worry. I have no doubt that, even if her mother remained unaware, she could perceive this carefulness. However, once the door closed, she removed her mask, exhaling deeply as she sank into a chair, covering her eyes with her hand. Upon witnessing the return of her emotional composure, I seized the opportunity to make a diagnosis based on her immediate reaction. She gently confessed to me, "I cannot begin to express how revolting it is to speak of myself." I reminded her that the trust between a doctor and patient is sacred and conveyed to her the depth of my concern for her. She instantly grasped my intention, succinctly summarizing the matter with a single statement. "Say whatever you wish to Arthur. I do not care for myself, but I do care for him." Thus, I found some solace. I could discern a slight pallor in her face, yet I could not identify the typical signs of anemia. By a stroke of luck, I had the chance to examine her blood count, as she had sustained a minor cut on her finger from shattered glass while opening the window. This may seem a trivial matter, yet it has afforded me a splendid opportunity. I preserved a few drops of blood for examination. The qualitative tests indicated everything was normal, and I can assert that they reflected a commendable state of health. In other physiological respects, I am equally satisfied, devoid of any cause for concern. However, there always seems to be some underlying reason, leading me to conclude that the issue lies within the psychological realm. Perplexed, I endeavored to undertake what I deemed the most prudent course of action. I penned a correspondence to my venerable friend and mentor, Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam, who possesses knowledge of all the obscure ailments in the world. I invited him to come, for you instructed me to entrust all matters to your care. Thus I informed him of your identity and your connection with Miss Weston R.A. My dear friend, this aligns with your desires, as I am profoundly honored and delighted to be of service to her. I am aware that Professor Van Helsing would undertake any task for personal reasons, and regardless of his motivations for coming, we must respect his intentions. He presents himself as a commanding figure, for he possesses a clearer understanding of his discourse than anyone else. He is a philosopher and metaphysician, one of the most distinguished scientists of our age. I also believe he is remarkably open-minded. He possesses a resilient spirit, a temperament capable of melting ice and snow, unwavering determination, strict self-discipline, and a capacity for tolerance born of virtue, all coupled with the kindest and most sincere heart. These attributes equip him to engage in this noble endeavor for humanity, both in theory and practice, for his vision is as vast as his compassion. I share this with you so that you may comprehend the depth of my confidence in him. I have summoned him to come immediately. Tomorrow, I shall visit Miss Weston again, as she has arranged for us to meet at the department store. Thus I will refrain from disturbing her mother any further. Forever yours. John Seward. Letter from Abraham Van Helsing to Dr. Seward. September 2nd, my dear friend. Van Helsing. Letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood. September 2nd, my dear Arthur. Van Helsing has come and gone. He accompanied me to Hillingham, where Lucy, out of caution, had her mother leave for lunch, allowing us to be alone with her. In terms of this visit, Lucy appeared somewhat more cheerful than during my last encounter, and she certainly seems to be in better spirits. The pallor that once troubled you has diminished, her breathing has normalized, and she is exceedingly kind to the professor, as she has always been, striving to make him feel at ease, although it is evident that this poor girl is exerting herself to do so. I believe Van Helsing noticed this as well, for I observed a swift glance beneath his thick brows, just as I had always known. Then, he began to engage in light conversation, steering away from the subject of our ailments. His warmth was palpable, and I could see that Lucy's pretense of cheerfulness had transformed into genuine joy. Subsequently, Without any apparent transition, Van Helsing subtly redirected the conversation to the purpose of his visit, stating that, as I had mentioned, he was unwilling to divulge further details, even in our private moments together. Thus, Arthur, you are now as informed as I am. I shall observe closely. I trust your unfortunate father is also on the mend. My dear old friend, caught between two individuals whom you hold dear, this must surely be a trying predicament for you. I am aware of your sense of duty towards your father, and you steadfastly believe it to be the right course of action. However, should the need arise, I will inform you to come to Lucy immediately, unless I relay otherwise. There is no cause for excessive concern at present. Ever yours, John Seward. Dr. Seward's diary, September 4th. The case of the voracious patient continues to captivate our interest. He experienced a singular episode yesterday at an unusual hour. Prior to noon, he began to exhibit signs of restlessness. The attendant, familiar with these symptoms, promptly sought assistance. Fortunately, he arrived in haste, and just in time, for at noon, the patient became exceedingly agitated, and it took all their strength to subdue him. Remarkably, just 5 minutes later, he began to calm down, ultimately descending into a state of melancholia, which persists to this day. The attendant informed me that his screams during the episode were truly terrifying. I find myself quite occupied, tending to the other patients who were frightened by him. Indeed, his voice carried with such volume that even from a distance, I was disturbed by it. The lunch hour at the asylum has since passed, yet my patients remain huddled in the corner, deep in contemplation, their faces bearing a dull, furrowed, and tormented expression, which seems to suggest something rather than explicitly reveal it. I find myself perplexed. After a while, he exclaimed, "No, I am utterly repulsed by that rubbish." He was evidently an exceptionally intriguing subject for study. I wished to decipher his thoughts or uncover the source of his sudden fervor. Ultimately, we might discover some clues if we could ascertain the reasons behind his episodes that occurred at noon and sunset today. Could it be that the sun possesses a malevolent influence, at times affecting certain species, while at other times the moon exerts its sway over others? We shall have to wait and see. Telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam, September 4th. The patient's condition continues to improve today. Telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam, September 5th. The patient's condition has shown remarkable improvement. He has a ravenous appetite, naturally falls asleep, is full of vigor, and appears revitalized. Telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam, September 6th. A dreadful turn of events. Please come at once, without delay. I will send a telegram to Holmwood upon your arrival. Chapter 10. Letter from Dr. Seward to Mr. Arthur Holmwood, September 6th. My dear Arthur, yours eternally, John Seward. Dr. Seward's diary, September 7th. When I encountered Van Helsing on Liverpool Street, the first thing he inquired was, "Have you spoken to our young friend about her lover?" "No." I replied, "I have been waiting to see you, as I mentioned in the telegram. I merely wrote to inform him of your impending arrival. For Lady Westonlaugh's condition is rather precarious. Furthermore, should the necessity arise, I shall apprise him of the situation." "Very well, my friend," he remarked, "that is indeed wise. It is best that he remain oblivious for now. Perhaps he shall never know at all. I sincerely hope so, yet if it becomes imperative, I will ensure he is made aware of everything. Now, my dear friend John, allow me to remind you, you are to attend to that troubled soul. Each individual harbors a myriad of afflictions, and the care with which you tend to your patient should reflect the same caution you exercise towards the myriad of other troubled minds in this world. Do not divulge to your patient your actions or the rationale behind them. Keep your thoughts veiled. In doing so, you shall preserve your knowledge, accumulate insights, and uncover new clues. Thus far, it is imperative that both you and I maintain the utmost discretion regarding our secrets." He gently touched my chest and forehead, mirroring the gesture upon himself. "Now, I have my own thoughts," he continued. "I shall share them with you later." "Why not now?" I inquired. "It could prove beneficial, and we might arrive at some decisions." He gazed at me and said, "My friend, when the crops are growing, still unripe, their Mother Earth's nourishing essence fills their being, and the sun has yet to bestow upon them its golden hue. The farmer, with calloused hands, gently rubs the ears of grain, blows away the green husks, and declares, 'Behold, this is a fine seedling. In due time, it shall yield a bountiful harvest.'" When I recounted Lucy's symptoms, which had not only remained unchanged, but had also intensified significantly, he appeared gravely serious, yet uttered not a word. Beside him lay a bag filled with numerous tools and medicines, clearly the apparatus of a professor skilled in the medical arts. akin to the essential equipment he had described during a lecture on our mutually beneficial engagements. Upon our arrival, Mrs. Weston encountered us. She was startled, though not to the extent I had anticipated. Her nurturing disposition suggested that, even in the face of death, there exist methods to confront one's fears. At that moment, despite the potential for any provocation to inflict a fatal blow upon her, everything remained orderly for some inexplicable reason. Even the terrifying transformation of Lucy seemed to exert no influence over her. It was as though the essence of the lady had enveloped herself in a protective layer of insensitivity, shielding her from malevolent forces that might otherwise inflict harm upon contact. If this be deemed selfishness, we must refrain from casting judgment upon anyone as self-serving, for there may be deeper motives at play than we comprehend. With my own understanding, I contemplated the current state of this mental affliction and established a rule for her. She must not be in Lucy's presence, nor should she magnify the severity of her own condition beyond reality. She accepted this with remarkable ease, which allowed me once more to witness the formidable strength of nature manifested in the struggle for life. Subsequently, Van Helsing and I entered Lucy's chamber. If my initial sighting of her yesterday had left me in shock, today I was utterly horrified. I am younger, and I am stronger, Professor. I am ready. Then prepare yourself immediately. I have retrieved my bag. I am fully prepared. As I descended the stairs with him, the door to the hall echoed with a knock. Upon our arrival in the hall, the maid had just opened the door, and Arthur swiftly entered. He rushed towards me and urgently whispered, "John, I am exceedingly worried. I have read every line you wrote, and it has caused me great distress. Father is much better, so I came to see for myself. Is this Dr. Van Helsing?" "Sir, I am immensely grateful for your presence." The professor initially regarded him with a curious gaze, which soon transformed into irritation at the disturbance during such a critical time. However, as he took note of Arthur's robust physique and the youthful vigor emanating from him, his expression softened, and his eyes began to gleam. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Arthur's hand and said, "Sir, you have arrived at the most opportune moment. You are the beloved of our dear Mississippi. Her condition is dire, exceedingly grave. No, my child, do not despair." For Arthur's countenance suddenly drained of color, and he nearly collapsed into a chair. "You must assist her. Your capabilities exceed those of anyone else, and your courage will serve as your greatest ally. What can I do?" Arthur inquired in a hoarse voice. "Tell me, and I shall act. My life is hers. I would willingly offer her the last drop of blood in my veins. My young sir, I do not require so much. It will not be the final drop. What then shall I do?" His eyes blazed with fervor, and his flaring nostrils quivered with intense desire. Van Helsing lightly patted him on the shoulder. "Come now," he said. "You are a man, and what we seek is merely a man. You are more suitable than I, and indeed more so than my friend John." Arthur appeared perplexed, prompting the professor to gently elucidate further. "The young lady's condition is dire, exceedingly grave. She requires blood. Without it, she cannot survive. My friend John and I have deliberated, and we intend to employ a remedy we term blood transfusion, transferring life from filled veins to those that are empty. John is prepared to offer his blood, for he is younger and stronger than I." At that moment, Arthur grasped my hand tightly, exclaiming, "But now you have arrived. You are more fitting than either of us. Be it old or young, we have toiled in this realm of contemplation. Our nerves lack the steadiness that yours possess, and our blood is not as pure as yours." Arthur turned to him, saying, "If only you knew how delighted I would be to die for her, you would understand." His voice faltered with emotion. "Good lad," Van Helsing remarked. "Soon you shall be very glad. You have done all that you can for the one you cherish. Now, remain silent. You should kiss her once before you depart, and you must leave at my signal. Do not speak to the lady of this. You know what it signifies for her. She cannot endure any form of stimulation. Even the slightest hint of this matter could prove fatal. Come now." We all entered Lucy's chamber. Arthur remained outside as instructed. Lucy turned her gaze towards us, yet spoke not a word. She was not asleep, merely too feeble. Her eyes conveyed their message to us. Such was the reality. Van Helsing retrieved some items from his satchel and placed them upon a small table, out of sight. He mixed the anesthetic and approached the bedside, cheerfully proclaiming, "Now, my dear girl, here is your medicine. Drink it down like a good child. Look, I shall assist you in sitting up so that it may be easier to swallow." Indeed, she performed admirably, struggling to consume the potion. My curiosity piqued regarding how long it would take for the effects to manifest. In truth, this also illustrated the severity of Lucy's ailment. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. At last, Her eyes began to flicker with drowsiness. Ultimately, the anesthetic took effect, and she sank into a heavy slumber. Once the professor was satisfied, he summoned Arthur into the room, instructing him to remove his clothing. "You may bestow upon her a gentle kiss while I attend to the table," he said. "John, come assist me, so that neither of us may witness him kissing Lucy." Van Helsing turned his head towards me and remarked, "He is so young and robust. His blood is so pure that we need not dissect." Yet, the professor's countenance remained inscrutable. He stood there, glancing at his watch, then towards the patient, and again at Arthur. I could hear the palpable rhythm of my own heartbeat. Then he gently spoke to me. "Do not move yet. It is sufficient. You tend to her while I observe Lucy. What is your perspective? How do you perceive it?" Van Helsing inquired. I replied, "I cannot fathom. Should I summon a nurse?" I questioned, "Can we commence?" I remarked, "What on earth are you saying?" Dr. Seward's journal continues, September 8th. I spent the entire night awake, accompanying Lucy. The effects of the anesthetic began to wane as dusk approached, and she awakened on her own. She appeared transformed, as if she were an entirely different person compared to before the transfusion. Her spirits were high, joyful, and vibrant. However, I could discern that she had endured extreme exhaustion. When I informed Mrs. Westenra that Dr. Van Helsing had requested my vigil with Lucy, she expressed disdain for the notion, asserting that her daughter had already regained her strength and vitality. Regardless, I remained resolute and commenced preparations for my lengthy watch. As her maid began making arrangements for her to retire, I entered the room, carrying dinner, and took a seat by her bedside. "Do you not wish to sleep?" I asked. "No, I am afraid." "Afraid of sleeping? Why is that? It is a gift we all yearn for. Alas, if you were in my position, it would not be, for sleep heralds a portent of dread for me." "A portent of dread? What do you mean?" "I do not know. Alas, I do not know. That is the unfortunate matter. All terrible things come to me in my slumber, until I begin to dread the very thought of it. However, my dear girl, you may rest tonight. I shall keep watch over you, and I assure you that nothing shall occur." "Well, I trust you," she replied. Seizing the opportunity, I vowed, "I promise that if I see you having a nightmare, I will awaken you immediately." "Will you? Will you truly?" Her gratitude was palpable, and with that, she succumbed to slumber. Almost simultaneously, she exhaled softly, turned over, and drifted into sleep. Throughout the night, I remained by her side, observing her. She did not stir. Instead, she slept deeply, peacefully, brimming with vitality and health. Her lips were slightly parted, and her chest rose and fell in a rhythmic cadence. A smile graced her countenance, evidently a result of her tranquil mind, undisturbed by any nightmares. September 9th. By the time I arrived at Shillingham, I was exceedingly fatigued. Having scarcely slept for 2 nights, my mind began to feel numbed, a clear indication of mental exhaustion. Lucy, however, was wide awake and in high spirits. As she shook my hand, she gazed at me keenly and remarked, "You cannot stay up any longer tonight. You are utterly worn out. I am perfectly fine now. Truly, if anyone should be burning the midnight oil, it ought to be me keeping you company." I did not contest this assertion. Instead, I went to dinner, where Lucy kept me company. With her presence, I enjoyed a delightful meal accompanied by several glasses of exquisite red wine. Afterwards, Lucy led me upstairs to show me a room adjacent to hers, where a roaring fire blazed warmly. "Now," she said, "you may stay here. I will leave the doors of this room and my room open. You can recline on the sofa. I understand that if a patient requires attention, nothing can compel you doctors to rest. Should there be any need, I shall summon you, and you can come immediately." I could only acquiesce, for I was indeed fatigued. Excessive weariness renders one incapable of enduring the night. Thus, when she reiterated that she would call if necessary, I lay down on the sofa, surrendering to oblivion. Lucy's Weston Diary, September 9th. This evening fills me with extraordinary joy. Once so frail, the ability to think and walk freely now feels akin to basking in the sunlight after a tempest. For reasons unknown, Arthur seems remarkably close to me. I perceive his presence as a source of warmth. I speculate that illness and weakness are selfish entities, awakening the eyes and empathy within our bodies. Health and strength grant love the liberty to roam freely in thought and feeling. I am acutely aware of my thoughts. How I wish Arthur could know them. My dear, when you slumber, your ears must ache, for mine remain alert. Oh, how splendidly I rested yesterday. How did I manage to sleep so soundly? The dear Dr. Seward kept vigil by my side. This night, I shall not fear sleep, for he is close by, and I can call upon him at any moment. I am grateful to everyone for their kindness towards me. Thank God. Good night, Arthur. Dr. Seward's diary, September 10th. I felt the professor's hand resting upon my head, and in an instant, I awakened. Regardless, this is one of the insights I have gleaned during my time in the asylum. How are our patients faring? Come, let us take a look, he remarked. Thus, we entered her chamber together. The curtains were drawn. I approached and gently pulled them apart, while Van Helsing stealthily made his way to the bedside like a feline. Just as I unveiled the curtains, the morning sunlight flooded the room. I heard the professor's deep inhalation, a sound so rare that a chilling sense of dread gripped my heart. As I moved closer, he recoiled, exclaiming in terror, "Good heavens!" His expression was one of anguish as he raised a trembling finger towards the bed, his visage contorted and pale, and I felt my knees begin to tremble. Poor Lucy lay seemingly unconscious upon the bed, more pallid and drained of color than ever before. Even her lips were white. Her gums appeared to have receded from her teeth, reminiscent of the visage of those we see succumbing to illness. Van Helsing, in a fit of anger, lifted his foot. Yet his instincts and years of training restrained him, and he gently lowered it once more. "Quick, fetch the brandy," he urged. "There is still time. A heartbeat remains. Albeit faint. We did all that we could. We must commence anew. Now that young Arthur is absent, it rests solely upon you, John." As he spoke, he reached into his bag, preparing the instruments for transfusion. I removed my clothing and rolled up my sleeves. For the time being, there were no anesthetics available, nor was there a need for them. Thus, without a moment's delay, we commenced the blood transfusion. Lucy's response was not entirely unfavorable, as her faintness seemed to gradually dissipate, transforming into a slumber induced by the anesthesia. A sense of pride welled within me as I observed a faint hue slowly altering the pallor of her cheeks and lips. No one can truly comprehend the sensation of one's blood flowing into the veins of a beloved woman unless they have experienced it firsthand. The professor regarded me with a serious demeanor, asserting, "That will suffice." I protested, "But you drew far more from Arthur. He was her lover, her betrothed. You have work to do, and many others require your attention. This is enough for now." After we ceased the transfusion, he began to tend to Lucy, while I pressed my fingers against my own wound. I reclined, awaiting his return to attend to me, as dizziness and a touch of nausea washed over me. Shortly thereafter, he dressed my injury and instructed me to descend and partake of a glass of wine. Just as I was leaving the room, he followed closely behind and whispered, "Remember, not a word about this. If Arthur happens to find out, as he did last time, do not disclose anything to him. It would frighten him and incite his jealousy. None of this must transpire." I adhered to his counsel, for I recognized its wisdom and correctness. I had fulfilled my duty. The next imperative was to conserve my strength. I felt exceedingly frail, and in my weakness, I had forgotten the shock of recent events. I dozed off on the sofa, pondering why Lucy had regressed so significantly and how she had lost such a considerable amount of blood without leaving a trace. I suspect I continued to contemplate this in my dreams, for whether asleep or awake, images of the tiny punctures on her neck and their rough edges constantly haunted my mind, despite their minuscule size. Lucy slept until midday, and upon awakening, her condition had improved, though not to the extent of the previous day. After Dr. Van Helsing examined her, he took a stroll, instructing me sternly to remain by her side without deviation. I could hear him in the hallway, inquiring about the location of the nearest telegraph office. Lucy engaged in casual conversation with me, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I endeavored to keep her spirits high and her interest piqued. When her mother came to visit, she appeared unaware of any changes but expressed her gratitude towards me. September 11th, this afternoon, I visited Hillingham. I found Dr. Van Helsing in good spirits, and Lucy was much improved. Shortly after my arrival, the professor received a large parcel from abroad. He opened it to reveal a vast bouquet of white flowers. "These are for you, Miss Lucy," he said. "For me? Oh, Dr. Van Helsing. Indeed, my dear. But these are not for your amusement. They are your medicine." At that moment, Lucy made a pained expression. "No, I shall not treat them as medicinal herbs to brew or subject them to any other repugnant methods. Thus, there is no need for you to wrinkle your lovely little nose. Otherwise, I shall inform my friend Arthur of the dreadful fate that awaits him upon witnessing the visage of a beauty he so adores become so unappealing. My dear miss, do refrain from further scrunching that delightful little nose of yours. While these things possess medicinal properties, the reasons remain unbeknownst to you. I shall place them upon your windowsill and fashion them into a beautiful garland to adorn your neck. ensuring you enjoy a serene slumber. Oh, indeed. They, much like the lotus, will help you forget your troubles. Their fragrance resembles the waters of the river Lethe, akin to the fabled fountain of youth sought by the Spanish conquistadors in Florida. As he spoke, Lucy attentively observed the flowers, inhaling their scent. She then cast them aside with a laugh, expressing her disdain. "Oh, Professor, I trust you must be jesting. These flowers are merely common garlic blossoms." To her astonishment, Van Helsing stood up, his demeanor turning solemn. His ironclad jaw remained still as he furrowed his thick brows and declared, "Do not jest with me. I never make light of such matters. My actions are driven by grave reasons, and I caution you not to oppose me. Exercise caution, not only for your sake, but for the sake of others." Upon noticing the poor Lucy was frightened, he softened his tone. "Oh, little one, do not be afraid of me. I undertake this for your benefit. However, these ordinary flowers hold great significance for you. Observe, I have placed them in your chamber. I fashioned a garland for you to wear. Yet, refrain from divulging this to the inquisitive souls. We must adhere to a code of silence. For silence is a form of obedience, and such obedience will foster your well-being, leading you into the embrace of those who cherish you. Now, sit quietly for a moment. Come, John, assist me in adorning the house with garlic, all of which I procured from Haarlem, where my friend Vanderpool cultivates herbs in glass jars throughout the year. Had I not sent a telegram yesterday, these items would have eluded me." We entered the house, flowers in hand. The professor's methods were peculiar, unlike anything I had encountered in any pharmacopoeia. He first closed the windows and secured the bolts. Then, he took a handful of flowers and adorned the entire window frame, as if to ensure that every breath of air that dared to enter was imbued with the scent of garlic. Next, he applied garlic to the door frame, above, below, and on either side, then proceeded in the same manner with the fireplace. This struck me as absurd, and after a while, I inquired, "Professor, I understand that your actions are always purposeful, yet this has left me perplexed. Fortunately, we were free from skeptics. Otherwise, one might claim that you were casting a spell to repel evil spirits." We then awaited Lucy's ablutions, and when she retired for the night, he approached and placed the string of garlic flowers around her neck. His last words to her were, "Be careful not to let it fall. And even though the house feels stifling, do not open the door or the windows tonight." "I promise," Lucy replied. "Thank you both for being so kind to me. Alas, what have I done to deserve friends like you?" As we sat waiting for my carriage to depart, Van Helsing remarked, "Tonight, I can finally sleep peacefully. I truly need rest after 2 nights of toil, a day spent reading extensively, the ensuing worries, and a night spent vigilantly without a single blink. Tomorrow morning, you shall come to my place, and together we will visit our lovely lady, who will be strengthened by the incantations I have recited. Ha ha." He exuded such confidence that it reminded me of my own blind faith 2 nights prior and its dire consequences, leaving me with an unsettling sense of dread. Surely, it was my frailty that led me to hesitate in confiding this to my friends. Yet, I felt it more acutely, akin to tears that would not flow. Chapter 11. Lucy Westenra's Diary, September 12th. They have all been exceedingly kind to me. I have grown quite fond of Dr. Van Helsing, though I do not understand why he cares so much for those flowers. He frightens me. He is indeed quite stern. However, he must be correct, for those flowers have truly made me feel much better. For some reason, I do not fear sleeping alone tonight, nor do I dread the prospect of slumber. I ought to ignore the sounds of knocking from outside. Alas, I often endure the torment of sleepless nights, grappling with the anguish of insomnia, or rather, the dread of slumber accompanied by these nameless fears. How fortunate are some, living devoid of terror, where sleep arrives each night as a cherished gift, bestowing only sweet dreams. Here I lie, yearning for repose, akin to Ophelia from the play. I have never held a fondness for garlic, yet tonight, it brings an unexpected joy. Its aroma exudes a sense of tranquility, and I feel the approach of sleep. Good night, dear friends. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 13th. Upon arriving in Berkeley to meet Van Helsing, I was punctual as per usual. The carriage reserved by the hotel awaited us outside. The professor, ever prepared, carried his satchel. I meticulously documented every detail. Van Helsing and I reached Hillingham at 8. It was a splendid morning, with bright sunlight and the crispness of early autumn, reminiscent of nature's annual culmination. The leaves had transformed into a myriad of exquisite hues, yet had not yet begun to fall. As we entered the house, we encountered Mrs. Weston emerging from the morning room. She always rises early. With warmth, she greeted us, saying, "You shall be pleased, for Lucy is much improved. The dear child still slumbers." I glanced into her room, refraining from entering so as not to disturb her. The professor smiled, appearing elated. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, I believe I have diagnosed the ailment. My treatment has proven effective." "What do you mean, my dear?" the professor inquired. "I was quite troubled about the child last night, so I ventured into her room. She was sleeping soundly, so deeply that even my presence did not disturb her. However, the atmosphere was particularly stifling, filled with the oppressive scent of dreadful flowers, which she had even adorned around her neck. Fearing that this acrid fragrance might harm the fragile child, I removed the blossoms and opened the window to allow a breath of fresh air to enter. You would see how pleased she would be, I am certain." He then retreated to his own chamber, where he usually took his breakfast. As he spoke, I observed the professor's countenance turn ashen. He struggled to contain his emotions in front of the unfortunate lady, fully aware of her precarious condition and how devastating a stimulus could be for her. He even wore a smile while holding the door for her. Yet, the moment her figure vanished, he abruptly seized me, pulling me into the dining room and shutting the door behind us. It was then that I witnessed Van Helsing lose his composure for the first time in my life. He grasped his head in his hands, enveloped in a despairing silence, then, helplessly, began to strike his palms together. Finally, he sank into a chair, covering his face with his hands, and began to weep, loudly, hoarsely, as if his heart were in agonizing turmoil. He then raised his arms, as if beseeching the entire universe. "Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!" he exclaimed. "What have we done, and what has that poor soul done to surround us with such profound suffering? Is there some fate that we must bear, brought upon us by that pagan world, destined to unfold in this very manner?" The unfortunate mother, utterly unaware, acted in what she believed to be the best interest, yet in truth, she was suffocating both the body and spirit of her daughter. We must not reveal the truth to her. We cannot even issue a caution, for if she were to perish, it would spell doom for us all. My heavens! What surrounds us? The malevolent forces encircling us are of such formidable strength. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and declared, "Come, let us proceed to investigate and take action. Whether there be demons present or if all the demons have congregated, it matters not. We must confront them all the same." He advanced towards the hall door, retrieved his bag, and together we ascended the stairs into Lucy's chamber. I drew back the curtains once more, at which point Van Helsing approached the bed. This time, as he gazed upon that wretched visage, he exhibited no surprise, nor did he appear as pale as before. Instead, he bore an expression of solemn sorrow and boundless compassion. Just as I suspected, he murmured to himself, accompanied by a profound inhalation, and without uttering a word, he secured the door. He then commenced preparing the apparatus for blood transfusion on the small table. Having anticipated this necessity, I began to disrobe, yet he raised a hand to halt me. "No," he insisted, "today, you shall operate, and I will provide the blood. You are already too weakened." As he spoke, he removed his garments and rolled up his sleeves. Soon after, he found an opportune moment to inform Mrs. Weston that nothing from Lucy's room was to be taken without consulting him first. Those flowers possess medicinal value. Inhaling their fragrance is part of the healing process. He then began to tend to the patient himself, stating that he would watch over her tonight and tomorrow, and would inform me when to come. An hour later, Lucy awoke from her slumber, rejuvenated, as if the torment she had endured had not worsened her condition. What do these signs signify? I began to ponder whether living for an extended period with an unstable individual had rendered me somewhat unhinged as well. Diary of Lucy Weston. September 17th. For Mother, and for Arthur, I give thanks to God, along with all those who have shown me such kindness. My dear friends, I should feel no change. For last night, Van Helsing dozed off in the chair. Upon waking, I discovered he had fallen asleep twice. Yet, I no longer dread sleep, despite the branches, bats, and other entities frantically battering against the window. Pall Mall Gazette, September 18th. The harrowing escape of our interviewees from the wolves. The experience shared with the zookeeper. After countless inquiries and nearly as many refusals, armed with the Pall Mall Gazette as my talisman, I finally located the department head responsible for feeding the wolves at the zoo. Thomas Beard resides in a cottage behind the elephant enclosure, and when I found him, he was about to enjoy a cup of tea. Thomas and his wife were exceedingly hospitable. Although no longer young and childless, their warmth suggested a life of considerable contentment. The administrator was reluctant to discuss what he referred to as a business matter until we had thoroughly enjoyed our dinner. Once the table was cleared, he took up his pipe and stated, "Now, sir, you may proceed and pose your inquiries. I must ask for your forgiveness. I was not inclined to discuss this matter before dinner. Before addressing the concerns regarding our department's wolves, jackals, and hyenas, I shall first provide them with some refreshments." "What do you mean by asking them questions?" I inquired, hoping to pique his interest in conversation. "Striking them on the head is one method. Stroking their ears is another. Bear in mind," he philosophically remarked, "that we humans share many instincts with these creatures. Now, you may inquire about my business. You have not even sarcastically suggested that I ask the park director whether you may question me. Am I being sufficiently clear?" "Indeed," I replied. "It is quite amusing when you assert that you will expose my use of vulgar language. I have no intention of countering that. So I await my meal and indulge heartily. Now that the elderly woman has prepared my tea and I have lit my pipe, feel free to ask me anything. I shall not object. Please, begin your questions." "I am aware of why you have come, the fleeing wolf." "Absolutely correct. I wish for you to share your perspective on this matter. Simply inform me of how it transpired, and once I grasp the truth, I shall allow you to elaborate on what you believe the cause to be and how you envision the entire affair concluding." "Very well. Here is the complete account of the incident. The wolf we refer to as Berksyke is one of 3 gray wolves imported from Norway, purchased by us 4 years ago. It is a gentle creature that has never caused us any trouble. I find it peculiar that while the other animals have shown no inclination to escape, it is Berksyke who has managed to do so. Yet, one must never place complete trust in a wolf, much like one would with a woman. Please forgive my candor." "Sir," Mrs. Thomas interjected, noting that he had spent so much time with the animals that he had become akin to an old wolf himself, though without malice. "Sir, just yesterday, 2 hours after I had fed them, I heard a commotion while I was preparing a nest for a sick little jaguar. Upon hearing the cries, I hurried outside. Berksyke was frantic, attempting to leap over the barrier. That day, there were few people around. Only one individual stood nearby, a tall, slender man with a hawk-like nose, a bushy beard, and a few strands of white hair. His face bore a cold demeanor, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. Clad in white gloves, he pointed at the animals and remarked, "Keeper, these wolves appear to be quite agitated." "Perhaps it is because of you," I replied, harboring my disdain for him. Contrary to my expectations, he did not react with anger, but instead offered a haughty smile, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth. "No, they will appreciate my presence." "Indeed, they shall," I retorted, mimicking him, for during their tea time, they always crave a bone or two to tend to their dental hygiene. "And you seem to possess an ample supply. It is indeed a peculiar occurrence." As we conversed, they all lay down, and when I approached Berksyke, it allowed me, as usual, to touch its ears. That individual also approached, extending his hand to caress the ears of the wolf, just as I had done. "Be cautious," I warned. "Berksyke is quite fierce." "Do not worry," he replied. "I am accustomed to it." "Are you in this line of work?" I inquired, removing my hat. "For those who deal with wolves are typically the closest companions of the keeper." "No," he stated, "I am not in that business. But I possess several such pets." He then waved his hat like a nobleman and departed. Berksyke watched him until he vanished from sight, before retreating to a corner, unwilling to emerge from its den. Last night, as the moon ascended, all the wolves began to howl. Yet, there was nothing to provoke their cries. No one was around, save for an individual who evidently coaxed a dog from the garden behind. I ventured outside once or twice. Everything appeared normal, and then the howling ceased. Just before midnight, I made my rounds, and as I approached the front of Berksyke's cage, I discovered the bars had been bent and the cage was empty. That is all I know. Did anyone else witness this? Now, Mr. Beard, can you speculate on how the wolves might have escaped? "Sir," he said, both humble and doubtful, "I believe I can. But I am uncertain whether you will find this inference satisfactory." "I certainly will. If someone is experienced with animals as you cannot make an accurate guess, then who could?" "Very well, sir, I shall proceed. I believe the wolf fled because it yearned to escape." The laughter shared by Thomas and his wife at this jest suggested that the conclusion was merely a clever ruse. While I may not possess Thomas's gift for humor, I fancied I knew how to draw him out, so I remarked, "Now, Mr. Beard, let us assume that half a gold pound has already been paid to you, and its counterpart awaits reclamation. If you would enlighten me on what you believe will transpire next." "Well, sir," he replied with ease, "I know you will forgive me for jesting with you, but that old woman gave me a nod, urging me to do so. I never did, the old woman retorted. In my opinion, that wolf is currently hiding somewhere. The gardener claimed it ran northward, faster than a horse, yet I do not believe him, for you see, sir, wolves do not outrun dogs. They are not so swift. Wolves are creatures of tail, yet I know that when they gather in packs, they are far more fearsome than when solitary. They emit a devilish howl and then rend apart whatever lies in their path. However, blessed be God, in the realm of reality, wolves are but creatures of limited intellect, lacking even half the cleverness and courage of a well-bred dog, and they are not particularly aggressive. This wolf, in truth, would never engage in a skirmish. It is far more likely to be cowering in some corner of a zoo, contemplating, if it possesses the capacity for thought, where it might procure its breakfast. Alternatively, it might have ventured off to hide within the confines of a coal mine. My gaze would not overlook its eyes, glowing green in the darkness. Should it find itself in want of sustenance, it is conceivable that it would seek out a butcher's shop. If not, then it would surely be spotted by some maid as it roams the streets. I would not be the least surprised if a census revealed a missing person. Such is the nature of things. Just as I was about to hand him the other half of the gold pound, a knock resounded upon the window, and his face elongated in astonishment. He approached and opened the door, an action I deemed utterly unnecessary. I have never found a wild animal particularly endearing unless it is situated at least a mile away from me. Personal experience has only deepened this sentiment, rendering it immutable. Yet, there exists no convention regarding attitudes towards wolves, for whether it be Beard or his wife, they regard a wolf as I would a dog. The creature itself is remarkably tranquil and docile, akin to an old friend, the ancestor of the wolf in the painting, of the red Labrador variety. The entire scene is an indescribable amalgamation of comedy and tragedy. The mischievous wolf, which had paralyzed all of London for half a day and sent every child in town into a shiver, now bore a repentant demeanor, akin to a cunning, extravagant son being sheltered and cherished. Old Beale gently and meticulously examined the creature's entire body, then remarked, I knew this poor fellow would find trouble. Have I not always said so? Its head is lacerated, covered in shards of glass. It must have been rummaging through a crumbling wall or something of the sort. Indeed, it is high time to prohibit individuals from placing broken glass atop walls. What a predicament this has caused. Come here, Borschiker. He secured the wolf in a cage and offered it a sufficiently large piece of meat before heading out to report. I too departed, intending to compose an exclusive report on this bizarre escape from the zoo. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 17th. After lunch, I was engrossed in organizing books in my study, a task that had long been delayed due to the pressures of other responsibilities and frequent visits to Lucy. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and my patient burst in, his face contorted with excitement. I was taken aback, as it is nearly unheard of for a patient to enter the administrator's office on their own accord. In the blink of an eye, he stood before me, wielding a dinner knife. I perceived this as exceedingly dangerous and made an effort to position myself behind the desk. His movements were too swift, and his physique too robust for my comfort. However, before I could react, he lunged at me, inflicting a severe gash on my wrist. Yet, before he could strike again, I managed to seize him, and he lay sprawled on the ground, limbs outstretched. My wrist incessantly bleeds, and a pool of blood has formed upon the carpet. I observe that he shows no intention of breaking free, so I curl my arm tightly, vigilantly watching the individual sprawled on the ground. When the attendant rushes in, the sight of him evokes a deep sense of revulsion within me. His belly pressed against the floor, he laps at the blood flowing from my wounded wrist like a dog. He is easily subdued, and to my astonishment, he is led away by the attendant with surprising docility, murmuring incessantly, "Blood is life. Blood is life. I can no longer endure the loss of blood. I have already shed more than my healthy body can bear, and my anxiety over Lucy's illness, coupled with my current dreadful state, serves as a grim reminder. I am overwhelmed with agitation and fatigue. I require rest, and more rest. I am relieved that Van Helsing has not summoned me, thus sparing me from having to go. Tonight, I must sleep." A telegram from Van Helsing in Antwerp to Seward in Carfax, delivered to Carfax in Sussex, as the county name was omitted, resulting in a 24-hour delay. Dated September 17th. "You must come to Hillingham tonight, if you cannot maintain constant vigilance. Be sure to check frequently whether the flowers remain in their rightful place. This is of utmost importance. Do not forget. I shall hasten to your side as soon as I arrive." Seward's Diary, September 18th. I have just disembarked from the train to London. Van Helsing's telegram has left me profoundly disheartened. Having been absent all night, based on past unfortunate experiences, I am acutely aware of the calamities that may unfold this evening. It is certainly possible that all is well. However, what might transpire? There must be some form of misfortune looming over us, as every conceivable mishap could adversely affect our endeavors. I should carry this magnetic disc, for it will enable me to complete my phonographic diary using Lucy's gramophone. Memoir of Lucy Weston, September 17th, evening. I pen this for the eyes of others, so that no one may encounter trouble on my account. This serves as a precise account of the events that transpired this evening. I feel as though I am fading away, with scarcely the strength to write. Yet I must document this. I retired to bed as usual, checking to ensure that the flowers remained in place as instructed by Dr. Van Helsing, and soon succumbed to slumber. I am deeply concerned for you, my child, which compelled me to check on your well-being. I endeavored to soothe her, and ultimately succeeded as she lay down peacefully once more. Nevertheless, I could still hear the feeble, irregular beating of her distressed heart. After a while, cries erupted from the thicket, and soon the window shattered, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The wind surged through the broken window, drawing the curtains back and revealing the massive, gaunt head of a gray wolf peering through the gap. My mother let out a terrified scream, struggling to sit up and grasping desperately for anything that could offer her salvation. Among all that was available, she seized the garlic wreath that Dr. Van Helsing had insisted I wear around my neck, tearing it from me. Immediately, she sat upright, pointing at the wolf, emitting a strange, horrifying choking sound from her throat. Then she collapsed, as if struck by lightning, her head colliding with mine, leaving me momentarily dazed. The air seemed to be filled with tiny particles, swirling and glimmering with a dim blue light as they floated in the breeze that wafted through the window. What should I do? May God grant me refuge from this night. I must conceal this paper close to my heart, so that when they come to prepare for my funeral, it may be discovered here. My dearest mother has departed, and it is now my time to go. Farewell. Beloved Arthur, I shall not survive until dawn. May God bless you, dear, and I implore him to bless me as well. Chapter 12, Dr. Seward's Diary, September 18th. I endeavored to relay my account to him swiftly and coherently, explaining that I had only received his telegram earlier this morning and had rushed here. Yet no one answered my knock at the door. He paused, removed his hat, and solemnly remarked, "I fear we are too late. God has made his decision." He then regained his composure and continued, "Come, if there is no entrance available, we must find a way in. Time is of the essence." We circled to the back of the house, where a kitchen window awaited us. The professor retrieved a surgical saw from his suitcase, handed it to me, and pointed to the iron bars outside the window. I immediately set to work, swiftly severing 3 of the bars. Then, with a long, slender knife, we pried the latch open, granting us access to the window. I assisted the professor in climbing through, following closely behind him. There was no one in the nearby kitchen or the servants' quarters. We surveyed all the rooms we passed, and within the dining hall, aided by the faint light filtering through the blinds, we discovered 4 maids sprawled upon the floor. There was no need to ascertain their state of life, for their snoring and the pervasive scent of opium tincture unmistakably indicated their condition. Van Helsing and I exchanged glances. As we departed, he remarked, "We shall attend to them later." Subsequently, we ascended the stairs and entered Lucy's chamber. We paused at the threshold for a brief moment, straining to listen, yet no sound reached our ears. Our faces paled, and with trembling hands, we gently opened the door to enter the room. How shall I convey the scene that unfolded before me? Upon the bed lay 2 women, Lucy and her mother. The latter was draped in a white shroud, one corner of which was lifted by the wind that swept through the shattered window, revealing a contorted, pallid visage still bearing the marks of terror. Beside her lay Lucy, her face even more ashen and twisted. The floral adornment that once graced her neck now rested upon her mother's chest, leaving Lucy's throat exposed, revealing 2 wounds we had previously noted, now appearing even more pale and mangled. The professor remained silent, bent over her, his head nearly touching Lucy's chest. Then, he abruptly turned, leaping to his feet, and exclaimed, "It is not too late. Hurry, bring the brandy." I dashed downstairs, retrieved the brandy, and returned with utmost caution, sniffing and tasting it to ensure it had not been tainted like the bottle of sherry I had seen on the table. The maid still breathed, albeit uneasily, suggesting that the effects of the drug were beginning to wane. He applied brandy to her lips, gums, wrists, and palms as he used to, and said to me, "I can do this, everything that can be done now. You go and awaken the servants. Use a damp cloth to wipe their faces. Then pat them to prepare the hearth in the bath. This poor soul is nearly as cold as the one beside her. Before we attend to anything else, we must warm her. I immediately set about my task, easily rousing 3 of them. The 4th was a little girl, evidently more affected by the medicine. So I gently placed her on the sofa, allowing her to continue her slumber. If that were all, I would have halted where we stood, letting her slip away gradually. For I saw no glimmer of life in her world. He persisted with increasing desperation. Soon, we all felt the warmth beginning to take effect. Lucy's heartbeat became more distinct through the stethoscope, and we could sense her lungs in motion. Van Helsing finally breathed a sigh of relief as we lifted her and dried her with a warm towel, saying to me, "We are the ones who have reaped the first reward." We carried Lucy into another room, now prepared, laying her upon the bed and administering a few drops of brandy to her throat. I observed Van Helsing tying a soft silk handkerchief around her neck. She remained unresponsive, her condition still the worst we had witnessed. We needed to deliberate on our next course of action as we descended the stairs. In the hall, he opened the door to the dining room, and once we entered, he carefully closed it behind us. The shutters had been drawn open, yet the curtains remained closed. A somber tribute to the mourning customs rigidly adhered to by the women of the British lower class. Consequently, the room was enveloped in darkness. However, it was sufficiently illuminated for our purposes. Van Helsing's seriousness was somewhat alleviated by a hint of embarrassment, as he appeared troubled by certain matters. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What shall we do now? Whom can we turn to for assistance? We must perform another blood transfusion. Otherwise, that unfortunate girl will not survive even an hour. You are utterly exhausted, and so am I. I cannot trust those women, even if they possess the courage to act. How shall we find someone willing to open their veins for her? Then what about me?" A voice called from the sofa, bringing me comfort and elation. For it was the voice of Quincy Morris. Van Helsing was initially taken aback and irate, but the next moment, his expression shifted to joy as I exclaimed, "Quincy Morris," and rushed towards him, extending my hands. "What brings you here?" We clasped hands, and I exclaimed, "I believe it is due to Arthur." He handed me a telegram. "There has been no news from Seward for 3 days, and I am exceedingly anxious. Yet, I cannot depart. My father's condition remains dire. Tell me, how is Lucy? Do not delay. Holmwood. I believe I have arrived just in time. You need only tell me what must be done." Van Helsing stepped forward, grasping his hand and gazing into his eyes, uttering, "When a woman finds herself in peril, the blood of a courageous man is the finest essence in this world. You are indeed a man. The devil has relentlessly opposed us, yet God has bestowed upon us men in our times of need." Once again, we administered a transfusion. My thoughts were too scattered to elaborate further. Lucy was subjected to intense stimuli, which affected her more profoundly than ever before. Despite the considerable volume of blood infused into her, she did not exhibit the significant improvement seen in previous instances. Her struggle for life appeared and sounded utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, her heart and lungs were functioning. Van Helsing administered morphine to her, and, as before, it worked remarkably well, transitioning her from a state of faintness to a deep slumber. The professor observed her while I descended the stairs with Morris, summoning one of the maids to settle the payment with the awaiting coachman. I read the note, then turned to the professor, pausing momentarily before inquiring, "In God's name, what does all this signify? Why has she descended into madness, and what is this dreadful danger?" My confusion left me at a loss for further words. Van Helsing extended his hand to take the paper, stating, "Do not concern yourself with this. Set it aside for now. You will comprehend everything in due time, but not at this moment. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" This brought me back to reality, restoring my sense of self. I intended to address the matter of the death certificate. Should we act inappropriately or unwisely? An inquiry may ensue, and this document shall serve as evidence. I sincerely hope we are spared such scrutiny, for should it arise, it would undoubtedly lead to Lucy's demise. If not for any other reason, I am aware, as are you and the other physicians attending to her, that Mrs. Westenra suffers from a heart condition. We can substantiate that she succumbed to heart disease. Let us draft the declaration now, after which I may proceed to register and seek the services of a funeral director. Indeed, my dear friend, that is a splendid notion. In truth, Miss Lucy, despite her distress over her adversaries, would find solace in the affection of her friends. 1, 2, 3 have offered their lifeblood, and there is also an elderly gentleman. Yes, John, I am not blind. My affection for you has deepened. Now go on. Indeed, I remarked, And he continued, I believe both you and Van Helsing have already undertaken what I am doing today. Is that so? Yes. I suspect Arthur has as well. When I visited him 4 days ago, he appeared rather unwell. I have never witnessed anything deteriorate so swiftly in the South American pampas. There was a mare we cherished visiting at night. One day, a bat, referred to as a vampire, bit her, severing her veins, and she lacked the blood to rise. I was compelled to shoot her while she lay there. John, if this is not a secret, please enlighten me. Arthur was the first, was he not? Indeed. How much time has passed? Approximately 10 days. 10 days. I surmise, John Seward, that within these days, the lifeblood of 4 robust men has coursed through the veins of this beautiful, cherished little life. The men are still alive, yet her entire being cannot endure it. He approached me, murmuring, how can we resolve this? I shook my head. That, I replied, is the crux of the matter. Van Helsing is distressed about it, and I have racked my brain, scarcely daring to speculate. A series of unfortunate incidents have derailed our meticulous plans to care for Lucy. However, such occurrences shall not repeat. I shall remain here until everything is restored to normalcy. Quincy extended his hand, including me in his resolve, stating, you and that Dutchman instruct me on what to do, and I shall comply. We all understood the reason. She had learned of her mother's demise, and we endeavored to console her. Undoubtedly, our compassion offered her some solace. Yet her spirits remained profoundly low, and she wept quietly for an extended period. We assured her that either one of us, or both, would remain by her side, which seemed to bring her some comfort. As dusk approached, she began to doze. At that moment, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Just as she fell asleep, she tore the paper from her chest in 2 halves. Van Helsing stepped forward to seize the paper from her grasp. Yet she continued the tearing motion as if the paper still lingered in her hands. Then she raised her arms and spread them wide, as if scattering fragments into the air. Van Helsing appeared astonished, his brow furrowed in contemplation, though he uttered not a word. September 19th. Last night, she experienced restless slumber, perpetually fearful of succumbing to sleep, and upon awakening, she felt even more enfeebled. The professor and I took turns tending to her, never leaving her side. Quincy Morris did not disclose his thoughts, yet I sensed that he patrolled the vicinity of the house throughout the night. As daylight broke, the harsh light revealed the extent to which Lucy's vitality had been ravaged. She could scarcely lift her head and was unable to eat, a detriment to her health. Occasionally, she would slip into unconsciousness, and both Van Helsing and I noted her transitions between wakefulness and slumber. In her sleep, she appeared more at ease, albeit gaunt, her breathing more serene. Her parted lips revealed the pallid, receding gums of her teeth, which appeared elongated and sharper than usual. Upon awakening, the hue of her gentle eyes had evidently changed, resembling her former self, though she seemed but a breath away from death. In the afternoon, she expressed a desire to see Arthur, and we dispatched a telegram to him. Quincy went to the station to fetch him. He arrived at 6 o'clock, the sun shining full and warm, casting a red glow through the window that lent a touch of color to her pallid cheeks. When he beheld her, he was nearly overcome with emotion, leaving us all at a loss for words. In the preceding hours, her episodes of sleep, or rather faintness, had become increasingly frequent, and the intervals during which she could converse had grown ever shorter. Regardless, Arthur's arrival seemed to serve as a catalyst, lifting her spirits slightly, and she appeared more animated while conversing with him than she had previously. He too gathered his spirits, striving to engage her in cheerful dialogue, ensuring that all efforts were made. It was now nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, and he sat beside Van Helsing. In 75 minutes, I would take their place. So for now, I would record these notes onto Lucy's phonograph. They would rest until 6 o'clock. I fear that tomorrow we may have to cease our vigil, for the strain upon her has been excessive. The poor child is unable to regain her vitality. God help us. Letter from Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra, sealed by her. September 17th, my dearest Lucy. My dear, I wish to raise a toast to your health and happiness. Moreover, may my blessings watch over you both. I know you are both still young, and I take great pride in witnessing your growth. Now, I hope you will make your home here with me. I have no children of my own. When I depart, I shall leave everything to you in my will. Dearest Lucy, I wept as Jonathan and that old man clasped hands tightly. We shared a truly delightful evening together. Thus, we have settled into this lovely house. From my bedroom and sitting room, I can see the grand elm tree in the nearby cathedral. Its towering black trunk stands beside the ancient yellow stones of the church. and I can hear the crows chattering above us throughout the day. I find myself exceedingly occupied. You need not be informed, for you are already aware of my endeavors in arranging the household and attending to domestic duties. Both Jonathan and Mr. Hawkins have been tirelessly engaged throughout the day, as Jonathan has now ascended to the status of partner. Consequently, Mr. Hawkins wishes to introduce him to all his clients. How is your beloved mother faring? I wish I could visit you in town for a day or two, my dear, but I hesitate to depart, burdened as I am with numerous tasks. And Jonathan requires my care. He has begun to gain some weight, yet the ravages of prolonged illness have left him in a pitiable state. Even now, he occasionally awakens suddenly from slumber, trembling, until I soothe him back into calmness. Nevertheless, I am grateful to God that such occurrences are diminishing day by day, and I firmly believe they will eventually fade with the passage of time. Now that I have shared my news with you, allow me to inquire about yours. When do you intend to marry? Where will it take place? Who will officiate the ceremony? What attire will you don? Will it be a public gathering or an intimate affair? Please share all the details, my dear, for nothing that piques your interest is trivial to me. Jonathan has asked me to convey his respects to you. However, I believe that this gesture is far too modest for the esteemed young partner of Hawkins Hack. Given that you love me, he loves me, and I cherish you so dearly. Thus, I bestow upon you his affection. Farewell, my beloved Lucy, and may blessings be upon you. Yours, Mina Hack. Letter from Patrick Hennessy to John Seward, September 20th. My dear sir, in accordance with your wishes, I have enclosed a report on the matters for which I am responsible. Regarding the patient Lundfeld, there remains much to be said. He has had another episode, which could have resulted in a dire outcome. However, fortunately, no unpleasant consequences ensued. This afternoon, a cart from a transport company delivered two individuals who visited the vacant house adjacent to ours, a house you may recall, as the patient has fled there on 2 occasions. The 2 men inquired about directions at our gate, as they were unfamiliar with the area. I was seated in the study, gazing out the window, enjoying a post-meal cigarette, when I noticed one of them approaching our residence. As he passed Lundfeld's room, the patient began to berate him from within, hurling the most vile insults he could muster. The man appeared sufficiently respectable, warning him to silence his foul mouth. In response, the patient accused him of robbery and attempted murder, asserting that he would thwart him, even if it meant facing the gallows. I opened the window, urging the man not to take offense. He glanced around, recognizing the nature of his surroundings, and replied, "God bless you, sir. I shall not heed the words of a madman." He expressed sympathy for my plight of having to coexist with such a beast. Initially, the 2 transport workers threatened to wreak havoc, vowing that we would face retribution. Nevertheless, their threats were laced with justifications for being overpowered by a frail lunatic. They claimed that had it not been for their exertion in hauling the heavy boxes onto the cart, they would have surely subdued him. They further attributed their failure to the arduous and filthy nature of their labor. I have grasped the essence of their words, indulging in a glass of potent, diluted liquor. Perhaps more. I bestowed upon each individual a gold pound, which rendered them indifferent to the assault, swearing that they would welcome the encounter with a far worse madman, merely to meet a generous soul akin to your correspondent. I meticulously recorded their names and addresses for any future necessity. They reside at Joseph Smollett, Dudley Lands, King George Street, Woolworths, and Thomas Snelling, Gate Court, Peter Farley Road, Bethnal Green. Both are employed by Harris Sons Transport Company. I shall keep you informed of any remarkable occurrences here, and should anything of significance arise, I shall send you a telegram. Trust me, dear sir, yours faithfully, Patrick Hennessy. Mina Hark to Lucy Weston, sealed by her, September 18th. My dearest Lucy, a most unfortunate piece of news has befallen us. Mr. Hawkins has suddenly passed away. Some may perceive this as not particularly sorrowful for us, yet both of us loved him dearly, as if we had lost a father. Orphaned as I am, the death of this venerable man weighs heavily upon my heart. Jonathan is in profound anguish. He feels not only the deep sorrow of losing this benevolent elder, who devoted his life to assisting him, treating him as his own son, and leaving him a fortune that is astronomical for those of our humble origins. But Jonathan is also grieving for another reason. He expressed that the significant responsibility left to him by Hawkins instilled a sense of anxiety within him. Doubts began to cloud his mind. I endeavored to uplift his spirits, and my faith in him aided him in believing in himself. However, the stimuli he experienced exerted an overwhelming influence upon him. His kindness, innocence, nobility, and strength propelled him from an employee to a proprietor within a few years, with the assistance of our father figure. Yet, When the essence of his strength wanes, these admirable qualities will suffer greatly. Forgive me, my dear, for burdening you with my troubles, but Lucy, I must confide in someone, for maintaining a facade of bravery and joy in Jonathan's presence weighs heavily upon me, and here, there is no one to whom I can unburden my heart. I fear I may not reach London, yet we have arranged to meet the day after tomorrow, as the unfortunate Mr. Hawkins requested to be interred alongside his father in his will. Lacking other relatives, Jonathan will assume the role of the principal mourner. I shall endeavor to see you, even if only for a few fleeting moments. Forgive me for causing you concern. Blessings upon you. Yours lovingly, Mina Harker. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 20th. Only willpower and habit compel me to record this entry tonight. I am engulfed in anguish, engulfed in despondency, repulsed by this world and all its contents, life itself included. I am indifferent to whether I hear the sound of the angel of death's wings beating at this moment. It has been incessantly flapping its dreadful wings for some reason lately, as Lucy's mother and Arthur's father have now. Let me resume my work. I shall timely take over Van Helsing's watch over Lucy. We wished for Arthur to take a respite, yet he initially declined. It was only when I informed him that we required his assistance during the day, and that we could not afford to falter due to lack of rest, lest Lucy be harmed, that he consented to depart. Van Helsing was exceedingly kind to him, saying, "Come, my child, follow me. You are weary, burdened with sorrow and psychological distress, and we are aware of the weight you bear. You cannot face this alone, for solitude breeds fear. Let us retreat to the drawing room, where a grand fireplace awaits, accompanied by 2 sofas. You may recline on one, while I rest upon the other. Our shared empathy shall provide solace, even in silence or slumber." Lucy exhibited signs of slight snoring, her complexion appearing quite pallid, her mouth agape revealing her wan gums. Under the dim light, her teeth appeared elongated and sharper than in the morning, particularly her canines, which seemed to protrude more pronouncedly than the others due to the lighting. Shortly thereafter, she awakened, and I offered her sustenance, as Van Helsing had instructed. She consumed a morsel, albeit with reluctance. It appeared that the innate desire for life and vitality had dissipated within her. This intrigued me. Upon regaining consciousness, she drew the garlic flowers closer. It was peculiar. Only when she succumbed to slumber, snoring softly, did she remove the flowers from her vicinity, yet upon waking, she returned them to her side. I could not have been mistaken, for in the ensuing hours, she oscillated between wakefulness and sleep, repeating these 2 actions numerous times. At 6 o'clock, Van Helsing arrived to relieve me. Arthur was dozing at that moment, and with great kindness, he allowed him to continue his slumber. Upon catching sight of Lucy's visage, I heard him draw in a sharp breath, and then he quietly said to me, "Draw back the curtains. I require light." He then leaned down to inspect her, his face nearly brushing against hers, scrutinizing her closely. He removed the flowers and silk handkerchief from around her neck, and as he did so, he recoiled in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens!" as if someone were attempting to strangle him. I too leaned down to observe, and upon seeing her, I was seized by a shiver. The wound upon her neck had entirely vanished. For a full 5 minutes, Van Helsing stood in silent contemplation, his expression gravely serious. He then turned to me and said, "She is nearing death. It will not be long now. For me, it makes a significant difference whether she passes away in consciousness or slips away in slumber. Go awaken that poor boy and allow him one last glimpse of her. He will believe us. We have assured him of that." I went to the dining room to rouse him. He was momentarily disoriented, but upon seeing the sunlight streaming through the slats of the blinds, he feared he had overslept. I reassured him, saying that Lucy was still asleep, while delicately conveying that both Van Helsing and I felt her end was imminent. He covered his face with his hands, knelt upon the sofa, remaining there for about a minute with his head bowed in prayer, his shoulders trembling with sorrow. I gently helped him to his feet, saying, "Come now, dear old friend, be strong. This is for her best, and it will bring her peace." As we entered Lucy's chamber, I beheld Van Helsing, with his characteristic foresight, having arranged everything to ensure a semblance of joy. He had even styled Lucy's hair, allowing it to cascade in its customary curls upon the pillow. Upon our entrance, she opened her eyes, gazing upon him and softly murmuring, "Arthur, oh, my beloved, I am so glad you have come." He stepped forward, intending to kiss her, but Van Helsing gestured for him to refrain. "No," he whispered, "not just yet. Cradle her head. It will provide her with greater comfort." Thus, Arthur clasped her hand, kneeling beside her. She appeared exquisite, her gentle features complemented by angelic eyes. Gradually, her eyelids fluttered closed once more, and she succumbed to slumber. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath, reminiscent of a weary child. Then, unbeknownst to me, the transformation I had witnessed the previous night began anew. She commenced to snore, her mouth agape, revealing pale gums that made her teeth appear elongated and sharp. In a somnambulistic manner, she opened her eyes, though they seemed clouded and vacant. In a soft, beguiling voice, one I had never before heard from her, she uttered, "Arthur. Oh, my beloved, I am so delighted you have come. Kiss me." Arthur bent down eagerly, intent on kissing her, when, much like myself, Van Helsing, taken aback by Lucy's voice, seized him with both hands around his neck, forcefully dragging him backward with an astonishing strength that left me incredulous, nearly propelling him to the opposite side of the room. "For your life, do not do this," he implored. "For your soul and hers, refrain from such actions." He then positioned himself between them, resembling a lion in a desperate situation. Arthur had been pushed so far that he momentarily found himself at a loss for what to do or say. Before the violent impulse could seize him, he recognized the gravity of the moment and simply stood in silence, awaiting what would come next. My gaze remained fixed on Lucy, much like Van Helsing's, as we observed a spasm cross her face, her sharp teeth clenching together. Then, she closed her eyes, breathing heavily. "I swear," he declared solemnly, kneeling beside her and lifting his head as if making an oath. Turning to Arthur, he urged, "Come, my child, take her hand and kiss her forehead, but only once." Their eyes met, a connection forged rather than their lips, and thus they parted. Lucy's eyes remained closed as Van Helsing watched intently, pulling Arthur's arm away. Then Lucy began to snore once more, and everything fell silent. "It is all over," Van Helsing stated. "She is dead." I supported Arthur's arm, guiding him to the parlor, where he sank into a seat, his hands covering his face as he wept, a sight that almost pained me to behold. We surmised that she had passed away in her slumber. At the moment of her demise, she was indeed asleep. I stood beside Van Helsing and remarked, "Poor girl. She has finally found her peace. This is the outcome." He turned to me with a grave expression and said, "Not yet. Not yet. This is merely the beginning." Chapter 13. Continuation of Dr. Seward's diary. The funeral was arranged for the following day, allowing Lucy and her mother to be interred together. I completed all necessary formalities, and the courteous funeral director consistently exhibited a sycophantic demeanor. Even the woman responsible for attending to the deceased assured me with confidence, "Her visage is remarkably beautiful, sir. It is an honor to serve her. Undoubtedly, she will bring distinction to our establishment." As he spoke, he retrieved from his pocket the memorandum that had once rested upon Lucy's chest, only to be torn away by her in her sleep. "When you ascertain which lawyer represented the late Mrs. Weston, please attach all her documents and write to that lawyer tonight. I, for my part, shall remain in this chamber and in Lucy's former room throughout the night, personally searching for any clues. It would not do for a stranger to know her thoughts." I continued with my task, and after half an hour, I discovered the name and address of Mrs. Weston's lawyer and composed a letter to him. All of the unfortunate lady's documents were meticulously organized, and I informed him of the precise location of the burial site. As I was about to seal the envelope, to my astonishment, Van Helsing entered the room and inquired, "May I assist you, John? I find myself rather idle and am ever willing to serve should the opportunity arise. Have you located what you sought?" I responded, "Upon the conclusion of our current endeavor, I believe we may retire for the night. Both of us require rest to rejuvenate our spirits. Tomorrow holds a multitude of tasks, but for tonight, such urgency is unnecessary." While I was undressing in my chamber, he gently knocked on the door before entering, promptly stating, "Before tomorrow night, I would like you to procure a set of autopsy instruments for me." "Must we conduct an autopsy?" I questioned. "But why? The girl is deceased. Why inflict further indignities upon her, if there is no necessity for dissection? And if such an act yields no benefit for her, for us, for the advancement of science, or for humanity's understanding, why proceed? It is simply horrifying. I possess ample justification for my intentions. You have trusted me throughout the years. Just weeks ago, you placed your faith in me amidst the peculiar circumstances that aroused your skepticism. Trust me once more, John, should you find it within yourself to doubt. I must divulge my thoughts, which may prove unsettling. Were I to labor as I ought, regardless of trust, the absence of faith from my friends would weigh heavily upon my heart. How solitary I feel when I require assistance and courage." He paused for a moment, then continued with a grave tone, indicating that strange and dreadful days lie ahead of us. "Let us not exist as two individuals, but rather unite as one. For it is only in this way that we can achieve success. Will you trust me? I grasped his hand, offering him my assurance. After he departed, I left the door ajar, watching him retreat into his chamber and close the door behind him. As I stood motionless, I observed one of the servants quietly traversing the corridor. Oblivious to my presence as her back was turned, she entered the room where Lucy lay. This sight stirred my emotions profoundly. Devotion is a treasure so rare, and we are immensely grateful to those who voluntarily dedicate themselves to those they cherish. There exists a pitiable girl who cast aside her inherent fear of death, rushing alone to the side of her beloved mistress's coffin. Thus, that unfortunate corpse shall not experience loneliness before its eternal repose. I must have slumbered for a considerable time, lost in deep sleep. For when Van Helsing entered my room to awaken me, the day was already bright. He approached me and said, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself with the dagger. We shall not proceed." "Why not?" I inquired, as his solemnity from the previous night had left a profound impression on me. "Because," he replied gravely, "it is too late, or rather too early. Behold." He lifted the small golden cross, which had been stolen the night before. "How was it taken?" I asked in astonishment. "Are you not holding it now?" "This is what I have obtained from that unscrupulous scoundrel who stole it, from that woman who robs the dead. She shall surely face retribution, though not at my hands. She does not fully grasp the implications of her actions. Thus, it is merely an act of ignorant theft. Now, we must exercise patience." He uttered this remark and departed, leaving yet another enigma for me to ponder, yet another conundrum to unravel. Frankly speaking, we exerted all our efforts to prevent such a testamentary arrangement, as the consequences could manifest in various ways, either rendering her daughter destitute or constraining her autonomy within the bonds of matrimony. In truth, our debates became so fervent that they nearly escalated into conflict, as she inquired whether we still intended to act in accordance with her wishes. Naturally, we had no alternative but to acquiesce. In principle, we were justified. In 99 of cases, we ought to substantiate the correctness of our judgment through logic and factual evidence. However, I must candidly acknowledge that in this particular matter, any other approach would not align with her desires. For, should she predecease her daughter, the latter would inherit the estate, even if she outlived her mother by a mere 5 minutes. In the absence of a will, which, in this case, is improbable, her assets would be classified as intestate property. Under such circumstances, Lord Galming, despite being a close friend, would inherit nothing. It is highly improbable that the distant heir would relinquish his rightful claims due to emotions evoked by a complete stranger. I assure you, dear sir, that I am quite satisfied with the outcome, indeed, exceedingly so. He is a commendable individual. However, he exhibits contentment solely with a minuscule fragment of this tragic narrative, naturally due to his professional obligations. Within the realm of sympathy, this is merely an instructive lesson in intuition. He did not linger for long, but mentioned that he would meet Lord Godalming later today. Regardless, his presence offers us a measure of solace, as it guarantees that we shall not be unduly concerned about facing unfriendly criticism for our actions. Arthur is expected to arrive by 5 o'clock, so prior to that, we ventured into the chamber of the deceased. Here lies the stark reality. Both mother and daughter now rest within. The undertaker is quite skilled, having arranged the setting with utmost care. Nevertheless, the pall of death that envelopes the room instantly dampens our spirits. Van Helsing requested the undertaker to maintain the arrangement as it was, explaining that Lord Godalming would be arriving shortly, thus alleviating the grimness he would feel upon discovering his fiancée alone. Poor man, he appears profoundly grief-stricken. Even his towering, robust masculinity seems somewhat diminished under the weight of sorrow. I am aware of his sincere and loyal affection for his father, and at this moment, the loss is an agonizing blow to him. He remains as kind towards me as ever, displaying great courtesy towards Van Helsing. However, I could still perceive a hint of restraint in him. The professor also noticed this and gestured for me to take him upstairs. I complied, leaving him at the door, preparing to depart, as I sensed he wished for a moment of solitude with her. Yet, he grasped my arm, urging me to enter, and in a husky voice, he said, "You love her too, old friend. She has confided everything to me. In her heart, no other friend can ever occupy a place as intimate as yours. I do not know how to express my gratitude for all that you have done for her. I am still unable to think." At that moment, he suddenly lost control, embracing my shoulders and resting his head against my chest, sobbing, John, what am I to do? It feels as though my entire life has slipped away, and there is nothing in this world worth living for." I endeavored to comfort him. In such circumstances, a man requires little verbal expression. The best way to convey sympathy to a man is through a firm grasp and a shared embrace and tears. I stood in silence until his sobs subsided, then gently suggested, "Let us go see her." We dined together, and I could see the poor Arthur striving to regain his composure. Van Helsing remained notably quiet, but after lighting a cigar, he began, "My lord," only to be interrupted by Arthur. "No, no, please. For God's sake, do not. Forgive me, sir. I did not intend to offend you. But I have just lost so much." The professor gently remarked, "I use this term merely out of doubt. I cannot address you as sir, for I have already fallen in love with you, my dear child. It is a love for Arthur." Arthur extended his hand, warmly clasping the professor's. "You may call me whatever you wish," he replied. "I hope to be addressed as a friend. I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude for all that you have done for my beloved." He paused momentarily before continuing. "I know she is far more attuned to your kindness than I am. If, in my manner of reciprocating your generosity, I have exhibited any rudeness or inadequacy, you must understand," the professor nodded, "you must forgive me." "Indeed, it is so, truly," Arthur said kindly. "I will trust you regardless. I know and believe that you possess a noble heart. You are a friend to John and have also been a friend to her. You are free to act as you see fit." The professor cleared his throat several times, as if to convey something, and ultimately said, "May I now present a few requests?" "Of course. Are you aware that Mrs. Weston left her estate to you?" "No, the poor soul. I had never considered it. Since everything now belongs to you, you may dispose of it as you wish. I would like to request your permission to peruse all of Miss Lucy's documents and letters. Believe me, this is not out of idle curiosity. I have a motive that she would surely endorse. I shall leave them here. Before I was aware that these belonged to you, I took them, ensuring that no stranger would lay eyes upon them, nor intrude upon her innermost thoughts. I shall preserve them, if it is within my power. Even you shall not gaze upon them yet I will safeguard them with utmost care. Nothing shall be lost. At the appropriate moment, I will return them to you. My request may seem a daunting one, yet you will acquiesce, will you not, for Lucy's sake?" Arthur spoke earnestly, as he always had. "Dr. Van Helsing, you may act as you see fit. I feel that to say this is to act with the consent of my beloved. I shall refrain from troubling you with questions until the time is ripe." The professor rose solemnly and declared, "You are correct. This is painful for us, yet it shall not remain so forever, and ultimately, it shall not conclude in suffering. We, along with you, especially you, my dear child, must traverse through the bitter waters before we can savor the sweetness. However, we must possess courageous hearts and selfless dedication, fulfilling our responsibilities. And then all shall be well." Mina Harker's diary, September 22nd. On the train to Exeter, Jonathan is asleep. It feels as though I only penned my last entry yesterday. Yet so much has transpired in the interim. Everything that occurred in Whitby, Jonathan's subsequent silence, and now, I find myself married to Jonathan, who has become a lawyer, a partner, a prosperous gentleman. The passing and interment of Mr. Hawkins, and now, Jonathan is once again faced with a potential threat that may endanger him. One day he will inquire about me. Let him do so. My shorthand skills have languished, and witnessing our unexpected affluence compels me to practice and restore them. The funeral was both simple and solemn. It was attended solely by us, the servants, a couple of his old friends from Exeter, his London agent, and a gentleman representing John Paxton, the chairman of the Solicitors Association. Jonathan and I stood hand in hand, acutely aware that our dearest friend had departed from us. I had been deeply concerned about Jonathan, fearing that some anxiety might once again trouble him. Thus, I quickly turned my head towards him, inquiring about his state. My dear Jonathan appeared to be startled by something, utterly terrified. I believe that had it not been for my presence to lean on, he would have collapsed to the ground. He remained fixated on a man who emerged from a shop, carrying a small parcel, which he presented to a lady before they departed in a carriage. The brooding man's gaze remained locked on her, and as the carriage rolled along Piccadilly, he pursued it, hailing a cab. Jonathan continued to observe him, seemingly asking himself, "Mina, am I dreaming? I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Come, let us find a place to enjoy a cup of tea." After a while, you will be sorrowfully informed that Lady Weston Lafayette passed away 5 days ago, and Lucy departed yesterday. They are to be interred today. The diary of Dr. Seward continues, September 22nd. These events are indeed a profound irony. A charming young lady adorned with a wreath as beautiful as life itself lay in a solitary churchyard, surrounded by her many relatives and the mother she cherished, who rested alongside her. The solemn bell tolled mournfully and slowly, while the devout, clad in angelic robes, feigned reciting scriptures. Yet, our gaze never fell upon the text. We all bowed our heads. What was the reason for this? Because she had passed away, hadn't she? In my view, Professor, I remarked, I fail to see the humor in this situation. Your explanation has only rendered it more perplexing. Even if the funeral were absurd, what of poor Arthur and his predicament? Why was he solely sorrowful? That is the crux of the matter. Did he not claim to have infused his blood into her veins, transforming her into his true bride? Indeed, this notion offered him some solace. Yet, there remains a question, John. What of the others? You, Quincy, and I, although my unfortunate wife has departed, continue to exist due to the Church's decree, devoid of wisdom, stripped of everything. Even I, who remains loyal to the memory of my deceased spouse, am guilty of bigamy. I perceive no humor in this, I asserted, and I found no joy in the words he uttered. He placed his hand upon my arm and said, John, forgive me for causing you heartache. When my heart is wounded, I refrain from expressing my feelings to others, save for you, my trusted old friend. If you could peer into my soul, you would discern when I long to laugh. When laughter arrives, you would grasp my sentiments. When the king of laughter relinquishes his crown and retreats from me for an extended period, perhaps you would feel profound sympathy for my plight. I was touched by his gentle tone and inquired as to the reason. Because I know. The Westminster Gazette, September 25th, recounts the enigmatic tale of Hampstead. However, this inquiry may carry a grave undertone, as several children have suffered slight injuries to their throats, all of whom vanished during the night. These wounds resemble those inflicted by bats or small dogs. While they may seem inconsequential to an individual, it appears that whatever creature caused them possesses its own peculiar methods and rationale. The dispatched law enforcement has been instructed to meticulously search for the missing children, particularly the very young ones, within the Hampstead wilderness or its vicinity, as well as for any stray dogs that might be lurking nearby. The Westminster Gazette, September 25th. Special edition, The Terrifying Events in Hampstead. We have just received word that another child, who disappeared last night, was discovered this morning in a thicket on Shoot Hill in the Hampstead wilderness, an area notably more desolate than others. He bore the same type of minor wounds noted in several previous cases. He appeared exceedingly weak and looked quite haggard. Upon his recovery, he, like other children, claimed to have been lured away by a mysterious lady. Chapter 14. Mina Harker's Diary, September 23rd, September 24th. A letter from Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker, confidential. September 24th. Dear Madam Van Helsing, a telegram from Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing, September 25th. I shall be arriving on the 10:15 train today. Should you be able to make it? Always at your service. Wilhelmina Mina Harker. Mina Harker's Diary, September 25th. I cannot contain my excitement at the impending visit from Dr. Van Helsing. For reasons unknown, I hope this encounter will grant me deeper insights into Jonathan's harrowing experiences, particularly since he cared for Lucy during her final days of illness. He may share with me tales of her. This is the purpose of his visit. It pertains to Lucy, her somnambulism, rather than Jonathan. In this manner, I shall remain forever ignorant of the truth. How foolish I am. That wretched diary has captivated my imagination and tinged everything with its hue. Of course, it is connected to Lucy. She has succumbed once more to her old affliction. That experience on the cliff must have precipitated her illness. I have been so preoccupied that I neglected to consider her condition thereafter. She must have recounted her somnambulistic episode on the cliff to him, and I am aware of the particulars, prompting him to seek my account, hoping to glean understanding. I hope it was wise to withhold this matter from Mrs. Westenra. I shall never forgive myself if any of my actions, even those of a negative nature, inadvertently cast a shadow upon the unfortunate Lucy. I sincerely hope that Dr. Van Helsing will not cast blame upon me. Recently, I have been beset by an overwhelming tide of troubles and anxieties, leaving me feeling utterly incapable of bearing any additional strain. I suppose that a loud cry may sometimes prove beneficial for us all, dispelling the shadows of other matters. Perhaps it was the act of perusing the diary yesterday that has left me so troubled. Jonathan departed early this morning, remaining absent from my side throughout the day. This marks our first separation since our marriage. I fervently wish for my dear husband to care for himself and to remain untroubled by any misfortunes. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the doctor is soon to arrive. Unless he inquires, I cannot broach the subject of Jonathan's diary. I am truly grateful to have transcribed my own journal. Should he ask about Lucy, I can present this to him, thus averting numerous inquiries. After a while, he came and went. Oh, what a strange encounter, leaving me disoriented. I felt as though I were in a dream. Could it be a dream, or merely a fragment of one? Had I not previously perused Jonathan's diary, I could scarcely have believed it. Poor, dear Jonathan. How he has suffered. May God grant that he is never again troubled by such distress. I shall do my utmost to shield him from this knowledge. Yet, the reality that his eyes, ears, and mind do not deceive him, that all of this is indeed true, is a terrifying prospect, leading to dire consequences. Perhaps it is the weight of uncertainty that torments him. When that doubt is dispelled, whether in wakefulness or in dreams, and when the truth is substantiated, he shall find greater satisfaction and resilience against adversity. If Dr. Van Helsing is indeed a friend of Arthur and Dr. Seward, and they have gone to great lengths to summon him from the Netherlands to attend to Lucy, he must possess both kindness and intelligence. My encounters with him have also led me to perceive him as benevolent, amiable, and of noble character. Upon his arrival tomorrow, I intend to inquire about Jonathan. Then, I pray that all this sorrow and anxiety may dissipate into nothingness. I once contemplated employing an interview technique. Jonathan's acquaintance at the Exeter Gazette has informed him that memory is paramount in such endeavors. One must nearly be able to recall every word spoken by others, even if one must later distill it. It promises to be an intriguing interview, and I shall strive to document it verbatim. When the door was knocked upon, it was 2:30. I summoned my courage and awaited. A few moments later, Mary opened the door and exclaimed, "It is Dr. Van Helsing." I rose and nodded. And then he approached me. Of medium stature, robustly built, with a broad, solid chest, his neck, head, and torso harmoniously proportioned. His well-balanced physique left a profound impression of intellect and strength upon me. His head bore an air of nobility, of moderate size, broad, with a substantial area behind the ears. His face was impeccably shaven, revealing a sharply defined square chin, a resolute and agile mouth, and a beautifully shaped, prominent nose. Sensitive nostrils that seemed to widen when he furrowed his brow or pressed his lips tightly together. With a broad forehead and large, deep blue eyes set wide apart, his expressions fluctuated between sharpness, gentleness, and solemnity. He addressed me, inquiring, "Are you Mrs. Harker?" I nodded affirmatively. "You are Miss Mina Murray, then?" I nodded once more. "I have come to see Miss Mina Murray, the unfortunate friend of Lucy Westenra." "Madam," I replied, "it is needless to say that you are indeed a companion and helper of Lucy Westenra." I extended my hand, which he took gently, saying, "Oh, Mrs. Harker, I am aware that the poor girl as friend must be exceptionally kind, yet it is only now that I truly comprehend." He bowed respectfully. Inquiring about his purpose for meeting me, he promptly began, "I have read the letter you wrote to Miss Lucy. Please forgive me. I must commence my investigation from some point, yet no one can be questioned. I understand that you lived with her at Whitby. She occasionally kept a diary. You need not be surprised, Mrs. Harker. This began after your departure, and she emulated you. In her writings about her somnambulism, she mentioned your act of saving her. Thus, I found myself in a state of embarrassment, seeking your kind assistance in recounting all that you remember related to this matter." "Dr. Van Helsing," I said, "I believe I can recount everything to you." "No, but I recorded them all at the time. If you wish, I can show them to you." "Oh, Mrs. Harker, I am immensely grateful. You would be of great assistance." I could not help but perplex him a little. I surmised it was akin to the taste of the first bite of an apple. Thus, I handed him the diary I had transcribed in shorthand. He graciously bowed, expressing his gratitude, and inquired, "May I read it?" "Oh, you are indeed a remarkably astute woman. I had long ago discerned that Mr. Jonathan was a fortunate man. Behold, his wife possesses an abundance of talents. Could you assist me in deciphering it?" he asked. Alas, I am not well versed in shorthand. At that moment, my little jest concluded, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Consequently, I produced a printed copy and presented it to him. "Forgive me," I said, "I am of little assistance. However, I surmised you might wish to inquire about Lucy, and I thought it prudent not to keep you waiting. Not for my own sake, but rather because I recognize the value of your time, I have typed it out for you." He took it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You are exceedingly kind," he remarked. "May I read it now? After I have perused it, I may have some questions for you." "Any questions at all," I replied. "I shall go instruct them to prepare our meal, and you may read in the meantime. Then you can pose your inquiries during our dinner." "Oh, Mrs. Hark," he exclaimed, "I cannot fathom how much I owe you. These diaries are akin to sunlight. They have opened a door for me. I am dazzled and bewildered by such intense illumination. Yet dark clouds perpetually swirl behind the light. But you would not comprehend this. Oh, how grateful I am to you. You are such an astute woman, madam." He spoke solemnly, stating that if Abraham Van Helsing could do anything for you, I believe you would let me know. It is both an honor and a joy for me to serve you as a friend, as a companion. All that I know and all that I can do is for you and those you hold dear. Life encompasses both darkness and sunlight, and you are indeed a ray of that sunlight. You shall lead a life filled with happiness, and your husband shall prosper because of you. However, dear doctor, you flatter me, and you do not truly understand me. Do not understand you? I, an elder, have devoted my entire life to studying men and women, specializing in the brain and all matters pertaining to it. I have read your kind diary entries, each line resonating with authenticity. I, who have perused the beautiful words you wrote to Lucy regarding your marriage and your trust, do not understand you. Oh, Mrs. Harker, good women reveal their lives. Whether it be for a day, an hour, or merely a minute, these are the secrets only angels can read. We men, eager to understand, possess eyes akin to those of angels. Your husband is of noble character, and so are you, for your trust. Trust cannot reside in the hearts of the base. And what of your husband? Pray, tell me about him. Is he well? Has his fever subsided? Is he strong and healthy? My life has been barren and solitary, and my relentless work has left me little time to devote to friendship. However, ever since I was summoned here by my friend John Seward, I have encountered numerous admirable individuals and experienced a profound sense of nobility. As I grow older, I increasingly feel the pangs of solitude. Believe me, I approach you with utmost reverence. You have bestowed upon me hope, not in the things I was originally seeking, but in the existence of remarkable women who possess the ability to transform life into a source of happiness. These women, through their lives and truths, can impart invaluable lessons to children. I am genuinely pleased to be of assistance to you. If your husband is facing challenges, rest assured that his troubles fall within the realm of my study. I assure you, I am eager to do everything within my power to fortify and embolden him, thereby ensuring your happiness. Now, you must attend to your meal. You are excessively fatigued or perhaps overly anxious. Your husband Jonathan would not wish to see you so haggard. Witnessing distress in someone he cherishes is not beneficial for him. Therefore, for his sake, you must eat and smile. You have already shared with me the details concerning Lucy, so we can set that aside for now. I shall be in Exeter this evening, as I wish to reflect upon what you have confided in me. During my contemplation, I may pose questions, should the opportunity arise. Meanwhile, you may share with me Jonathan's difficulties, but not at this moment. You must prioritize your meal now, and afterward, you may divulge everything. As I engage in conversation with a man of considerable intellect, I begin to worry that he might perceive me as a fool, that Jonathan is mad, and that the diary is indeed peculiar. I hesitate, contemplating whether I should continue. However, he was so amiable and gentle. Furthermore, he had assured me of his intention to assist, and I placed my trust in him. Thus, I said, Dr. Van Helsing, what I am about to disclose is exceedingly strange. Please do not ridicule me or my husband. Since yesterday, I have been engulfed in suspicion. Kindly treat me with tenderness and do not regard me as a fool for entertaining doubts about certain peculiar occurrences. He assured me through both action and words, oh dear, if only you knew how bizarre my purpose here is. It is indeed you who should be laughing at me. I understand the importance of not belittling anyone's beliefs, no matter how peculiar they may seem. I have endeavored to maintain an open mind. It is not the mundane aspects of life that challenge us, but rather those extraordinary events, those anomalies that lead one to question their sanity or lucidity. Thank you immensely. You have alleviated my burdens. If you consent, I would like you to peruse some documents. They are lengthy, yet I have already transcribed them. Within, you will find my queries as well as those of Jonathan. This is a copy of his journal, where he has chronicled all that transpired abroad, and I dare not speak further on the matter. Read it for yourself, and then render your judgment. When we meet again, perhaps you might kindly share your thoughts with me. I assured him, as I handed over the documents, that he would endeavor to visit me and my husband promptly in the morning, if possible. Jonathan will be home at 11:30, and you must join us for lunch. That would be an opportune moment to meet him. You may take the express train at 3:34, which will transport you to Paddington before 8 o'clock. He was astonished by my familiarity with the train schedules, unaware that I had meticulously compiled a list of all trains departing to and from Exeter, enabling me to assist Jonathan should he find himself in urgent need. He departed with the documents, leaving me to ponder the mysteries that eluded my understanding. Letter from Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker, September 25th, 6 o'clock p.m. Dear Mrs. Harker, I have perused your husband's journal. You may rest assured, although it contains harrowing and bizarre accounts, they are indeed the truth. I swear upon my life. For others, this may be ominous news, yet for him and for you, there is nothing to dread. He is a noble soul. Allow me, as a man of experience, to assure you that one who has scaled that wall and entered that chamber and would dare to do so again is not the sort to suffer lasting psychological trauma. His mind and heart are sound, I assure you. Please take your rest until I have the opportunity to speak with him. There are many other matters I wish to inquire about. I consider myself fortunate to have visited you today, as I have gleaned so much all at once, leaving me quite bewildered and in need of reflection. Yours faithfully, Abraham Van Helsing. Letter from Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing, September 25th, 6:30 p.m. My dear Doctor Van Helsing, believe me, your loyal and grateful friend, Mina Harker. Jonathan Harker's journal, September 26th. I sensed a look of surprise upon his face when he beheld me. Upon entering his chamber and introducing myself, he grasped my shoulder, turned my face towards the light, and scrutinized me intently before exclaiming, "But Mrs. Harker informed me that you were unwell, that you had been distressed. Why?" He referenced the letter you sent to Mina last night. I found myself engulfed in doubt. Everything appeared surreal, and I was uncertain of what to trust, even my own feelings. In my confusion, I felt paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. Consequently, I immersed myself in tasks that once brought me joy. Yet, even work began to elude my happiness as I lost faith in myself. Doctor, you cannot comprehend the sensation of questioning everything, even your very essence. No, you cannot grasp such a feeling. Individuals with brows like yours remain oblivious to it. He appeared quite pleased, laughing heartily as he remarked, "Ah, you are a phrenologist. I learn more from you with each passing hour. I relish sharing breakfast with you, sir. You will kindly pardon the praises of an old man, all thanks to your wife. I would gladly endure his commendations of my wife for an entire day." Thus I remained silently nodding in agreement. She is a woman of God, divinely crafted, a beacon illuminating the path for all men and women. A reminder that there exists a paradise to which we may aspire, its radiance gracing the earth. So sincere, so gentle, so noble, and so selfless. Allow me to express that in this era, selfishness abounds, accompanied by suspicion and egotism. As for you, sir, I have perused all the letters addressed to Lucy, some of which mentioned you. Thus, through the insights of others, I have garnered an understanding of your character. However, it was only last night that I truly beheld your essence. Would you extend your hand to me? Shall we forge a lifelong friendship? As we clasped hands, his sincerity and warmth nearly took my breath away. "Now," he said, "may I impose upon you for one more favor? I have a significant task to undertake, but first, I must comprehend the entirety of the matter. You could assist me in this. Could you recount what transpired before your journey to Transylvania? In the future, I will request your assistance once more, but for now, let us confine ourselves to this inquiry." "Sir," I inquired, "does your task pertain to the Count?" "Indeed," he replied with solemnity. "I shall stand by your side. I will provide you with a stack of newspapers, for you are to board the train at 10:30, and may lack the time to peruse them. You may read them en route." After breakfast, I escorted him to the station. As we parted ways, he remarked, "Perhaps you will visit the town. If I summon you, please bring Mrs. Harker. Should you call upon us, we shall all come," I assured him. I had prepared for him the morning papers and last night's London edition. As we conversed by the carriage window, awaiting the train's departure, he leafed through the newspapers. His eyes seemed to have suddenly caught something in the Westminster Gazette, and his complexion turned ashen. As he read, he groaned, "Good heavens! So soon, so soon." It appeared that he momentarily forgot about me, until the shrill whistle sounded and the train departed. This realization prompted him to lean out of the window and wave, calling out, "Please send my regards to Mrs. Harker. I shall write to you post-haste." Dr. Seward's Diary, September 26th. Indeed, it is not yet over. Less than a week ago, I declared it finished, that I would commence anew, yet I find myself compelled to continue chronicling my thoughts. Until this afternoon, I had no reason to contemplate how to conclude this narrative. Renfield has become remarkably lucid in nearly every aspect. His fly-catching endeavors have taken a productive turn, and his spider-rearing has only just begun, thus far causing me no trouble. I received a letter from Arthur, dated Sunday, through which I surmise he has regained his spirits. Quincy Morris's company has been significantly beneficial, as Quincy himself is in good mental health. Quincy also penned a line to me, indicating that Arthur is beginning to emerge from his shell. This news has eased my own heart. As for myself, I have passionately immersed myself in my work, much as I did before, and I can assert that the wound left by Lucy in my heart has begun to heal. "What do you think?" he inquired from behind, arms crossed over his chest. "How does it appear?" he continued. "Just like Lucy's." What do you discern from within? They possess the same reasons. That which inflicts harm upon her also harms them. I found his thoughts somewhat perplexing. This assertion is indirectly accurate, yet not straightforward. What do you mean, Professor? I inquired, feeling a slight urge to belittle his gravity. After all, the 4 days of respite had liberated me from anxiety, anguish, and concern, restoring my spirit. However, upon gazing at his countenance, I was compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. Even amidst our despair regarding Lucy, he had never exhibited such solemnity. Do tell me, I urged, unable to deduce the truth. I was at a loss for thoughts, devoid of any basis for conjecture. Are you implying, John, that you harbor no doubts about the cause of Lucy's demise, even after receiving hints, not solely of the factual nature, but also pertaining to my own, the loss of blood or excessive blood usage due to exhaustion? Then how was the blood lost or utilized? I shook my head. He approached, seated himself beside me, and continued, You are an astute individual, John. You possess the ability to speculate and exhibit wisdom, yet your views are excessively radical. You neither listen nor observe matters that lie beyond the confines of your daily existence. Do you not perceive that there are certain matters you fail to comprehend? Yet they persist. Moreover, there are individuals capable of perceiving issues that elude the sight of others. Yet, there are always new and old matters that escape the eyes of humanity, for they believe they know, having been informed by others about certain truths. The flaw within our scientific endeavors lies in the attempt to explain everything. If it cannot be elucidated, it is dismissed as having no explanation. Yet, we still observe the emergence of new beliefs around us every day. These beliefs perceive themselves as novel, when in fact they are merely reiterations of the old, masquerading in youthful exuberance, akin to the enchanting women of the stage. I surmise that you, at this moment, would find it hard to believe in the transference of the physical form, the manifestation of matter, the existence of astral bodies, the reading of thoughts, or the efficacy of hypnosis. Indeed, Charcot has convincingly demonstrated these phenomena. Oh my God! Oh my God! Professor, I exclaimed, leaping to my feet. Are you suggesting that Lucy was bitten by such a bat, that such occurrences could transpire in 19th century London? He silently waved his hand and continued. Can you elucidate why tortoises enjoy a longer lifespan than humans? Why do elephants persist in their journey until they encounter their kin? Why do parrots succumb solely to the bite of a cat or dog, or for other reasons? Can you explain why some men and women inhabit eras and locales where death seems to elude them? We are all aware that science has established that toads can remain encased in stone for a millennium, confined within a minuscule crevice that only accommodates them when they are but we. Can you elucidate why Indian ascetics can die, be buried, and even have their graves sealed, while crops flourish above, maturing, being harvested, sowed anew, only to mature and be harvested again? When the graves are reopened, the ascetics lie undying, rising as they once were to roam freely? I interrupted him here, increasingly bewildered. He poured forth these anomalous phenomena from nature onto my heart, igniting my imagination. I sensed, albeit vaguely, that he intended to impart a lesson to me, reminiscent of the time he had done so in his study in Amsterdam. However, he originally utilized these insights to convey truths, thereby providing me with a focal point for contemplation. Now, bereft of his guidance, I still yearned to comprehend his words. And thus I remarked, "This is an intriguing scene." He replied, "Very well, I should enlighten you. My primary aim is to instill belief in you." "Believe in what?" I inquired. "In that which you deem unbelievable. Allow me to illustrate. Once, I heard an American define loyalty as the capacity to believe in things we know to be untrue. I grasped the essence of his statement. He implied that we ought to be open-minded, refraining from allowing a mere fragment of truth to dictate a plethora of realities, akin to how a small pebble might impact a freight truck. We begin with minor truths. This is commendable. We cherish it, we hold it in high regard, yet we must not allow it to presume itself as the entirety of universal truth. So, you wish for me to cast aside certain past beliefs and embrace the peculiar. Am I correct in my understanding? Ah, indeed, you remain my favorite student. It is worthwhile to teach you. Now that you are willing to learn, you have taken your first step. Do you believe that the small holes in the throats of those children and the ones on Lucy's body are the result of the same cause? I would venture to say yes. He rose to his feet and solemnly proclaimed, "Alas, if only that were the case. Yet, the truth is far from it. No, it is much worse, infinitely worse. For God's sake, Professor Van Helsing, what do you mean?" I cried out. He sank despairingly into his chair. his elbows resting on the armrests, his hands covering his face as he uttered, "It is Lucy's doing." For a moment, I was overwhelmed with fury. As if throughout Lucy's entire life, he had been striking her across the face. I slammed my hand down on the table and exclaimed, "Dr. Van Helsing, have you lost your mind?" He lifted his gaze to meet mine, and for some inexplicable reason, the gentleness etched on his face instantly calmed me. "I would rather it were so," he replied. "Perhaps it sounds more palatable to describe it as madness rather than confront such a grim reality. Alas, my friend, ponder this. After traversing such a long and arduous journey to convey this seemingly simple truth to you, what could possibly be my motive? Is it born out of hatred for you, a resentment that has lingered throughout my life? Or is it a desire for vengeance for the time you saved me from a dreadful demise?" "No, forgive me," I interjected. He continued, "My friend, it is because I wish to spare you further pain, for I know you once cherished that beautiful girl. Yet, I do not expect you to believe me. To immediately accept such an absurd reality is exceedingly difficult, for we doubt its plausibility, having never believed it could be true. Accepting such a sorrowful truth is even more challenging, as it pertains to Miss Lucy. Tonight, I shall come to affirm it. Do you dare to accompany me?" This caused me a moment of hesitation. A man is reluctant to validate such a fact that a Byron would expunge from his lexicon, distrust, to confirm that which he abhors the most. He perceived my uncertainty and remarked, "The logic is quite simple. There is no longer the logic of a madman, leaping from one tuft of grass to another in the fog-laden marshes. If it is not true, then to confirm it would bring solace. At least it would bear no harm. If it is true, therein lies the horror. Yet every form of terror would bolster my motivation, for within it resides the essence of belief. Come, let me share my intentions with you. First, we shall visit the child at the hospital. The newspaper states that Dr. Vincent at North Hospital is my friend, and I suspect he should also be yours, as you attended his lectures in Amsterdam. If he would not permit two friends to visit, surely he would allow two scientists to examine his patient. We shall speak nothing to him. Merely seek the knowledge we desire. Then, what follows?" He produced a key from his pocket, raising it aloft. "Then you and I shall venture to the churchyard where Lucy is interred. This is the key to her grave, procured from the undertaker, intended for Arthur." My heart sank alongside me, for I sensed we were on the brink of a dreadful trial. Yet, I felt powerless to resist. Thus, I summoned my courage and suggested we hasten, for the afternoon was swiftly passing. "Certainly not, at least a week, if the wound has not healed. It may take even longer." Our visit to the hospital extended longer than we had anticipated, and by the time we emerged, the sun had already set. When Van Helsing observed the encroaching darkness, he remarked, "There is no need to hurry. Time has slipped away more than I had imagined. Come, let us seek a place to dine, and then we shall continue our journey." We dined at the castle of Jack Stroud, accompanied by a small group of cyclists and some boisterous individuals engaged in conversation. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, we departed from the tavern. By that time, the night had thickened considerably, and as we walked beyond the radius of light cast by the solitary street lamp, the scattered lights accentuated the surrounding darkness. The professor seemed well acquainted with the path we were to take, striding ahead without hesitation, while I found myself utterly disoriented by the geography of our surroundings. The further we ventured, the fewer the souls we encountered. We were rather taken aback when we finally spotted the mounted police conducting their routine patrols. Eventually, we reached the wall enclosing the church cemetery and scaled it. It proved somewhat challenging due to the darkness, and the entire area felt eerily unfamiliar to us. We located the tomb of the Weston family. The professor retrieved a key, opened the creaking door, and then, with a courteous yet instinctive gesture, indicated for me to enter before him. It was a curious irony to graciously allow another to enter this dreadful place first. He quickly followed behind, cautiously closing the door and ensuring that the lock was a simple latch rather than a deadbolt. Should it be the latter, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. He rummaged through his bag, producing a box of matches and a solitary candle, which he ignited. At the time of burial, the grave was adorned with fresh flowers, rendering the mausoleum serene and dignified. Yet now, several days later, as the blossoms withered, their white petals turned to rusty hues, and the vibrant greens faded to brown. As spiders and beetles began their dominion over this place, as the stones, dulled by time, and the dust-laden plaster, rusty and damp iron, somber brass, and tarnished silver plating conspired to diminish the flickering candle flame. This tableau conveyed an anguish far beyond one's imagination. It inexorably imparted a poignant truth, that life, The life of animals is not the sole entity destined for demise. Van Helsing methodically proceeded with his task, holding the candle aloft to read the metal plaque atop the coffin, the white wax drippings congealing upon the metal. He confirmed it was Lucy's coffin, then reached into his bag to withdraw a screwdriver. "What are you about to do?" I inquired. "Open the coffin, and then you shall believe." He commenced his operation, ultimately lifting the lid to reveal the leaden casket beneath. This scene was unbearable for me. It felt like an affront to the deceased, akin to stripping her of her garments while she slumbered in life. I grasped his hand, imploring him to desist. He merely replied, "You shall see," before once more delving into his bag to extract a small, worn saw. As he struck the lead with a chisel, swiftly thrusting downwards, I felt a wave of trepidation wash over me. He created a small aperture, just sufficient for the saw to penetrate. I had anticipated that the cadaver, having lain there for several weeks, would exude an unbearable stench. We, as physicians, are acutely aware of the perils that accompany our profession and must acclimate ourselves to such grim realities. I retreated towards the door. Yet, the professor did not falter for a moment. He sawed several feet along one side of the coffin, then moved to the opposite side, continuing his task. He lifted the loosened edge, bending it towards the bottom of the coffin, and inserted a candle into the crevice, beckoning me to come closer. As I leaned in for a better view, I was taken aback to discover that the coffin was empty. This revelation astonished me. Indeed, it shocked me. However, Van Helsing remained unfazed. His conviction in his conclusions had only solidified. Consequently, he exhibited greater resolve to fulfill his mission. "Are you satisfied now, John?" he inquired. "What is it, John?" "She is not there." "This is sound reasoning," he remarked, "given the present circumstances. But how do you now account for her absence?" "Perhaps a grave robber," I suggested, "or the undertaker's associates may have taken her." I felt like a fool, yet it was the only plausible explanation I could muster. The professor sighed. "Well, we must seek further evidence. Follow me." He replaced the coffin lid, gathered his belongings into his bag, extinguished the candle, and placed it within as well. We opened the door and stepped outside. He closed the door behind us and secured it. Handing me the key, he inquired, "Can you keep it safe?" "You had better ensure that." I smiled, though it lacked genuine joy, gesturing for him to retain the key while resolutely asserting, "The key is of little significance. There are many such keys, and in any case, it is not a challenge to pick such a lock." He said nothing and placed the key into his pocket. Subsequently, he instructed me to inspect one side of the churchyard while he examined the other. Suddenly, as I turned, I glimpsed what appeared to be a white-striped object moving between two yew trees on the far side of the graveyard. Simultaneously, a dark figure emerged from the professor's direction, hastening towards the white stripe. I began to move as well, but had to navigate around gravestones and tombs, only to be suddenly tripped by a grave. The sky loomed darkly, and a crow's call echoed in the distance. Not far off, beyond a scattering of red pines, lay a path leading to the church, where a hazy white figure sped towards the grave. The grave itself was obscured by trees, preventing me from seeing where the figure vanished. At the spot where I had first observed the white figure, I heard a rustling sound. I rushed over to find the professor cradling a child in his arms. Upon seeing me, he handed the child over, saying, "Are you satisfied now?" "No," I replied, my tone laced with provocation. "Did you not see this child?" "Yes. It is a child, but who brought him here? Is he injured? We ought to investigate." The professor remarked that we exited the cemetery in one breath, carrying the slumbering child. "Am I correct?" I inquired with a sense of pride. "We arrived just in time," the professor expressed gratefully. "I could not find rest, so I kept a journal. However, I must sleep for a few hours, as Van Helsing will visit me at noon. He insists on my accompanying him once more." On September 27th, it was already 2 p.m. when we found the opportunity to pursue our intentions. The funeral held at noon had concluded, and the last group of mourners lingered reluctantly as they departed. As we observed carefully from behind the alder thicket, we witnessed the church sexton lock the door behind him. I understood that we would remain undiscovered until tomorrow morning. However, the professor assured me it would take no longer than an hour. A wave of dread washed over me, as all imagination seemed futile at that moment. I was acutely aware of the substantial legal risks we were undertaking in our sacrilegious endeavor. Furthermore, I felt that all of this was in vain. While it is indeed barbaric to pry open a leaden coffin to ascertain whether a woman, long deceased, truly lies lifeless, reopening her grave only to find the coffin empty felt like the height of folly. Nevertheless, I shrugged, silently standing aside to rest, for regardless of opposition, Van Helsing had work to accomplish. He produced the key, unlocked the door, and once again courteously invited me to enter. The place was not as terrifying as it had been the previous night, yet it appeared exceedingly grim as sunlight filtered in. Van Helsing approached Lucy's coffin, and I followed closely behind. He bent down once more to tap the leaden edge, and astonishment struck me. Lucy lay there, seemingly unchanged from the night before her funeral. She appeared even more radiant and beautiful than before. I could scarcely believe she had passed away. Her lips were a vibrant red, even more so than I remembered, and her cheeks were flushed. Is this some kind of trick? I asked him, a stubbornness welling up within me. I could not accept his overwhelming suggestion. Thus, I felt compelled to argue, and even as I did, a sense of shyness enveloped me. Perhaps she was placed here just last night. Really? If so, who would have done such a thing? I do not know. In any case, someone did. Yet she had been dead for a week. The vast majority of the deceased at this juncture did not exude such vitality. There was something profoundly unusual about this situation, a duality of life that was extraordinary. She had been bitten by a vampire while in a trance-like state, and oh, how you are astonished. You are unaware of this, John, but you will come to know it. In a state of trance, more blood can be drawn. In that stupor, she was dead, yet paradoxically, she was not dead. Thus, she was unlike the others. Typically, when the undead slumber at home, they speak, accompanied by gestures to elucidate what home signifies for a vampire, their true face is revealed. However, when they are not in their undead form, they resemble ordinary corpses, devoid of any aggression. Thus, I must take her life while she slumbers. The mere thought sends a chill through my veins, and I begin to embrace Van Helsing's theory. Yet, if she were truly dead, what would be the purpose of such an act? He gazes at me, perceiving the change in my countenance, and with an almost gleeful inquiry, he asks, "Do you believe now? I must sever her head, fill her mouth with garlic, and then drive a stake through her heart." The very notion makes me tremble, envisioning the desecration of a body belonging to a woman I once cherished. However, the intensity of this emotion is not as profound as I anticipated. In truth, I shudder at the realization that such a creature exists. This undead being, as Van Helsing has described, fills me with revulsion. Is love merely subjective, or is it objective? A note left by Van Helsing for John Seward, not delivered, dated September 27th. John, I pen these words in case something befalls me. I am vigilantly observing the cemetery. It brings me some solace to know that the undead, Lucy, will not venture forth tonight, rendering her even more ravenous on the morrow. Therefore, I shall employ items she abhors, garlic and a crucifix, and seal the entrance to her grave. Even in her undead state, she retains a degree of awareness and will take note of my actions. Moreover, as long as I prevent her from emerging, she shall remain confined. They will not seek to enter, for the undead will be desperate, prepared for a final stand, regardless of the circumstances. I shall remain there throughout the night, from dusk until dawn, ensuring I am privy to all that must be known. For I harbor no fear of Miss Lucy. However, for the one who knows she is an undead, he shall never locate her grave. He is exceedingly cunning, as I gathered from Mr. Jonathan, and when he toyed with Lucy's life and us, he deceived us, leading to our failure. In every regard, this immortal being is formidable. He possesses strength equivalent to 20 men, and even our quartet stands no chance against him. Furthermore, he can summon his pack and other unknown entities. Thus, should he come tonight, he will find me. Yet, others shall remain oblivious, and by the time they discover it, it will be far too late. Nevertheless, he may also not intend to come here. There exists no compelling reason for him to do so. His hunting grounds are vastly more expansive than the grave where this undead woman lies. Therefore, I pen this as a precaution. Take these papers, which are Harker's journal and other documents, peruse them, and then seek out this immortal being. Sever his head, incinerate his heart, or pierce it, and thus the world may find peace. If that is the case, farewell. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward's diary, September 28th, September 29th, last night, before 10 o'clock. Arthur and Quincy entered Van Helsing's chamber, where he disclosed to us the tasks he wished us to undertake. However, he particularly emphasized to Arthur, as if all our hopes rested upon him. Initially, he expressed a desire for us all to accompany him, for, as he stated, a grave mission awaited completion. You must be astonished by my letter, are you not? This inquiry is directed towards Arthur, and indeed, it has caused me a degree of vexation. Recently, I have encountered a multitude of troubles, and I wish to avoid further complications. I am also quite curious about your intentions, Quincy and I engaged in a discussion. Yet the more we conversed, the more perplexed I became, to the extent that I can now assert I am utterly bewildered. So am I, Quincy Morris interjected. It was evident that, despite my silence, he discerned my renewed skepticism. He then turned to the other two individuals and said earnestly, "Tonight, I wish for you to undertake what I believe to be the right course of action. I am aware that there are numerous questions to be posed, and only when you comprehend my intentions will you truly understand. Hence, I implore you to promise that at twilight, which is soon to come, although you may harbor resentment towards me, I cannot feign that such events will not transpire. However, do not cast blame upon yourselves for any outcomes." "Thank you, sir," the professor replied with pride. "I am honored to regard you as a trustworthy friend. Your assurance holds great value for me." He extended a hand, which Quincy grasped firmly. Arthur then spoke. "Dr. Van Helsing, I am not particularly fond of being left in the dark. If either my honor as a gentleman or my fidelity as a Christian is compromised, I cannot provide such an assurance. If you can guarantee that your intended actions will not undermine these two principles, then I shall acquiesce immediately, even if I never comprehend the rationale behind your decisions." "I accept," Van Helsing stated. "What I ask of you is this. When you wish to condemn my actions, please first reflect and ensure that such a condemnation will not infringe upon your own rights." "I concur," Arthur responded. "That is quite fair. Now that our negotiations have concluded, may I inquire as to our next course of action? I desire for you to accompany me, under the veil of secrecy, to the cemetery of Kingstead S. Church." Arthur's countenance darkened, and in astonishment, he queried, "The place where Lucy is interred?" The professor nodded. Arthur pressed further, "What purpose do we have in going there?" "To enter the tomb." Arthur rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Professor, are you in earnest, or is this some dreadful jest? Forgive me, but it appears you are serious." He resumed his seat, yet it was evident that he did so with a sense of resolve and dignity. After a moment of silence, he posed the question, "Why must we enter the tomb?" "To open the coffin. That is enough," he retorted angrily. "I am willing to exercise patience regarding reasonable matters. But this desecration of a grave, of my—" His voice faltered in fury. The professor gazed at him with compassion. "If I could bear a portion of your anguish, my poor friend," he said, "God knows I would willingly do so. However, this evening, our path must traverse through thorns, and perhaps, from now on, you shall walk a road engulfed in flames." Arthur raised his serious, pale visage and implored, "Pray, be cautious, sir, exercise greater prudence." "May I have the opportunity to speak?" Van Helsing remarked. "At least by then, you will comprehend the boundaries of my intentions." "May I begin?" "Indeed," interjected Morris. Van Helsing paused momentarily, seemingly grappling with the weight of his words. "Miss Lucy has perished, has she not?" "Yes, that is undoubtedly true," came the reply. "However, what if she is not truly dead?" Arthur leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "My God, what do you mean? Is there something amiss? Was she buried alive?" He groaned in anguish. "I did not assert that she still lives, my child. That is not my belief. I merely suggested she could be an undead being." "Undead, not alive. What are you implying? Is this some sort of nightmare, or what else could it be? There exist enigmatic phenomena that elude human understanding. Generations have passed, and they may have only unraveled fragments of the mysteries. Trust me, we are currently addressing one such enigma, yet I have not yet acted. May I sever the head of the deceased Miss Lucy?" "Certainly not," Arthur cried out in agitation. "I shall never consent to the desecration of her remains. Dr. Van Helsing, you ask too much of me. What have I done to warrant such torment? What crime did that unfortunate girl commit to incite your desire to inscribe disgrace upon her grave? Are you mad to utter such things? Or is it I who have lost my mind for listening to you? Cease your thoughts. I shall not acquiesce to any of your proposals. I have an obligation to safeguard her resting place from defilement, and by the name of God, I shall fulfill that duty." Van Helsing rose from his seated position, his demeanor solemn and grave, and declared, "My Lord Godalming, I too bear a duty to fulfill, a duty to others, to you, to the departed. In the name of God, I shall carry it out. What I now ask of you is to follow me, to see and hear for yourself. Thus, should I make the same request again, and should you still be reluctant, I shall continue to fulfill my obligations, regardless of your thoughts. Then, according to your wishes, I shall submit myself to your disposal, providing you with an account whenever and wherever you desire." His voice faltered for a moment before he continued with compassion, "But I implore you, do not harbor anger towards me. Throughout my life, there have been many tasks I wished to avoid, and there were times I wavered. Yet I have never accepted such a formidable challenge. Trust me, when the moment comes for you to reassess your opinion of me, a mere glance in my direction will dissipate these sorrowful moments, for I shall do everything within my power as a man to spare you from pain. Consider this. Why would I willingly subject myself to such anguish and sorrow? I have journeyed from my homeland to fulfill this purpose. Initially to bring joy to my friend John, and subsequently to assist a lovely young lady, of whom I have grown fond. For her, I am reluctant to articulate too much, yet I must confess that I have bestowed upon her what you have given her, my very essence. I have offered her my nights and my days, not as a lover, as you are, but merely as her physician and friend. I would sacrifice my life for hers, whether before death or after, if my demise could serve her, even now that she has transcended into an immortal being. As he spoke, a blend of solemnity and tender pride enveloped him, stirring Arthur deeply. He grasped the elder's hand, his voice choked with emotion. This is almost unfathomable. I cannot comprehend it. Yet I shall accompany you and remain there. Indeed, the professor turned to the others and declared, you have all heard. None can doubt my words any longer, can you? The coffin is empty. I swear to you by all that I hold sacred, I neither moved nor touched her. What transpired was this, the night before last. Seward and I visited for benevolent reasons, trust me. I opened the coffin, which had been sealed, and we found it empty, just as it is now. We waited and saw a white figure emerge from the thicket. The following day, we returned in daylight, and she lay within. Is that not so, John? Indeed it is. John affirmed. We arrived just in time that night, for yet another child had gone missing. We discovered him among the graves, thank God, unharmed. Yesterday, I came before sunset, for it is after sunset that the undead arise. I have remained here, vigilant until dawn. Yet, nothing was observed. Perhaps it was due to the cloves of garlic I had placed upon the threshold. The undead cannot endure garlic, along with other entities they dread. She did not depart last night. Hence, prior to sunset this evening, I removed the garlic and other items. Consequently, we beheld the coffin lay empty. However, I implore your forgiveness. Thus far, a myriad of peculiar occurrences have unfolded. You and I await outside, for there are still stranger happenings yet to transpire. Therefore, he extinguished the lamp, and now, let us proceed. He unlatched the door, and we stepped outside. He was the last to emerge, securing the door behind him. After the horrors of the grave, the night air felt refreshingly pure. The moonlight and clouds were remarkably enchanting, and to breathe in the crisp air, untainted by death and decay, was a blessing. Arthur remained silent. I could discern his struggle to fathom the secret's essence. I, myself, exhibited patience, gradually casting aside my doubts and embracing Van Helsing's conclusions. Quincy Morris accepted the circumstances with calmness, bravely and audaciously. Unable to smoke, he severed a generous piece of tobacco and began to chew. As for Van Helsing, he was resolute. First, he retrieved a thin object resembling a wafer from his bag, meticulously wrapping it in a napkin. Then, he extracted 2 handfuls of a white substance, akin to raw dough or plaster. He crumbled the wafer-like item, kneading it into the white substance, subsequently rolling it into small strips and wedging them into the crevices of the door. I was somewhat perplexed by this and leaned closer to inquire what he was doing. Arthur and Quincy also approached, equally intrigued. The object you have concealed there, can it accomplish this task? Indeed, this response instills the deepest trepidation within us, as we are all convinced of the professor's earnest intentions. A purpose so profound that it allows him to wield the most sacred of things, rendering disbelief impossible. We fell into a reverent silence, retreating to our designated hiding places around the tomb, lest we be discovered. My heart ached for the others, particularly Arthur. Having previously endured such terror, I found my heart sinking, despite having doubted the veracity of this matter merely an hour ago. The tomb had never appeared so ghostly pale. The cypress, yew, and red pine loomed like dark embodiments of mourning. The grass rustled ominously. The branches creaked with a mysterious groan. Distant dog barks resonated like ominous omens in the night. Van Helsing emerged, and at his gesture, we advanced. The 4 of us formed a line before the tomb. Van Helsing ignited a lamp and raised it high. The concentrated light falling upon Lucy's face revealed her lips stained with blood, crimson droplets trickling down her chin, tarnishing her linen shroud. We trembled in fear. Even through the flickering light, I could discern that even Van Helsing's steely nerves were faltering. Arthur stood beside me, and had I not grasped his arm for support, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. When Lucy and I referred to the entity before us as Lucy, It was because they bore an uncanny resemblance. Upon noticing us, she recoiled, emitting a furious growl akin to a cat's inadvertent sound, her gaze oscillating between us. Lucy's eyes retained their familiar shape and hue. Yet they lacked the purity and gentleness we once knew. They were no longer pristine, but instead ablaze with infernal flames. In that moment, the remnants of my affection morphed into loathing and revulsion. Had the opportunity arisen to extinguish her life then and there, I would have acted without hesitation, even with a sense of grim satisfaction. She regarded us with malevolent glints in her eyes, her face contorted by a lewd grin. Oh God, how I trembled at this sight. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, mercilessly roaring at the child she still clutched to her chest. Much like a dog snarling over a bone, the child emitted piercing cries, writhing in distress. This act was so cold-blooded that Arthur let out a groan. As she extended her hand, lewd laughter escaping her lips as she approached him, he recoiled, shielding his face. Yet, she advanced, laughing wickedly, beckoning, "Come, Arthur. Leave them and come to me. My arms await you. Come, we can rest together. Come, my husband, come." Her tone dripped with sinister sweetness, resonating like the sound of glass shattering, penetrating our minds even though her words were not directed at us. As for Arthur, he appeared entranced. Lowering his hands from his face and opening his arms wide, she leaped into his embrace. At that moment, Van Helsing surged forward, positioning himself between them, brandishing his golden crucifix. She hesitated, her face suddenly contorting with rage as she lunged forward, seemingly intent on entering the grave. However, mere feet from the entrance, she halted, as if ensnared by an irresistible force. Then she turned, her visage illuminated by the interplay of lamplight and moonlight, no longer trembling in response to Van Helsing's bravery. I had never witnessed a countenance so rife with frustration and resentment, and I believed that no living eyes would ever behold such a face again. The beauty of her features turned an ashen hue, her eyes appeared ready to unleash sparks of hellfire, her brows knitted together like a cluster of serpents belonging to Medusa. The once lovely, bloodied mouth gaped wide, reminiscent of masks from ancient Greece and Japan. If a face could embody death, and if a gaze could slay, then what we beheld was indeed such a visage. For a full minute, which felt like an eternity, she stood between the cross and her own grave. "Do what you wish, my friend, do what you wish. There can be nothing more terrifying than this." His soul was in agonized lament. On the evening of September 29th, just before midnight, the three of us, Arthur, Quincy Morris, and I, met with the professor. Strangely, we all donned black attire, seemingly by unspoken agreement. Arthur wore black in mourning, while the rest of us chose it by instinct. We arrived at the cemetery at 1:30, meandering about to avoid detection, so that when the gravediggers completed their task and the church sexton confirmed that all had departed and locked the door, we could gain entry. Van Helsing did not carry his small black bag. Instead, he brought a lengthy leather satchel, reminiscent of a cricket bag, which appeared rather heavy. We listened as the final echoes of footsteps faded into the distance, quietly following Van Helsing to the grave. He opened the door, and we entered, shutting it behind us. Then, he retrieved a lamp from his bag and ignited it, along with 2 candles. After setting them alight, he melted their bases to secure them onto the other coffin, thus illuminating the space sufficiently. When he lifted the lid of Lucy's coffin, we all peered inside. Arthur trembled like a white poplar, and we beheld the corpse lying within, her visage unchanged. Yet, my heart was devoid of love. Instead, it was filled with loathing for the vile thing that had usurped Lucy's body. I even noticed the gravity etched upon Arthur's face as he gazed at her, addressing Van Helsing with a solemn inquiry. "Is this truly Lucy's body, or a devil wearing her semblance? It is her body, yet it is not. However, wait a moment, and you shall encounter the real her." She lay there, appearing as a nightmarish version of Lucy, with sharp teeth and blood-stained, carnal lips that sent shivers down one's spine. Her lascivious, soulless exterior seemed a horrific mockery of Lucy's innocence. Van Helsing, as methodical as ever, began to extract various instruments from his bag, arranging them for use. He first procured a piece of solder and retrieved an oil lamp, igniting it and placing it in the corner, where it burned fiercely, emitting a blue flame. Additionally, there lay a surgical knife and, ultimately, a wooden post, roughly 2 to 3 inches in diameter and standing 3 feet tall. One end had been singed by fire, sharpened to a fine point, accompanied by a hammer. To me, the doctor's preparations stirred a sense of exhilaration, yet these items instilled fear in Arthur and Quincy. Nevertheless, they summoned their courage and maintained a solemn silence. Once everything was in order, Van Helsing remarked, "Before we proceed, let me impart this knowledge to you. This transcends the understanding and experience of those ancient scholars who studied the powers of the undead. When they transform, the curse upon the undead alters as well. They do not perish. Rather, they accumulate new victims year after year, perpetuating the malevolent forces in our world. All victims shall become undead, continuing the cycle of ensnaring their kin. Thus, the circle expands, akin to ripples formed by a stone cast into water. Arthur, had you received that kiss from Lucy before her demise, or last night when you opened your arms to her upon your death, you would transform into what the Eastern Europeans refer to as Nosferatu, an entity that relentlessly propagates the very undead that instills fear within us. This young lady's vampiric existence has merely commenced. The children she has fed upon are still few in number, yet if this continues, more souls will lose their blood, drawn to her by her summons, only for her to drain them with her wicked mouth. However, if she were to truly die, all would come to an end. The small wound on the throat will eventually vanish, and they will continue to play, utterly oblivious to it. Yet, the most fortunate aspect lies in the fact that when this immortal being finally meets death, the soul of the lady we cherish will be liberated. She shall no longer engage in malevolent deeds throughout the night nor descend into depravity day by day. Instead, she will be in the company of angels. Thus, she will express gratitude toward the hand that set her soul free. I would willingly undertake this task, but is there not one among us who possesses a greater right to do so? When he lies awake at night, contemplating, is it my hand that has ushered her into paradise? Is this not a profound joy? Only the one who loves her most deeply should take such action, and if she were granted the choice, surely she would select that very hand. Pray tell, is there such a person among us? Van Helsing placed his hand upon his shoulder, saying, "Brave young man, it requires but a moment of courage to accomplish this. This stake must pierce her heart. It is a daunting trial. Do not let it intimidate you. In but a fleeting instant, you shall experience joy surpassing the sorrow you now endure. You will emerge from this grave as if walking upon clouds. Yet, once you begin, hesitation is not an option. Remember, your true friends are here, surrounding you, ever in prayer for your success. Please proceed," Arthur rasped. "Tell me what to do." Arthur aimed for the heart, and I could see the indentation upon the pallid flesh. Then he thrust with all his strength. In that moment, her body ceased to struggle, her teeth clenched, her face contorted, and finally, she lay still. The dreadful task was complete. The hammer slipped from Arthur's grasp. Had we not steadied him, he would have collapsed. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gasped for breath. This was an immense strain for him. Without the compassion of humanity to sustain him, he surely would not have endured. For several minutes, we tended to him, oblivious to the coffin nearby. When we finally turned our attention to it, we exchanged astonished whispers. With fervent gazes, we observed as Arthur rose from the ground to join us, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face, dispelling the shadows of his previous fears. What lay there was no longer the terrifying entity we all loathed, but rather Lucy, as we had once known her, adorned with an expression of unparalleled sweetness and purity, reminiscent of the caring and painful traces we had previously witnessed. Yet, these memories were precious to us, for they represented the true essence of her being. We all felt a sacred tranquility, bathing her lifeless visage like radiant sunlight. Van Helsing placed his hand on Arthur's shoulder and said, "Now, my friend, dear child, may I be forgiven?" He grasped the professor's hand, pressed it to his lips, and kissed it softly, exclaiming, "Forgiven, God bless you, for you have restored the soul of my dearest to her, granting me peace." He placed both hands on the professor's shoulders, resting his head against him, weeping silently for a while as we stood there motionless. When he lifted his head, Van Helsing spoke gently, "Now, my child, you may kiss her, if you so desire. You may kiss her lips, for if given the choice, she would choose this. She is no longer a demon, nor an eternal wretched being. She is no longer an undead creature. She is truly a deceased soul of God, her spirit resting with him." Arthur leaned in to kiss her, after which we escorted both him and Quincy from the grave. The professor and I sawed off the ends of the stakes, leaving the tips embedded within her body. We then severed her head and filled her mouth with garlic. We sealed the leaden coffin, closed the lid, gathered our belongings, and departed. The professor locked the door and handed the key to Arthur. The air outside was sweet, the sun bathed the earth in golden light, and birds chirped merrily. as if the entire world had transformed, overflowing with joy, laughter, and tranquility. We had accomplished a task, and though it was a gentle joy, we felt a sense of satisfaction. Before we left, Van Helsing remarked, "Now, my friends, our first step is complete, and for us, it was the most agonizing step. Yet, a more arduous task lies ahead, to uncover the architects of these tragic events and bring them to heel. I have leads, but the journey is long, fraught with peril and suffering. Will you all assist me? We have learned to trust one another, have we not? If so, do we not recognize our duty? Indeed, shall we not vow to see this through to the end?" Upon our arrival at the Berkeley Hotel, Van Helsing received a telegram addressed to him. I traveled by train to Whitby, where Jonathan awaited with significant news. "Professor Mina Harker is quite delighted. It is that kind-hearted Mrs. Harker," he remarked, "a pearl among women. She has arrived, but I cannot linger. She must go to you, John. You must fetch her from the station. Telegraph her at once, so she can prepare accordingly." As the crowd dispersed, reminiscent of the bustling platform before a train's departure, I began to feel a sense of unease, fearing I might miss my guest. At that moment, a sweet and graceful young woman approached me, quickly recognizing me and inquiring, "Are you Dr. Seward? I had learned of you through poor Lucy's letter, but—" She suddenly paused, her face flushing. My own cheeks warmed as well, and for some inexplicable reason, this shared moment of vulnerability brought us a modicum of comfort. I took her luggage, which contained a typewriter, and we traveled by underground to Finchute Street, where I had previously sent a telegram to my steward, instructing him to prepare a sitting room and a bedroom for Mrs. Harker without delay. We arrived promptly. Of course, she was aware that it was an asylum. Yet I could perceive her tremor upon entering. She expressed a desire to visit my study shortly, as she had much to discuss. Thus, while I awaited her arrival, I recorded my voice diary here. To this day, I have yet to examine the documents left to me by Van Helsing, though they lie before me. Now, I must find her some task to occupy her, granting me the opportunity to peruse my diary. She was unaware of the preciousness of time or the weight of the task at hand. I had to tread carefully so as not to startle her. She has arrived. Mina Harker's diary, September 29th. After settling in, I proceeded to Dr. Seward's study. I paused at the door, as I thought I heard him conversing with someone. Upon hearing him beckon me to hurry, I knocked and, upon his invitation to enter, stepped into the room. To my surprise, he was alone. I recognized the phonograph positioned opposite him. I had never encountered a phonograph before, and my curiosity was piqued. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting," I remarked. "But I heard you speaking at the door and assumed you were in company." "Your diary?" I inquired, astonished. "Indeed," he replied, "I use it for recording." As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the phonograph. Intrigued, I asked, "Is it not superior to shorthand? May I hear the sounds it produces?" "Of course," he responded eagerly, rising to operate it. However, he abruptly halted, a look of discomfort crossing his face. "Actually," he stammered, "I only record my diary entries within it. Thus it is predominantly about my patients, which may not be appropriate. What I mean is—" He fell silent. I endeavored to alleviate his embarrassment. "You have consistently aided in caring for Lucy until her final moments. Please, enlighten me on the circumstances of her demise. I yearn to know everything about her, and I would be immensely grateful, as it holds great significance for me." "Why not?" I inquired, a heavy, ominous sensation surging within my heart. Even when grappling with a question he did not comprehend, he would exhibit an unconscious innocence, his voice occasionally adopting a childlike simplicity. "It is true, I assure you." At that moment, I had confirmed that the diary of the doctor who had cared for Lucy might enhance my understanding of the unfortunate Lucy. Thus, I boldly suggested then, "Dr. Seward, you would do well to allow me to transcribe your diary on my typewriter." His face turned ashen as he responded, "No, no, no. It must not be done. I will not permit you to uncover this dreadful tale." Everything had taken a turn for the worse. My intuition had proven correct. After a moment of contemplation, my gaze wandered around the room, seeking something that might assist me. I noticed a pile of printed documents on the table, and he had been staring at me, thoughtlessly following my line of sight. Upon seeing those documents, he grasped my intention. "You do not understand me," I remarked. "Once you read those materials, my own diary and my husband's, which I have transcribed, you will come to know me better. I am unafraid to reveal my thoughts. Of course, you still do not know me, and thus far, I cannot expect your trust." It was evident that he was a noble man. Poor Lucy had not misjudged him. He rose and opened a large drawer, revealing an orderly array of metal plates covered in black wax. You are correct, he stated. I do not trust you because I do not know you. However, I have come to understand you now, and I must confess that I should have known you much earlier. I am aware that Lucy has mentioned me to you, and she has also spoken of you to me. May I offer some restitution? Take these records and listen to them. The first stack is personal to me. It will not frighten you, but rather provide you with a deeper insight into my essence. I shall read these documents until dinner is prepared, in order to clarify certain matters. He moved the phonograph into my sitting room and made some adjustments for me. I am certain I will uncover intriguing revelations, for it will reveal to me half of a genuine romantic tale, the other half of which I already know. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 29th. I am utterly captivated by the diaries of Jonathan Harker and his wife. I have been reading incessantly, scarcely pausing to reflect. When the maid announced that dinner was ready, Mrs. Harker was not downstairs, prompting me to remark, "She may be fatigued. Let us wait another hour." I resumed my reading. When Mrs. Harker finally entered, I had just finished her diary. She appeared beautiful yet sorrowful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This somehow moved me deeply. Recently, I have had ample reason to weep, God knows. Yet I felt a sense of solace, for now those tender, tear-brimmed eyes pierced my heart anew. Thus, I endeavored to speak to her softly. "I fear I have caused you distress. No one needs to know, nor should anyone," I murmured. She placed her hand upon me and, with earnestness, declared, "But you must let it be known. It is imperative." "Why?" I inquired. As this forms a tragic part of the narrative, Lucy's death and the circumstances leading to her demise are integral to the tale. In our struggle against the devil, we must uncover every possible clue and seek assistance. I sense that the contents of those barrels hold more than you wish for me to discover. I can perceive that your journal contains numerous revelations that could unravel this dark mystery. You will allow me to assist you, will you not? To a certain extent. I possess a wealth of knowledge, even though your journal ceases on September 7th. I am already aware of how the unfortunate Lucy was tormented by illness and the tragic fate that ensued. Ever since Professor Van Helsing met with us, Jonathan and I have been laboring tirelessly. He has traveled to Whitby to gather further information and will return here tomorrow to aid us. There should be no secrets between us. Standing shoulder to shoulder, with complete trust in one another, we shall grow stronger. Mina Harker's Diary. September 29th. Upon learning of the tragic tale surrounding Lucy's demise and the events that followed, I found myself helplessly slumped in a chair. Fortunately, I do not often succumb to faintness. When Dr. Seward beheld me, he gasped and leapt from his seat, retrieving a bottle of brandy from the cupboard, which he offered to me. This did indeed revive my spirits somewhat within moments. My mind felt foggy, and it was only when I learned that Lucy had finally found peace that I experienced a slight alleviation of my distress. The entire situation is exceedingly cruel and enigmatic. Had I not already been apprised of Jonathan's experiences in Transylvania, I would find it utterly unbelievable. Although that is the case, I find myself at a loss as to what to believe, thus seeking liberation through the care of others. I removed the cover from the typewriter and addressed Dr. Seward. You informed me that Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris would also be arriving. Once they are here, we can share our insights. Before parting from him, I recalled Jonathan's account in his diary regarding the professor's alarming reaction upon reading something in an evening newspaper at Exeter train station. Consequently, upon noticing Dr. Seward with his newspaper, I borrowed the Westminster Gazette and the Pall Mall Gazette to take to my chamber. I vividly remember how the Daily Mail and the White Gazette significantly aided our understanding of the dreadful events that transpired on the Count's landing in Whitby. I had already clipped those articles. Therefore, I intended to read through the subsequent evening papers, hoping to uncover new clues. I was not fatigued. Work would provide me with solace. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 30th. Mr. Harker arrived at 9 o'clock. He had received a telegram from his wife before his departure. He is astute and full of vitality. If his diary is to be believed, based on my own experiences, he must be a robust individual. Entering that church's tomb twice is an exceedingly terrifying ordeal. After perusing his records, I prepared to meet this remarkable man, not the subdued businessman who arrived today. After a while, he may begin to ponder, in that case. Thus, I took my leave. I do not believe he possesses such a tranquil disposition. So I instructed the attendant to keep a vigilant watch over him and have a straitjacket at the ready, should it become necessary. Jonathan Harker's Journal, September 29th to 30th. The station master is exceedingly kind. He has kindly made inquiries on my behalf with his old acquaintance, the station master at King's Cross, so that when I arrive there in the morning, I may inquire about the box's arrival. He promptly introduced me to the relevant officials, and I observed that their records corresponded with the original invoices. The hope of obtaining special information came to an abrupt halt. Regardless, I had reasonably utilized what I could, and I was compelled to address the matter in an appropriate manner. I soon discovered that these supplementary details were merely indicative of the grim and laborious nature of this undertaking. Thus, the final hope rested upon the operator. One individual remarked that the house was quite ancient, yet the church appeared rather ominous. Were I to have visited that house, I would be inclined to believe him. There is one matter that now brings me satisfaction. All the boxes transported by the Dimitri from Varna to Whitby are securely placed within the old church at Carfax. There should be about 50 boxes, unless they have been removed, as it is feared may be the case according to Dr. Seward's journal. After a while, Mina and I worked tirelessly throughout the day, organizing all the documents. Mina Harker's journal, September 30th. After a time, Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris arrived earlier than we had anticipated. Dr. Seward had gone out on business and took Jonathan with him. Thus it fell upon me to meet them. This encounter proved to be a painful one for me, as it evoked the hopes that the unfortunate Lucy should have received months ago. Undoubtedly, they had heard of me through Lucy, and judging by Mr. Morris's remarks, it appeared that Professor Van Helsing had also ardently espoused my merits. Poor souls. They remained oblivious to the fact that I was fully aware of everything regarding their proposals to Lucy. They were at a loss for words or actions, for their knowledge paled in comparison to mine, compelling them to engage in trivial discourse. Nevertheless, all that is behind us now, and I believe it is best to address the most pressing matters with them. From Dr. Seward's journal, I learned that they were all present at Lucy's demise. If she truly has passed, then I need not fear the disclosure of any secrets. Thus, I endeavored to convey to them that I had perused all the documents and diaries, and my husband and I had meticulously transcribed them, just recently organizing the materials. I provided each of them with a copy to peruse in the study. Lord Godalming received his copy, flipping through it in his hands, and inquired, "Did you transcribe all of this, Mrs. Harker?" I nodded, and he continued, "I have not fully grasped its essence, yet your kindness, sincerity, and fervor in this endeavor compel me to accept your perspective and offer my assistance. I have just learned a lesson, embracing the truth that humility must prevail even at the final moments of one's existence. And I know you love Lucy." At this juncture, he turned away, covering his face. I could discern the tears in his voice. Mr. Morris, with his inherently compassionate nature, merely placed his hand on the man's shoulder for a moment before quietly exiting the room. I surmise that it is the essence of femininity that allows a man to effortlessly lose his composure in the presence of a woman, revealing his vulnerability and emotional side without feeling a diminishment of his masculinity. For when Lord Galderman found himself alone with me, he sank into a sofa, utterly overwhelmed by his emotions. I sat beside him, taking his hand in mine. He was a true gentleman, as I could perceive the shards of his broken heart. I said to him, "I love Lucy, and I understand what she means to you, just as you mean to her. She is like a sister to me, and now that she is gone, will you allow me to be your sister and share in your sorrow?" I recognized the depth of his grief, though I could not measure it. "If compassion and empathy could aid you in enduring this misfortune, would you permit me to assist you in this, for Lucy's sake?" In that fleeting moment, the poor man was overwhelmed by his sorrow, as if all the silent suffering he had endured recently found its release. He became hysterical, raising his hands in despair, standing and sitting again, tears streaming down his face. I felt infinite sympathy for him, instinctively embracing him. He wept against my shoulder, crying like a child, his body trembling with emotion. We women possess a maternal instinct that, when stirred, elevates us above all else. I felt the head of this sorrowful man resting upon me, akin to an infant who would one day lie in my embrace. As I caressed his hair, it was as though he were my own child. Such peculiar thoughts had never before crossed my mind. After a brief while, he ceased his weeping and, with a hint of remorse, sat up. Yet, he did not conceal his emotions. He confided in me that during those long nights and weary days, he had been unable to share his burdens with anyone. A man must express his grief when the time comes. No woman could empathize with him, nor could any woman provide him the freedom to speak, surrounded as he was by sorrow and a harsh environment. "Now, I comprehend the extent of my own wounds," he said while drying his tears, "but I remain unaware, as do others, of how deeply you sympathize with me today. I will come to know in due time. And believe me, while I am not ungrateful now, my gratitude will grow alongside my understanding. Please, let me appeal to you as a brother, for all of us. For Lucy, will you? For dear Lucy, I replied, as we clasped our hands, and also for yourself. He added, for if a man's respect and gratitude are indeed worthy, you have earned both from me today. Should you ever require a man's assistance, trust that calling upon me will not be in vain. God shall ensure that the sunshine in your life remains unscathed, but should anything arise, promise me that you will let me know. He was so sincere, his sorrow so palpable that I wished to comfort him. Thus I said, I promise. As I walked along the corridor, I noticed Mr. Morris gazing out of the window. Upon hearing my footsteps, he turned and inquired, how is Arthur? Then he noticed my reddened eyes and continued, oh, I see you are comforting him. Poor soul. He is in dire need of solace. Only women can truly aid men when their hearts are bruised. No one else can offer them comfort. He bears his suffering with such fortitude, my heart bleeds for him. I observed the manuscript in his hand, knowing that once he read it, he would understand the extent of my awareness. So, I expressed, I wish I could console all those whose hearts are wounded. Will you allow me to be your friend? When you are in need, will you permit me to comfort you? You will soon understand why I say this. Recognizing my sincerity, he bent down, took my hand, and gently kissed it. This seemed a fitting solace for such a brave and selfless soul. Impulsively, I stepped forward to kiss him. His eyes glistened with tears, and after a moment of throat constriction, he calmly remarked, little girl, you shall never encounter regret. He then entered the study to seek out his friend. Little girl. It was a term he had once used for Lucy, yet it affirmed his friendship towards me. September 30th. She appeared so beautiful and alluring that I could not refuse her, nor did I possess any reason to decline. Thus, I brought her along. As I entered the room, I informed him that a lady desired to see him, to which he simply inquired, why? Oh, very well, he replied, let her in, but wait a moment. Allow me to tidy up this place. His method of organizing the room was rather peculiar. Before I could intervene, he swallowed every fly and spider from the box. It was evident he was either frightened or suspicious of some disturbances. Once he had disguised himself adequately, he cheerfully declared, let that lady come in, and then sat at the edge of the bed, his head lowered yet his eyelids raised, ensuring he could see her upon her entrance. For a fleeting moment, I entertained the notion that he might harbor murderous intentions, prompting me to position myself within reach, ready to intervene should he attempt to pounce upon her. She entered the room with graceful poise, a grace capable of instantly commanding the respect of any individual afflicted with mental illness. For gentleness is among the most revered qualities by those who suffer. Approaching him, she smiled and extended her hand. Mrs. Hack, she said with a sweet smile. Oh no, I have my own husband. I was wed to him long before I encountered Dr. Seward. I am Mrs. Hack. Then what brings you here? My husband and I have come to visit Dr. Seward. Then do not linger here. Why? I suspected such a dialogue might displease Mrs. Hack, and even I would not relish it. Thus I interjected, how do you know I wish to marry someone? I do not believe so, Mr. Lundfeld. Mrs. Hack immediately defended me. I paid close attention to this new development. I encountered a patient of mine who, on one occasion, displayed remarkable resolve as he spoke of fundamental philosophy with an air of elegance and gentlemanly poise. I wondered if the presence of Mrs. Harker had struck a chord within him. If this phenomenon was indeed spontaneous, influenced inadvertently by her, then she must possess some rare gift or power. We continued our discourse for a while. As he appeared more rational, she initially regarded me with a look of curiosity before daring to steer him towards his favorite topic. I was once again taken aback, for he expressed his thoughts on the matter with clarity and impartiality. Even using himself as an example, I am indeed a person with peculiar beliefs. My friend remains vigilant, insisting that I be kept in check. I once envisioned life as a positive, eternal entity, believing that by extinguishing numerous beings, regardless of their diminutive size, one could indefinitely prolong existence. I had clung to this conviction so fervently that I even contemplated murder. The doctor can attest to a time when I intended to take his life, aiming to enhance my vitality by drawing upon his blood as a conduit to absorb his essence into myself. All based on the biblical assertion, for the blood is the life. Is it not so, doctor? I nodded, taken aback, scarcely finding words. It was difficult to reconcile this with the sight of him consuming spiders and flies merely 5 minutes prior. Glancing at my watch, I realized I needed to depart to meet Van Helsing, and thus informed Mrs. Harker that it was time for us to leave. She cheerfully bid farewell to Lonnfeld, expressing her hope to see him often. As I went to the station to greet Van Helsing, I left those poor boys at home. Arthur appeared to be in slightly better spirits, while Quincy seemed more like his joyful self than he had a few days prior. Van Helsing descended from the carriage with the agility of a youth. Upon immediately spotting me, he rushed over and exclaimed, "Ah, John, how have you been lately? Are you well? I've been quite occupied, but I shall remain here if needed. I've managed everything, and there is much to discuss. Is Mrs. Harker with you?" "Indeed. And how is her good husband? Are Arthur and Quincy with you as well?" "Yes." As our carriage made its way to my residence, I recounted the events that had transpired, particularly how my journal had become invaluable with the assistance of Mrs. Harker. At this juncture, the professor interjected, "Ah, that delightful Mrs. Harker. She possesses a man's intellect and a woman's heart. God designed her for some reason. Believe me, she embodies a wondrous amalgamation. John, we ought to be grateful for her aid thus far, yet after tonight, she must no longer be entangled in this dreadful affair. It is unwise for her to take such risks. We men have made our resolve. Did we not vow to vanquish this fiend? However, this matter does not concern women. Even if unscathed, they would still endure fear. Moreover, she is so young, recently married, and there are other considerations to bear in mind, if not now, then certainly in the future. She revealed everything. Thus she must consult with us. However, tomorrow she bids farewell to this endeavor, and we shall embark on our journey alone." I wholeheartedly concurred with his statement, and then informed him that we had been oblivious to the fact that the house Dracula purchased was the very one adjacent to my own. His astonishment was palpable, his countenance betraying a profound sadness. "Had we known sooner," he lamented, "we could have apprehended him in a timely manner and saved the unfortunate Lucy. Nevertheless, as you wisely say, there is no use crying over spilled milk. Let us not dwell on it further, but continue along our path until we reach the end." Following this, he remained silent until we crossed the threshold. Before we commenced dinner, he addressed Mrs. Harker, saying, "My friend John has informed me that you and your husband have systematically organized all that has transpired thus far." "Not until now, Professor," she retorted impulsively, "but rather until this morning." "Why not until now?" he inquired. "We have come to realize how significantly even the smallest details can assist us. We have all divulged our secrets." Mrs. Harker blushed, retrieving a piece of paper from her pocket, and said, "Dr. Van Helsing, please read this and tell me if it holds any validity. This is my account of today. I deemed it necessary to document everything occurring now, no matter how trivial. Yet it contains little besides some personal matters. Does it hold any weight?" The professor read it with utmost seriousness, returned it to her, and remarked, "If you do not wish for it to hold significance, then it need not. However, I sincerely hope it does. It will deepen your husband's affection for you, and simultaneously instill a sense of pride and respect among your friends towards you. Thus, at this very moment, all records in our possession have been meticulously compiled and organized. The professor has taken a copy for research purposes, following our meal, prior to our meeting at 9 o'clock. The rest of us have perused the documents. So when we convene in the study, we shall be well informed of the facts and can devise our strategy to confront this formidable and enigmatic adversary." From Mina Harker's diary. September 30th. When we gathered in Dr. Seward's study 2 hours after dinner at 6 o'clock, we instinctively formed a committee. Professor Van Helsing occupied the head of the table, having been gestured to take that seat by Dr. Seward upon his entrance. The professor requested that I sit to his right as secretary, with Jonathan beside me. Opposite us were Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris, with Lord Godalming next to the professor and Dr. Seward positioned among the three. The professor remarked, "I trust you are all already acquainted with the facts delineated in these documents?" We all assented. He continued, "Then I believe it prudent to inform you about the nature of the enemy we face. I shall elucidate its history, which I have meticulously uncovered. This will enable us to deliberate on our course of action and subsequently proceed accordingly. There exists a creature known as a vampire, and some among us possess evidence attesting to its existence, even in the absence of our own unpleasant encounters with him. The lessons and records of the past serve as ample evidence for the discerning. I confess that I harbored doubts initially. Had I not endeavored for years to maintain an open mind, I might never have believed, until one day the truth resounded in my ears. Behold, behold, I have proven it, I have proven it. Alas, had I known earlier what I now comprehend. No, even if I had merely suspected it was he, precious lives, particularly that of someone we hold dear, could have been spared. She has departed, and thus we must persist in our efforts to prevent further harm to more unfortunate souls. This Nosferatu does not perish with a single sting like a bee. Instead, he grows stronger, wielding greater power to commit malevolent acts. The vampire we face possesses the strength of 20 men, and he is more cunning than mortals, for his guile has been honed by the passage of time. He also wields the aid of sorcery, which, in the most literal sense, grants him a foreboding of death. All departed souls he approaches heed his command. He is a beast, yet more ferocious than any beast, a remorseless demon devoid of conscience. Within his domain, he commands the forces of nature, storms, clouds, lightning, and directs every vile creature, from rats to owls, bats, moths, foxes, and wolves. He has the power to enlarge or diminish himself, and at times, can vanish entirely. How then shall we vanquish him? My friend, the task before us is formidable, its consequences potentially terrifying even to the bravest of souls. In this battle, should we falter, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. What then would become of us? Life is trivial, I hold no regard for it. Yet, to fail here transcends mere existence and demise. We would inevitably transform into grotesque creatures that roam the night, devoid of emotion and conscience, preying upon those we hold dear. The gates of paradise would remain eternally shut to us. Who would dare to open them? We would be forever loathed by all, tarnished stains under the sun of divinity, arrows lodged within the body of God, sacrificed for humanity's sake. However, we are confronted with a profound sense of duty. In such dire moments, should we retreat? For me, the answer is a resounding no. Yet, I have grown old. The sunlight of life, the beauty, the songs of birds, the music of existence, and the essence of love have all faded from my grasp. You, however, are still young. Some have mourned in the past, but splendid days await you on the horizon. What do you say? As he spoke, Jonathan clasped my hand. My foremost concern was that the peril surrounding us might frighten him, yet I felt his grip, strong, assured, and resolute. The hands of the brave convey all that is necessary, requiring no woman to listen with love. The professor concluded, and my husband and I exchanged glances that spoke volumes, transcending words. I concurred on behalf of Mina and myself. Count me in, Professor, Quincy Morris stated with his customary decisiveness. Together with you, remarked Lord Galderman, if for no other reason, then for Lucy. Dr. Seward merely nodded. You are all aware of the adversary we must confront, yet we are not devoid of strength. We possess the power of unity, a force that vampires lack. We wield science. We are free to think and act, and the time available to us is equal. The extent of our capabilities is unrestrained, allowing us to maneuver with agility. Furthermore, we embody a spirit of self-sacrifice for a cause and an unwavering pursuit of altruism. This is more than sufficient. Now, let us examine the limitations that can be imposed upon the vampire's abilities and what an individual vampire is incapable of achieving. In essence, let us reflect on the overarching constraints of vampires, particularly the limitations of this one. What we must rely upon are tradition and superstition. These may not be immediately apparent when matters are confined to the realms of life and death. However, once we transcend these boundaries, the situation changes entirely. We must be content with this, firstly because we are unable to grasp any other means, and secondly because these elements, tradition and superstition, constitute everything. Is it necessary for others to believe in the existence of vampires? Not at all. Yet, it is imperative for us to do so. A year ago, in our scientific, skeptical, and pragmatic 19th century, who among us would entertain such a possibility? We even dismissed facts that had been substantiated right before our eyes. Believe it, vampires, along with their limitations and countermeasures. Allow me to enlighten you. He is renowned throughout the tapestry of human existence. In ancient Greece and Rome, he thrived throughout Germany, found his presence in France, India, and even in the distant lands of Camosis and China, where there are those who believe in him. He emerged alongside the ferocious warriors of Iceland, as well as the devil's lone offspring, the Huns, Slavs, Saxons, and Magyars. To this day, we have discerned the nature of the creature we face, and I shall share with you perspectives corroborated by our own disquieting encounters. A vampire can persist indefinitely, evading death with the passage of time, provided he can siphon the blood of the living. Thus, he can endure eternally. We have even observed him rejuvenating, his vitality flourishing, indicating a need for some extraordinary sustenance to restore his vigor. However, devoid of such nourishment, he cannot survive. His dietary requirements diverge from our own. Even Jonathan, who cohabited with him for several weeks, never witnessed him partake of food, not once. He casts no shadow, nor does he possess an image in mirrors, as Jonathan astutely noted. His strength is formidable, a fact Jonathan witnessed when he barred the door against the pack of wolves and assisted him onto the carriage. He can transform into a wolf, as we observed upon our landing at Whitby, as well as when he tore apart a dog. He is also capable of transforming into a bat, akin to what Mrs. Harker witnessed at Whitby from her window, as well as what John observed as he flew perilously close to the house, and what Quincy beheld through the window of Miss Lucy's chamber. He can navigate through the mist of his own creation, a fact corroborated by that noble captain. However, as far as we know, the extent of the mist he can conjure is rather limited, enveloping only himself. He can dissolve into the natural dust of moonlight, reminiscent of the women Jonathan glimpsed in Dracula's castle. He can also diminish in size, just as we witnessed Lucy slip away through the minuscule crevice of her grave before her demise. Once he finds his escape, he can emerge from or infiltrate anything, regardless of how tightly sealed, even if it is welded shut. He possesses the ability to see clearly in the night, a skill not to be underestimated, as half the time in this world is devoid of light. Yet, heed my words, he can accomplish all these feats, yet he is not free. Moreover, he is even less free than the slaves aboard a sailing vessel or the inmates of a lunatic asylum. He is unnatural, yet he remains bound by certain laws of nature, the reasons for which he does not comprehend. Initially, he cannot enter a place unless invited by its occupants, although thereafter he may come and go as he pleases. When daylight arrives, his capacity for malevolence wanes. He enjoys only limited freedom at specific times. If he finds himself in a realm that does not belong to him, he can only alter his form at noon or during the twilight of dawn and dusk. We have heard of these matters, and we can indeed find evidence within our records. He is capable of indulging in his whims within his confined realm, his earthen home, the abode of the grave, the domain of hell, and the tainted places. Like the time we witnessed him visiting the grave of the suicide in Whitby, during other instances. He can only transform when night descends. It is also said that he can only traverse slowly flowing waters and tides. There are certain elements that torment him, sapping his strength. Garlic is well known to us, as are sacred items, such as this symbol, my cross, which even accompanies us in moments of decision. Before these entities, he is rendered insignificant. When they are present, he retreats in awe-stricken silence. There are other matters I shall disclose to you for our search. A bouquet of wild roses laid upon his coffin prevents his emergence, while a holy bullet that pierces his coffin would truly slay him. Alternatively, as we know, driving a stake through his body or severing his head would suffice to end his existence. We have witnessed this firsthand. Therefore, if we adhere to these guidelines, we can locate his dwelling and confine him within the coffin to bring about his demise. However, he is cunning. I have inquired with my friend Arminius at the University of Budapest regarding his history. In truth, he is none other than Voivode Dracula, named for his victory over the Turks by crossing the great river along the Turkish frontier. If this is the case, then he must possess extraordinary intelligence, for during that time, and for several centuries thereafter, he was regarded as the most astute and cunning, as well as the bravest of children from the land beyond the forest. His formidable intellect and iron will accompany him to the grave, and even now, they lie before us. Arminius asserts that the Dracula lineage is one of great nobility, although occasionally descendants were considered by their contemporaries to have consorted with the devil. People have uncovered these secrets in the mountains by the Hermansdale River, where it is believed he was exceptionally intelligent. The records contain words such as sorcerers, Satan, and hell. And in one manuscript, this Dracula is referred to as a vampire, a fact with which we are all familiar. He descended from a lineage of great men and many virtuous women, whose graves sanctified the earth, making it the sole dwelling for this vile entity. This malevolent creature is not only deeply rooted in all that is beautiful, but also cannot survive in lands devoid of sacred memory. While everyone was conversing, Mr. Morris kept his gaze fixed outside the window, then quietly stood up and exited the room. The professor paused momentarily before continuing. Now, we must formulate our plan of action. We have gathered a wealth of information, and it is imperative that we delineate our strategy. Through Jonathan's investigation, we learned that 50 crates of soil were transported from the castle to Whitby, all delivered to Carfax. And we are aware that at least some of these crates have already been removed. I believe it would be prudent to first ascertain whether they still reside in the adjacent house. Should any have been relocated, we must pursue the matter further. A minute later, he entered and said, "I must apologize for my foolishness. I seek your forgiveness, particularly from Mrs. Harker. I fear I may have frightened you." The truth is, just as the professor was speaking, a large bat flew in and perched on the windowsill. Due to recent events, I have developed a profound dread of that wretched creature, and I could no longer endure its presence, so I ventured out to shoot it. This has become my routine whenever I catch sight of a bat at night. You have mocked me for this, Arthur. Did you hit it? The professor inquired. Now it is your turn, Mrs. Harker. Tonight marks the conclusion of your task. You are far too precious to us. We cannot afford to take that risk. Once we part ways today, you are not to ask any further questions. We shall disclose the information at the appropriate time. We are men, capable of bearing the burden. But you are our beacon of hope. Only when you are safe can we work with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, all the men, even Jonathan, seemed to relax somewhat, yet I felt it was unwise to allow them to take such risks for my safety. Regardless, their resolve was firm. And though it pained me greatly, I could say nothing but to accept their protection. Mr. Morris resumed the conversation, stating that time is of the essence, and thus, I propose we proceed to inspect his residence immediately. In dealing with him, time is everything. Our prompt action may yet save another victim. I confess that as the moment for action drew nearer, a weight settled in my heart. However, I refrained from voicing my concerns, fearing that if I became an impediment to their endeavors, I might be entirely excluded from the discussion group. Everyone has now departed for Carfax, equipped with their entry tools. Dr. Seward's diary, October 1st, 4 a.m. Just as we were about to embark, I received an urgent notification that Renfield wished to see me at once. As he appeared to have something of great significance to convey, I informed the messenger that I was currently occupied and would visit him the following morning. The attendant insisted. "He seems quite adamant, sir. I have never seen him in such a state of urgency. I sensed that if I did not attend to him promptly, his mania would likely resurface." Acknowledging that he would not express such urgency without cause, I replied, "Very well, I shall go now." I asked the others to wait for a few moments, as I needed to attend to my patient. "Take me with you, John," the professor interjected. "I am quite intrigued by what you have documented about him in your diary. He is related to our case, and I am eager to meet him, especially in his current state of mental distress. May I accompany you?" Lord Godalming inquired. "Can I come as well?" Quincy Morris added. "Am I allowed to join?" Huck remarked, and I nodded in agreement as we ventured into the corridor. I was taken aback, scarcely registering the peculiarity of introducing a psychiatric patient within the confines of a mental institution. Yet, in his demeanor, there resided a certain dignity and an ingrained demand for equality. Consequently, I promptly made the introductions: Lord Godalming, Professor Van Helsing, Mr. Quincy Morris from Texas, Mr. Jonathan Harker, and Mr. Renfield. He extended his hand to each, saying, "Lord Godalming, it is my honor to have assisted your father at Wyndham. Upon seeing your title, I lament the news of his passing. He was beloved and respected by all who knew him. I have heard he was the founder of a distinctive brand of rum, quite popular at the racetracks in Texas. Mr. Morris, you must feel a profound pride for your great nation. Its acceptance of federalism has established a precedent that may have far-reaching implications henceforth, with even the polar and tropical regions becoming part of the Federation under the Stars and Stripes. The power of treaties could potentially serve as a monumental engine of expansion, while Monroeism has ascended into the realm of political myth. How does one convey their joy upon encountering Van Helsing? Sir, I shall not apologize for the absence of conventional titles. When one revolutionizes the field of therapeutics through the discovery of the brain's continual development, such titles become inadequate, for they would confine him to a particular class. Sir, due to your nationality, traditions, and innate abilities, you are well suited to enjoy your esteemed position in this ever-changing world. I assert that I am at least as mentally sound as the majority of those who enjoy complete freedom. Dr. Seward, I am confident that you are a humanitarian, a medical expert, and a scientist, and as a moral obligation, I request that you treat me as an individual in exceptional circumstances." He made this final request with a polite tone and conviction. We were all taken aback. For me, despite being aware of this individual's characteristics and history, I believed he had regained his sanity, and I felt a compelling urge to express my satisfaction with his mental clarity, to ascertain what necessary procedures needed to be undertaken, and to release him by morning. However, I understood that it would be prudent to wait a little longer before making such a grave decision, as I had long been aware of the sudden transformations this patient had undergone. Thus, I broadly stated that he appeared to be recovering remarkably quickly, and I would engage in a lengthy conversation with him in the morning, at which point I would reassess the possibility of fulfilling his desires. Yet, this did not appease him, for he promptly declared, "But Dr. Seward, I fear you have not comprehended my wish. I wish to leave immediately, from here, now, at this very moment, if I may. Time is of the essence, as mandated by the contract. I find it imperative to articulate this simple, yet profoundly significant desire before such an admirable practitioner as yourself, to ensure its realization." "Indeed," I candidly replied, yet simultaneously felt a sense of ruthlessness. He sorrowfully shook his head, a profound expression of regret etched upon his face. The professor continued to persuade him. "Come now, sir. Contemplate this for a moment. You elevate reason to the highest pedestal, seeking to impress us with your utmost rationality. By doing so, we are compelled to question your clarity of mind, as you have yet to interrupt your treatment due to this flaw. If you do not assist us in selecting the wisest course of action, how can we fulfill the responsibilities you have imposed upon us? Be wise and aid us. If we can, we will help you realize your desires." Yet he persisted in shaking his head, replying, "Dr. Van Helsing, I have nothing further to say. Your arguments are indeed compelling, but if I were free to speak, I would not hesitate for even a moment. However, in this matter, I am not the master of my own decisions. I can only implore you to trust me. If I am denied, I shall fail in my obligations." I sensed it was time to conclude this conversation, as he grew increasingly absurd and grave. Thus, I made my way to the door, saying, "Come now, friends. We have matters to attend to. Good night." However, what I anticipated did not transpire, for upon realizing his plea would be in vain, he became exceedingly agitated. He suddenly fell to his knees, raising his hands in a desperate plea, tears streaming down his cheeks, his entire visage reflecting the depths of his emotion. "I implore you, Dr. Seward, I beg you, allow me to leave this house at once. It matters not how I am taken away, nor to where I am sent. Let the wardens lead me away with ropes and chains. Let them dress me in a straitjacket, place shackles upon my wrists and ankles. Even send me to prison if it must be, but grant me the release from this place. You cannot fathom what it means to confine me here. I beseech you from the very depths of my heart and soul. You are unaware of whom you have wronged, how you have misjudged, yet I cannot speak of it. My sorrow is profound, yet I am rendered voiceless. For the sake of all that you hold sacred, for everything you cherish, for the memory of your lost beloved, for your hopes, for the sake of God himself, let me depart from here. Do not burden my soul with guilt. Can you not hear my words? Do you not comprehend? Will you never understand? Do you not see that I am now lucid and sincere, not a man gripped by madness, but one who battles for his own soul? Hear me, hear me. Let me go, let me go, let me go." I sensed that if this continued, he would spiral further into madness, his mania reigniting. Thus, I grasped his hand, guiding him to rise. "Come now," I stated earnestly, "enough of this. It is time to retire, be mindful." He abruptly halted, gazing at me thoughtfully for an extended moment. Then, without uttering a word, he rose and turned to sit on the edge of the bed, once again succumbing to despondency, just as I had anticipated. As I was the last to leave the room, he calmly remarked to me, "I trust, Dr. Seward, that in due course you shall prove to me that I have made every effort to convince you this evening. I have done all I can." On the morning of October 1st at 5 a.m., Mr. Morris addressed Dr. Seward, saying, "John, if he is not attempting to deceive us with a faade, then he is the most lucid mental patient I have ever encountered. I cannot be certain, but I believe he harbors some significant intention. If that is the case, he must be tormented by his unfulfilled desires." Lord Godalming and I remained silent, but Van Helsing interjected, "John, you possess greater insight into the minds of the insane than I. I am relieved that this is the case, for I fear that had it been left to me, I might have released him before his hysteria erupted. Yet, we shall continue to gain experience, and in our current undertaking, we must exercise utmost caution, as my friend Quincy would say. Thus, it is best to maintain the status quo." Dr. Seward seemed to be lost in a reverie as he replied, "I do not know, but I concur with you. Were he an ordinary lunatic, I might dare to place my trust in him. However, he shares a peculiar connection with the Count, and I fear that releasing him may invite trouble. I cannot forget how fervently he implored me for a cat, only to later attempt to rend my throat with his teeth. Moreover, he referred to the Count as his master, perhaps intending to assist him in executing some nefarious schemes. That dreadful creature was aided by wolves, rats, and his own kind. Thus, I surmised he would not require the assistance of a madman. Nevertheless, he did appear quite sincere. I hope I am making the right choices. These matters, entangled with our intricate tasks, truly weigh heavily on our minds. The professor approached, placing his hand upon John's shoulder. Speaking in a tone both profound and gentle, "John, do not fear. We are endeavoring to fulfill our duty amidst this sorrowful and terrifying ordeal. All we can do is our utmost. What more can we hope for, apart from God's mercy?" We scaled the wall, and as the moonlight illuminated our path, we cautiously remained within the shadows cast by the treetops upon the lawn, making our way to the entrance. Upon arrival, the professor opened his bag, retrieving numerous items which he placed upon the steps, dividing them into 4 small portions, clearly intended for each of us. "My friends," he began, "we are venturing into perilous territory and require ample weaponry. Our adversaries are not merely supernatural. Remember, this man possesses the strength of 20 men. Although our necks and tracheas are as vulnerable as those of any ordinary person, he is not invincible. A strong individual or a collective of men, when united, may overpower him at times. However, we cannot inflict harm upon him as he can upon us. Thus, we must safeguard ourselves from his touch. Place this upon your chest," the professor said, as he raised a small silver cross and handed it to me, for I was nearest to him. "Wear this garland around your neck," he added, bestowing upon me a wilted garlic wreath. "For those commonplace foes, armed with this revolver and knife, along with these small lanterns for assistance. You may fasten them to your breast. Lastly, and most importantly, we have this sacred object that must not be desecrated." He placed a communion wafer into an envelope and passed it to me. The others received similar provisions. "Now," he said, "John, do you have your master key? This way we can unlock the door, avoiding the need to break in as we did at Lucy's. Lord, I entrust myself to you," he proclaimed, drawing a cross over his chest as we passed through the doorway. We closed the door behind us, mindful that once we lit the lanterns, our attention might be drawn to the intersection. The professor meticulously examined the lock, ensuring it would not jam while we frantically sought an exit. Then we all lit our lanterns and commenced our search. The entire room was thickly coated in dust. The dust on the floor appeared to be several inches deep, save for areas marked by recent footprints. Lowering my lantern, I discerned the impressions of booted heels in the dust. The walls were rough, shrouded in dust, and the corners were laden with cobwebs, their strands heavy with dust, some sagging under its weight, resembling tattered rags. On the table in the hall lay a large bunch of keys, each adorned with a yellowed, antiquated label. These keys had evidently been utilized numerous times, as the dust upon the table bore several distinct marks, reminiscent of those observed by the professor upon retrieving a key. The professor turned to me and remarked, "You are familiar with this place, Jonathan. You have sketched a map of it, possessing knowledge surpassing ours. Which path leads to the church?" I was aware of its direction, although I had failed to enter on my last visit. Thus, I took the lead, and after several missteps, I found myself standing before a low oak archway, supported by iron bands. "Here it is," the professor declared, directing the light upon a small map of the house, a replica derived from my original correspondence regarding the property purchase. We exerted some effort to locate the key for this door among the assortment, and upon finally unlocking it, we braced ourselves for some unpleasantness. As we slightly ajar the door, a foul gas wafted through the crevice, a scent none of us had anticipated. I alone had not encountered the Count up close. The instances I had seen him were either during his fasting in his chamber or amidst the blood-soaked remnants of an outdoor ruin. Yet, this space was both cramped and confined, and the prolonged abandonment had rendered the air foul and putrid. But how should I even begin to articulate the essence of that odor? This scent is imbued not only with the essence of death and the acrid tang of blood, but also seems to emanate from something that has already succumbed to decay. Ugh, the mere thought of it fills me with revulsion. Each breath exhaled by that fiend appears to linger in this place, rendering it even more repugnant. Under ordinary circumstances, such a foul odor would diminish our adventurous spirit and confidence to their nadir. However, this is no typical situation. The sacred and solemn mission we bear endows us with strength that transcends our physiological trials. After involuntarily shuddering upon first inhaling this nauseating gas, we commenced our task. As though this loathsome sight were a rose garden, we meticulously examined the area, and before we began, the professor instructed, "First, we must count how many boxes remain. Then we shall inspect every hole, every corner, every crevice, in search of any clues regarding the other boxes. It was immediately apparent how many boxes were left, for their size made it impossible to miscount. Of the 50 boxes, only 29 remained. At one point, I was startled when Lord Godalming abruptly turned his gaze toward the dark corridor beyond the room's entrance. I too glanced outside, and for a fleeting moment, my heart ceased to beat. In the shadows, I seemed to glimpse the countenance of the Earl, his sinister visage, the bridge of his nose, those crimson eyes, the blood-red lips, and his terrifying pallor. Yet, this vision lasted but an instant, for Lord Godalming remarked, "I believe I saw a face, though it was merely a shadow." Then he resumed the search, and I directed the light towards that direction, entering the corridor. There were no signs of anyone, and due to the absence of corners, doors, or any crevices, only the unyielding walls, even he could not have found a hiding place. Perhaps fear had ignited my imagination, so I remained silent. A few minutes later, I observed Morris suddenly retreating from a corner he was inspecting. We all fixated on his actions, an unmistakable tension blossoming within us. We discovered a flickering ball of ghostly fire, shimmering like stars. Instinctively, we all took a step back. The entire room seemed to come alive with the scurrying of mice. For a fleeting second, we were all frozen in fear, except for Lord Godalming, who appeared to have prepared for such an emergency long before. He dashed towards the oak door reinforced with iron bars, as Dr. Seward had referred to it outside. I witnessed him turning the key in the lock, releasing the massive bolt, and swinging the door open. Then, he retrieved a small silver whistle from his pocket and emitted a low, piercing sound. The barking of dogs echoed in Dr. Seward's courtyard, and within a minute, 3 hounds surrounded the house. We unconsciously gravitated towards the entrance, and as we moved slowly, I noticed the dust was significantly disturbed. The crates had evidently been moved from this very spot. However, during this time, the number of mice surged alarmingly, seemingly filling the entire room in an instant, until the light illuminated their darting black bodies and gleaming, malevolent eyes, transforming the space into a realm akin to that of fireflies. The dog dashed forward, yet abruptly halted at the threshold, erupting into a furious bark while lifting its snout. Emitting a mournful howl, the mice multiplied in their thousands, prompting us to venture outside. Lord Godalming lifted one of the dogs and brought it into the house, placing it upon the floor. The moment its paws touched the ground, it seemed to regain its courage and charged towards its adversaries. 2 other dogs were similarly introduced into the abode, but before they could seize any quarry, all the mice vanished in an instant. As we exited, dawn had already begun to break. The professor removed the key from the ring and, as per usual, secured the door, placing the key in his pocket. I tiptoed into my own chamber and beheld Mina slumbering, her breaths so gentle that I had to lean in close to hear. She appeared even paler than usual, and I hoped that the meeting of the previous night had not troubled her. I felt a sense of relief that she need not partake in our forthcoming endeavors, nor in our discussions. Such pressures are far too burdensome for a woman. Initially, I was oblivious to this, but now I am aware. Thus, I find solace in the resolution of this matter. Perhaps there are circumstances that would frighten her, yet concealing such matters from her might prove more detrimental than revealing them, especially if she were to suspect that she is being kept in the dark. From this day forth, our endeavors will remain a sealed tome to her until all is concluded. Only when the world is rid of one more devil from hell shall we reveal the truth. I dare say that maintaining silence, after the mutual trust we once shared, will prove challenging, yet I must be resolute. Tomorrow, I shall refrain from disclosing the events of this night to her. I took a moment to rest on the sofa, careful not to disturb her. After a while, it seemed only natural that we all overslept, as yesterday had been exceedingly hectic, leaving us without respite throughout the night. Even Mina, undoubtedly fatigued herself, rose later than I, despite my calls to awaken her. In truth, she was so deeply asleep that, upon my summons, she initially failed to recognize me, staring at me in fear as though emerging from a nightmare. She confessed to her exhaustion, and I encouraged her to rest until late. Now we are aware that 21 boxes have been removed. Should any of them have been taken during these recent relocations, it is possible for us to recover all the boxes. This would undoubtedly save us considerable effort, and the sooner it is accomplished, the better. Today, I ought to pay a visit to Thomas Snelling. Dr. Seward's diary, October 1st. Near midday, the professor entered my chamber to rouse me, his demeanor more cheerful than usual, evidently relieved by the events of the previous night. I have numerous urgent tasks to attend to. Thus I informed him that I would be quite pleased if he chose to proceed alone. It was inappropriate for me to keep him waiting any longer. So I summoned the attendant and briefed him briefly. Before the professor departed the room, I cautioned him not to let my patient's behavior cloud his judgment. However, he expressed a desire to discuss his own thoughts and his theory on the consumption of life. I noted in your journal from yesterday that he had once shared such beliefs with Mrs. Harker. Why do you smile, John? I asked. Forgive me, I replied, but the answer lies here. I placed my hand atop the printed materials, for as our lucid and erudite patient articulated his views on the consumption of life, his words were overshadowed by the foul odor of flies and spiders he had consumed prior to Mrs. Harker's entrance. Van Helsing chuckled. Quite right, he said. Your memory serves you well, John. I should have recalled that. It is precisely these obscure thoughts and memories that render mental illness such an intriguing field of study. Perhaps the insights I gleaned from this madman's folly surpass what the wisest among us could impart. Who can say? No need. I have already encountered him, he remarked. How did it go? I wholeheartedly concur with you, I sincerely stated, for I wished to prevent him from becoming indecisive regarding this matter. I suggested that it would be best for Mrs. Harker to refrain from becoming involved. These circumstances have proven sufficiently burdensome for us and for men around the globe. We have endured numerous perilous experiences. However, this particular matter does not concern women. Should she remain entangled in this affair, it would undoubtedly bring her harm. Hence, Van Helsing convened with the Harkas, while Quincy and Arthur ventured forth in search of clues regarding the box. I must fulfill my obligations. After which we shall reconvene this evening. Mina Harker's diary, October 1st. Their actions are all motivated by goodwill towards me. One day, Jonathan will reveal everything. To prevent him from feeling that I have concealed anything, I shall continue to maintain my diary as before. Thus, should he harbor doubts about my trust in him, I can present my diary, which contains every thought that resides within my heart. Today, I find myself particularly melancholic and despondent, likely due to overwhelming excitement. I must be vigilant against such dreams, for an excess of them may lead to madness. I should request Dr. Van Helsing or Dr. Seward to prescribe me something to induce sleep. However, I fear disturbing them. At this moment, such a dream would only amplify my terror. Tonight, I shall strive to fall asleep naturally. Should that prove unsuccessful, I shall ask them tomorrow night for a dose of a sedative, one that would not harm me and would grant me a restful slumber. Last night, I was more fatigued than if I had not slept at all. October 2nd, 10 p.m. On the evening of October 1st, I pondered where to seek Block Sam, and thus informed him that if he could procure the address for me, I would reward him with half a golden pound. He finished his tea, rose to his feet, and announced his intention to search for Sam. At the doorway, he paused and said, "Look, sir, I shall not keep you here any longer. I may find Sam shortly, or perhaps I shall not, but in any case, it is unlikely he will impart any information to you tonight. Once he has a drink, he tends to forget everything. If you could provide me with an envelope, stamped and addressed, I will ascertain Sam's whereabouts and send you the address tonight. However, it would be prudent for you to rise early in the morning and avoid searching for him while he is drinking." On the evening of October 2nd, a long and exhilarating day unfolded. The first postman arrived bearing an envelope inscribed with my address, containing a crumpled piece of paper upon which, in hasty strokes of a carpenter's pencil, was scrawled, "Block Sam, Cochrane, 4, Potterscott Street, Bartle, Wolvers. Seek Dempate thereafter." When I inquired of the person who opened the door as to the identity of Dempate, he shook his head and replied, "I do not know him. There is no such person here. I have never heard of him. Do not expect to find this individual residing here or anywhere else." I produced Mr. Smollett's letter, and as I read it, I discerned that the misleading misspelling may have provided me with a clue. "Who are you?" I asked. "How did you gain access to these 2 vacant houses?" In the house at Pavlet, an elderly man awaited my arrival. He assisted me in loading the boxes onto the cart. He was the most robust individual I had ever encountered, an old fellow with a white beard, so gaunt that one might think he cast no shadow. His words sent my anxious heart racing. When he lifted those boxes, it was as if they weighed merely a few pounds, while I had exerted considerable effort to raise them. "How did you gain access to the house on Piccadilly Street?" I inquired. He was already there, having surely set off before me. When I rang the doorbell, it was he who came to open the door and helped me transport the boxes into the hall. "Are there only 9 boxes?" I asked, interrupting him. "Did you simply place the boxes in the hall?" "Yes," he replied. The hall was spacious, devoid of anything else. I pressed on. "You do not have a key, do you?" "No need for a key," he stated. The elderly man opened the door himself, and when I departed, he was the one who closed it. I could not recall the last time I had done so, as I had indulged in drink. Can you not remember the house number either? Not at all, sir. But there is no need for concern. The house is tall, the facade constructed of stone, adorned with an arched feature, and there are steep steps leading to the entrance. I remember the number of steps, for I collaborated with 3 idle men seeking a few coins to carry the boxes up. The old man offered them a few shillings. But they demanded more. He seized one by the shoulder, attempting to throw him down the steps, which caused them to scurry away, grumbling. I hoped that through his description, I could locate the house. Thus I entrusted him with some money and set forth to Piccadilly. I was met with yet another painful experience. It was evident that the Count himself was capable of moving those boxes. If that were the case, time was indeed of the essence. For now that he had completed certain arrangements, he could effortlessly carry out this task at any moment. Upon reaching Piccadilly Circus, I settled the carriage fare and proceeded westward. I soon discovered the house he had described, situated adjacent to Dracula's lair. The residence appeared to have been long abandoned. Dust coated the windows, and the shutters stood wide open. The frames were darkened with age, and the paint on the ironwork had nearly all flaked away. Clearly, a large sign had once stood prominently on the balcony, but it had been roughly torn down, leaving only the supporting pillars behind. Behind the balcony railing, I noticed several planks haphazardly strewn about, their rough edges appearing bleached. How I wished to see that sign intact, for perhaps it would provide me with clues about the house's owner. I recalled my own experience of investigating and purchasing the house in Carfax, believing I could trace the original owner and possibly unearth a means of entering the residence. For the moment, there was nothing more to be gleaned from the front of the house facing Piccadilly, nor any actions to be taken. So I circled to the back in hopes of uncovering some clues from that direction. The shops thrived, and nearly every building on Piccadilly was in use. I inquired with a couple of stable hands and helpers nearby, hoping they could enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding the vacant house. One of them mentioned that the property had recently been purchased, though he was unaware of the buyer's identity. He informed me that until recently, there had been a sign indicating the house was for sale, and perhaps Michelle from the real estate agency, Sun Candy, could provide some insights. As he recalled seeing their name on the sign, I endeavored not to appear overly eager, lest he discern too much. So I thanked him as I typically would and strolled away. As dusk approached, heralding the arrival of autumn nights, I wasted no time. At the Berkeley Hotel, I located Michelle's address from a directory and promptly made my way to their office on Sackville Street. "Pardon me," I said politely, "but I am curious to know who acquired the property. This information is of great significance." Naturally, I added, "You wouldn't mind my knowing such details, would you?" He appeared to be a person of integrity, so there was no need to press him. I considered it best to align with his perspective, remarking, "Sir, your client must appreciate having such a steadfast guardian of secrets in you. I, too, am acquainted with this circle." I presented him with my business card, stating, "My inquiry is not driven by mere curiosity, but rather on behalf of Lord Godalming, who seeks to understand more about this recently sold property." This statement elicited a markedly different response. He remarked, "If it pleases you, I would be honored to serve you, Mr. Harker. I am particularly eager to assist this noble lord. When he was still the esteemed Arthur Holmwood, we once rented a few rooms for him. Should you share his address with me, I will contemplate the matter of the house. Regardless, I shall correspond with him this evening to discuss this issue. I would be delighted if we could merely contravene this rule and provide the lord with the information he seeks. I have observed that everyone is at home. Mina appears both fatigued and pale, yet she strives to present herself as cheerful and lively. I fear that my concealment has contributed to her anxiety. Thank God. This shall be her final evening observing our assembly, as we are tormented by the secrets we keep from her." I summoned my courage, resolutely preventing her from becoming embroiled in our dreadful endeavors. For reasons unknown, she seemed more compliant, or perhaps she had grown weary of the situation. For each time the matter was inadvertently broached, she would tremble. I am relieved that we resolved our decision in a timely manner. The increasing knowledge we possess must be a torment for her. Upon my conclusion, Van Helsing remarked, "This signifies considerable progress, Jonathan. Undoubtedly, we have acquired clues regarding the missing boxes. If all the boxes reside within that house, our task shall soon reach its conclusion. However, should any remain unaccounted for, we must persist in our search until we uncover them. At that point, we shall be poised to deliver the final blow, truly vanquishing this scoundrel." We sat in silence for a while, when suddenly Mr. Morris spoke up. "Let us discuss how we might gain entry into that house. However, Arthur, this situation is markedly different. While we trespassed into Carfax, we were shielded by the cover of night and a walled courtyard. The scenario on Piccadilly is entirely dissimilar, regardless of whether it is day or night. I confess I am at a loss as to how we might enter, unless the clerk can provide us with a key or something of the sort. Lord Godalming furrowed his brow, rose, and began to pace the room. After a brief interval, he halted, turning his head toward one of us, and remarked, "Quincy possesses a cool mind. Burglary is no trifling matter. We succeeded once. Yet the task at hand is quite formidable, and we must secure the Count's key, as there was nothing we could accomplish before morning. And waiting for Lord Godalming to receive a letter from Michel was the most prudent course of action. We resolved to refrain from any proactive measures until after breakfast. We spent a considerable time together smoking and deliberating on the matter. I seized the opportunity to update today's journal. I felt weary and was ready to retire. Dr. Seward's journal, October 1st. I find myself once again perplexed by Renfield. His mood shifts so rapidly that it becomes exceedingly difficult to comprehend, as his temperament reflects not only his health, but has transformed into a fascinating study. This morning, after Renfield rebuffed Van Helsing, I paid him a visit. His demeanor resembled that of a man who could dictate his own fate. In truth, he was subjectively in command of his destiny. He exhibited little genuine concern for the affairs of the earthly realm, instead surveying the frailties and needs of us pitiful mortals from a lofty vantage point. I believed I could advance the conversation to glean some information, so I inquired, "How have the flies been faring these days?" Striving to render his analogy as logical as possible, I quickly added, "Ah, so this is the soul you now pursue, is it?" His madness eclipsed his rationality, and a perplexed expression crossed his face as he vehemently shook his head, a rarity in my observations of him. Oh no, I do not desire the soul. Life is all I seek." At that moment, he appeared invigorated. "But I care not for it now. Life is mine. I possess all that I desire. You must have a new patient, doctor, should you wish to study carnivores." This statement left me bewildered, prompting me to further guide him. "So you have mastery over life. You are akin to a deity, I presume?" His smile bore an indescribable arrogance. "Oh no, how could one attribute divine qualities to me? I am not even concerned with his spiritual endeavors. If we speak of my position in relation to earthly matters, it is somewhat akin to Enoch's standing in the realm of the spirit, for he walked with God. Doctor, what, then, is the essence of life? It is as if you possess everything you require, and there is nothing more to desire. Simply put, I have friends, dear friends, like you, Dr. Seward." As he spoke, he cast a sly glance in my direction, an expression of cunning that was indescribable. I realized I would never be devoid of life. From his disordered discourse, I sensed a hint of hostility, for he promptly resorted to the last refuge of obstinate silence. After a while, I discerned that conversing with him was futile, as he appeared rather displeased, and thus I took my leave. I observed him seated upon a bench in the center of the room, a posture typically indicative of some mental vigor. Upon my arrival, he immediately inquired, as if the question had been poised on his lips, "What about the soul?" Clearly, my assumptions were validated, and undoubtedly, cerebral activity was commencing, even in the mind of a patient. I resolved to unravel this matter. I asked, "What of your own soul?" "I do not want a soul," he replied in a feeble, apologetic manner. This seemed to distress him, prompting me to seize the opportunity. "Do you cherish life? Do you wish for life?" "Yes, but it is fine for now. You need not concern yourself with that." Yet I countered, "If you do not desire a soul, how can you attain life?" This appeared to perplex him, so I continued, "One day, you shall depart from here. The souls of countless flies, spiders, birds, and cats will moan around you. You have acquired their lives, as you well know, and thus you must endure their souls." His imagination appeared to be affected, for he placed his hands over his ears, closed his eyes, and twisted with great exertion, much like a young boy smearing soap across his face. There was something profoundly sympathetic that moved me within this. It made me realize that before me stood a child, merely a child. Despite the advanced years etched upon his visage and the white hairs adorning his chin, clearly, he was undergoing a tumultuous psychological struggle and had come to understand that his previous emotions had been clouded by irrelevant distractions. I felt compelled to delve into his mind and ponder alongside him. The first step was to restore his confidence, so I asked him, my voice amplified to ensure he could hear through his hands, "Would you like some more candy to gather your flies?" Then I inquired about the spiders. "Don't mention the spiders. What purpose do they serve? They have nothing to eat." He abruptly halted, as if he had stumbled upon a taboo subject. Yes, I mused. recognizing that this was the second instance he had paused before uttering the word drink. What could this signify? Lundfeld seemed to realize his blunder. Hastily attempting to divert my attention, I no longer store such things. Mice and fawns, Shakespeare would say, the tender meat in the cupboard, one might refer to them. I have long since abandoned those absurd notions. One may instruct another to consume them with a pair of chopsticks. Yet my interest in carnivorous fare has waned upon discerning what lies before me. I pondered aloud. Do you desire something more substantial to fill the crevices of your teeth? Would you fancy an elephant for breakfast? What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? He appeared somewhat overly lucid, compelling me to tighten my grip on him. I inquired, what essence does an elephant's soul possess? The desired effect was achieved, as he promptly tumbled from his lofty perch, reverting to a childlike state. His demeanor exuded hostility, and I sensed his erratic behavior was on the verge of resurfacing, prompting me to sound the whistle. However, in that very moment, he abruptly regained composure, apologetically declaring, "Forgive me, doctor. I lost sight of myself. You require no assistance. I have been exceedingly troubled of late, easily provoked. Were you to comprehend the tribulations I face and resolve, you would extend your sympathy, tolerance, and forgiveness. Please, do not confine me in a straitjacket. I yearn to contemplate. Yet if my body is restrained, my mind cannot wander. I am certain you would comprehend." He evidently regained control over himself, so when the attendant arrived, I informed them that all was well, and they departed. Lundfeld observed their exit. As the door shut, he solemnly and kindly addressed me. "Dr. Seward, you have shown me such care. Believe me, I am profoundly grateful." I deemed it prudent to maintain his current state, hence I took my leave. His condition indeed presents numerous points worthy of contemplation, several of which seem to weave a narrative as articulated by visitors to America, provided someone can arrange them in the appropriate sequence. These points include an aversion to mentioning drink, a fear of being disturbed by the souls of any living beings, an indifference towards the prospect of life's eventual absence, and a disdain for all lower forms of life, despite his trepidation that their spirits may intrude upon him. Collectively, these notions logically converge upon a singular implication. He is convinced he shall attain a higher existence. Yet, he is apprehensive about the consequences, the burden of souls. Thus, what he yearns for is the essence of human life. But why such unwavering certainty? Oh, merciful God! The Count has arrived by his side, and new terrors are afoot. After a while, upon our entrance, we were astonished to find him, as before, scattering sugar. Flies, lethargic in the autumn, began to buzz and flit into the room. We endeavored to engage him in conversation regarding the topics we had just discussed, yet he paid us no heed. He continued to sing, as though we were invisible. He procured a piece of paper and folded it into a notebook. Reluctantly, we departed, as empty-handed as when we arrived. He is indeed a peculiar patient. We must visit him again tonight. Letter from Michel of the Suncantai Company to Lord Godalming, October 1st, my lord. We have been most pleased to fulfill your wishes. Regarding your wishes, Mr. Hark has conveyed them on your behalf. Please allow us to provide you with the following information concerning the sale and purchase of the property located at 347 Piccadilly. The original owner was the late Mr. Winter Seffield, appointed executor of the estate of the deceased Azabare. The purchaser is a foreign nobleman, the Earl of de Verley, who managed the acquisition independently and entrusted the funds to the broker. Beyond this, we hold no further knowledge of him. We remain your devoted servants, Michel Sons. Dr. Seward's Diary, October 2nd. Last night, I arranged for an individual to remain in the corridor to record any sounds emanating from Renfield's room, instructing him to alert me should anything unusual occur. After dinner, we gathered by the fireplace in the study, with Mrs. Hark having retired for the night. As we deliberated the day's observations, Hark was the sole individual to gain any insights, and we all fervently hoped that his leads would prove significant. Before retiring, I surveyed the patient's room, peering through the observation window. He was soundly asleep, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. Today, Hark ventured forth in search of clues, while Arthur and Quincy tended to the horses. Godalming deemed it prudent to keep the horses ready at all times. For once we uncover the information we seek, we shall not delay. We must eradicate all imported soil between sunrise and sunset. In doing so, we can apprehend the Earl at his most vulnerable, with no refuge available to him. Van Helsing ventured to the British Museum in search of ancient remedies. The observations made by physicians of yore have often been dismissed by subsequent generations. Yet the professor seeks out sorcery and methods to combat malevolent forces that may prove beneficial to us in the future. At times, I can't help but feel that we must all be mad. Perhaps only by donning a straitjacket can we attain clarity. After a while, the attendant burst into my chamber, informing me that Lundfeld had met with an unfortunate incident. He had heard the latter's cries, and upon arriving at Lundfeld's quarters, he discovered him prone on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. I felt compelled to investigate immediately. On October 3rd, upon entering Lundfeld's room, I found him lying in a crimson puddle on the left side of the floor. As I approached and gently shifted him, it became evident that he had sustained grave injuries. His face, exposed to view, bore the marks of trauma, as though it had been violently thrust against the floor. In fact, the pool of blood emanated from the wounds upon his visage. When we turned his body over, the attendant, kneeling beside him, remarked, "I fear, sir, that his back is injured. Observe his right arm, right leg, and entire countenance. They lie in a state of paralysis." The attendant was perplexed by the incident. Appearing utterly at a loss, his brow furrowed as he spoke. I cannot fathom how he could have inflicted such harm upon himself by merely striking his head against the ground. I recalled a woman I had witnessed at the Eversfield Asylum, who had done precisely that before anyone could intervene. I surmised that he sustained an injury to his neck when he fell from the bed, perhaps due to a cramp. Yet, I could never fathom how these two events could have transpired. If his back were injured, he would be incapable of striking his head. And if his face had been disfigured before his tumble from the bed, it ought to have left some marks. I instructed him, "Seek Dr. Van Helsing and have him come immediately. There must be no delay, not even for a moment." The attendant hurried off, and within a minute, the professor appeared in his pajamas and slippers. Upon seeing Rumpfeld lying on the floor, he scrutinized him for a moment before turning his gaze towards me. I believe he discerned my thoughts through my eyes, for he calmly remarked, evidently intended for the attendant, "Ah, a tragic accident. He requires meticulous care. I shall remain with you, but first, I must don my clothes. Should you stay here, I shall return in a few minutes." The patient was breathing rapidly, and it was evident that his injuries were grave. Thus, I said, "I believe it is time, Simmons. We have done all we can. You should attend to your rounds. Dr. Van Helsing is about to perform surgery. If anything arises, inform me at once." The attendant departed, and we conducted a thorough examination of the patient. The wounds on his face were merely superficial, while the true injury was a depressed fracture of the skull, extending along the motor nerves. I nodded, opened the door to allow them entry, and promptly closed it behind them. When Quincy beheld the patient sprawled on the floor in such a condition, and noticed the pool of blood beneath him, he softly uttered, "My God, what has happened to him? Poor soul." I briefly recounted the general circumstances to him, expressing our hope that he might regain consciousness after the surgery, even if only for a fleeting moment. He immediately approached and sat at the edge of the bed, with Haldane beside him, as we all patiently awaited the moment. "We must wait," Van Helsing declared, "for the optimal position to perform the craniotomy, so that we may swiftly and accurately remove the clot, as blood is clearly flowing profusely." Each passing second felt excruciatingly slow. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon me. I could discern the dread etched upon Van Helsing's countenance regarding the impending events. I was apprehensive of what Lundfeld might utter, and I dared not even entertain the thought. Yet, I was resolute that something significant would transpire, for I had read the accounts of those who had heard the tolling of the death knell. The unfortunate man's breath had devolved into erratic gasps. In each moment, it seemed he might open his eyes to speak, only to be followed by a prolonged inhalation, sinking deeper into unconsciousness. Though I had grown accustomed to the presence of the sick and the specter of death, the suspense within my heart intensified. I could almost hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat, as blood surged violently to my temples, producing a sound akin to a hammer striking against something. Silence ultimately morphed into anguish. I gazed at my companions, one after another, and could discern from their flushed faces and dejected expressions that they were enduring the same torment. A palpable tension lingered in our hearts, as if a bell were poised above us, ready to toll with vigor at the most inopportune moment. When he heard that sound, his wounded face animated, and he spoke, "Dr. Van Helsing, it is truly a blessing to have you here. Please, a sip of water, my lips are parched. I shall endeavor to recount my dream." Yet, his feeble hand and weary mind seemed to intermittently falter in this endeavor, for when he regained lucidity, his gaze bore an indelible sorrow, and he earnestly declared, "I must not deceive myself. This is no dream, but a dreadful reality." He then surveyed his surroundings, and upon noticing two figures patiently seated at the edge of his bed, he continued, "Had I not been so certain, I would have gleaned the truth from them." As he spoke, Van Helsing's eyes remained unblinking, and he grasped my hand with unwavering firmness. Regardless, he did not betray himself, but rather nodded gently and urged, "Proceed." His voice was but a whisper. The professor abruptly interjected, inquiring, "What transpired?" At that moment, he recounted an event akin to ushering in flies under the sun, large, corpulent creatures adorned with sapphire wings. By nightfall, there were great moths, with heads and spines resembling skeletal forms. As Van Helsing nodded at him, he instinctively whispered to me, "Is it what you refer to as the skeleton moth?" The patient did not pause, continuing, then he began to murmur, "Mice, mice, mice. Hundreds, thousands, millions of mice. Each one a life. Dogs consume them, cats devour them. All are lives. All are drenched in red blood, containing years of existence, not merely the buzzing flies." I mocked him, curious to see how he would respond. Then the dog commenced its frenzied barking amidst the dark thicket surrounding his abode. He gestured for me to approach the window. Rising, I leaned out to look, and he raised his hand as if summoning me without uttering a single word. A dark mass spread across the lawn, resembling a flickering flame. He swayed the mist, revealing thousands upon thousands of mice, their eyes glowing red, akin to his own, albeit smaller. Upon raising his hand, they all halted, and I sensed him proclaiming, "I offer you all these lives, and even more, greater still, for endless years to come, if only you kneel and worship me." Then a crimson cloud, reminiscent of blood, drifted towards me, seemingly veiling my vision. Before I was aware of my actions, I found myself opening the window, calling out, "Come in, master." The mice have all vanished, yet he entered the room through the window, though it was barely ajar. Akin to how moonlight can seep through the tiniest of crevices, illuminating her full size and splendor before me. He continued, stating that he had awaited news from him all day, but nothing had been delivered, not even a solitary green-headed fly. By the time the moon ascended, my frustration towards him had grown considerably. When he slipped through the window, despite it being shut, he didn't even bother to knock, prompting my ire. He mocked me, emerging from the mist with his pale visage, his red eyes glinting as if he possessed the entirety of the room, while I felt utterly insignificant. As he passed by, the scent that clung to him was markedly different from before. I could not seize him. For reasons unknown, I had the peculiar impression that Mrs. Hark had graced this room. Two individuals seated on the bed rose and moved behind him, rendering themselves invisible to him, yet regardless of their position within the room. They could hear everything distinctly. They remained silent, but the professor trembled in astonishment, his countenance growing more grave. Launfeld, oblivious, persisted. When Mrs. Hark visited me that afternoon, she appeared altered, as if she were tea diluted with water. At that moment, we all stirred, yet no words were uttered. He continued, "It was only when she spoke that I realized she was there. She seemed transformed from her former self. I harbor an aversion for those who are pallid. I am captivated by the vitality coursing through their veins, yet hers appeared to be all but depleted. Initially, I was taken aback. However, once she departed, contemplation set in. The moment I realized he was siphoning her very essence, madness enveloped me. I sensed the others in the room trembling, mirroring my own state of agitation. Yet we remained motionless. Thus, when he returned this evening, I was resolute and prepared. As I beheld the mist infiltrating the space, I seized him with fervor. Tales of lunatics possessing supernatural abilities had reached my ears, and knowing I was one, albeit only at times, I resolved to harness my power. He too sensed my resolve, as he was compelled to emerge from the fog and engage me in combat. I clutched him tightly, feeling victory within my grasp, for I could not allow him to drain her lifeblood any longer. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, a piercing intensity shot through my heart, causing my strength to dissipate like water. He broke free, and as I endeavored to close the distance once more, he lifted me and hurled me violently to the ground. A crimson haze engulfed my vision, followed by a cacophony akin to thunder. The mist seemed to slip away beneath the door. His voice grew increasingly faint, overshadowed by the sound of labored breathing. Van Helsing instinctively rose to his feet. Now, we were confronted with the gravest of truths. "He is here," Van Helsing declared, "and we have discerned his intent. Perhaps it is not too late. Let us arm ourselves, as we did that fateful night. We can afford no more delays, not a single second. There is no need to transcribe our fears or beliefs into written words, for we are all alike." We rushed into the room. Seizing the very items we had taken on that fateful night, we entered the Count's abode. The professor was prepared. As we encountered him in the corridor, he gestured meaningfully toward them and remarked, "They have never departed from me, and until this unpleasant affair reaches its conclusion, they shall remain by my side. Exercise caution, my friends. We are not contending with a mere adversary, alas. The dear Mrs. Harker is in peril. He paused, his voice choked with emotion. I could not discern whether anger or fear held dominion over my own heart. We halted outside the Harkers' chamber. Arthur and Quincy retreated, with Quincy voicing, "Should we disturb her?" "We must," the professor replied gravely. "If the door is locked, we shall force it open. Might this frighten her? It is rather improper to intrude upon a lady's quarters." Van Helsing responded sternly, "You are always correct, yet this concerns matters of life and death. All rooms are the same to a physician. Even if they differ, tonight is of equal consequence to me. John, should the doorknob fail to turn, use your shoulder to break it down. You too, my friends." Now, as he spoke, he twisted the doorknob, but the door remained shut. We hurled ourselves against it, and with a resounding crash, the door splintered open, sending us nearly tumbling into the room. Professor had indeed fallen. As he rose, supported by his hands and knees, I traversed past him to gaze forward. The sight that met my eyes filled me with dread. I felt my hair stand on end, akin to the bristles on my skin, and my heart seemed to halt its rhythmic beating. Van Helsing whispered to me, "Jonathan has lost consciousness, as we suspected. It was the work of a vampire. There is naught we can do for poor Mrs. Harker until she regains her senses. We must rouse Jonathan." He dipped one end of a towel into cold water and commenced gently patting it upon Jonathan's face, while his wife cradled her face in her hands, weeping with a heart-wrenching sound. I drew back the curtains and peered out of the window. The moonlight was resplendent, illuminating Quincy Morris as he concealed himself in the shadow of a grand yew tree on the lawn. I was uncertain of his motives. Just then, I heard Jonathan gasp as he regained some awareness, turning his head towards the bed, his expression one of utter astonishment. He appeared dazed for a few moments, and then suddenly seemed fully alert, springing to his feet in astonishment. "What has transpired? Tell me everything," he cried repeatedly. "Dr. Van Helsing, you love Mina, I know it. Oh, save her. It must not be too late. Protect her, I shall seek him." Despite her fear and sorrow, his wife recognized the peril he faced. She instantly cast aside her sorrow, grasping him and calling out, "Van Helsing, and I shall endeavor to calm them both." The professor raised his golden crucifix and spoke with a composed demeanor. "Do not fear, my dear. We are here, and when this entity is near you, no malevolent force can approach. You are safe tonight. We must remain calm and deliberate together." She trembled in silence, resting her head upon her husband's chest. When she lifted her gaze, she noticed the stains of blood that had dripped from her lips and neck onto his white nightclothes. At that moment of realization, she recoiled, letting out a low, anguished cry, before whispering something inaudible. "Impure, impure. I can no longer touch or kiss you. Oh, now I should be your greatest adversary, the one you ought to fear the most." Jonathan resolutely replied, "Nonsense, Mina. Such words fill me with shame. I shall not allow anyone to speak of you thus, nor shall I permit you to speak of yourself in that manner. May God judge me according to my deeds. And should any of my actions or desires have caused this rift between us, may he punish me with even greater suffering than I endure now." He extended his arms and embraced her, and she lay there weeping for a while. He gazed over her bowed head at us, his eyes filled with despair above his trembling nostrils. His expression was as unyielding as steel. After a while, his sobbing diminished and grew faint. At that moment, he addressed me with an air of feigned calmness. I surmised that he must have exhausted his mental fortitude. "Now, my doctor, please divulge everything to me. I must know all the facts. Tell me what has transpired," Jonathan implored eagerly. I searched the corridors and every room for him, but he was nowhere to be found. I glanced into the study. Although he had once ventured there, he had since departed. However, he abruptly halted, gazing at the wretched, dejected figure upon the bed. Van Helsing spoke solemnly. "Please continue, Arthur. We shall no longer conceal anything. We wish to know everything now. Speak freely." Thus, Arthur resumed. He had indeed been to the study, albeit for merely a few seconds, yet he left it in utter disarray. All the manuscripts were incinerated, blue flames flickering above the white ashes. The records from your phonograph were also cast into the furnace, their wax fueling the blaze. At this point, I interjected, "Thank heavens we have backups." His face brightened momentarily, but as he continued, his expression fell once more. I rushed downstairs but saw no sign of him. I peered into Landfeld's room, yet there was no trace, except... He paused again. "Continue," Harker urged hoarsely. He then lowered his head, moistening his lips, and said, "Except to discover that the unfortunate soul was already dead." Madame Harker raised her head, gazing solemnly at each of us in turn, and declared, "The will of God has been fulfilled." I sensed that Arthur was concealing certain matters. However, recognizing that there were underlying reasons for this, I remained silent. Van Helsing turned to Morris and inquired, "And you, Quincy, do you have anything to add?" Following his final words, he fell silent for what seemed like several minutes. The room was enveloped in a profound stillness, and I fancied I could hear the sound of our heartbeats. Then, Van Helsing gently placed his hand upon Madame Harker's head and said, "Now, dear Madame Harker, kindly tell us precisely what has transpired. God knows I do not wish to cause you distress, yet we must be apprised of all the facts. For we must now expedite our efforts with greater urgency and diligence than ever before. We must bring this to a conclusion, and that day is drawing near. Thus, this moment presents an opportunity for us to learn." The poor lady trembled, and I could perceive her taut nerves as she clutched her husband more closely, burying her head deeper into his embrace. Then, with a surge of resolve, she raised her head proudly and extended a hand toward Van Helsing, who grasped it and, bowing respectfully, kissed it gently while holding it firmly. Her other hand was tightly clasped by her husband, who wrapped his other arm around her protectively. She paused momentarily, evidently organizing her thoughts, before she began. "I ingested the sedatives you kindly provided, yet for an extended period, they failed to take effect. Strangely, I felt more alert, as a torrent of dreadful imaginings surged forth within my mind. They were all entwined with themes of death, vampires, blood, suffering, and calamity." When she turned her gaze toward her husband, he involuntarily groaned, and she tenderly reassured him, "Do not be afraid, dear. You must be brave and strong to assist me in this arduous task. If you knew the immense effort it took for me to articulate this horrifying matter, you would comprehend how desperately I require your support. Well, I have come to realize that I must allow the sedatives to perform their function, should they prove beneficial to me. Thus, I resolutely decided to succumb to slumber. I must have drifted off shortly thereafter, for I no longer recall any events. Jonathan climbed into bed without rousing me, as when I regained my senses, he was already beside me. At that moment, the faint white mist I had previously noticed reappeared. Although I have since forgotten whether you are aware of this. You shall find it documented in the diary I will share with you shortly. I sensed once more that familiar, nebulous dread, accompanied by the unsettling feeling that something lurked around me. I turned to call Jonathan, only to find him in a deep slumber, as though he had consumed the sedatives instead of I. I attempted to rouse him, yet my efforts were in vain. This deepened my fear, and I glanced around in terror. Then, my heart sank along with me. At the bedside, he seemed to emerge from a shroud of mist. Or perhaps the mist had transformed into a figure, for at that moment, the fog had entirely dissipated, leaving only a tall, slender man standing there, clad entirely in black. I instantly recognized him through others' descriptions. His sallow face, prominent hooked nose with a slender white line illuminated upon it, parted crimson lips revealing sharp white teeth, and those red eyes, reminiscent of what I had once seen in the windows of St. Mary's Church in Whitby. I also recognized the red scar Jonathan bore upon his forehead. In that instant, my heart ceased to beat. I wished to scream, yet I found myself paralyzed. He pointed at Jonathan, whispering in a sharp tone, "Be quiet. If you dare make a sound, I shall shatter his skull before your very eyes." I was terrified, unsure of how to react or what to say. He smiled mockingly, placing one hand firmly upon my shoulder while gripping me tightly, and with the other, exposing my throat as he spoke. "Firstly, to reward my own efforts, I shall replenish my energy. You ought to remain quiet as well. This is neither the first nor the second time I have quenched my thirst with your blood." I was bewildered, and too strange a sensation engulfed me. I had no desire to thwart him. I surmised this was a dreadful curse he inflicted upon his victims upon making contact. "Oh my God, have mercy on me." He pressed his blood-stained lips against my throat. Her husband began to moan once again upon hearing this. She clutched his hand tighter, gazing at him with a tender compassion, as if he were the true victim, and continued, "Then he mocked me, saying, 'You, like them, are playing tricks on me. You aid them in capturing me, thwarting my plans. Now you know a portion, and they know a portion. Soon, you shall know everything. To confront me is not so simple. They ought to invest more effort closer to home. While they scheme against me, against one who ruled nations centuries before their birth, conspired for them, fought for them, I secretly undermined their efforts. And you, their dearest one, now your flesh is my flesh, your blood is my blood. You have become my vessel, and will subsequently be my partner and assistant. You shall find yourself subjected to retribution, for none shall assist you. However, You must still face punishment for your past deeds. You aided them in obstructing me. Now you shall heed my commands. When my mind issues orders, you shall traverse oceans to serve me. This is the consequence." He then unfastened his shirt and, with his long, sharp teeth, inflicted a wound upon his chest. As the blood began to spurt forth, he seized both of my hands with one of his, gripping tightly, while with the other, he grasped my neck, pressing my mouth against his wound, leaving me with no choice but to either suffocate or swallow his. Oh my God, what have I done? What have I done to warrant such a fate? Each day, I strive to embody gentleness and integrity. Oh God, have mercy upon me. Behold this wretched soul, a plight worse than death. Extend your compassion to those who cherish it. As she began to wipe her lips, as if attempting to cleanse them of some taint, the eastern sky began to illuminate, rendering all things increasingly vivid. Huck remained quiet and still, yet as she recounted her harrowing tale, a gray cloud settled upon his visage, deepening in the morning light, until the first blush of dawn cast its glow, starkly contrasting against his white hair, rendering his face an inky shadow. We resolved that one among us would remain to tend to this sorrowful couple until we could convene to deliberate our next course of action. I am certain that after today as sun rises, no household on this earth shall endure such misfortune again. October 3rd. I find myself compelled to do something, lest I succumb to madness. Hence I pen this journal. The hour is 6 o'clock, and we are to convene in the study for a light repast in half an hour, for both Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward assert that we cannot function properly without sustenance. My utmost efforts, as God knows, will be summoned today. I must continue to write, for I dare not pause to ponder. All must be recorded, both great and small. Perhaps in the end, these accounts will prove invaluable. Lessons, whether grand or modest, cannot render Mina or me any worse off than we are today. Regardless, we must maintain our faith and hope. The pitiable Mina just confided in me, her tears streaming down her cheeks, that our loyalty is being put to the test. We must continue to trust one another. God will assist us until the very end. The end. Oh my God, what does the end truly signify? Work, work. After Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward examined the unfortunate Renfield, we commenced a serious discussion regarding our subsequent course of action. Firstly, Dr. Seward informed us that when he and Dr. Van Helsing descended the stairs and entered the room, they found Renfield curled up on the floor. His face was severely battered, and his cervical spine had been fractured. Dr. Seward inquired of the attendant on duty in the corridor whether he had heard any sounds. He admitted that he had been dozing off when he was suddenly jolted awake by a loud noise emanating from the room, followed by Renfield's anguished cries. God! 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 Then came the sound of something crashing down. Upon entering the room, he discovered Renfield face down on the floor, just as the doctors later observed. Van Helsing asked him if he had heard any voices or sounds, but he could not articulate clearly. Initially, he believed there were perhaps two voices, yet only one person could possibly be in the room. If necessary, he could swear that the word God was uttered by the patient. When we were alone together, Dr. Seward disclosed to us that the attendant was reluctant to become involved in this matter. The issues surrounding the inquiry warrant consideration, yet the truth must remain concealed, for no one would believe it. He believed that based on the evidence provided by the attendant, he could issue a death certificate for the accident of falling from the bed, should the coroner require it, and there would also be a formal inquiry. Although the outcome would ultimately be the same. As we began to deliberate on the next course of action, our foremost decision was to inform Mina of everything. No matter how painful the truth might be, it should no longer be concealed from her. She herself agreed, and witnessing her bravery amidst profound sorrow and deep despair was truly pitiful. There must be no secrets, she declared, alas. We have endured enough already. Furthermore, nothing in this world could inflict upon me greater suffering than what I have already experienced. Whatever may happen, it will surely bring me renewed hope and courage. As she spoke, the professor regarded her solemnly and suddenly uttered quietly, "But dear Mrs. Huck, do you not fear? Not for yourself, but for others, after such an occurrence?" Resolute in his questioning, he gently inquired, and we all fell silent, each harboring a vague interpretation of her meaning. "You wouldn't consider taking your own life, would you?" he asked hoarsely. "I would," she replied, "if not for the love of my friends, who would strive so fervently and recklessly to save me." As she spoke, her gaze held a profound significance directed towards him. He was initially seated, but now he stood and approached her, placing his hand upon her head, solemnly declaring, "My child, there exists a way that would be beneficial for you. As for me, I shall endeavor to discover a means of euthanasia for you, even at this very moment, if it proves to be the best course of action. Moreover, it is entirely safe. Yet, my child." He appeared to choke on his words, his throat quivering with emotion. He swallowed hard and continued, "There are individuals who will stand between you and death. You must never succumb to death. You must not allow yourself to be slain by another's hand, but rather by your own. You can only embrace death once that vile person who has tainted your beautiful existence is truly gone. For if he still breathes, your demise would render you akin to him. No, you must survive. You must strive or struggle to live, even though death may seem like a release. You must grapple with death, be it in agony or in joy. Do not dwell on thoughts of death until that day when this demon has perished." The wretched soul became as pale as a corpse, swaying and trembling, reminiscent of the quaking and shuddering I witnessed in quicksand during high tide. We all fell into silence, rendered powerless. Soon, she regained her composure, extending her hand towards him, speaking gently yet sorrowfully. "I assure you, my dear friend, if God grants me life, I shall endeavor to live. Until that day arrives, until the day he departs, this fear shall leave my being." She embodies such kindness and bravery that we all feel our hearts grow stronger because of her, enabling us to endure greater burdens and sufferings. Thus, we began to deliberate on the specific course of action to take. I advised her to meticulously safeguard all our documents, every file and recorded diary, as they may prove invaluable to us in the future, and to continue her journaling as she had before. She found solace in the notion that she could contribute in some way, even if that joy was associated with such a harrowing ordeal. As always, Van Helsing considered the long-term implications more than anyone else. He was meticulously preparing a detailed strategy for our endeavors. "It may be prudent," he suggested, "to convene after our visit to Carfax and refrain from taking any immediate actions regarding the boxes located there. Should we act hastily, the Count would surely deduce our intentions and undoubtedly take preemptive measures to thwart our attempts at destroying the other boxes. However, at this moment, he remains oblivious to our plans. Moreover, it is highly probable that he is unaware of our capability to obliterate his hiding place, thereby rendering it unusable for him in the future. Now that we have gathered substantial knowledge regarding their locations, once we search the house on Piccadilly Street, we may very well uncover the final boxes. Therefore, today belongs to us, holding within it our hopes. The sun that rises amidst our sorrow will shield us throughout the day. Until sunset, that fiend will remain in his current guise, confined within his earthly shell. He cannot transform into a tenuous gas, nor can he escape through any crevice. If he wishes to enter, he must, like a mortal, open the door. Thus, we have one day to uncover his hiding place and obliterate it, if we have yet to capture him and extinguish his existence. Then today we shall ensnare him in a predicament, ensuring his timely capture and demise. Of that I am certain." At this moment, I was startled, for I could not bear the thought that each fleeting moment was draining away the essence of Mina's life and precious happiness, all because we were engaged in discourse rather than decisive action. Yet, Van Helsing raised his hand in warning. "Then let us proceed at once," I urged, "for we are squandering invaluable time." The professor remained still, merely stating, "How shall we gain entry into that house on Piccadilly?" "By any means necessary," I exclaimed, "if required. We shall force the door open." "And what of the police? Will they come? What will they say?" I hesitated, yet I knew that if he wished to delay, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Thus, I endeavored to maintain my composure and said, "Let us not wait until it is too late. My child, I am fully aware of the torment you endure. I truly do not wish to add to your suffering. However, we must consider what actions we must take before the final measure is executed. Only then will our time arrive. I have contemplated this, and I believe the simplest approach is indeed the most effective. Now we wish to enter the house, yet we find ourselves without a key. Is that so?" I nodded. "Imagine, if you will, that you are the proprietor of this dwelling, yet unable to gain entry. If you wish to avoid breaking down the door, what course of action would you take?" "I would seek the assistance of a trustworthy locksmith and request his aid in unlocking the door." "And what of the police? Would they intervene?" "Not at all, provided they understand that the locksmith is acting within the bounds of legality." At that moment, I recognized the validity of his assertion, as Mina's countenance relaxed from its state of despair amidst contemplation. Within this fruitful discourse, hope flourished. Van Helsing continued, stating that once we gain access to the house, we shall uncover further clues. Some of us may remain there, while the others will venture to Beaumont and Mehran's other two locations in search of additional boxes. Lord Godalming rose to his feet, declaring that he could be of service. I shall send a telegram to have my people prepare carriages, ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice. You see, dear friend, Morris interjected, it is indeed prudent to have all arrangements in place should we wish to utilize the carriage. However, do you not think that a beautifully adorned carriage traversing the roads of Walworth or Mayrand would attract excessive attention? I believe it wise for us to rent a carriage when we head south and east, perhaps even leaving it with a neighbor near our intended destination. Quincy spoke wisely. The professor remarked, his mind is expansive as the horizon you allude to. What we are about to undertake is a formidable task, one we would prefer to keep hidden from prying eyes. Mina's burgeoning curiosity about everything is a source of joy for me, as the urgency of the situation has momentarily allowed her to forget the torment of last night. She appears exceedingly pale, almost ghostly. Her lips have thinned to the point that her teeth seem slightly prominent. I ultimately chose not to mention it, to spare her any unnecessary pain. Yet the mere thought of the changes wrought upon Lucy after the Count's bloodletting sends a chill through my veins. There are no signs yet of her teeth sharpening. But time is fleeting, and there are many reasons to be apprehensive. As we began to deliberate our course of action and the allocation of responsibilities, new uncertainties arose. We ultimately resolved that before embarking towards Piccadilly, we ought to destroy the Count's nearest hiding place, to prevent him from discovering our intentions too swiftly. We must act before he does. In his purely corporeal form, at his most vulnerable, he may provide us with new insights. Regarding the distribution of roles, the professor suggested that upon our arrival in Carfax, we should all enter the residence on Piccadilly. 2 doctors and I will remain there, while Harker and Quincy will head to Woolworth's and Myland to obliterate the earth. The professor noted that the Count is likely to appear in the Piccadilly house during the day. If that is indeed the case, we must confront him there. Regardless, we can at least follow his movements. I vehemently oppose this plan. I wish to remain here to protect Mina. I feel resolute about this matter. Yet Mina pays no heed to my objections. She suggests that there may be legal matters requiring my attention, and perhaps I could uncover some clues from the Countess documents based on my experiences in Transylvania. She further asserts that we must harness the strength of us all in confronting the formidable Count. I find myself surrendering, for Mina's determination is unwavering. She expresses that our collaboration is her final hope, for, as she states, I am devoid of fear. The situation cannot deteriorate further, regardless of what transpires. There will always be elements of hope and solace. Go forth, my husband. If God wills it, he shall protect me in my solitude, as you do when you are by my side. Thus, I cried out, for the love of God, let us act immediately. We are losing precious time. The Count may arrive at Piccadilly sooner than we anticipate. Not at all. Van Helsing raised his hand. Why? I inquired. Do not forget, he replied with a smile. He indulged in a lavish feast last night, and will likely sleep in late. This morning's breakfast was an unusual affair for us all. We endeavored to remain cheerful, encouraging one another, with Mina being the most jubilant among us. As breakfast concluded, Van Helsing rose and declared, Now, my dear friends, we shall soon embark on our dreadful task. Have we all armed ourselves, as we did when we first ventured into the lair of our adversaries that fateful night, prepared for both spiritual and worldly assaults? We assured him of our resolve. Suddenly, a dreadful scream pierced the air, nearly causing our hearts to cease their rhythm. In the fleeting moment that he pressed the sacred wafer against Mina's forehead, it branded her skin as if it were a heated iron. My poor wife's mind comprehended the significance of this reality as swiftly as her nerves sensed the pain. The duality of these horrors overwhelmed her, transforming her anxiety into that harrowing cry. Unclean, unclean, she lamented. Even God must shun my tainted flesh. I am destined to bear this ignominious mark upon my brow until the final day of judgment. Perhaps until that day when God himself gazes upon us. We shall be compelled to carry this stigma. Yet, assuredly, on that ultimate day, he shall rectify all the transgressions inflicted upon the earth and his people. Lady Harker, my beloved, may we who cherish you be present to witness the fading of this crimson scar, the emblem of God's misjudgment, allowing your brow to shine as pure as your spirit, as we know it. For assuredly, when God deems it time to lift the burdens from our souls, that scar shall vanish. In that moment, we shall draw a cross upon our hearts, just as his faithful do in obedience to his will. Perhaps we have been regarded as mere instruments of jest by him, obediently following his commands, whether it be through coercion or humiliation, through tears or blood, through doubt or fear. All these elements signify the distinction between divinity and the transgressor. Within his words lies a glimmer of hope and solace. urging us to acquiesce to the designs of fate. Mina and I both felt this deeply. We simultaneously grasped one of the professor's hands and bestowed a kiss upon it. Without uttering a word, we knelt, clasped our hands together, and pledged our unwavering loyalty to one another. The men vowed to remove the sorrowful veil from her visage, each expressing their affection for her in our own unique manner. We implored for assistance and guidance in the formidable task that lay ahead of us. The moment to depart had arrived. Thus, we bid farewell to Mina, a parting that would remain etched in our memories until our last breath, and then we set forth. One resolution I had firmly made. Should we discover that Mina had ultimately transformed into a vampire, she should not venture alone into that unknown, terrifying realm. I suspect that in ancient times, a single vampire represented many. Their grotesque forms could only endure upon hallowed ground. Thus sacred love served to recruit new soldiers for their legion. As we stood before Professor Van Helsing, he solemnly addressed us. Now, my friends, we have yet another task to undertake. We must obliterate this soil, which, despite its sanctity, has been brought from afar for base purposes. When we vanquish him with his own weapons, we restore its sacredness. They were dedicated to this individual, and now we offer them to God. As he spoke, he retrieved a screwdriver and a wrench from his bag, swiftly prying open the lid of a box. The earth exuded a pungent odor, yet for reasons unknown. We paid it no heed, our focus entirely on the professor. He removed a piece of communion bread from his box, reverently placing it upon the soil. Before sealing the lid and tightening the screws, we proceeded to handle each box in this manner, restoring them all before departing the house. Within each box lay a piece of communion bread. As we closed the grand door behind us, the professor solemnly declared, "Now this is complete. It is possible that we may proceed with the other several just as smoothly. Then tonight's sunset will grace the immaculate, ivory-like forehead of Mrs. Hark." As we traversed the lawn towards the train station, eager to catch our train, the front entrance of the asylum came into view. I eagerly scanned the window of our room and spotted Mina. I waved and nodded, signaling that our task there had been successfully accomplished. She returned the gesture, indicating her understanding. The last image I had was of her waving goodbye. With heavy hearts, we hurried to the train station, just in time to catch the train, which arrived at the platform as we did. I am penning these words on the train. At 12:30 on Piccadilly Street, just as we were approaching Finchley Street, Lord Godalming turned to me and said, "Quincy and I are going to seek out a locksmith. It would be wise for you not to accompany us, to avoid any potential complications. In such circumstances, trespassing into an unoccupied residence is rather ill-advised. However, you are a lawyer and a member of the legal association, which indicates that you ought to possess a greater understanding of propriety." I protested against the notion that I should bear the risk of enduring disgrace, yet he continued, "Moreover, if we are too numerous, it will attract undue attention. My title will persuade the locksmith to render assistance, and may also placate any police officers who might arrive." He suggested that I remain with John and the professor in Green Park, where we could observe the house. "When you see the door open and the locksmith has departed, you may all join us. We shall keep an eye on you and ensure your entry." This proposal was met with approval from Van Helsing, and thus we fell into silence. Lord Godalming and Morris swiftly boarded a hired cab, while we entered another carriage, following closely behind them. As we turned the corner onto Arlington Street, our small party veered into Green Park. Upon sighting the house that harbored so many of our hopes, my heart raced unexpectedly. It appeared ominous and silent amidst its lively and charming neighbors, standing in a state of abandonment. We settled into a well-positioned seat, igniting our cigarettes, making an effort to remain inconspicuous. The passage of time felt extraordinarily slow as we awaited developments. Before long, we beheld a four-wheeled carriage approaching. Lord Godalming and Morris effortlessly leapt from within. A workman also emerged, carrying his toolbox. Morris handed some money to the driver, who tipped his hat and departed. The three men ascended the steps together, and after Lord Godalming conveyed the assigned task to the workman, he casually removed his coat and hung it on a nail in the railing, exchanging a few words with a police officer who had just passed by. The officer nodded in agreement, prompting the man to kneel down and place his toolbox beside him. The workman rummaged through the box for a moment, selecting several tools and arranging them in order beside him. He then stood up, inspected the keyhole, blew into it, and turned to his employer to utter a few words. Lord Godalming smiled, and the man raised a set of keys, selecting one to begin testing the lock, as if assessing its shape. After some exploration, he attempted a second and a third key. With a gentle push, the door opened, and he entered the hall alongside the other two. We sat in silence. My cigar burned fiercely, while Van Helsing's had already extinguished. We patiently awaited the workman's emergence with his toolbox, after which he left the door ajar, securing it with his knee to try the lock with a key. Finally, he handed the key to Lord Godalming, who retrieved his wallet and rewarded him with some money. The man tipped his hat, took his toolbox, donned his coat, and departed. Not a soul noticed the entire transaction. Once he had walked away, the three of us crossed the street and knocked on the door. Quincy Morris promptly opened the door, and Lord Godalming stood beside him, lighting a cigar. The atmosphere was indeed unpleasant. As we entered, Lord Godalming remarked on the foul odor, likening it to that of the old church in Carfax. Based on our previous experiences, it was evident that the Count was rather careless in utilizing this place. We then commenced our search of the house, moving as a unit to safeguard against potential ambush. For we were aware that we faced a formidable and cunning adversary, and we were uncertain whether the Count was presently within the premises. At the back of the hall lay the dining room, where we discovered 8 crates of earth. We were supposed to find 9, yet only 8 remained. Our task was far from complete, and it would not conclude until we located the missing crate. First, we opened the shutters, revealing a small, slate-paved courtyard and a stable, resembling the front of a diminutive house. There were no windows above, alleviating our fears of being observed. We wasted no time and immediately began inspecting the crates. One by one, we pried them open with the tools we had brought, treating them as we had done in the old church. It was apparent that the Count was not in the house at that moment, prompting us to search for his other possessions. After hastily examining the other rooms from the cellar to the attic, we concluded that the items in the dining room were likely the Count's. Thus, we proceeded to inspect these belongings, which were arranged upon the grand table in the dining room. There lies a substantial stack of purchase certificates for properties on Piccadilly Street, as well as for those on Myland and Beaumont Street, accompanied by letterhead, envelopes, pens, and ink. All these items are delicately veiled in a thin layer of wrapping paper, safeguarding them from dust. Additionally, there exists a clothing brush, a comb, a jar, and a basin, the latter filled with murky water, seemingly stained crimson as if by blood. Lastly, a modest collection of keys of various shapes and sizes, likely belonging to other houses, rests nearby. As we meticulously examined these final discoveries, Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris diligently recorded the addresses of the houses to the east and south, seizing the substantial ring of keys before embarking on a mission to obliterate the soil of those locations. The remaining individuals among us endeavored to patiently await their return or the arrival of the Count. On October 3rd, the professor exhibited remarkable clarity of thought, striving to keep his mind engaged. In such circumstances, his words proved to be profoundly captivating. I have transcribed what I could recall below. I have meticulously scrutinized all available materials concerning this fiend on numerous occasions. Since acquiring these documents, I have grown increasingly convinced of the necessity to eradicate him entirely. The information I obtained from my friend Arminius in Budapest details not only his formidable powers, but also his extensive knowledge. In his lifetime, he was a paragon of perfection, a soldier, politician, and alchemist. His alchemical pursuits significantly advanced the scientific developments of his era. He possesses a formidable intellect, unparalleled knowledge, and a heart that is both fearless and unyielding. Within the realm of knowledge during his era, there exists no subject beyond his reach. The strength of his mind has spared him from mortal demise, even though his memory appears to be somewhat incomplete. In certain cognitive functions, he remains akin to a child. However, he has been on a path of growth, transforming once naive aspects into maturity. He has engaged in practice, and with commendable proficiency. Had we not impeded his progress, or had we faltered, he might have emerged as the progenitor of a new species, one that must traverse the path of death rather than life. Hark lamented. Such is the stark reality confronting my beloved. But how has he practiced? This knowledge could aid us in vanquishing him. Since his arrival, he has been testing his abilities, and undoubtedly, his advancement has been gradual. While his childlike mind is at work, to us, it remains the mind of a child. For had he been scheming from the outset, he would have long evaded our grasp. Nevertheless, he is plotting for success, with several centuries awaiting him. He can afford to be patient and proceed with caution. I find it hard to comprehend. Hark sighed wearily. Please elucidate further. Perhaps sorrow and suffering have dulled my wits. The professor gently placed his hand upon Hark's shoulder and replied, "Ah, my child, I shall strive to clarify my words. Have you not observed how this devil has been conducting his experiments of late? how he has manipulated that carnivorous patient to gain entry into John's abode. For a vampire, irrespective of whether he can later traverse the thresholds of others at will, he must initially secure the consent of those residing within the domicile to gain entry. Yet, these matters do not constitute the essence of his most significant experiments. Did we not witness how those large crates were initially transported by others? He was acutely aware that such measures were imperative. However, as his child's intellect burgeoned, he began to ponder whether he could transport those boxes himself. Thus, he commenced attempts to move them. Upon discovering the feasibility of this endeavor, he took to moving them independently. In so doing, he scattered his sepulchres, the locations of which only he knew. Just as we engaged in conversation, we were startled by a knock at the door of the North Hall. It was a boy delivering a telegram. We were all impulsively inclined to rush to the hall. Yet Van Helsing raised his hand to signal for silence and approached the door to open it. The boy handed him a telegram. The professor closed the door and, upon unfolding the telegram, began to read aloud. Beware the Count. He hastily departed from Carfax at 12:45, heading south. He likely intends to make a round and perhaps wishes to see you. Mina. A profound silence ensued, broken only by Jonathan Harker's voice. Now, thank God, we shall meet him. Van Helsing swiftly turned his head toward him and remarked, God will act in his own time and in his own manner. Do not fear, nor rejoice, for what we await may very well be our own annihilation. I care for nothing now, he exclaimed fervently. If only I could vanquish this demon, I would willingly barter my soul. Hush, hush, my child. Van Helsing replied, God would not purchase such a foolish soul, while the devil might. He would offer no allegiance. Yet, God is merciful and just, aware of your anguish and your loyalty to the dear Mrs. Harker. Consider, if she were to hear your foolish utterances, how much more would it torment her? Worry not for any of us. We shall dedicate ourselves to this cause, and the outcome shall manifest today. The moment for action is nigh. This vampire is confined within the limitations of mortal power. Until sunset, he shall not transform. He requires time to arrive here. Behold, it is now 1:20, and there remains a span before his arrival. He cannot reach us so swiftly. I hope our esteemed Lord Godalming and Quincy will arrive here first. Half an hour after receiving Mrs. Harker's telegram, a firm, resolute knocking resonated through the hall. It was the ordinary knock, as any gentleman would in normal circumstances, yet it sent our hearts racing. We exchanged glances and then proceeded into the hall together. We were all prepared with our weapons, supernatural armaments clutched in our left hands, and those against mortals held in our right. Van Helsing unlatched the bolt, opened the door a crack, and stepped back, both hands poised, awaiting the moment to act. The joy within us must surely have been reflected on our faces when we beheld Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris standing on the steps beside the door. They swiftly entered, closing the great door behind them, and traversed the hall. Lord Godalming proclaimed, It is done. We have located the 2 places, each house containing 6 boxes. We have destroyed them all. Destroyed them? The professor inquired. Yes. We fell silent for a moment, and then Quincy spoke. Now, we can do nothing but wait here. Regardless, if he has not arrived by 5 o'clock, we must take action. It is imperative that Mrs. Harker does not remain alone after sunset. He will be here shortly. Van Helsing remarked, glancing at his notebook. The lady's telegram indicates he is traveling south from Carfax. This implies he must cross the river. But he can only do so during the calm of the tide, which is before 1 o'clock. His southward direction signifies something to us. He is merely suspicious. After departing Carfax, he will likely first visit the most innocuous location. You must have reached Beaumont before him, for he still needs to cross the river at that time. Trust me, my friends, we shall not wait much longer. We ought to devise some plans so that we do not miss any opportunity, for time is of the essence. Prepare all your weapons. As he spoke, he raised a hand in warning, for we all heard the soft sound of a key being inserted into the lock of the hall door. Even at this moment, I cannot help but admire the indomitable spirit of our leader. Throughout our adventures, both within our circle and across the globe, the professor has always been the architect of our plans, and Arthur and I have grown accustomed to obeying him without question. Now, it appears that this old habit of the professor's has unconsciously resurfaced. He cast a quick glance around the room, promptly devised a course of action, and then silently gestured for us to take our positions in specific locations. Van Helsing, Harker, and I positioned ourselves behind the door, allowing the professor to shield us when it opened, while we stood between the approaching individuals and the entrance. Godalming and Quincy, concealed from view, stood ready at the window, prepared to act. The suspense of our waiting rendered those few seconds agonizingly slow, reminiscent of a nightmare. The measured, cautious footsteps echoed through the hall. The Count evidently anticipated some unforeseen circumstance. At the very least, he was apprehensive. Suddenly, he leaped into the room, bypassing our positions, leaving us unable to seize him. His movements were feline, more akin to a predator than a mere human, jolting us from our excitement regarding his arrival. Harker was the first to act, dashing swiftly to the door leading to the front room of the house. Upon seeing us, the Count roared, baring his elongated, pointed teeth. Yet, his sinister smile quickly transformed into a disdainful glare reminiscent of a lion. His expression shifted once more, and in a moment of impulsive fervor, we all advanced towards him. Regrettably, we lacked a more coherent plan of attack, as with each passing second, I found myself pondering our next move. I am uncertain whether our lethal weapon will ultimately serve our interests. Huck, evidently eager for confrontation, brandished his formidable scimitar, striking swiftly and fiercely. It was a favorable blow. The Count leapt back to save himself, the sharp blade tearing through his outer garment, causing a bundle of banknotes and a heap of gold coins to tumble forth from the gash. The expression on the Count's face was so malevolent that I found myself momentarily concerned for Huck. However, I observed him swinging his sword once more. Instinctively, I rushed forward to shield Huck, my left hand raised with the crucifix and communion wafer, feeling a surge of formidable strength coursing through my arm. Indeed, I witnessed this fiend retreating, prompting each of us to perform the same action simultaneously. It is difficult to articulate the expression on the Count's face, a blend of hatred, frustrated resentment, and diabolical fury. His waxen visage appeared both green and yellow, accentuated by the blaze in his eyes, while the scar on his pallid skin resembled a throbbing wound. Then, just as Huck was about to strike, the Count deftly evaded his arm, snatched a handful of gold coins from the floor, traversed the room, and dashed to the window, leaping through the shattered glass into the cobblestone courtyard below. Amidst the trembling shards, I could hear the clinking of coins, some of which fell onto the stones. You wish to vanquish me, standing in a line with ashen faces like sheep under the butcher's hand? You shall each feel remorse. You believe you have cornered me. Yet I have other avenues to pursue. My vengeance has only just begun. I shall let it endure for centuries, for I have ample time. The girl whom you all adore is already mine. Eventually, you and the others will also become mine, my instruments, obedient to my commands, serving as my lackeys whenever I desire sustenance. Bah! He scoffed derisively, swiftly passing through the doorway, the rusty latch creaking ominously as he shut the door behind him. Then the outer door opened and closed once more. The first to speak among us was the professor. He realized that pursuing him through the stable would prove arduous, and we all proceeded towards the hall. As he spoke, he pocketed the money, grasped the bundle of certificates, and cast the remaining items into the fireplace, igniting them with a match. Halderman and Maurice dashed into the courtyard, while Hark leapt from the window in pursuit of the Count. However, he had secured the latch of the stable door, and by the time they forced it open, the Count had vanished without a trace. Van Helsing and I inspected the rear of the house. Yet, the shop was devoid of patrons, and thus no one witnessed his departure. I could discern his efforts to appear brave in order to comfort Hark. The poor man was somewhat losing his composure, occasionally suppressing groans as thoughts of his wife consumed him. Then she joyfully exclaimed, "I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to all of you. My poor beloved." She spoke tenderly, placing her hand upon her husband's head to bestow a kiss. "Rest your weary head here for a moment. Everything shall be well. My dear, God will bless us, should he will it so." The unfortunate soul groaned, and no words could encapsulate his suffering. We hastily partook in our evening meal, which seemed to bring a modicum of joy to us all. Perhaps it was simply the satisfaction of hunger, for we had not eaten since breakfast. Or perhaps the solace of companionship alleviated our distress. Regardless, we no longer felt the same anguish as before, and tomorrow did not appear devoid of hope. We had vowed to recount to Mrs. Huck every event that transpired. Although her countenance would pale at the mention of her husband's peril, it would flush with crimson upon hearing of his unwavering loyalty. Throughout the ordeal, she listened with commendable bravery and composure. When we recounted Huck's reckless dash toward the Count, she leaned against her husband's arm, gripping him tightly, as if such an act could shield him from harm. In any case, she remained silent until our narrative concluded, at which point the question arose. She clasped her husband's hand, standing between us as she spoke. I find myself at a loss to adequately convey the scene. Here stood a gentle, kind woman, radiating youthful vitality and beauty. adorned with a red scar upon her forehead, an acknowledgement of its existence that caused us to grit our teeth, still haunted by the memory of its origin. Her tenderness counterbalanced our profound hatred, while her loyalty dispelled our fears and doubts. We recognized that she, along with her goodness, purity, and fidelity, had been embraced by the divine. At the moment she paused, he sprang up, releasing his wife's hand, and resolutely declared, "May God deliver him into my hands, that I may annihilate his earthly existence. If I could consign his soul eternally to the burning abyss, I would surely do so. Oh, cease such talk. For the love of God, do not utter those words, Jonathan, my husband, lest you strike me with dread. Consider, dear, I have pondered this all day. Perhaps, one day, I too may require such mercy, and others like you, with equally fervent reasons for anger, may refuse to grant it. Oh, my husband, I should make you aware that there exist other paths. Yet I beseech God to regard your words not as a decree, but as the plaintive lament of a wounded man's heart. O God, may these unfortunate gray hairs serve as testament to his suffering. For he has committed no wrong in his life, yet has endured such profound sorrow. Now all of us men weep. We cannot contain our tears, allowing them to flow freely. Upon witnessing the efficacy of her entreaties, she too was moved to tears. Her husband knelt beside her, enfolding her in his arms, burying his head in the folds of her dress. Van Helsing gestured to us, and we departed the room, leaving those two loving hearts and God behind. Harker had completed his task, for he was of the second watch. Now my own duties were fulfilled, and it was time for bed. The Diary of Jonathan Harker, October 3rd to 4th, nearing midnight. In any case, I shall endeavor to succumb to slumber, for tomorrow promises no respite for me until. After a while, I must have drifted into sleep, as Mina roused me, seated upon the bed, her expression one of astonishment. I discerned this clearly, for we had not extinguished the lamp. She placed a cautionary finger upon my lips and whispered urgently in my ear, "Do not make a sound. There is someone in the corridor." I quietly rose, traversed the room, and gently opened the door. October 4th, morning. Once again, I was awakened by Mina. This time, we had both enjoyed a restful sleep, as dawn was approaching outside. She swiftly urged me, "Go, summon the professor. I wish to see him at once." "Why?" I inquired. "I have conceived an idea. It must have emerged during the night, unbeknownst to me, and now it has ripened. He must hypnotize me before dawn, for then I shall be able to speak. Hurry, dear, time is of the essence." I opened the door to find Dr. Seward reclining on a mattress. Upon seeing me, he sprang to his feet. "Is something amiss?" he asked, alert. "I shall fetch him," I replied, hastening into the professor's chamber. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Van Helsing appeared in his nightclothes, while Mr. Morris, Lord Godalming, and Dr. Seward stood at the doorway, inquiring with concern. When the professor beheld Mina, a smile supplanted the anxiety etched upon his face. "I wish for you to hypnotize me," she spoke, urging to undertake this endeavor before dawn, for it was then that she felt liberated to express herself freely. "Hurry," she insisted, "for time is fleeting." He remained silent, gesturing for her to take a seat upon the bed. The professor regarded her intently, commencing a series of gestures that began at her head and descended, his hands alternating in motion. Mina gazed at him for several moments, during which my heart raced like a hammer, sensing an impending crisis. Her eyes gradually closed, remaining still, the only indication of her vitality being the gentle rise and fall of her chest. The professor continued his gesturing for a while longer before ceasing, and I could see beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Mina opened her eyes, yet she seemed transformed, her gaze distant and her voice reminiscent of a dream, a sound I had never encountered before. The professor raised his hand, signaling for silence, requesting that I summon the others. They entered on tiptoe, closing the door behind them, and stood at the foot of the bed, observing. Mina appeared oblivious to their presence. The stillness was shattered by Van Helsing, who spoke in a hushed tone, careful not to disrupt her contemplation. "Where are you?" he inquired. "I do not know. Sleep has eluded me." Silence ensued multiple times as Mina remained motionless. The professor fixated upon her. The rest of us hardly dared to breathe as the room grew increasingly illuminated. The professor's gaze never strayed from Mina, signaling for me to draw back the curtains. I complied, as if the dawn had broken. A shaft of crimson light streamed into the chamber, prompting the professor to ask once more, "Where are you now?" Her responses seemed dreamlike, yet purposeful. It appeared as though she was elucidating something. I had heard a similar intonation when she perused her shorthand notes. I was at a loss. Everything felt peculiar. "What did you perceive?" I could discern nothing. It was all engulfed in darkness. What sounds reached your ears? I detected a hint of tension in the professor's patient voice. The rhythmic lapping of water echoed around us, its gentle flow accompanied by the playful splashes of small waves. I could hear them outside. So, are you aboard a vessel? We exchanged glances, attempting to glean understanding from one another's expressions. We dared not contemplate further. The response came swiftly. Oh, indeed. What else did you hear? People bustling above us, the creaking of chains, and the clinking sounds of the anchor being raised. What are you doing? I remained utterly still, as if in a state of death. The sounds morphed into the deep, rhythmic breaths of a person in slumber, eyes fluttering open only to close once more. By this time, the sun had risen, fully illuminating the day. Dr. Van Helsing placed his hand gently upon Mina's shoulder, easing her head onto the pillow. She lay there like a child lost in dreams for a few moments, then let out a profound sigh, awakening to gaze at us in astonishment. Did I speak in my slumber? Those were her very words. In any case, she seemed to possess an innate understanding of the situation without needing to be informed, even though she was eager to learn what she had articulated. The professor recounted the previous dialogue, to which she replied, "Then let us not squander any more time. Perhaps it is not too late. Sit down, my friends. That vessel, wherever it may be, is currently setting sail from the port of London. Where shall we seek it? Thank the heavens, we have a clue, although I am uncertain where it might lead us. We have been somewhat reckless. Men can easily become impetuous, for as we glance back, we perceive what we might have seen ahead, if only we could truly envision it. Alas, but this statement is rather convoluted, is it not? Now we can discern what the Count was contemplating at that moment. Although Jonathan's sharp blade placed him in a precarious and fearful predicament, he still picked up the money. He intended to flee. Hear me now, to flee. He saw that only a single trunk remained, and a throng of people pursued him, like hounds chasing a fox. London was no longer a place for him. He had loaded that final trunk onto the ship. He had departed from this land. He wished to escape, but alas, he could not. We must pursue him. Our cunning old fox is quite shrewd. So cunning, indeed, that we must follow him with equal craftiness. I too am quite astute, contemplating his thoughts. Meanwhile, we can rest and find solace, for between us lies that which he does not wish to cross, nor can he traverse it, unless the ship reaches the shore, only when the tide rises and the waters are calm. Behold, the sun has just risen, and the entire day until sunset belongs to us. Let us bathe, don our garments, and partake in a breakfast that we all so desperately need. And we can savor it in comfort, for he is no longer on the same soil as we. Mina gazed earnestly at him and asked, "But why must we pursue him when he has already departed from us?" After breakfast, Mina reiterated her question. He regarded her solemnly, then, with a tone steeped in sorrow, replied, "Because, dear Mrs. Harker, we now have an even greater imperative to locate him, even if it leads us to the very gates of hell." Her complexion paled, and she weakly inquired why. She began to faint, and I promptly caught her. Chapter 24. Dr. Seward's Phonographic Diary. Dictated by Van Helsing to Jonathan Harker. You shall remain to care for your beloved Mina while we embark on our search, if I may call it thus. For it is not merely a search, but an endeavor to understand. We seek to discover and confirm. However, today you must stay with her, as it is your most noble and sacred duty. He will not come today. Van Helsing, Jonathan Harker's diary, October 4th. When I read Van Helsing's note to Mina, the poor girl experienced a considerable uplift in spirits, for the assurance that the Count was no longer on this earth brought her solace. For her, comfort equated to strength. To my mind, the peril we once faced seemed now to have receded, almost beyond belief. Even my harrowing experiences in Dracula's castle felt like a long-forgotten dream. Here, the autumn air is crisp and the sunlight radiant. The day has passed more swiftly than I anticipated. It is now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's diary, October 5th. 5 p.m. Our report meeting. Attendees: Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, and Mina Harker. Dr. Van Helsing recounted their endeavors that day to ascertain the vessel upon which Dracula had escaped and its destination. Before us lay a void. With heavy hearts, we commenced our search for the ship that had departed the previous night towards the Black Sea. It was a sailboat, as Mrs. Harker had mentioned that the sails had been unfurled. Following Lord Godalming's suggestion, we consulted the list of all vessels under sail at the Lloyd's Shipping Association. However, the options were scant. There, we identified the sole ship bound for the Black Sea that had set sail with the tide. It was named the Selina Catherine. departing from the port of Independentis Wolf and heading to Varna, from whence it would navigate the Danube to other harbors. I remarked, this must be the Count's vessel. Thus, we traveled to Independentis Wolf, where we encountered an individual in the office. We inquired about the Selina Catherine's departure. His words were plentiful, his face flushed, and his voice boisterous, yet he proved to be a kind-hearted man. Quincy retrieved some items from his pocket, which produced a crackling sound as he rolled them up, subsequently tucking them deep into a concealed pocket within his garment. This act transformed him into a more amiable companion, becoming our dutiful servant. Together, he and we interrogated many rough individuals, who, had they not been so parched, might have exhibited a better disposition. They spoke in a multitude of tongues that eluded my comprehension, leaving me to conjecture their meanings. Nevertheless, they imparted to us the knowledge we sought. No one knew of his whereabouts, nor did anyone care, as their minds were preoccupied with other matters. Soon, it became apparent that Selina Catherine would not embark on her journey as scheduled. A veil of mist began to creep across the river, expanding relentlessly until, before long, a dense fog enveloped the vessel and all that surrounded it. The captain, cursing in various languages, found himself powerless to alter the situation. The waters rose ever higher, and he grew increasingly anxious about missing his opportunity. At the peak of the tide, his spirits were exceedingly low when the gaunt man ascended the gangplank once more, demanding to inspect the whereabouts of his trunk. We must take matters into our own hands, in our own manner. Indeed, it is imperative, absolutely essential. First for your sake, and secondly for the sake of humanity. This devil has wrought considerable havoc, possessing a narrow perspective and operating within a brief span of time. Thus far, he has merely been a soul groping in the darkness. I have already conveyed this to others. You, my dear Mrs. Huck, shall discover this within John S. recorded diary or your husband's journal. I have recounted to them how he departed from his barren land, from a place devoid of inhabitants, to arrive at a new territory teeming with life, akin to a field of standing crops. This method has been contemplated for centuries. If another immortal, akin to him, endeavors to replicate his past endeavors, whether in the annals of history or in the epics yet to unfold, it would undoubtedly serve him well. At this juncture, all the enigmatic and formidable forces of nature would operate in an astonishing manner. The realm where an immortal has existed for centuries is a wondrous place, replete with geological and chemical marvels, characterized by unfathomable caverns and chasms. It boasts volcanoes, some of which continue to erupt with waters infused with extraordinary substances, alongside gases capable of both slaying and resurrecting life. Undoubtedly, within this amalgamation of mysterious forces lies something magnetic or electric, capable of exerting peculiar influences upon the essence of matter. During times of war, he was extolled for possessing a steely resolve, a keen intellect, and a valiant heart surpassing all others. Within him, certain paramount qualities reached a remarkable zenith. As his physique grew increasingly robust, thriving in vitality, so too did his mind flourish. All of this, save for the assistance of demons, was indeed the fruit of his own endeavors, for he was compelled to yield to the forces of good. Presently, he stands before us thus. He has imparted his influence upon you. Forgive me, dear one, for I must articulate this, yet I do so solely for your benefit. He cunningly infected you, ensuring that even if he ceased all actions, you would continue to exist, living sweetly as before, destined to die at a certain time. This is the universal fate of humanity, sanctioned by God. Yet he possesses the power to transform you into a being akin to himself. This must not be allowed. We have vowed together to prevent such an outcome. In doing so, we would become executors of God's will. This world, along with the humanity for whom his Son sacrificed himself, shall not be surrendered to the devil. The mere existence of these demons is an affront to him. He has granted us the means to rescue this soul, and like crusaders, we shall emerge to save more souls. Like them, we will advance towards the rising sun. Like them, should we falter, it will be in the name of a righteous cause. He paused, and I inquired, but will the Count not retaliate cunningly? Having been expelled from England, will he not evade it, akin to a tiger avoiding the village that once hunted it? Ah, he exclaimed, your analogy of the tiger is quite apt. I shall embrace it. Those man-eating tigers, what the Indians often call them, once they have savored human blood, lose their taste for other prey, relentlessly roaming until they discover a human. The creature we pursued in our village was also a tiger. The man-eater will not cease its hunt. Moreover, he is not one to retreat or maintain a distance. In the course of his life, he has ventured to the Turkish border, launching attacks upon the enemy's territory. He was repelled, yet did he cease? No. He returned, time and again. Observe his tenacity and endurance. With the mind of a child, he had long ago commenced his meticulous planning to journey to a grand metropolis. How did he accomplish this? He identified the city that held the most promise for him in the entire world. Subsequently, he began to thoughtfully prepare for the undertaking. He patiently attuned himself to the shifts in his strength and abilities. He mastered a new language. He learned to thrive in unfamiliar territory among new faces, navigating the intricacies of an antiquated yet novel environment, encompassing politics, law, finance, science, and customs. A fleeting glance at this place only whetted his appetite and further matured his intellect. For all of this affirmed the accuracy of his initial conjectures. He accomplished these feats entirely on his own, solitary, from a forsaken land, from that desolate grave. When a grander realm of thought unfolded before him, what could he not achieve? He could smile in the face of death, as we know. Who could thrive amidst the maladies that have claimed humanity? If such an individual were to emerge from divine origins rather than infernal ones, what a boon it would be for our world. Yet we have sworn to restore freedom to the world. Our toil resides in silence. Our endeavors remain clandestine. For in this age of civilization, when individuals scarcely believe what they see, the skepticism of the wise becomes their greatest strength. This will instantly become his sheath and armor, transforming into the weapon with which he seeks to obliterate us. His adversaries are willing to sacrifice their very souls to protect their loved ones, as well as for the greater good of humanity and the honor of God. After much deliberation, we concluded that tonight is not suitable for making any decisions. We should all rest our heads upon the facts and strive to conceive suitable conclusions. Tomorrow, at breakfast, we shall reconvene, and after sharing our insights, we will devise a definitive course of action. This evening, I feel an unusual tranquility and contentment, as if some burdens that have lingered in my heart have finally departed. Perhaps, my conjecture remains unfulfilled, for I still perceive the crimson mark upon my forehead in the mirror, a constant reminder of my lingering guilt. Dr. Seward's Diary, October 5th. We all arose early, and I sensed that sleep had been beneficial for us all. Upon gathering for breakfast, we experienced a joy that none of us had anticipated feeling again. After a short while, when the professor entered, we broached the subject at hand. I could discern that thoughts were swirling in his mind, poised to be articulated, yet he hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "John, there are matters I must discuss with you privately. It is imperative that we begin this way. Subsequently, we may divulge the information to others." He paused, and I waited in anticipation. He continued, "Mrs. Harker, our poor, dear Mrs. Harker is undergoing a transformation. Upon the realization of my most profound fears being acknowledged, a shiver coursed through me." Van Helsing continued, "In light of the unfortunate incident involving Miss Lucy, we must exercise utmost caution this time, ensuring that events do not escalate beyond control. Our mission is unprecedentedly arduous, and this new complication renders every hour exceedingly precious. I can discern the initial signs of vampirism manifesting upon her countenance. They are still minuscule, yet if we observe her without prejudice, they become apparent. Her teeth have sharpened, and at times her gaze turns frigid. This is not all. Her silence grows increasingly pronounced, reminiscent of Lucy in her final days. She refrains from speaking, even when she later writes down her thoughts. My current apprehension lies in the possibility that through our hypnosis, she might divulge what the Count has witnessed and heard. It seems plausible that the one who first hypnotized her, subsequently drained her blood, and compelled her to ingest his own, would force her mind to reveal its secrets." I nodded in agreement. He continued, "Thus, our objective is to thwart this occurrence. We must shield our plans from her awareness, for she will not articulate that which she does not comprehend. This is a harrowing task. It aches my heart to even contemplate it, yet it is imperative. When we convene today, I must convey to her, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, that she cannot remain within our counsel, though she will receive our protection." He wiped his forehead, for this decision, which could further torment an already beleaguered soul, had caused him to perspire profusely. I recognized that if I expressed my agreement with his sentiments, it would provide him with some solace, as it would spare him the anguish of doubt. I conveyed this to him, and the outcome was precisely as I had anticipated. The moment of our meeting drew ever closer. Van Helsing and I each went about preparing for our encounter. I understood that he merely sought the opportunity to pray in solitude. After a while, At the commencement of the meeting, both Van Helsing and I felt an immense sense of comfort. Mrs. Harker had sent word through her husband, indicating that she would not join us, as she preferred that we could freely deliberate our course of action without the awkwardness of her presence. The professor and I exchanged glances, and for reasons unknown, we both felt an inexplicable relief. To my mind, if Mrs. Harker had recognized the peril herself, it not only averted danger, but also spared her from suffering. At that moment, we looked at one another, placing our fingers upon our lips in silent agreement to withhold our doubts until we could once again confer in private. We promptly commenced formulating our strategy. Van Helsing laid out the facts before us. Selina Catherine had departed from the Thames the previous morning. At her swiftest pace, it would take 3 weeks to reach Varna. However, by land, we could arrive there in merely 3 days. Now, if we permit the vessel to traverse for an additional 2 days, considering our awareness of the Count's ability to manipulate the weather, and assuming we might encounter a delay of a day and a night, we would find ourselves with nearly 2 weeks of ample time. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, we must depart from this place no later than the 17th. This would ensure that we arrive in Varna a full day ahead of the ship, allowing us to make the necessary preparations. Naturally, we must arm ourselves against malevolent forces, both of a spiritual and corporeal nature. At this juncture, Quincy Morris remarked, "I know the Count hails from a land of wolves. He may reach our destination before us. I propose we augment our arsenal with a Winchester repeating rifle. In the event of such troubles, I have faith in the Winchester. Do you recall, Arthur, when we were pursued by a pack of wolves in Toposky, did we not give each wolf a bullet?" "Splendid," the professor concurred, stating that we should indeed procure the Winchester repeating rifle. Quincy's mind is always remarkably composed. However, it is worth noting that, in most instances, the threat posed by humans to wolves is significantly greater than that of wolves to humans, particularly when there is something to pursue. Meanwhile, we can accomplish nothing here. Given our unfamiliarity with Varna, why not arrive there sooner? The time spent waiting there would be no different from that spent here. Tonight and tomorrow, we can prepare. And if all goes well, the 4 of us shall set forth. "The 4 of us?" Harker questioned, gazing at each of us. Harker fell silent for a moment before replying, "Let us discuss this matter in the morning. I wish to confer with Mina." Jonathan Harker's diary, October 5th. Afternoon. After a while, everything felt exceedingly strange. I sat there watching Mina sleep, and a sense of joy began to envelop me. As dusk gradually descended, the sun sank lower, casting a shadow over the earth, and the silence within the room grew increasingly solemn. Suddenly, Mina opened her eyes and gazed at me tenderly, saying, "Jonathan, I need you to assure me of something. Promise me, and promise God as well, that even if I kneel and weep, you will not break your vow. Quickly, promise me now." "Mina," I replied, "such a promise I cannot make at this moment. I may not possess the right to do so." "But dear," she insisted, "this is my wish, and it is not for my own sake. You may ask Dr. Van Helsing if I am correct. If he disagrees, you are free to refuse. Moreover, if you agree, this promise may lead to salvation in the future." "I assure you," I said, and she appeared particularly elated, though her happiness was marred by the crimson scar upon her forehead. She continued, "Promise me you will not divulge any plans regarding the Count, neither in words nor insinuations. Not at any time, as long as it remains here." She pointed earnestly to her scar. Recognizing her sincerity, I solemnly replied, "I promise." At the moment I uttered those words, I sensed the portal of our communication had closed. After a while, Mina was elated throughout the night, her joy radiating so brightly that it seemed to embolden those around her. Even I felt as though the heavy curtain of sorrow that loomed over us had been lifted just a fraction. We all retired early. Mina now slumbers like a child, fortunate enough to find solace in sleep despite the tribulations she has endured. I thank the heavens, for at least in this moment, she can momentarily set aside her worries. Perhaps this simple fact will influence me, akin to the joy that envelopes her tonight. I ought to give it a try. Alas, a dreamless slumber. Morning of October 6th brought yet another surprise. Mina aroused me early, roughly at the same hour as the previous day, urging me to summon Dr. Van Helsing. I presume she wished to undergo hypnosis once more, and without hesitation, I went to fetch him. He evidently anticipated my arrival, as I found him already dressed in his room. His door stood ajar, allowing him to hear the sound of our entrance. He promptly made his way over. Upon entering the room, he inquired if others could join us. Professor Van Helsing, like myself, appeared astonished. He paused momentarily and asked, "Why? You must have me with you. It is safer for me to be among you, and in turn, it ensures your safety as well. What is the reason, dear Mrs. Harker? You must understand that your safety is our most sacred duty. We must brave the perils ahead. You may be more vulnerable to harm than any of us. For what has transpired? He hesitated awkwardly. She continued, you are both courageous and strong. Together, you are even mightier. For you can disdain the burdens that might overwhelm an individual's endurance. Moreover, I can serve you, for you possess the ability to hypnotize me, revealing truths even I am unaware of. Dr. Van Helsing spoke gravely. Madam Harker, your wisdom is ever apparent. You should accompany us. Victory shall be ours. As he spoke, Mina's prolonged silence drew my gaze toward her. She had reclined back upon her pillow, succumbing to slumber, remaining undisturbed even when I drew the curtains to let the sunlight flood the room. Van Helsing gestured for me to follow him quietly. We proceeded to his chamber, and within a minute, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris arrived. He relayed Mina's words to them, adding, we shall set forth to Varna at dawn. We now face a new dilemma, Madam Harker. Yet, her heart is sincere. She confided these matters, which weigh heavily upon her. Nevertheless, it is the right course of action. We have received our warning in due time. Everything must be foolproof. Upon the ship's arrival in Varna, we must be prepared to act. What precisely should we do? Mr. Morris inquired succinctly. I shall not let any opportunity slip by, Morris declared. The moment I behold that box, I shall open it and eradicate that fiend. Even if 1,000 eyes are upon me, even if I were to meet my demise in that very instant. Instinctively, I grasped his hand, discovering it as unyielding as steel. I sensed that he comprehended the expression upon my face. I earnestly wished he did. Good boy, Dr. Van Helsing remarked. A brave child indeed. Quincy is a man. God bless him. My child, trust me, none of us shall falter or hesitate out of fear. I merely articulate what we might need to do, what we must do. However, in truth, we cannot speculate on what we may accomplish. Countless events may unfold, each with its own manner and outcome. Thus, until that moment arrives, we cannot speak with certainty. We ought to arm ourselves comprehensively. When the moment of conclusion approaches, we shall all strive diligently. Today, let us arrange all matters, ensuring that everything of significance to us, concerning others who depend upon us, is properly organized. For none of us can predict what the outcome shall be or when it will culminate. As for myself, my sole concern is to oversee the entirety of the situation, for I have no other obligations. I shall now proceed to make the necessary arrangements for our journey, attending to all formalities. Once everything has been clarified, we shall part ways. I must now prepare all my belongings, awaiting the arrival of the unknown. After a while, all was ready. I have composed my will in full completeness. If Mina survives, she shall be my sole heir. Should she not endure, then the others who have been so kind to me shall inherit my legacy. The sun is nearing its descent. Mina's unease has captured my attention. I am convinced that at the precise moment of sunset, the thoughts swirling in her mind will be unveiled, tormenting us all. Each sunrise and sunset brings forth new perils and pains, though ultimately, according to divine will, these tribulations may yield benevolent outcomes. I have inscribed these reflections in my journal, for my wife cannot hear them now. Yet, should the day arrive when she can perceive them, I must be prepared. She approaches me now. On the evening of October 11th, Jonathan urged me to document this, asserting that she should not receive equal treatment in this endeavor, and he desires an accurate account. This night, as we convened, she exhibited an unnatural demeanor, revealing all signs of inner turmoil. I promptly quelled her violent tendencies. Nevertheless, moments later, she regained her composure entirely. Then, she gestured for her husband to sit beside her, instructing the rest of us to draw our chairs closer. Taking her husband's hand, she remarked, "The freedom we enjoy in this moment may be our last. I know you will stay with me until the end." This was directed to her husband, and we could see their hands tightly clasped together. In the morning, we shall embark on our mission, and only God knows what awaits us. Your kindness in agreeing to include me is deeply appreciated. I am acutely aware of the remarkable feats that brave and sincere men are capable of for a vulnerable and fragile woman. They would go to great lengths for her. Though her spirit may seem lost, I assure you, it is not yet extinguished, yet the peril remains ever present. However, it is imperative that you recognize I am no longer akin to you. Poison courses through my veins, a toxin that may lead to my demise. It undoubtedly will, unless we find solace. Ah, my dear friends, you, like me, comprehend the gravity of my situation. My soul teeters on the brink of despair. While I am cognizant of a potential escape, it is a path that neither of us can traverse. She gazed earnestly at each of us, her husband steadfastly holding her hand from the beginning to the end. What is this path? Van Helsing inquired hoarsely. What is this avenue we dare not tread? If I were to perish now, by my own hand or another's, before a greater evil descends upon us, I know, as do you, that once I am gone, you will liberate my eternal spirit, just as you did for the unfortunate Lucy. If death is my sole option, I would not hesitate to embrace it among my beloved friends. Yet, death is not the entirety of existence. With hope illuminating our path ahead, I cannot resign myself to such an end. Thus, for my part, I would forego eternal rest, choosing instead to venture into the darkness, where the world may conceal the most sinister of entities. We all fell silent, for we instinctively sensed this was merely a prelude. The expressions of those around were grave. While Hark's countenance turned ashen, perhaps he possessed a deeper intuition regarding the impending events than the rest of us. She continued, "This is what I can bequeath to the estate." I noted her peculiar, solemn invocation of legal terminology. "What will each of you offer?" She inquired. "Your lives, I know." She added swiftly, "It is an easy sacrifice for the brave. Your lives belong to God. You may return them to Him. But what will you give to me?" Her gaze was inquisitive, yet this time she refrained from looking at her husband's face. Quincy seemed to comprehend, nodding in acknowledgement, and a look of joy illuminated her features. "Thus, I shall candidly express my desires, for in our bonds, doubt cannot exist. You must all assure me, everyone, even you, my beloved husband, that when the time comes, you shall take my life. And when will that time be?" Quincy's voice was low, almost a murmur. "When you ascertain that I have deteriorated to the point where only death can grant me eternal life. Once my physical form has perished, do not delay for even a moment. Drive a stake through my heart, sever my head, or enact any other means that may grant me peace." After a brief pause, Quincy was the first to act. He knelt before her, taking her hand in his, and solemnly declared, "I am but a coarse individual, perhaps unworthy of such an honor. Yet I swear by all that is sacred and precious to me, that when the time comes, I shall not shirk the responsibility you have placed upon us. I also assure you that I will see matters through, for whenever I harbor doubts, I shall consider it as an indication that the time has indeed arrived. My true friend." These were the only words she uttered as she wept inconsolably, leaning down to kiss his hand. "I, too, swear it, my dear Mrs. Harker," exclaimed Van Helsing. "And I," added Lord Godalming, as they took turns kneeling before her, vowing that each would do the same. Then her husband gazed at her with a somber expression, his face pale as snow, and asked, "Must I also make a vow, my wife?" "I swear," declared the professor with a resounding voice. "There is one more request," she said, her demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. "This was not as critical or urgent as the matter before, yet I wish for you to do one thing for me, if you are willing." We all acquiesced in silence, for there was no need for words. "But, my dear," he implored, "death is still far from you." "No," she replied, raising a hand in warning, "at this moment, my death weighs more heavily upon me than being buried in an earthly grave." "My wife, must I read it?" he asked before beginning. "This brings me solace, my husband." She uttered these words, and then Harker commenced reading from the notebook she had prepared. Her intuition proved correct. Strangely, we too felt her formidable influence at that moment, which provided us with great comfort. The silence heralded Mrs. Harker's return to her original state of mental freedom, seemingly not as engulfed in despair as we had feared. Jonathan Harker's Journal, October 15th. Varna. We departed from Charing Cross on the morning of the 12th and arrived in Paris that same evening, where we boarded the Orient Express, having secured our seats. We traveled day and night, reaching our destination around 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to check for his telegram, while the rest of us settled into a hotel in Odessa. There may be minor anecdotes from our journey, yet I am eager to act. Having no time to dwell on them, my interest in this vast world will not awaken until Miss Selina Catherine arrives at the port. Thank God. Mina is now in good spirits, appearing increasingly robust. Her complexion has returned to its former vitality. She has been sleeping a great deal, nearly throughout our entire journey. However, before dawn and dusk, she is remarkably alert and vigilant. Dr. Van Helsing has developed a routine of hypnotizing her during this period. Initially, he exerted considerable effort, employing numerous gestures. Yet now, she swiftly enters a hypnotic state, as if accustomed to it. At this peculiar moment, he seems to possess a certain mental power that compels her thoughts to yield to his will. He perpetually inquired what she had seen and heard. Then he remarked, "I can hear the waves lapping against the vessel, the water flowing past. The sails and rigging are taut, and the mast creaks ominously. The wind is fierce. I can hear the shroud stirring, the spray crashing against the bow." We dined early and retired to our quarters. Tomorrow, we shall meet the vice-consul to arrange for our immediate boarding once the ship arrives. Van Helsing asserted that our opportunity lies between dawn and dusk for embarking. The Count, even if he could transform into a bat, could not traverse the flowing waters at will. Therefore, he would not leave the ship. Fearing to assume a human form and arouse suspicion, he evidently seeks to evade scrutiny and will likely remain obediently confined within his coffin. If this is the case, we may board after sunrise, thus placing him at our mercy, for we can open the coffin and slay him before he awakens. Just as we did with the unfortunate Lucy, his subjugation to our will has become inconsequential. We anticipate encountering little difficulty with officials and sailors. Thank heavens, this is a land where bribery can accomplish anything. We are well endowed financially. Our sole concern is to ensure that the ship does not enter the harbor between dusk and dawn without prior warning, thereby securing our safety. I believe our purse will resolve these matters. On October 16th, Mina's report remains unchanged. The crashing waves and rushing waters, darkness and favorable winds. Clearly, our situation is favorable. Once we receive news of Selina Catherine, we shall be prepared. When it passes through the Dardanelles, we shall surely receive a report. On October 17th, everything is now in readiness, and I believe we are preparing to welcome the return of the Count. Harker informed the shipper that he suspected the box destined for foreign shores might contain items pilfered from his friend. It has nearly been agreed upon that he may take the risk of opening it himself. The shipper provided him with a document requesting the captain's assistance in whatever he wishes to do aboard the vessel, along with a similar authorization for his agent in Varna. We have already met that agent, and Harker's amiable manner left a lasting impression on him. We are all quite pleased that he can fulfill our desires. We have made arrangements for the course of action following the opening of the box. Should the Count be inside, Van Helsing and Seward are to promptly sever his head and drive a stake through his heart. Morris, Harker, and I will guard against any external interference, prepared to resort to force if necessary. The professor stated that if we could manage the Count's body in such a manner, it would soon turn to dust, leaving no evidence should we be accused of murder. Even if that were not the case, we shall be prepared, for perhaps someday this manuscript may serve as evidence to exonerate us. As for myself, I can only express immense gratitude that this opportunity is finally at hand. We must ensure every preparation is made before executing our plan. We have conferred with various officials, and we shall be notified the moment Selina Catherine appears. October 24th. A full week of anticipation. Each day, telegrams from Gadolming arrived, yet the message remained unchanged. No reports have been received. Mina's morning and evening updates were equally devoid of novelty. The waves crashed, the sea surged, and the mast creaked. On October 24th, Rufus Smith from the London Lloyd's Shipping Association sent a telegram to Lord Gadolming, inquiring about the well-being of the H.B.M. Vice-Consul in Varna. This morning, Selina Catherine dispatched a report from the Dardanelles. Dr. Seward's diary, October 25th. How I long for my phonograph. The act of chronicling my thoughts with a pen is most irksome, yet Van Helsing insists I must comply. Yesterday, when Lord Gadolming received the telegram from the Lloyd's Shipping Association, our excitement was palpable. I now comprehend the sentiment that envelopes one when the clarion call of battle resonates in the air. Mrs. Harker, outside our intimate circle, exhibited no signs of emotion. This is hardly surprising, as we were particularly cautious to shield her from the truth, and we endeavored to suppress our enthusiasm in her presence. Had it been in the past, I am certain she would have perceived our concealed excitement, no matter how diligently we masked it. However, she has undergone a significant transformation in the last 3 weeks. She has become somnolent, despite appearing healthy and robust, with her complexion returning to a rosy hue. Van Helsing and I harbor some doubts. We frequently engage in discussions about her, yet we have spoken not a word to others. Even expressing our doubts about this matter to Hark would shatter his fragile heart, not to mention his nerves. Van Helsing informed me that during her hypnotic state, he meticulously examined her teeth, asserting that as long as they had not begun to sharpen, she remained free from greater peril and transformation. Should any changes occur, action must be taken. We are all acutely aware of what this action entails, although we refrain from voicing it to one another. None of us can falter in this endeavor, despite the dread it invokes. Euthanasia is a term that brings a sense of solace. I am profoundly grateful to its originator. The voyage from the Dardanelles to this point takes approximately 24 hours. Given Selina Catherine's speed from London, she is expected to arrive by morning. However, since it is impossible for her to reach us before midnight, we must retire early. We shall rise at 1 o'clock, fully prepared. As of midnight, October 25th, there remains no news of the ship's arrival. Madame Hark's report during her hypnotic state has been consistent, thus we may receive word at any moment. The rest of us men are filled with excitement, save for Hark, who remains remarkably composed. His hands are as cold as ice. An hour ago, I observed him sharpening the blade he now carries at all times. When that curved dagger, held by such a resolute and frigid hand, meets the Count's throat, it is destined to be a tragic end for him. Today, Van Helsing and I have become somewhat wary of Madame Hark. Around midday, she began to succumb to drowsiness again, a development we find unsettling. Though we did not exchange words, a palpable discontent lingered among us. She awoke in a state of unease, and initially, we were relieved that she had fallen into a deep slumber. However, when her husband inadvertently remarked on her profound sleep, stating that she could not be roused, we felt compelled to check on her. Her breathing was serene and appeared tranquil. We all concluded that for her, sleep was far preferable to anything else. The poor girl had so much to forget, and slumber would undoubtedly benefit her, if only it could help her escape her burdens. After a while, our assumptions were validated, for she awakened after several hours, looking markedly happier than in the previous days. At sunset, she again delivered her hypnotic report. The Count was en route to his destination, wherever that might be in the Black Sea. I believe he is hastening towards his demise. October 26th arrived. Yet another day passed with no word from Selina Catherine. It should be forthcoming soon. It is evident that she is still navigating somewhere, as Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report at dawn remained unchanged. Perhaps the vessel paused for a respite due to fog. Some ships that entered the harbor last night reported fog both to the north and south of the port. We must remain vigilant, for any moment could bring a signal from a ship. By midday on October 27th, it was curious indeed. Still, no news of any vessel. Mrs. Harker's reports from last night and this morning echoed the same rhythmic crashing of waves and rushing waters, although she added that the waves were rather small. The telegrams from London remained unchanged, with no further updates. Van Helsing expressed his anxiety to me, fearing that the Count was evading us. With a significant tone, he remarked, "I find Mrs. Harker's lethargy unsettling. In a state of slumber, the soul and memory can engage in peculiar behaviors." Just as I was about to inquire further, Harker entered, raising a hand in a gesture of caution. "We must elicit more from her during the hypnosis at sunset today." Telegram, October 28th. Rufus Smith, London. To the Right Honourable Lord Godalming. Please extend my regards to H.B.M., Vice Consul in Varna. Report. Selina Catherine is scheduled to arrive at Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Dr. Seward's Diary, October 28th. When the telegram arrived announcing that the ship would reach Galatz at 1 o'clock today, I sensed that we were devoid of the astonishment that such news should naturally evoke. Indeed, we were uncertain about the nature of the escape and the timing of its arrival, yet I felt we were all somehow prepared for the occurrence of strange events. On the day we arrived in Varna, it became clear that nothing would unfold as we had hoped. We merely awaited the point at which change would manifest. In a way, this should have been surprising. I had faith that events would transpire as they ought, rather than in accordance with our expectations. Transcendentalism stands as a beacon for angels, elusive even to humanity. Van Helsing raised his hands to the heavens, as if protesting to God. Yet, he uttered not a word. Moments later, he rose, his expression grave. Lord Godalming's complexion turned pale, and his breathing grew labored. I felt slightly dizzy, gazing at everyone in astonishment. Morris swiftly tightened his belt, a gesture I knew all too well. Throughout the years we had lingered in each other's company, this action signified readiness for action. Mrs. Harker's face was as pale as a spectre, the scar upon her forehead appearing as though it were ablaze. Yet she patiently clasped her hands in prayer. Harker laughed, truly laughed, a bittersweet smile of a desperate man shrouded in darkness. However, his actions contradicted his words, as his hands instinctively sought the hilt of the great curved dagger. Pausing there, "What time does the next train to G. Lutii depart?" Van Helsing inquired. "How would you know?" Arthur replied. "You may have forgotten. Or perhaps you are unaware, but Jonathan and Dr. Van Helsing know that I possess an exceptional memory for train schedules. At our home in Exeter, I always kept track of the timetables to assist my husband. I sometimes found it quite useful, and now I constantly study the schedules. I am acutely aware that to reach Dracula's castle, we must pass through Lutii or Bucharest. Thus I meticulously noted the timetables. Regrettably, it is of little consequence, for the only train I mentioned departs tomorrow morning. Good woman, the professor murmured. Can we not take a private carriage? Lord Godalming asked. Then Mrs. Harker cheerfully responded. After such a long time, this is the most like myself I have felt. I shall do my utmost to assist. I will think and record for you. As I once did. Something strangely has shifted within me, and I feel more liberated than I have in recent times. At that moment, the three young men appeared increasingly elated, as they grasped the essence of her words. However, Van Helsing and I exchanged solemn, anxious glances without uttering a single word. After the trio departed to undertake their task, Van Helsing instructed Mrs. Harker to retrieve the portion of the diary that Jonathan had pinned in the castle. She promptly went to search for it. Once the door closed behind her, he turned to me and said, "We are thinking along the same lines. Speak up. There are some changes here. This sensation unsettles me, for she may be deceiving us." Indeed. Do you comprehend why I requested her to fetch those manuscripts? I do not. I replied, unless it is to seek an opportunity for a private conversation with me. You are partially correct, John, yet there is more. I wish to confide something in you. My friend, I am venturing into a perilous and daunting risk, but I am convinced it is the right course of action. It was at that moment, when Mrs. Harker uttered those words that evoked our sympathy, that I experienced a revelation. 3 days prior, in a state of hypnosis, the Count had entwined his spirit with hers, interpreting her innermost thoughts, or perhaps he had transported her to the grand chest aboard his vessel to meet him. For he roams freely at dawn and dusk. He was aware of our presence here, as she had much more to convey. Her eyes could see, her ears could hear. Unlike him, confined within his coffin. Now, he is exerting every effort to elude us. At present, he finds no need for her. He is quite certain that she will heed his call. Yet, he severed all ties with her, extricating her from his sphere of influence, ensuring she would no longer seek him out. I wish that the minds of humanity have not forfeited the grace of God. They ought to be more astute than his childlike intellect, which has languished in the grave for centuries, failing to evolve to our level, preoccupied solely with selfish pursuits. Hence so diminished. Mrs. Harker has arrived. Do not divulge her hypnotic state to her. If she were to learn of it, she would be overwhelmed, plunged into despair. Yet, we require her hope, her courage, and her mind, which is honed as skillfully as a man's, though in truth it possesses the tender qualities of a woman. She harbors a unique strength bestowed upon her by a count, which she may feel unable to fully relinquish, despite her belief to the contrary. Hush, allow me to speak. And you listen. John, my friend, our current predicament is dire. I am filled with trepidation, a sensation that is foreign to me. We can only place our trust in God. Silence. She approaches. I feared the professor would crumble, descending into hysteria as he did when Lucy perished. However, he exerted himself to maintain composure, presenting an air of remarkable calm. Mrs. Harker entered the room, her countenance radiating joy, seemingly oblivious to her misfortunes as she engaged in her work. She approached, handing Van Helsing a stack of printed manuscripts. He read them with great care, his expression transforming into one of delight. He grasped the papers between his index finger and thumb and remarked, "John, you possess considerable experience, and you, dear young Mrs. Huck, are receiving a lesson. Do not shy away from contemplation. An immature thought has been swirling in my mind, yet I hesitated to voice it. Now, armed with greater knowledge, I have revisited that once immature thought, and I find it has transformed into a fully formed idea, albeit still youthful, lacking the strength to wield its nascent wings. Moreover, akin to my friend Hans Christian Andersen's ugly duckling, it is no longer the ugly duckling, but has blossomed into a grand swan, poised to soar majestically with its vast wings at the right moment. Behold, let me read what Jonathan has inscribed here. What do these words convey to us? Nothing. No. The childlike mind of the Count perceives nothing, hence he speaks freely. Your masculine minds see nothing, and mine too was blind until just now. No. It is merely a phrase uttered by one devoid of contemplation, for she too failed to grasp its meaning. Like the forces of nature, they advance in their course, exerting their influence. Then comes a flash, as brilliant as the heavens, blinding some and even claiming lives, yet illuminating the entire earth below. Is it not so? Very well. I shall elucidate. Initially, Have you studied the philosophy of crime? Yes or no? You, John, have, for it pertains to the study of insanity. You, dear interlocutor, are devoid of Mrs. Hark, for you have not encountered the realm of crime, save for once. Indeed, your observation holds merit. I reference a general condition rather than a singular instance. Criminals possess a distinctive trait that remains consistent across all nations and epochs, even the police. Often lacking deep philosophical insight, recognize it through experience. This is empiricism. A criminal invariably commits an offense, for only then can they be deemed a true perpetrator. As if fated to transgress, this malefactor lacks a fully developed human intellect. Although clever, cunning, and astute, his mentality cannot be equated with that of an adult. His mind resembles that of a child. Our current criminal, too, is destined for wrongdoing. He possesses a child's intellect, engaging in actions befitting youth. Birds, fish, and other small creatures do not learn through principles, but through experience. Once they engage in an activity, they acquire a foundation upon which to build further endeavors. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the earth, proclaimed Archimedes. Having committed an act once, it serves as the pivot necessary for the maturation of his childlike mind into that of an adult. In his quest for greater accomplishments, he incessantly replicates the same actions, akin to his previous endeavors. My dear, I perceive your eyes widening, as a flash of lightning illuminates all before you. For Mrs. Hark has commenced her applause, her gaze sparkling with fervor. He continues, now, you may share your thoughts. Enlighten us, these two tiresome scholars of science, on what your bright eyes have discerned. As he spoke, he clasped her hand. His fingers pressed against her pulse, and my intuition was thus. She exclaimed, very good, very good. You are indeed a clever woman. Van Helsing, in a fit of excitement, bent down to kiss her hand. After a moment, he calmly informed me. Much like during our consultations in the ward, her pulse is merely 72 beats, yet she is so agitated. There is hope. He turned to her again, speaking with fervent hope. Continue, continue. If you wish, please proceed. Do not be afraid. John and I both know that I will tell you if you are correct. Speak. Do not fear. I shall give it a try. But if I am too presumptuous, please forgive me. No, do not fear. You must be bold. For we are concerned with you. Then, because he is a criminal, he is selfish. His intellect is feeble, and his actions are rooted in self-interest, confining himself to a singular purpose. That purpose is cruel. Just as he fled across the Danube, leaving his army to the slaughter, so his current aim is safety, indifferent to all else. Thus, his selfishness liberated my soul from his dreadful influence. I felt it. I felt it. Thanks be to God for his mercy. My soul has never been so free since that horrifying moment. My only concern is that in some hypnotic state or dream, he might exploit my knowledge for his own ends. As I awaited their return, I inscribed these words, while Mrs. Harker diligently recorded the events on her typewriter. October 29th. This was penned aboard the train en route from Varna to Galitz. The previous evening, just before sunset, we convened quietly. Each individual endeavored to fulfill their responsibilities. In terms of thought, effort, and opportunity, we had adequately prepared for the entire journey and the tasks that awaited us upon our arrival in Galitz. When the moment arrived, Mrs. Harker was ready to enter a trance. Van Helsing devoted more time and earnest effort than usual to guide her into a hypnotic state. Typically, he merely offered suggestions. Yet this time the professor aimed to pose questions with considerable assertiveness. Ultimately, her response emerged. Suddenly, she sat upright, her eyes fluttering open, softly exclaiming, "Who among you desires tea? You must all be quite fatigued." We could only indulge her delight. Thus we assented. She hastened to prepare the tea. Once she departed, Van Helsing remarked, "Observe, my friends, he has anchored. He has vacated the box, yet he must still disembark. By nightfall, he may conceal himself somewhere. However, if he is not brought ashore, or if the vessel docks, he cannot make landfall. In such a scenario, should it be nighttime, he could transform to leap or fly to the shore. Otherwise, unless accompanied by someone, he shall remain trapped. If he is indeed escorted by another, the customs officials will inevitably discover the contents of the box. In summary, if he does not come ashore to escape tonight, or before dawn, he will lose an entire day. At that moment, we could reach our destination in time. For if he does not flee by night, we shall encounter him during daylight. Lying in the box, at our mercy, he dares not reveal his true form while awake, lest he be seen and discovered. There is little more to say, and so we patiently await the dawn, when we may glean further information from Madame Harker. The darkness enveloped us. I heard the sound of water lapping, as high as my own voice, accompanied by the creaking of wood. She halted, and by then, the sun had risen. We would have to wait until tonight to induce hypnosis again. With this anxious anticipation, we set forth towards Galatz. We were meant to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, yet in Bucharest, we were already 3 hours late, making it impossible to reach our destination before sunrise. Thus, we must endure 2 more sessions of Madame Harker's hypnosis report. Either session could potentially illuminate the unfolding events. After a while, sunset came and went. Fortunately, there were no distractions at that moment, for had we been at the station, we could not ensure the necessary quietude and seclusion. Inducing Madame Harker into a hypnotic state proved even more challenging than this morning. I feared that her ability to interpret the Count's mind might wane just when we needed her most. It seemed as though her imagination had begun to awaken. Thus far, within the confines of her hypnotic state, she has merely articulated the most rudimentary facts. Should this continue, it may ultimately mislead us. It would be a comforting thought if the Countess' control over her were to dissipate as swiftly as she interprets his abilities. Yet, I fear that matters may not be so straightforward. At 7 a.m. on October 30th, we are now approaching Galatz, and I may soon find myself bereft of time to write. The dawn of this morning has left us all in a state of eager anticipation. Aware that inducing hypnosis is becoming increasingly challenging, Van Helsing commenced the process earlier than usual. However, it bore no fruit until the customary hour. She struggled to respond, only beginning to do so a minute before dawn. The professor could not afford to squander time while posing his inquiries. Proceed, continue. Speak, I command you. He implored with a voice laden with anguish, his eyes reflecting a despair that mirrored the rising sun, which cast a crimson hue upon the pallid visage of Lady Harker. As she opened her eyes, her utterances startled us all, gentle, yet seemingly indifferent. "Oh, Professor, why compel me to undertake that which you know I cannot?" she lamented. "I recall nothing." Then, observing our expressions of astonishment, she gazed perplexedly from one to another, inquiring, "What did I say? What did I do? I know nothing. I am merely aware that I am lying here, in a state between sleep and wakefulness, hearing you say, 'Continue. Speak, I command you.' Hearing your command strikes me as humorous, as though I were a naughty child." "Mrs. Harker," he said sorrowfully, "this is the evidence, should any be required, of the depth of my love and respect for you. When a well-meaning word is uttered sincerely yet appears so peculiar because it commands you, I take pride in my obedience to you." The whistle sounded, signaling our imminent arrival at Galatz. We were filled with anxiety and anticipation. Mina Harker's diary, October 30th. Mr. Morris escorted me to the inn where we had reserved a room via telegraph. He was the most suitable person to be selected, as he was not conversant in any foreign languages. The deployment of forces was nearly identical to that in Varna, except for Lord Godalming, who had gone to meet the vice-consul, as his title perhaps served as a direct assurance to the officials. We were all quite anxious. Jonathan and the 2 doctors went to the shipping agent to ascertain details regarding the arrival of the S.S. Katrina. After a while, Jonathan Harker's diary. October 30th, at 9 o'clock, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I visited Messrs. Mackenzie Stankoff, agents for the Hepgood Company of London. They had received a telegram in response to Lord Godalming's request for assistance. They were exceedingly kind and courteous, promptly leading us to the S.S. Katrina, which was anchored just outside the river port. There, we met Captain Donaldson, who recounted the tale of his voyage, stating that he had never experienced such favorable winds in his lifetime. He remarked, however, this instilled a sense of dread within us, for we believed we must endure some misfortune to maintain equilibrium. Unfortunately, the voyage from London to the Black Sea was fraught with winds, as if the devil himself were propelling our sails. At that juncture, we encountered a peculiar predicament. Whenever we drew near to a vessel, a port, or a cape, a thick fog would envelop us, accompanying us until it dissipated, rendering our gaze futile as we peered into the obscurity. As we navigated through the Strait of Gibraltar, we signaled our passage, and upon reaching the Dardanelles, while awaiting permission to traverse, we were beset by fierce winds. Initially, I contemplated lowering the sails to sail diagonally into the wind until the fog cleared. Yet, at times, I pondered whether the devil was intent on hastening our entry into the Black Sea, regardless of our desires. If we sailed swiftly, we would neither betray the shipowner nor compromise our voyage, and the old man would surely be grateful that we did not impede his progress. The captain took no offense at this compliment and continued, As we passed through the Bosphorus, the crew began to grumble. The Romanians among them approached me, demanding that I cast a large chest into the sea, a peculiar relic placed aboard by an odd old man just before our departure from London. I observed them extend 2 fingers upon seeing him, attempting to shield themselves from the malevolent gaze. The superstitions of foreigners are indeed absurd and laughable. I instructed them to manage their own affairs, yet amidst the enveloping fog, I observed them once more in a state of lamentation. Though I could not ascertain if it pertained to the ominous crate, the dense mist lingered for 5 days, compelling me to allow the winds to guide our vessel. For if the devil desires to reach a destination, he shall arrive post-haste. Conversely, if he does not, we must remain vigilant. Fortunately, our journey proceeded smoothly. 2 days prior, as the morning sun ascended through the haze, we discovered ourselves upon the river opposite Galaii. The Romanians were in a frenzy, insisting that I must, by all means, dispose of the crate into the river. I engaged in a dispute with them, and as the last of their number descended the deck, cradling his head in his hands, I persuaded them that regardless of any malevolent gaze, the property and trust of my employer were far better safeguarded in my possession than languishing in the depths of the Danube. They had already hoisted the crate onto the deck, prepared to cast it away, for it bore markings indicating transit from Varna to Galaii. I deemed it prudent to retain it until we reached the port, where it could be unloaded collectively. We did little cleaning that day, merely anchoring the ship in place. However, at dawn, an hour before the sun broke, a man boarded our vessel, carrying an order written from England to retrieve a crate addressed to Count Dracula. He was evidently tasked with this matter. He presented the document to me, and I felt a surge of relief at the prospect of parting with that cursed object, as I too had begun to feel a sense of unease. If the devil had indeed stowed any baggage aboard, I surmised it to be that very item. What was the name of the individual taking it away? Van Helsing suppressed his impatience and inquired. We encountered him in the office at Sildesham. A Jewish man with a nose reminiscent of a sheep's, adorned with a Turkish cap. After some bargaining, he divulged what he knew, a matter both simple yet significant. He had received a letter from Mr. Deville in London, instructing him to accept a box, if possible, before dawn, in order to evade customs. This box was to arrive at Galatz alongside Selina Catherine. He intended to entrust this item to Petrov Skinski, who had dealings with Slovakians along the river towards the port. His remuneration was a banknote from a British bank, which he had promptly exchanged for gold at the International Bank of the Danube. When Skinski approached him, he escorted him aboard and handed over the box. That was the extent of his knowledge. We then commenced our search for Skinski, but to no avail. His neighbors appeared to harbor little fondness for him, claiming he had departed 2 days prior, with no one aware of his whereabouts. This was corroborated by his landlord, who delivered the house keys along with the rent, in British currency, between 10 and 11 o'clock last night. We paused once more, and as we conversed, a breathless individual rushed in to inform us that Skinski's body had been discovered within the walls of the cemetery at St. Peter's Church, his throat seemingly torn apart by some ferocious beast. Those who had been conversing with us hurried to witness the scene, while women shrieked, exclaiming, "It was the Slovakians." We hastily departed, eager to avoid entanglement in the matter. Mina Harker's diary, evening of October 30th. They were exceedingly weary and despondent, having accomplished nothing before resting. Thus, I allowed them to recline for half an hour, after which I recorded everything that had transpired thus far. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the inventor of the Traveler S typewriter, and I am particularly thankful to Mr. Morris for presenting it to me. Were I to undertake this task with a fountain pen, I would surely be driven to madness. It is now complete. Poor, dear Jonathan, what agonies he has endured. He must still be suffering. He lies on the sofa, scarcely perceptible in his breathing. His entire form appears as though it is collapsing. His brow is furrowed in a painful expression. The unfortunate soul may be lost in contemplation. I can see his face contorting with concentration. Alas! If only I could assist him, I would exert every effort to do so. I inquired of Dr. Van Helsing, and he provided me with all the documents I had yet to peruse. While they rest, I shall meticulously read through them. Perhaps I may glean some insights. I shall endeavor to think impartially, like a professor, regarding the facts before me. I am convinced that fate has bestowed upon me a discovery. I ought to consult a map. I am more certain than ever that I am correct. My new conclusion is ready, and thus I shall summon everyone to share it with them. They may judge its validity. Precision is imperative. Every minute is precious. Mina Harker's memorandum, written in her diary. Secondly, how will he be taken away? Here, An elimination method may serve us well. Will it be by road, by train, or by boat? 1. Traversing the streets presents an array of countless troubles, particularly when departing from the city. 1. The throngs of people arouse curiosity, inquiries abound. Any hint, speculation, or doubt regarding the contents of the suitcase could prove catastrophic for him. 2. There exists the possibility of scrutiny from customs officials and tax collectors. 3. His pursuers might be trailing him, a prospect that instills profound fear within him. Thus, in a bid to avert betrayal, he even renounced his intended victim. 2. Traveling by train offers a semblance of anonymity, for no one oversees the luggage. However, this mode carries the peril of delays, which could be fatal as adversaries might glean vital information. Indeed, he could flee under the cover of night. Yet, what recourse would he have if abandoned in an unfamiliar locale devoid of refuge? Such an outcome is precisely what he dreads, and he is unwilling to take that risk. 3. Setting sail presents itself as the safest approach in one regard, yet simultaneously, it carries immense danger. Upon the water, he possesses no power, save for the cloak of night. Even then, he can only summon fog, storms, snow, and his pack of wolves. Should a calamity befall the vessel, the relentless waters would engulf him, rendering him utterly helpless. He could order the ship to dock. However, if that destination proves unfavorable, restricting his freedom of movement, his plight would remain fraught with difficulty. Through our reports, we ascertain that he is aboard a ship. Thus, our task is to discern the river upon which he travels. The foremost objective is to accurately ascertain his actions to date, for that knowledge may unveil the nature of his mission. First and foremost, we must acknowledge that his actions in London were but a component of his overarching strategy, with his most pressing concern being the meticulous arrangement of circumstances to ensure safety. Furthermore, we ought to conjecture, to the best of our ability based on the facts at hand, what he may have undertaken during his time here. Regarding the first point, it is evident that he intended to journey to Gellert's, delivering the invoice to Varna as a ruse to mislead us. Should we ascertain the manner of his departure from the United Kingdom, his singular and most immediate objective at that time was to abscond. The evidence supporting this lies in the letter he dispatched to Emmanuel Shieldsham, instructing him to retrieve the box before dawn. Additionally, there are directives concerning Petrov Skinsky. While this remains speculative, there must have been some form of communication or information, as Skinsky sought out Shieldsham. We know that, thus far, his plans have met with success. The voyage of Selina Catherine was remarkably swift, inciting the suspicions of Captain Donaldson. However, his superstitions, coupled with his cunning, inadvertently favored the Count, allowing him to navigate through the fog with the wind at his back until he reached Gellert's, blindfolded. This attests to the efficacy of the Count's strategic planning. Shieldsham retrieved the box and handed it over to Skinsky. At this juncture, we lost the trail, knowing only that the box was en route on some river. Customs and excise duties, if applicable, were deftly circumvented. Now, let us consider what the Count engaged in after disembarking at Gellert's. The box was delivered to Skinsky before dawn, and at sunrise, the Count could re-emerge in his true guise. Now, let us ponder the rationale behind selecting Skinsky to assist him among all individuals. In my husband's journal, he refers to Skinsky's dealings with Slovaks who conduct trade along the rivers to the port, and there are whispers suggesting that the murder was perpetrated by Slovaks, indicating a palpable disdain for his social class. The Count seeks to isolate. I examined the map and discerned that the two rivers most traversable by Slovaks are the Pruth and the Siret. In the documents, I read that during my hypnotic state, I perceived the lowing of cattle and the water flowing past my ears, accompanied by the creaking of wood. At that moment, the Count was in his box, on an open vessel upon some river, possibly propelled by oars or poles, as the riverbank was near, navigating upstream. Were it downstream, such sounds would not resonate. Of course, it may not be the Pruth or the Siret, but we can investigate further later. Among these two rivers, the Pruth is more navigable. However, the Siret connects Effelticini and Bistriae, encircling the Borgo Pass. This loop evidently lies on the water closest to Dracula's castle. The continuation of Mina Harker's journal. Upon finishing my reading, Jonathan embraced me and kissed me. Others shook my hand, and Dr. Van Helsing remarked, "Our dear Mina has once again become our teacher. Her eyes have perceived what ours could not. Now we possess a lead once more, and this time, we may indeed succeed. Our adversary is at his most vulnerable. If we are able to locate him during the day along the river, then our task will be accomplished. He has made a beginning. Yet he cannot hasten his pace, for he cannot emerge from the box without arousing the suspicions of those transporting it. The moment they harbor any doubts, they would cast him into the river, leading to his demise. He is well aware of this, which is why he will not take such a risk. Now, we must commence our planning. I shall procure a steamboat to pursue him, proclaimed Lord Guilderman. I will ride along the shore to follow him, in case he makes landfall, Mr. Morris suggested. Excellent. The professor remarked, both ideas are commendable. Yet neither should proceed in isolation. There must be a show of force to counterbalance any potential threat. The Slovaks are robust and unruly, armed with formidable weaponry. Laughter erupted among the group, for they had brought along a veritable arsenal. Mr. Morris added, I have brought several Winchester repeating rifles. They are convenient to carry in a crowded situation, and there may be wolves in the vicinity. If memory serves, the Count has additional precautions in place. He issued commands to others, which Mrs. Hark was unable to fully comprehend. We must be thoroughly prepared, Dr. Seward stated. I believe it would be best for me to accompany Quincy. We are accustomed to hunting together, and we are well armed, capable of handling any circumstance that may arise. You cannot venture alone, Arthur. You may have to contend with the Slovaks, as I suspect they will not be armed. If they were to throw you into the water, all our plans would be in vain. We cannot afford any risks at this juncture. Until the day when the Count's head and body are severed, we shall not find respite, and we are resolute in our belief that he shall not be reborn. He spoke while gazing at Jonathan, who in turn looked at me. I could perceive the silent tears welling in that poor man's heart. He undoubtedly yearned to be with me. Yet the plan aboard the ship was the most likely means to vanquish that vampire. Why did I hesitate to pen that word? He remained silent for a moment, during which Dr. Van Helsing remarked, Jonathan, there are two reasons for you. First, because you are young and brave, capable of combat, and ultimately, all strength may need to be harnessed. Second, you are most deserving of the opportunity to destroy him, as he has wrought so much calamity upon you and your wife. Do not worry about Mrs. Harker. If I am able, I shall take good care of her. I am old, and my legs can no longer run as swiftly as before. Moreover, I am unaccustomed to pursuing for such extended periods on horseback. Nor am I adept with violent weapons, yet I can serve in other capacities. I can fight in different ways. If necessary, I can meet my end as a young man would. Now, let me speak of my intentions. As you, my esteemed Lord Godalming and Jonathan, navigate swiftly upstream in your motorboat, while John and Quincy guard the shore to prevent his landing, I shall escort Mrs. Harker to the very heart of the enemy's territory. As this cunning old fox found himself confined within a box, adrift in the flowing waters, paralyzed by fear of escaping to the shore or lifting the lid lest his Slovak transport union extinguish his life in terror, we would traverse the path once trodden by Jonathan, passing through Bystrica and Borgo, ultimately arriving at the fabled Castle Dracula, following the first light of dawn. As we approached this significant location, the hypnotic prowess of Mrs. Harker would undoubtedly prove invaluable, even amidst the obscurity and uncertainty that lay ahead. We would navigate our way through, for there awaited us numerous tasks and sacred places in need of purification, ensuring the destruction of that venomous serpent's lair. At this juncture, Jonathan, in a surge of emotion, interrupted, exclaiming, Professor Van Helsing, do you mean to say you would lead Mina, in her sorrow, as she succumbs to that devil's plague, into that inferno? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. He then turned to me, and as his gaze fell upon my forehead, he raised his arms in despair, crying out, My God, what have we done to warrant such horror? He then collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed by anguish. Alas, my friend, it is precisely because I intend to rescue Mrs. Harker from that dreadful place that I am compelled to act thus. God forbids me from bringing her there. Before any purification can be attained in that realm, there remains a multitude of arduous tasks to undertake. Remember, we are currently in dire straits. If the Count were to escape from our grasp this time, he is formidable, astute, and cunning. He would slumber for a century, and eventually, one day, our dear Mrs. Harker, he would take my hand and summon her to his side, becoming his companion, just as those whom you once witnessed. You have recounted how they laughed with such pride. You have heard the terrifying laughter of those women when they seized the active bag thrown to them by the Count. You trembled, as was right. Forgive me for causing you such anguish, but it is imperative. Friend, is this not an urgent necessity? I might perish for it. But if someone must venture to that place as their companion, let it be I. Do as you wish, Jonathan said, his sobs causing his entire frame to quiver. Our fate lies in God's hands. After a while, witnessing the manner in which these brave souls labored was beneficial to me. How should women assist such sincere, loyal, and valiant men? It also brought to mind the immense power of wealth. I am elated that Lord Godalming is affluent, and Mr. Morris is likewise prosperous. Both are willing to be generous. Were it not for their means, our small expedition could not have embarked so swiftly and fully armed. It took less than 3 hours to arrange the tasks for each of us, and now Lord Godalming and Jonathan have procured a splendid steam yacht, ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris have secured 6 well-equipped horses. We have prepared all the maps and a variety of tools. Professor Van Helsing and I shall embark on a train journey to Velestri at 11:40 this evening, from whence we will procure a carriage to traverse the Borgo Pass. We have brought a substantial sum of money for this purpose. We intend to drive the carriage ourselves, as we lack trustworthy companions in this endeavor. The professor is well versed in numerous languages, ensuring our passage will be smooth. Both of us are armed, and I possess a large caliber revolver. Jonathan would be displeased were I to remain unarmed like others. Alas, I am unable to carry the same weaponry as them, for the scar upon my forehead forbids it. My dear Professor Van Helsing reassures me that I am adequately armed, as wolves may be afoot. The weather grows increasingly frigid, with a tempestuous snowstorm that ebbs and flows, almost as if issuing a warning. After a brief moment, I mustered all my courage to bid farewell to my beloved, for this may well be our last parting. Courage. Mina. The professor gazes earnestly at you, his expression a solemn admonition. Now is not the time for tears, unless divinely inspired to flow joyfully. Jonathan Harker's Diary, October 30th. Evening. The only solace I find is that our fate rests in God's hands. It is this belief that renders death more bearable than life, liberating me from all cares. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward had already departed prior to our own journey. They will traverse the right bank, ascending a high ground that overlooks the entire river, thereby avoiding any missed turns. Initially, they will have 2 individuals ride and lead their extra horses, 4 in total, to avert suspicion. Soon, they will send those individuals away and tend to the horses themselves. We may join their ranks. If that is the case, each of us will be mounted on a horse. One of the saddles features a movable pommel, which would be perfectly suited for Mina, should the need arise. October 31st finds us still on the road. Daylight has arrived, and Huldar Ming is asleep while I stand watch. Despite our thick leather attire, a biting chill pervades the morning air, for which we are truly grateful for the warmth of the stove. Thus far, we have only encountered a few open boats. Yet none carry any crates or packages of the size we seek. Each time we shine our lanterns upon the people, they cower in fear, kneeling in prayer. November 1st. Evening, November 2nd. Morning, Dr. Seward's Diary. On November 2nd, we have been on the road for 3 days. There is no news, and even if there were, we lack the time to document it, as every second is precious. We only rest when the horses require it, yet we all manage to endure. Those perilous days have proven their worth. We must press onward, for only when we catch sight of that steamboat will we feel joy. November 3rd, in Fandu. We heard that the steamboat has entered the Bistritza River. I do hope it is not so cold. It seems snow may be imminent. If it falls heavily, we shall be compelled to halt. In such a circumstance, we must procure a sled to continue our journey, akin to the Russians. November 4th. Today we learned that the steamboat encountered an accident while navigating the rapids and has come to a standstill. The Slovakian vessels successfully navigated the waters, aided by ropes and skilled steering. Some had only passed mere hours prior. Galderman himself, an amateur assembly technician, evidently made adjustments to the motorboat. Ultimately, with the assistance of the locals, they managed to cross over and resumed their pursuit. However, I am concerned that this incident may not bode well for the boat, as the farmers informed us that once the vessel re-entered the gentle flow, it would occasionally halt. We must hasten our progress, for they may soon require our assistance. Diary of Mina Harker, October 30th. After a while, we are about to depart. I shudder to contemplate what may transpire. Our fate rests truly in the hands of God, and only He knows what lies ahead. With all the strength of my sorrowful and humble spirit, I beseech Him to safeguard my beloved husband. Thus, regardless of what may occur, Jonathan will understand the profound love and respect I hold for him. My final and sincerest thoughts shall forever be for him. Chapter 27. Continuation of Mina Harker's Diary, November 1st and the morning of November 2nd. All day was spent in navigation. The further we advanced, the more sparse the population became. The Carpathian ridges appeared distant during our time at Velestri, lying low on the horizon, yet now they seem to envelop us. Towering before us, both of our spirits remain high. I sense that we are striving to bring joy to one another, and in doing so, we find joy for ourselves as well. Professor Van Helsing stated that we would arrive at the Borgo Pass in the morning. The houses here are already quite sparse, and the professor insisted that our final horse must remain with us at all times, as we cannot afford to replace it. He then procured 2 additional horses, thus providing us with a makeshift 4-horse carriage. These noble steeds are both patient and obedient, causing us no trouble whatsoever. We are unperturbed by the presence of other travelers, allowing even me to take the reins. Our aim is to reach the pass during daylight. We do not wish to arrive prematurely, so we are in no haste, and everyone has enjoyed a lengthy respite. Alas, what shall tomorrow bring? We venture forth to seek that place which has caused my husband such profound suffering. God has promised to guide us rightly. He shall benevolently safeguard my husband and those dear to us, who are now in grave peril. As for myself, I do not deem myself worthy of his consideration. Alas, in his eyes, I remain unclean until he graciously allows me into his sight, much like those who have not endured his punishment. Abraham Van Helsing's memoir, November 4th. As Mrs. Harker no longer records her diary in shorthand, I must resort to my clumsy, old-fashioned method to ensure that each day is duly noted. We arrived at the Borgo Pass just after dawn yesterday morning. Upon witnessing the signs of daybreak, I began to prepare for hypnosis. We halted the carriage and disembarked, ensuring that we would not be disturbed. I crafted a resting place from fur, upon which Madame Hark lay, responding as she typically does, albeit with remarkable slowness and for a brief duration. The answer was once again akin to the encroaching darkness and the swirling currents of water. Yet, she eventually awakened, vibrant and radiant, and we resumed our journey, soon arriving at a passage. In that moment, she exhibited exceptional excitement. A newfound guiding force within her manifested as she pointed to the path, exclaiming, "This is it." "How do you know?" I inquired. Initially, I found it somewhat peculiar, but soon I realized there was indeed only one such narrow trail. It was seldom traversed, starkly contrasting with the well-worn and broader carriage road from Bukovina to Bistriae. Thus, we proceeded along this path. When we encountered other routes, uncertainty clouded our judgment, for they were inconspicuous and cloaked in snow, known only to the horses, and they alone. I allowed the horses to roam freely, and they advanced with remarkable patience. Before long, we beheld everything Jonathan had chronicled in his diary. Subsequently, we journeyed for an extended period. At first, I permitted Madame Hark to slumber. She attempted to do so, and succeeded. She remained in slumber until I grew suspicious and endeavored to awaken her. Yet, she continued to sleep, despite my repeated attempts to rouse her. I was reluctant to exert too much force, fearing I might cause her harm, for I knew she had endured considerable suffering, and at times, sleep was of paramount importance to her. A sense of drowsiness enveloped me, accompanied by an unexpected wave of guilt, as if I had committed some transgression. I feel as though I have broken free, the reins firmly in hand, yet the steed continues its slow advance, much like before. Glancing down, I see Madame Harker still enveloped in slumber. The hour of sunset draws near. The sunlight cascades over the snow, resembling a golden deluge, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. We ascend, rising higher, amidst a desolate expanse, akin to the world's end. On the morning of November 5th, I must commit to memory every detail, for we have encountered many bizarre phenomena together, though you may label me as Van Helsing, driven to madness by overwhelming fear and prolonged mental strain that has clouded my judgment. We traversed the road throughout yesterday, inching closer to the mountains and entering an increasingly desolate realm. Towering cliffs and countless waterfalls abound, as if nature revels in its own wild festivity. Madame Harker remains in deep slumber. Though hunger gnaws at me, I cannot rouse her. An unsettling fear begins to creep in. Perhaps this place's deadly enchantment has taken hold of her, having undergone the vampire's baptism. Thus, I resolve within myself that if she sleeps through the day, I shall forego sleep through the night. As we navigate the rugged terrain, the path ancient and poorly maintained, I succumb to a brief slumber with my head bowed. Upon awakening, guilt weighs heavily upon me as I discover Madame Harker still asleep, the sun beginning its descent. Yet, everything has undeniably changed. The undulating mountains appear distant. We are near the summit, where the castle, as chronicled by Jonathan in his journal, stands sentinel. Suddenly, I am beset by a tumult of elation and dread. Whether for good or ill, the end is swiftly approaching. I awaken Mrs. Hark, once more attempting to hypnotize her. Alas, she remained unresponsive, time slipping away. Then, as darkness descended, everything lingered in a haze. I went to tend to the horses, then kindled a fire. Mrs. Hark had roused, more enchanting than ever, and I made her comfortable within her shawl. I prepared sustenance, yet she declined to eat, merely stating her lack of hunger. I refrained from urging her, knowing it would be futile. However, I partook of the meal myself, for I needed to bolster my strength. Then, gripped by the fear of what might transpire, I encircled her seated form with a drawn line. I scattered some sanctified bread crumbs within the circle, crumbling them finely to ensure every area was covered. She sat in silence, as still as the dead. Gradually, her complexion paled, becoming whiter than snow, not a word escaping her lips. Yet, as I drew near, she embraced me, and I felt her tremble in agony from head to toe. Once she regained her composure, I inquired, "Might you come to the fire? I wish to ascertain what you are capable of." She obediently rose, but upon taking a step, halted, standing as if wounded. "No, no, do not venture out. Here, you are safe." I turned to her, gazing into her eyes, and said, "But what about you? I am concerned for your well-being." At this, she erupted into laughter, a low, hollow sound devoid of sincerity, replying, "Concerned for me? Why should you be worried for me? There is no one safer in this world than I." As I pondered the significance of her words, a gust of wind swept through, rekindling the flames, and I beheld the scar upon her forehead. In that moment, understanding dawned upon me. Had I been blissfully ignorant before, it would not be long before enlightenment graced my mind, for the shadows of swirling mist and snow drew near, yet remained just beyond the sacred circle. They began to manifest, and had divinity not snatched away my sanity, I would have been certain of what I beheld. Before me stood the three women Jonathan had once encountered within the confines of the room, who had tenderly kissed his neck. I recognized that swaying figure, the bright, cold eyes, the white teeth, and the crimson, carnal lips. They smiled at the unfortunate Mrs. Harker. Their laughter pierced the stillness of the night, as they pointed towards her. Their dulcet, yet jarring voices reminiscent of the unbearable sweetness of glass clinking, beckoning. "Come, sister. Join us. Come." In a state of terror, I turned to Mrs. Harker, my heart leaping with joy akin to a flame, for in the fear and revulsion reflected in her gentle eyes lay a glimmer of hope for my soul. Thank the heavens she had not succumbed to their likeness. Grasping some firewood nearby, I retrieved a piece of holy bread and thrust it into the flames. They recoiled before me, their laughter resonating with a dreadful quietude. I ignited the fire, no longer fearing them, for I was aware that within the circle, we were safe. Neither could we exit, nor could they intrude. The horse ceased its groaning, lying motionless upon the ground, as snow softly descended upon it, cloaking it in white. I am aware that for those pitiable beings, fear shall no longer exist. We lingered there until the crimson dawn began to illuminate the snow-covered ground. I felt both desolate and terrified, overwhelmed by sorrow and dread. Yet, as that exquisite sun commenced its ascent above the horizon, I experienced a rebirth. When the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, those dreadful silhouettes dissolved into the swirling mist and snow. The few transparent shadows drifted towards the castle, ultimately vanishing from sight. As dawn broke, I instinctively turned to Mina, intending to hypnotize her. However, she had suddenly fallen into a deep slumber, and I could not rouse her. I attempted to hypnotize her while she slept, but she remained unresponsive, utterly so, as daylight arrived. I still dared not move. I kindled a fire and inspected the horses. They were all deceased. Today, I had many tasks to undertake, and I waited until the sun had risen high. There were places I needed to reach, where the sunlight was obscured by snow and fog, yet felt safe to me. I would replenish my strength with breakfast, and then commence my arduous work. Mrs. Harker continued to sleep. Thank God, she is serene in her slumber. Jonathan Harker's journal, evening of November 4th. The incident with the steamboat has proven disastrous for us. Had it not occurred, we would have already caught that vessel, and my dear Mina would be free. I shudder to imagine her, out there on that desolate expanse, near that dreadful place. We procured horses and resumed our pursuit. I penned this while preparing at Galderman. We armed ourselves, and if the Sigenians seek confrontation, they must tread carefully. Alas, how I wish Morris and Seward were with us. All we can do is hope. I can write no more. Farewell, Mina. God bless you. Dr. Seward's diary, November 5th at dawn. We witnessed a band of Sigenians hastily fleeing from the riverbank, as if breaking free from an encirclement. The snow fell gently, and an unusual excitement permeated the air. Perhaps it was merely our own sentiment. Yet this oppressive atmosphere felt peculiar. I heard the distant howls of wolves. The snow had driven them down from the mountains, and we were all in peril, surrounded by threats from every direction. As soon as the horses are ready, we shall depart. We ride towards a death known only to God, its bearer, its location, the time, and the manner. Dr. Van Helsing's memorandum. November 5th afternoon, I knew that I could locate at least 3 graves, inhabited graves. Thus, I searched and searched, until I found one. She lay in slumber, imbued with vitality and enchanting beauty, and despite my intent to end her life, I trembled. Oh, I have no doubt that in ancient times, many men set out to accomplish a task such as mine, only to find their hearts betraying them, along with their resolve. They postponed their mission repeatedly, until the alluring and immortal beauty of the vampire entranced them. Thus, they lingered there until the sun set and the vampire awakened. Then the woman opened her enchanting eyes and kissed him with her luscious lips, rendering the man feeble. Thus, yet another victim was added to the realm of vampires, swelling the ranks of those fearsome undead. Indeed, I was captivated by her allure, even though she lay within a grave, corroded by the passage of time, filled with centuries of dust, and exuding a loathsome scent akin to that of the Count's refuge. Yes, I was moved. I, Van Helsing, driven by a motive of vengeance, was touched by a long-suppressed yearning that seemed to numb my senses and hinder my spirit. Perhaps it was a natural longing for sleep. As the weight of the air began to overwhelm me, undoubtedly, I began to succumb to slumber, asleep with open eyes, surrendered to that beguiling charm. A long lamentation filled the air, steeped in sorrow and compassion, like a clarion call awakening me. For I heard the voice of my dear Lady Hawke. Then I commenced my dreadful task, filled with trepidation. If there were but one, it would be relatively easier. But there are 3. After completing one horrific act, I must undertake 2 more. To do this to the lovely Miss Lucy is terrifying, yet it pales in comparison to what I must inflict upon these 3 strangers, who have survived for centuries, growing ever stronger with the passage of time. If they could, they would fight fiercely for their wretched existence. John, my friend, this is indeed the work of a butcher. If it were not for the encouragement bestowed upon me by the thoughts of other deceased souls and the living, shrouded in a pall of dread, I would have been unable to persevere. I trembled, quaking until the ordeal reached its conclusion. I am grateful to the heavens that I emerged unscathed. Before departing the castle, I resolutely sealed its entrance, ensuring that the Count could never again gain entry. As I stepped into the circle where Lady Harker lay in slumber, she awakened, gazing at me with anguish, her voice rising in desperate cries. "Let us leave this dreadful place," she implored. "Let us go to my husband. I know he is hastening toward us." Though she appeared frail and pallid, her eyes radiated a pure and fervent light. I felt a sense of relief at her wan and weakened state, for my mind was besieged by horrific memories of those blood-red vampires. Thus, we set forth toward the east, laden with trust and hope, yet still shadowed by fear, to reunite with our companions and her husband. As Lady Harker assured me, she knew he was on his way. Mina Harker's diary, November 6th, later that afternoon. The professor and I commenced our journey eastward, aware that Jonathan was approaching us from that direction. Although we were descending, our pace was sluggish. Burdened as we were by heavy blankets and shawls, we dared not envision the plight we would face, cast into this frigid wilderness without such warm coverings. We also carried provisions, for the desolation around us was stark, with not a single house in sight. After traversing approximately a mile, I found myself utterly exhausted and took a seat to rest. At this moment, we turned our gaze backward, where the silhouette of Dracula's castle carved a striking outline against the sky. Beneath its foothills, the Carpathian mountains loomed majestically, appearing to pierce the clouds. We beheld the castle, grandly perched atop cliffs that soared thousands of feet into the air. The atmosphere was imbued with an essence of wildness and terror. As the distant howls of wolves reached our ears, the sound seemed remote, diminished by the snow, yet it resonated with an unsettling eeriness. From the manner in which Dr. Van Helsing searched, I discerned his intention to locate a strategic stronghold, a place where we could remain concealed. The rugged path continued to wind downward, traceable through the accumulating snow. Shortly thereafter, the professor beckoned me, and I rose to join him. He had discovered a suitable refuge, a natural stone cave, framed by rounded stones forming an entrance. Grasping my hand, he led me inside. "Behold," he exclaimed, "here you shall find a place of concealment. Should the wolves indeed arrive, I shall confront them one by one." He placed our fur coats within, crafting a warm and cozy nest for me, and then brought forth some provisions, insisting I partake. I found myself unable to eat. Despite my desire to please him, the food simply would not go down. He appeared deeply saddened, yet offered no reproach. Extracting a telescope from his bag, he ascended a stone to survey the horizon. Suddenly, he called out, "Look! Mrs. Harker, come swiftly. Look!" I sprang to his side as he handed me the telescope, gesturing toward the forefront. The snowfall intensified, swirling violently as the wind began to howl. However, during the pause in the snowfall, I could discern distant vistas from our elevated position. I beheld a serpentine river, resembling a sinuous ribbon of black satin. Not far ahead, a group of horsemen hurriedly approached, among whom was a lengthy four-wheeled cart, swaying side to side like a dog wagging its tail due to the uneven terrain. Their silhouettes stood out starkly against the snow, allowing me to deduce from their attire that they were likely farmers or perhaps Romani folk. Upon the cart rested a square box, and the sight of it made my heart race, for I sensed that we were nearing a pivotal moment. As twilight approached, I was acutely aware that at sunset, that which had been imprisoned within and had evaded capture in myriad ways would soon gain newfound freedom. In a state of panic, I turned to glance at the professor. To my astonishment, he was not by my side. In the next instant, I spotted him below me, encircling a stone as he had done the previous night. Once he completed his task, he returned to my side, declaring, "At least you shall be safe." He took the binoculars from my grasp and peered through them, remarking, "They are moving swiftly. They are urging their horses to gallop as fast as possible." He paused, then spoke in a hollow tone, "They race against the setting sun. We may be too late. It is all in the hands of fate." Another fierce snowstorm swept through, obscuring our entire view. Yet, this tempest soon passed, and he again raised the binoculars to his eyes. Suddenly, he exclaimed with excitement, "Look! Look! Look!" Two horseback riders were swiftly approaching from the south. They must be John and Quincy. I took hold of the binoculars and gazed intently before the snowfall ceased. The two figures were likely Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. Nonetheless, I was certain that Jonathan was not among them, even as I knew he was not far off. As I scanned the surroundings, I spotted two more riders galloping in from the north. One of them must be Jonathan, and the other, I presumed, was undoubtedly Lord Godalming. They too were in pursuit of the group and the carriage. When I informed the professor of their arrival, he joyously shouted like a child, and we continued to watch them until the heavy snow obscured our view. He drew his Winchester rifle and positioned himself on the stone at the entrance of our refuge. Preparing for battle. "They will gather," he stated, "and when the moment is right, we shall surround the gypsies from all sides." I grasped my revolver tightly, for as we spoke, the howling of wolves grew ever closer. As the snowfall lessened, we looked out again. Strangely, while the snow fell heavily around us, the sun shone brighter outside. Gazing toward the distant mountain peaks, I could see moving dots everywhere. 1, 2, 3, and more. The wolf pack was encircling its prey. Every second felt like an eternity. The wind howled fiercely, and the snowflakes swirled with anger, sweeping over us. At times, we find ourselves unable to discern even that which lies within arm's reach. Yet, there are moments when the wind emits a hollow sound as it sweeps past us, purifying the surrounding air, allowing our vision to extend far into the distance. We have grown so accustomed to the sunrise and sunset that we can accurately anticipate their arrival. We are also aware that the sun will soon dip below the horizon. It is difficult to believe that when the crowd began to gather, we had only spent less than an hour in the shelter of the stones. Now, the wind has intensified, blowing more persistently from the north, as if it seeks to disperse the clouds laden with snow, for the snow only occasionally descends. We can clearly distinguish the various groups, the pursuers and the pursued. Strangely, those being chased seem entirely oblivious, or at least indifferent, to the fact that they are being hunted. However, as the sun descends lower upon the mountaintop, they appear to quicken their pace. They are drawing nearer. The professor and I crouched behind the stones, poised with our weapons. I can see he is resolute in his intent to not let them escape. None are aware of our presence. Suddenly, two voices resonate. Halt. One is my Jonathan's, high-pitched and urgent. The other belongs to Mr. Morris, calm yet commanding, firm and decisive. The gypsies may not comprehend this language, but regardless of the tone or the words spoken, they instinctively rein in their horses. At that very moment, Lord Halderman and Jonathan charge from one direction, while Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris approach from another. The leader of the gypsies, a strikingly handsome man, sat upon his horse like a seasoned rider, commanding his companions to advance with a fierce tone. They lashed their steeds, propelling them forward. However, the four of us raised our Winchester rifles, unequivocally instructing them to halt. Simultaneously, Dr. Van Helsing and I emerged from our rocky concealment, leveling our weapons at them. Realizing they were encircled, the group reined in their horses. The leader turned to his men, uttering a phrase, and each gypsy drew their weapons, knives or pistols, preparing for an assault. The leader swiftly tugged on the reins, advancing to the forefront, gesturing towards the sun descending behind the mountaintop, and then towards the castle, speaking words I could not comprehend. Our 4 companions charged toward the wagon. I observed Jonathan, who should have been terrified in such peril, yet I felt a fervor for combat akin to that of my comrades. I was not afraid, but rather consumed by a wild desire to act. Witnessing our comrades move swiftly, the gypsy leader issued a command. His men immediately surrounded the wagon, pushing others aside, eagerly executing his orders. Amidst this, I caught sight of Jonathan on one side of their encirclement and Quincy on the other, both intent on breaking through. It was evident they were resolute in completing their task before sunset, as if nothing could deter them. The weapons aimed at them, the gleaming blades of the gypsies, or the howling of wolves behind them, seemed to hold no sway over their focus. Jonathan's fervor, coupled with his evidently singular objective, seemed to intimidate those before him, who instinctively stepped aside to grant him passage. He promptly leapt onto the carriage, exhibiting an astonishing strength as he hoisted the chest and hurled it down from the vehicle. Simultaneously, Mr. Morris was compelled to force his way through the encircling gypsies. As I held my breath, fixated on Jonathan, I also witnessed Morris recklessly charging forward, his path obstructed by the glinting blades of the gypsies. He deftly evaded their strikes with his long hunting knife, and for a moment, I believed he had entered safely. However, as he approached Jonathan, who had already descended from the carriage, I discerned him pressing his left hand against his ribs, blood gushing between his fingers. Despite this, he did not falter. As Jonathan exerted remarkable strength to strike at one end of the chest with his curved saber, Morris wielded his hunting knife at the opposite end. Through their combined efforts, the lid began to yield, nails screeching in protest as the chest was finally opened. At that moment, the gypsies realized they were encircled by Winchester rifles and completely at the mercy of Lord Godalming and Dr. Seward, leading them to surrender without further resistance. The sun was nearing its descent, casting the shadows of all present upon the snow-covered ground. I observed the Count lying in the earth of the chest. Having fallen from the carriage moments earlier, dirt scattered across him. He appeared as pale as death, resembling a wax figure. His eyes, those red eyes I knew all too well, glimmering with a hatred that was unmistakable. As I gazed upon him, those eyes beheld the setting sun, the hatred above transforming into the joy of victory. Yet, at that moment, Jonathan's blade swung swiftly. When I saw it strike towards the Count's throat, I let out a scream. Simultaneously, Mr. Morris drove the long knife into his heart. Like a miracle, before our very eyes, in what seemed like a mere inhalation, his entire body turned to ash, vanishing from our sight. I shall remember this for a lifetime, for in the final moment of death, his face bore a serene expression, one I never imagined could appear upon him. Dracula's castle now looms against the crimson sky, each stone of its dilapidated battlements starkly visible in the glow of the sunset. The gypsies believed we were the reason for the sudden disappearance of the dead, silently turning to ride away. Those without horses leapt onto carriages, calling out to those nearby not to abandon them. The wolf pack had retreated to a safe distance, following in their wake, departing from us. Mr. Morris collapsed to the ground, propping himself up on his elbow, one hand pressed against his ribs, blood still oozing from between his fingers. I rushed towards him, for now, that sacred source could no longer restrain me. 2 doctors hastened forward as well. Jonathan knelt behind him, resting his head upon his shoulder. He sighed, struggling, grasping my hand. He must have seen the anguish etched upon my face, for he smiled at me and said, "I am truly glad to be of use." Oh God! He suddenly struggled to sit up, pointing at me and exclaiming, "To die for this is worthwhile. Look, look!" The sun is now perfectly perched atop the mountain, its crimson light illuminating my face. As people turned to gaze in the direction he indicated, they all knelt down, a profound and sincere amen escaping the lips of each individual. The dying man proclaimed, "Now thank God, all is not in vain. Behold, the snow is not as pure as her forehead. The curse has vanished." We witnessed this scene with a mixture of anguish and serenity, smiles gracing our faces as he departed, a valiant man.